Chapter 1. Why are you unfastening my belt? Northern wilderness. Before me lies a sea of tombstones, each one an ancient testament to the passage of time, standing solemnly amidst the desolation. The relentless winds whip through the landscape, stirring clouds of yellow sand that dance upon the air, eroding the names inscribed upon many of the gravestones, obscured by the relentless passage of ages. Atop a rise, a bald elder gestures to his disciples, his voice booming. All disciples of Shinji's sect, find a tombstone and be swift about it. Third elder, must we truly proceed with this? A young male disciple below, pale and trembling, dares to question. The other disciples turn their gazes toward the bald elder, their expressions unmistakably etched with reluctance. Seeing the unwillingness of his students, the elder snorts disdainfully, waving a hand. Those who defy orders will face the sect's punishment. Realizing the third elder's resolve, the disciples can only shuffle to the various tombs, heads hung low. After performing a series of respectful gestures, bowing and lighting incense, they exchange glances, their determination waning as if confronted by an insurmountable trial. Yet, instead of offering paper money or tributes, each pulls forth a shovel of varying lengths. This is the burial ground of our Shinji sect, where lie the great powers who have shaped our destiny since the age of immortals. You must approach with reverence. Do you understand? The third elder's voice resounds once more, eliciting groans of dismay from the disciples below. How can one maintain reverence in such an act? It feels akin to desecrating their own ancestral graves. Noticing the hesitance of his students, the bald third elder sighs, his voice tinged with sorrow. Currently, our Shinji sect faces an unprecedented crisis, one that threatens our very existence. Once, our sect basked in glory, with mighty beings instilling dread throughout the northern territories. Across the land, none were unaware of the might of Shinji. He gazes into the distance at the setting blood sun, lost in thought, as if contemplating this moment as the last flicker of hope for Shinji. He reminisces about his early days as a fledgling cultivator, when the elders had shown him kindness. Little did he expect that now, not only had the glory of Shinji faded, but he must resort to this despised act. With a flicker of light in his weary eyes, it dims again, revealing an unmistakable aura of despair. Bowing his head, he continues thus, "You are called upon to excavate the graves of our predecessors. If we can uncover one or two supreme techniques or rare treasures, it may help us weather this calamity." The disciples at his feet open their mouths, wanting to protest, but can only let out silent sighs. They have heard whispers of the impending disaster, yet their own meager strength renders them powerless. With a wave of his hand, the third elder, resigned, commands, "Begin." Reluctantly, the disciples set to work, the sounds of digging echoing across the barren expanse. A youthful maiden kneels before a tomb, her hands clasped in prayer. "Oh, venerable one, do not take offense. I truly wish not to disturb your peace, but the sect leader has commanded it, and our sect is in dire straits. I humbly request your guidance to help us through this crisis." With that, she plunges her shovel into the earth, fervently casting aside the soil. Before long, she is drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, having excavated a deep pit, yet still no coffin in sight. Gritting her teeth, she digs deeper. Clang! A sound of metal striking something hard reverberates, sending vibrations through her arms. A flicker of joy crosses her face as she clears away the remaining sand. However, what emerges before her is not an ornate coffin, but a remarkably preserved corpse. Dressed in white, the figure possesses a countenance like jade, with even a faint smile gracing its lips. The maiden swallows hard, glancing at the gravestone, where the inscriptions have been worn away by the elements, leaving not a trace of a name. Only a date remains, and as she counts the years, horror washes over her face. This corpse has lain here for over 30,000 years. 30,000 years! Even the history of Shinji sect spans but 3 decades. The body shows no sign of decay, pristine as an infant, untouched even by the shovel's harsh strike. As she gazes at the corpse's enigmatic smile, a chill runs down her spine. Suddenly, She witnesses the fingers clasped against the chest move ever so slightly. In her heightened state of anxiety, the fact that a corpse long dead for 30,000 years could stir sends her into a panic, eliciting a scream that draws the attention of her fellow disciples. Several male cultivators rush over, concern etched on their faces. "Little junior sister, what's the matter? Did the rotting corpse frighten you? Come, let your senior brother embrace you. There's nothing to fear." "Fear not, little junior sister. Your brother is here. All evil will be suppressed." The maiden deftly evades their comforting gestures, pointing at the corpse in the earth. "It just moved. It scared me to death." "Surely not. How could a corpse possibly move? You must be too tense," one tall, handsome disciple remarks. "Yet this body, preserved and indiscernible from a living person, must possess some extraordinary treasure." With that, a glint of greed ignites in his eyes as he brandishes his sword, intent on slicing open the corpse to extract its secrets. With a flash of his blade, he sneers, "Dare to frighten my little junior sister? Even in death, I shall rend your flesh." Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing fills the air. The sword is sent flying from the young man's hand by the force of the backlash, yet the pristine white garment of the corpse remains unscathed. This clothing, impervious even to my spirit sword, must be the legendary heavenly silkworm holy armor. The young man, far from angered, is instead filled with exhilaration. He gestures to his two companions, commanding, "Remove its clothing." The two lackeys hesitate. After all, this is a revered elder of Xingji's sect. How could they lay hands on him? "Young master, is this really appropriate? Does the elder's command carry no weight?" The elder has decreed, "Treasure must be sought in the burial ground." Young master, with a cold snort, invokes the authority of his father, the grand elder of Xingji. Seeing that young master, has invoked the name of the grand elder, the two lackeys can only relent, carefully extracting the corpse from the earth. They mutter, "No offense intended," as they gingerly peel away the white robe, revealing the smooth, toned skin beneath. As they reach the waist, preparing to untie the garment there, two hands suddenly seize them, and a voice rings out. "Why are you unfastening my belt?" Chapter 2. The ancestor has been unearthed. The onlookers are momentarily stunned, their faces transforming into expressions of sheer terror. The corpse, long deceased for 30,000 years, has awakened, and it speaks. At that moment, Bei Chongsheng, with a furrowed brow, contemplates how he merely took a nap, only to awaken to find himself nearly stripped of his clothing. He hastily dons the garments that had been pulled away, cursing internally, "Damn it, my purity almost fell into jeopardy here." And to be surrounded by so many witnesses. What's happening? The bald third elder, noticing the crowd gathered below, approaches with a frown. Bei Chongsheng glances at the third elder, his brow furrowing. "Are you Hu Chaozi?" The third elder stiffens, stammering. "How do you know my ancestor's name?" "Ancestor?" Bei Chongsheng scratches his head, observing the third elder's gleaming bald head and sighing. Indeed, he is a descendant of Little Hu, and this baldness is truly a hallmark of his lineage. Were it not for the shining dome atop the elder's head, he might not have recognized him at all. After all, cultivators are beings who grasp the essence of heaven and earth, their physical prowess only increasing with their cultivation. Hair, too, follows suit. He has seen female cultivators with hair that stretches for 3,000 feet, using it as a weapon though mere strands. They are indestructible. Thus, for a cultivator to be bald is no simple feat. Yet he cannot help but wonder, how long has he been asleep? Upon his arrival in this realm of cultivation, he too awakened a system which allowed him to acquire supreme techniques, secret arts, and rare treasures without perilously entering forbidden realms. While countless prodigies from his era clashed in fierce competition within secret territories, risking their lives, many ultimately fell, leaving only traces of their existence in the mortal realm. Under the system's guidance, he had dug a grave for himself and buried himself within, and he slept for 30,000 years. Had the disciples of Xingji's sect not unearthed him, he might have remained in eternal slumber. Ding! Host has been detected as awakened cultivation has reached the Saint realm, becoming a formidable presence that a new task has been assigned to the host. Ascend to immortality. Task details. Break the confines of heaven and earth. Shake off the shackles of the cosmos. Seek the fateful encounter of immortality and achieve transcendence in this era where becoming an immortal seems impossible. Completion reward. The Scroll of Eternal Life. Scroll of Eternal Life. Upon mastery, the physical form remains indestructible. The divine consciousness endures eternally, living in harmony with heaven and earth, shining alongside the sun and moon. Upon hearing the long-awaited mechanical voice of the system, Bei Changsheng's face lit up with delight. Cultivating immortality was always his aspiration, and thus he renamed himself Bei Changsheng. In his previous life, he suffered from various cancers. Tormented daily by excruciating pain, no one desired the art of longevity more than he. At this moment, he was in high spirits, filled with hope for the path to immortality. In a fit of excitement, he impulsively embraced the gleaming bald head of the third elder and planted a kiss upon it. The surrounding disciples were left dumbfounded. The third elder detested anyone jesting about his baldness. How could this audacious individual dare to kiss the third elder's bald head? Enough! The third elder seethed with rage, his authority shattered before the multitude of disciples. He attempted to push away this eccentric individual, but found himself utterly unable to budge him. It is worth noting that he was a formidable figure at the early stage of the transformation realm, renowned throughout the vast wasteland, a personage of great repute. How could he not even move such a brash young man? In this world, the levels of cultivation are divided into Qi training, marrow cleansing, cave heaven, pill formation, nascent soul, venerable celestial being, transformation supreme, and saint. Each major realm is further divided into early, middle, and late stages. Every step toward the heavens is arduous. The path of cultivation is long and difficult, akin to scaling the sky. Only when Bei Changsheng's saliva dripped onto the third elder's bald crown did he regain his senses and release the elder. Duh! Bei Changsheng smacked his lips, finding them a tad salty. Quickly spitting out the saliva in his mouth, he realized he had been rather disrespectful and awkwardly wiped the moisture from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the third elder's fury reached a boiling point. He had never been so humiliated. His entire being radiated an aura akin to a mighty river in full torrent. And in an instant, a swirling sandstorm arose, blotting out the sun, even casting a massive shadow behind him. Brat, how dare you humiliate me so? Which sect do you hail from? The third elder's voice thundered like rolling thunder, compelling the surrounding disciples to cover their ears. Seeing that Bei Changsheng did not respond, the swirling sand gradually coalesced in his hands, forming two colossal axes, resembling a divine figure. It's over, corpse brother is about to die again. The third elder is truly furious. He has drawn forth his pear blossom, open heaven axe. Let us hope the third elder can control his power, otherwise this graveyard will be leveled. The disciples, clutching their ears, gazed in astonishment at the furious figure amidst the swirling sands, murmuring amongst themselves. In their eyes, there was no doubt that Bei Changsheng would once again become a corpse. After all, despite being buried here, he exuded no aura, lacking even a hint of resistance. The third elder raised the two gigantic axes above his head, a golden halo gathering around them, captivating to behold. Suddenly, Bei Changsheng's figure flickered, appearing like an ethereal shadow. In the next moment, he floated directly beside the third elder, gently patting the elder's shoulder, and said helplessly, "You, just like your grandfather." As Bei Changsheng's hand gently descended, in an instant, the entire world fell into silence. The two massive axes in the third elder's hands, along with the shadow formed by the swirling sands behind him, vanished without a trace. Even the swirling debris of sand seemed to freeze, suspended in the air. Even the blood-red sun, which was on the verge of setting, lingered on the horizon, reluctant to draw the curtain. Huh! Bei Changsheng yawned, rubbing his eyes. How could he feel sleepy again after just waking up? 30,000 years of slumber had not been enough. He stretched lazily, and his stomach rumbled with a gurgle. "I'm so hungry." Bei Changsheng patted his belly. 30,000 years had drained his vitality completely. Though cultivators often practiced fasting, and could even subsist on absorbing spiritual energy, Bei Chongqing still maintained the habit of eating. With a flourish of his robe, the once frozen sands fell like a torrential rain upon all present. As the sun concealed itself behind the mountains, the world was shrouded in darkness, revealing the twinkling stars. Chapter 3. A shocking revelation. Within the opulent ancient hall, majestic stone columns were entwined with golden dragons, their scales and armor appearing so lifelike that they seemed poised to soar into the heavens. No, I vehemently oppose paying tribute to the Qing Inai Zong and the Blood Dao Zong, declared a voice resonating with indignation. From the moment our Xingji Zong was established in the era of the immortals, we have been the vanguard of the entire desolate realm. It has always been they who bow before us. When have we, the Xingji Zong, ever lowered our heads to others? Our disciples take immense pride in joining our sect for this very reason. If we were to submit to other sects, would it not dampen the spirits of our brethren? Today we concede to them, and tomorrow they will demand territory and reparations. The Qing Inai Zong harbors insidious ambitions. Coveting our sacred dragon vein, that Du Guzhao seeks to exploit this to uncover opportunities within the dragon vein, aiming to ascend to greater heights and ultimately engulf the entire desolate realm. Boasting over the northern territories that we shall never acquiesce. Sect Master, I implore you to command a fight to the death against the Qing Inai Zong and the Blood Dao Zong. From the inception of our sect, we have never knelt, we have only ever battled to the death. Who has ever heard of the Xingji Zong bowing in submission? If we are to engage in battle, let it be so. Jade may shatter, but its purity remains untainted. Bamboo may burn, yet its integrity endures. A chorus of impassioned voices echoed throughout the grand hall, each belonging to venerable elders with graying beards, their eyes ablaze with fury. An overwhelming aura emanating from them. The sect master, Yi Chonggu, wore a troubled expression, uncertain of how to address the assembly, and could only sigh heavily. Alas, he sought to mediate with the outraged elders, yet found himself at a loss for words that he did not wish for the illustrious era of the Xingji Zong to conclude under his stewardship. How he longed to restore the former glory of the sect. The leader of the Qing Inai Zong was one of the preeminent supreme beings of this age. Should we cede the dragon vein to the Qing Inai Zong, not only would the Xingji Zong be shamed, but our ancestral grounds would be seized by others, allowing them to gain immeasurable fortune from the dragon vein. The Xingji Zong would be condemned to eternal subjugation. Yet he felt powerless. The sect was in a transitional phase. The elder supreme beings had perished, while the new generation had yet to mature. Each leap in realm was an insurmountable chasm. Beneath the supreme, all were but ants. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, remained the unchanging decree of this world of cultivation. Yet if he did not acquiesce to the demands of the Qing Inai Zong, the two sect leaders would descend upon them, shattering the void, and the entire Xingji Zong would be cleansed, stained in blood across the Star Extreme Mountain, leaving a scene of carnage. After all, a miserable existence is preferable to a noble death. Leaving behind a legacy offers hope. Sect Master, I have dispatched Elder Hu Liangzi to excavate the ancestral tombs. Proclaimed one elder with a snow-white beard that we can only leverage the fortune of our ancestors, exhausting the strength of our sect to cultivate a supreme being from among us. This way, the Xingji Zong may still retain a sliver of leverage in negotiations. How can you contemplate desecrating the tombs of our revered ancestors? Retorted Elder He Yinji, his face pale, gritting his teeth. He was not angered by Elder Hu's suggestion to abandon their ancestral graves, but rather by the audacity of such a grave matter being discussed without consulting him. The sect leader, the leader of the Qing Inai Zong, has long since attained supreme status. Do you believe our hastily assembled supreme being can contend with him? Yi Chonggu scoffed, doubt lacing his tone. Pray tell, sect master, with our meager cultivation, barely grasping the fundamental laws, how can we safeguard the Xingji Zong from annihilation? Do you truly believe that yielding the dragon ancestor as sacred ground to him will allow the Xingji Zong to remain unscathed? It is impossible. The Qing Inai Zong wishes for nothing less than our complete destruction, leaving no place for the Xingji Zong to stand in this desolate realm, and even the northern territories would be bereft of our presence. In this world governed by the strong, only overwhelming power ensures survival. Elder He Yin-ji's words struck like a sharp blade into Yi Chang-ji's heart, that he opened his mouth, yet felt as if a lump had lodged in his throat, rendering him powerless, akin to a drowning man. Though he recognized the validity in He Yin-ji's argument, he also understood that despite his peak transformation stage prowess, reaching the Supreme Realm in a short span, while comprehending the laws of the Supreme Realm was an impossibility. The bottleneck of the Supreme Realm was akin to an insurmountable chasm, impossible to cross without millennia of accumulation. The Supreme Realm was the sole measure of first-rate forces in this northern expanse. Just then, a voice from outside broke the tense atmosphere within the hall. Sect Master, Elder, and Elder 3 returned with the elite disciples of the sect. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and a gleaming bald head came into view. Wasn't he Elder Hu Liangzi? Behind him followed the sharp-eyed He Xiao and the youthful, radiant junior sister. Yet the trio seemed to be deferentially leading someone, causing the onlookers to furrow their brows. The youthful junior sister, a goddess revered by all disciples, accustomed to her lofty status, was now adopting such a demeanor towards someone, and the sect master's son, who held himself in high esteem, was equally humbled. Not to mention the fiery-tempered Elder Hu Liangzi exhibiting such deference. Who on earth could this person be? Could it be the leader of the Qing Ni Zone? But soon, they dismissed this notion. With Elder Hu Liangzi's indomitable spirit, how could he bow to the leader of the Qing Ni Zone? At that moment, a young man clad in white, with an ethereal countenance and extraordinary presence, gracefully entered the hall. Before anyone could speak, Bei Changsheng took his seat at the head of the hall. Elder 3, what is the meaning of this? Elder He Yin-ji inquired with a furrowed brow. Equally displeased was Yi Changge. This seat had previously been reserved for only the Elder Supreme Beings, and now even he, as the sect leader, found himself unworthy to occupy it. This seat is not for you. Yi Changji's voice turned icy, laced with threat. Hu Liangzi hurriedly tugged at Yi Changji's black robe, preparing to interject, but as Bei Changsheng lightly cleared his throat from the main seat, Hu Liangzi cast a fearful glance at him, falling silent. This behavior did not escape the notice of Yi Changge and Elder He Yin-ji, shocking them. This Elder 3, known for his fearlessness, was now exhibiting such trepidation toward a mere youth. Bei Changsheng cast a cold glance at the bowed Hu Liangzi MD. The lines of bravado should be delivered by someone of my caliber. This baldy dares to steal my thunder. I shall pluck that solitary spirit grass from his head. Clearing his throat, Bei Changsheng proclaimed loudly, your ancestral figure of the Xingji Zone is but half my disciple. Chapter 4. Buried for 3 millennia. Upon hearing this absurd statement, the sect master and the esteemed elders were filled with incredulous laughter. They initially believed such arrogance must be backed by profound reasoning, but soon realized it was the ramblings of a madman. Elder 3, what is the meaning of this? Elder He Yin-ji questioned, suppressing his rising anger. Elder Hu Liangzi scratched his smooth scalp, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, the ancestor has slumbered for far too long. He is unaware that our world has changed. You dare to refer to him as an ancestor? You believe such ridiculous statements. Elder He Yin-ji rebuked. Elder 3, you have lived long enough to become increasingly muddled despite your prowess. Elder He Yin-ji's ire simmered beneath the surface. The ancestral figure of the Xingji Zone was their founder, revered by all as a deity. How could they tolerate anyone impersonating him? He cast a disdainful glance at the languid Bei Changsheng, who appeared to be no more than a youth in his 20s, and thought to himself, this is no laughing matter. Our ancestral figure was a legendary being who dominated the realm 3 millennia ago. I doubt your ancestors were even out of their diapers back then. Had it been another time, with his fiery temper, he would have expelled the intruder outright. However, with the Xingji Zone facing dire threats, he was reluctant to create additional enemies, though the youth before him appeared eccentric. The fact that he managed to subdue Elder Hu Liangzi, a practitioner in the initial stages of transformation, indicated that his strength was not to be underestimated, likely at the late stages of transformation. He had considered that the youth might be a supreme being, but quickly dismissed the thought. There were but a handful of supreme beings in the entire desolate realm, and even fewer in the northern territories, each of whom had lived for over 1,000 years. Kindly leave at once, or do not blame us for taking action. At this moment, the composed Yi Changgu added, a torrent of energy surging forth as he issued the eviction order. However, a rhythmic snoring suddenly resounded, and when the crowd turned to look, they found Bei Changsheng had inexplicably fallen asleep in the main seat. Everyone felt their faces flush with humiliation, utterly disregarded. Elder He Yin-ji and Yi Chang-gu glared in disbelief, ready to erupt in anger. Father. He Xia hurriedly tugged at the Grand Elder, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. The Grand Elder cast a surprised glance at his son, who was his cherished child born to him in his later years. That it was precisely because of this affection that he was acutely aware of He Xia's haughty and unruly demeanor. He had never witnessed his son display such an attitude towards anyone else. Subsequently, He Xia leaned closer and whispered the details of the events into the Grand Elder's ear. What? Buried for 30,000 years? The Grand Elder could not contain his shock and turned to the junior sister, asking in a panic, "Did you clearly see the date inscribed on that tombstone?" The junior sister, slightly overwhelmed by the Grand Elder's fervent presence, nodded affirmatively and replied, "The inscription has been eroded by the sands of time. But the burial date is vaguely discernible, dating back over 30,000 years. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Upon hearing the junior sister's confirmation, the Grand Elder, as if entranced, murmured to himself. Then his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Could it be true? Father, what is true?" He Xia, observing the Grand Elder's reaction, could not help but ask with curiosity. The Grand Elder glanced at Yi Chang'e and, before Yi Chang'e could speak, slowly began, 30,000 years ago. During the era of the ancient immortals, this world faced a catastrophic calamity, and no one knows the origins of this calamity. Some say it marked the end of the immortal age, while others claim it resulted from a disruption in the laws of the Great Tao. Opinions vary widely, but after that catastrophe, all ancient cultivators vanished, and our ancestor of the Star Extreme sect emerged, forging the unparalleled divine art, the Starry River Extreme Tao Sword. However, the ancestor claimed he received guidance from a wise individual. Yet he never disclosed the identity of this person. Over time, many believe the ancestor spoke humbly out of fear of attracting unwanted attention. As he spoke, the Grand Elder's gaze became piercing, fixating on the snoring figure of Bei Changxing seated at the head of the hall. If this man had indeed been buried for 30,000 years, he was very likely an ancient cultivator from that time. Moreover, if he could wield our Star Extreme sect's supreme divine art, the Starry River Extreme Tao Sword, his identity would become unmistakable. A flicker of joy spread across the faces of the onlookers. If this were true, the Star Extreme sect could successfully weather this calamity. What shall we do now? Wait. Wait for the ancestor to awaken, the Grand Elder said solemnly. Currently, the Star Extreme sect stood at the precipice of life and death, and he was gambling, betting on the authenticity of the secrets passed down through his lineage. After a long while, as dawn began to break, Bei Changxing finally stirred from his slumber, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Not a single person below had left. They all stood respectfully in the hall. Awaiting his awakening, Bei Changxing rose, a glimmering droplet of dragon-s saliva stretched from his chair. Upon inspecting the wudong wood armrest, he realized it was thoroughly damp, sinking deep into the wood. The Grand Elder's lips quivered slightly. There was no semblance of a wise individual's demeanor. He began to doubt the authenticity of the passed-down secrets. "Oh, you are all here," Bei Changxing remarked in surprise as he looked down at the gathered crowd. "I just inquired whether you would know our Star Extreme sect's supreme divine art, the Starry River Extreme Tao Sword." The Grand Elder, with a thick countenance, called out, addressing Bei Changxing as senior. However, Bei Changxing's youthful appearance made it difficult for him to perceive any semblance of an elder's presence. The Starry River Extreme Tao Sword? Bei Changxing's expression turned contemplative. The crowd's hearts raced, their eyes glued to him, barely daring to blink. Bei Changxing scratched his head, feeling as if he had heard of it before, yet could not recall. Perhaps being buried underground for too long had caused him to forget many things. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I remember now." Excitement illuminated the faces of the crowd as they realized hope for the Star Extreme sect had arrived. "I didn't even eat dinner last night." The Grand Elder nearly fainted from frustration. He should not have placed his faith in such so-called secrets. Witnessing the uproar in the hall, he felt exasperated. I was on the verge of recalling it, but my hunger distracted me. Bei Changsheng feigned innocence, then wore an enigmatic smile, saying, "Could it be that it pertains to the Starry River washing sword?" Upon hearing the phrase Starry River washing sword, a glimmer of joy appeared on the Grand Elder's aging face. As he nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with hope. Gulp, a sound of discomfort echoed in the hall. Bei Changsheng, clutching his stomach, feigned a helpless expression, sighing, "If only there was something to eat, I could certainly remember." "Quickly prepare food," the Grand Elder commanded the attendants in a cold voice. Before long, a large array of food was presented before Bei Changsheng, who swiftly devoured it all, leaving behind only bare bones. The spectators watched as Bei Changsheng consumed a staggering amount in less than half an hour, depleting half of the Star Extreme sect's provisions at this rate. Before facing the retribution of the Cleansing Reversal sect, they would be impoverished by Bei Changsheng's voracious appetite. What was more, he critiqued their various exquisite delicacies as he ate. "This meat is subpar, not as delicious as Qilin meat. This soup lacks flavor. If only it were made from Kunping, it would be a masterpiece. These ribs are too tough. If roasted with true phoenix fire, they wouldn't be like this." After consuming for nearly half an hour, Bei Changsheng finally let out a satisfied burp that a vein appeared on the Grand Elder's forehead, suppressing his ire as he said, "Elder, if you are full, shall we continue?" For some reason, ever since Bei Changsheng arrived, he had been compelled to stifle a rising anger that a smile crept onto Bei Changsheng's lips as he remarked, "That Star Extreme fellow has quite a commendable lineage." Although he had been asleep, everyone had waited for him throughout the night without any complaints. If it had been anyone else, they might have considered him a lunatic. "I shall offer a few pointers, Senior. Do not divert the topic." The Grand Elder gritted his teeth in response. He vowed that if Bei Changsheng could not articulate his thoughts, he would flay him alive. At that moment, Bei Changsheng straightened his posture, and even the previously nonchalant expression turned serious as he declared, "In fact, I taught Star Extreme 3 sword techniques, but regrettably, he only grasped one, or rather, 1.5. The Grand Elder's eyes widened, ready to protest. Yet he found himself unable to speak as Bei Changsheng casually gestured to him. Bei Changsheng cast a cold glance at him and continued, "Listen well. The Starry River washing sword pales in comparison to the Stellar Radiance sword. Do you believe the Stellar Radiance sword is the pinnacle? Beyond that lies the moonlit Starfall sword. How can the light of countless stars compete with the brilliance of the vast moon? Watch closely, I will demonstrate it just once." With a mere gesture, Bei Changsheng conjured a terrifying purple aura, shimmering brilliantly, creating an extraordinary phenomenon in the still dark night that a grand moon gradually materialized behind him, emanating boundless, resplendent light. This was the manifestation of the laws. Though no aura emanated from Bei Changsheng, he exuded an overwhelming majesty that left the crowd breathless. As if with a single strike, he could traverse infinite space and obliterate foes from miles away, shattering mountains and rivers. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, quickly prostrated themselves on the ground, reverently bowing and knocking their foreheads against the floor. "Salutations, ancestor." Bei Changsheng waved his hand lightly, and the previous phenomenon vanished without a trace, replaced by a gentle breeze that lifted everyone in the hall. That moment, tears welled in the eyes of the gathered crowd. Ever since the death of the Supreme Star Words 30 years ago, the remaining 2 sects in the wasteland had unleashed their subordinates to rampage through the territories controlled by the Star Extreme sect without restraint. Had it not been for the Supreme of the Cleansing Reversal sect's caution regarding the ancient array left by the Star Extreme ancestor, the Star Extreme sect might have been erased from the wasteland. "Speak, what troubles has the sect encountered?" Bei Changsheng inquired, his gaze lowered, that if there were no issues, they would not resort to excavating ancestral graves. "It is that Cleansing Reversal sect. Seeing that our Star Extreme sect lacks a supreme guardian, they have allied with the Bloodpath sect to indiscriminately slay our disciples during their trials, using this as leverage to compel us to cede the forbidden land of the Dragon Ancestor. Otherwise, the 2 sect supremes would wield unmatched artifacts and flatten the Star Extreme mountain range." The Grand Elder clenched his teeth, his anger palpable. Over the years, the Star Extreme sect status had drastically declined. Once the ruler of the wasteland, they now endured humiliation. If not, he would not have resorted to such desperate measures as allowing disciples to dig up graves. "Ancestor, this is all my fault. As the sect leader, I failed to lead the Star Extreme sect to prosperity, allowing it to fall into such disgrace and tarnishing the glory of our ancestors. Please strip me of my position as sect leader. The order to excavate the ancestral graves was mine alone, and the elders bear no responsibility. At this moment, Yi Chang's eyes were red, his breathing rapid, resembling a beast growling softly. Bei Chongqing glanced at Yi Chang'e, recognizing his clever tactic of retreating to advance. However, he did not expose it. Instead, he responded with a gentle smile. Your realization is indeed commendable. Cleansing reversal sect, Bei Chongqing murmured, sighing. So it is a consequence of fate. Moreover, Bei Chongqing paused momentarily, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he retrieved 2 black and white pearls from his pocket. Resuming his earlier nonchalant demeanor, he handed the white pearl to Yi Chang'e and the black pearl to the Grand Elder, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "These 2 pearls are imbued with the essence of supreme laws. By grasping their significance, you may transcend to the realm of supremacy, a tribute from the esteemed ancestor." The expressions of both individuals brightened with joy as they respectfully expressed their gratitude. Time waits for no one. I shall make my way to the Qing and I sect at once. Bei Chongqing declared. He licked his lips, recalling the legendary treasures of the true phoenix said to be hidden within the Qing and I sect. Perhaps there, he might encounter a fortuitous opportunity. I will journey to the Qing and I sect and personally uncover the threads of fate. Bei Chongqing gestured grandly, commanding, "Relay my order. Instruct envoys to visit other sects and clans, demanding they come to the Xingji sect to sign a vassal agreement, pledging annual tributes, lest they face annihilation. Otherwise, I shall pay them a visit one by one." His demeanor remained unruffled, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. The gathered audience was left in stunned silence, swallowing hard at the overwhelming display of authority. Just as Bei Chongqing was about to carve a rift in the void, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings. Thunder roared, striking him directly. Ding! The laws of heaven and earth have shifted. Please refrain from employing ancient immortal techniques, or face the wrath of the celestial laws. Chapter 6. The sect's hope cannot use ancient immortal methods? Indeed, host, the system replied, causing Bei Chongqing's expression to harden, his eyes narrowing as he gazed toward the horizon. Could this be related to the cataclysmic battle from 30,000 years ago, the chaotic clash which drove all ancient immortals and extreme practitioners to madness might indeed harbor deeper secrets? He shook his head. If he couldn't use the ancient immortal methods, so be it. He possessed more than just that skill. However, since he was barred from using ancient immortal techniques, he would have to make the journey to the Qing and I sect on foot. He turned to Sect Master Yi Chang'e and Grand Elder He Yinji, instructing, "Prepare some provisions. I shall require them on my journey." As he spoke, he absent-mindedly patted his stomach, as if still hungry, in truth. The distance between Xingji sect and other sects was vast, particularly to the Qing and I sect, necessitating a trek across 100,000 miles of desolate mountains to reach its domain, if memory served him correctly. The ancient species and exotic creatures inhabiting those remote mountains were indeed exquisite delicacies. Yet without the ability to use ancient immortal methods, he had no choice but to walk. But how could he let these younger generations know of such trivialities? Grand Elder He Yinji, upon hearing this, couldn't help but glance at Bei Chongqing's belly, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, promptly ordered everyone to prepare the necessary supplies for the journey. Meanwhile, Sect Master Yi Chang'e began drafting an edict by hand. Starlight converged, forming several celestial decrees that floated around Yi Chang'e. Decree. With a commanding voice, the decrees representing the Xingji sect transformed into streams of light, vanishing in various directions. Ancestor, all preparations are in place, a disciple reported, carrying a large, bulging bag that jingled with the sound of clattering objects. Well done. I shall now let the world know that the Xingji sect is not a fading sun, susceptible to bullying. With a wave of his hand, Bei Chongqing stored the supplies into his spatial realm, his starry eyes gleaming with cold light as he unleashed his formidable aura. A sudden gust of wind erupted, the stars intertwining above him, and the roar of mythical beasts echoed, disorienting those within the grand hall, their spirits trembling. Just as everyone anticipated Bei Chongqing to unleash his might and confront various sects and clans. He licked his lips and muttered to himself leisurely, "How many years has it been? I wonder if my culinary skills have diminished. The crowd's lips twitched, exchanging speechless glances. Outside the mountain gates of the Xingji sect master Yichanga and the Grand Elder, among others, kept their eyes fixed on the figure clad in white, watching until he fused with the heavens before finally retracting their gazes. Sect master. Do you think he is reliable? The Grand Elder inquired, his hands tucked into his sleeves, his white beard framing a visage filled with concern that Yichanga turned to look at the eager disciples and elders. Replying solemnly, he is the hope of our entire sect. Do not harbor doubts. Third Elder Hu Liangzi, seeing the Grand Elder's skepticism towards the ancestor, rubbed his gleaming bald head, puffed out his chest, and retorted, do we have any other alternatives? Trust the ancestor. Miracles will unfold. The Grand Elder's breath caught, a wry smile escaping him as he nodded in agreement. As the sun dipped lower and the gentle breeze caressed the grass. In a desolate expanse several dozen miles from the Xingji sect's gates, a figure in white ambled along leisurely, the slanting rays of the sun casting an elongated shadow behind him. Bei Chongsheng, with a withered blade of grass clenched between his teeth, ventured southward. Perched upon a nearby tree branch, two birds observed this solitary traveler, chattering in astonishment at his audacity, yet more so mocking his ignorance. Within the desolate mountains, myriad exotic beasts thrived, many possessing formidable intelligence. It was expected that this individual would not survive to see another day. What useful discoveries could be made in this vast expanse? In his mind, Bei Chongsheng commanded the system to scan for any anomalous disturbances nearby. Ding! An energy fluctuation has been detected 10 miles away. He halted, calculating the distance. 10 miles was not far, and with his robust physique, he could easily break the sound barrier. Let us take a look. With a rush of wind, Bei Chongsheng's figure melded into the gale, disappearing from sight. The two birds, having been observing Bei Chongsheng, immediately panicked. Plummeting from their perch, however, when they took to the skies again, their eyes were filled with uncontainable fear. A piercing cry echoed as a monstrous beast bellowed, shaking the heavens and earth, the sound waves reverberating through the clouds. At that moment, within a rugged stone forest, the thunderous sounds of collapsing mountains erupted, ancient trees splintering into fragments, sending dust clouds soaring. That a woman's icy voice rang out amidst the chaos, accompanied by the relentless clashing of metal. As the cries resounded, sharp sword lights erupted like rainbows from the swirling dust, cleaving toward the colossal beast soaring above, the ancient being, the golden-winged Great Peng, on the opposite side of the mountain. Bei Chongsheng gazed upon the majestic figure, its wings spanning dozens of feet, its body forged like iron, and he couldn't help but swallow hard as for the woman battling the golden-winged Great Peng. He chose to disregard her entirely. What kind of divine maiden had he not encountered 30,000 years ago? Although this woman possessed an alluring figure and charm, she paled in comparison to the calamity-inducing enchantresses he had previously encountered. Unable to even subdue a mere juvenile golden-winged Great Peng, her prowess was decidedly lacking. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the woman engaged in a fierce struggle with the golden-winged Great Peng. Their energies clashing, causing mountains to tremble and the earth to quake. Gradually, the woman's stamina waned. Her long hair fell loose, and her once pristine battle armor was now marred with scratches and stained with blood. Though her wounds were shallow, she appeared utterly disheveled. Amidst her desperate maneuvers, the woman's gaze sharpened. Her sword surged forth, and with a graceful flick of her delicate wrist, several phantoms materialized, instantaneously creating 8 identical figures that split from her form. As the sword sliced through the air, a resonant clang echoed, and with a flash of sword light, 8 identical swords manifested, falling into the hands of the 8 doppelgangers. Sword avatars. Bei Chongsheng furrowed his brow. Recognizing the unusual technique, he understood the implications. The golden-winged Great Peng, sensing imminent danger, flapped its wings, unleashing a brilliant golden light as its scales shimmered. The feathered projectiles detached from its wings, soaring toward the 8 approaching figures with deadly precision. Simultaneously, the 8 women cried out in unison, slash! The sword light converged into an expansive curtain, descending upon the Great Peng with ferocity. Chapter 7. Iron Pot Stewing. The Great Peng. Bei Chongsheng, concealed behind the cliff, raised an eyebrow, catching a glimpse of the unfolding situation. Although the golden-winged great pung had yet to fully mature, its combat experience evidently surpassed that of the woman. It was clear she had fallen into a trap. If he did not intervene, he might witness a tragic demise. However, why should he save her? He had a knack for survival, and to do so, he must avoid meddling in others' affairs. Having deduced that victory would likely belong to the golden-winged great pung, he noted the woman's techniques were no trivial matter, that if he was not mistaken, her methods were the ultimate technique of a minor sect from 10,000 years ago, showcasing myriad transformations beneath a seemingly crude exterior. This meant that even if the golden-winged great pung triumphed, it could very well be torn apart by her sword light in the end. Just as Bei Chongqing awaited the two to perish in mutual destruction, he suddenly realized he had no means of transportation. The great pung soars with the wind, rising to 90,000 miles. Although his own speed might rival that of the great rock, who would refuse a free ride. Moreover, it would require no effort on his part. Given the considerable distance between the Qingyanai sect and the Bloodpath sect, it would be impractical for him to always take matters into his own hands. Wouldn't it, such a divine beast, would it not serve perfectly for transportation? As this thought crossed his mind, his expression shifted abruptly, for he saw the clash between the woman's sword and the golden feathers of the great rock approaching. In an instant, he flickered and traversed 1,000-meter distance, directly appearing upon the back of the golden-winged rock. The overwhelming aura caused the rock to tremble violently, and before it could react, he stomped down, sending the rock plummeting towards the ground. Boom. Amid the billowing dust, the great rock appeared bewildered and struggled incessantly. The tattered woman, upon seeing Bei Chongqing atop the rock, was momentarily stunned by the unmatched aura. Rooted in place, her sword hand trembling uncontrollably, Senior. Bei Chongqing, with his hands clasped behind his back and a smile gracing his face, glanced at the dazed woman without acknowledging her. Instead, he turned to the golden-winged rock beneath him and calmly stated, "Given the difficulty of your cultivation, how about becoming my steed?" "What?" The stunned golden-winged rock suddenly realized that this person intended to subdue him as a means of transportation, and fury surged within him. "Dream on. I, a proud member of the golden-winged rock clan, am one of the sovereigns of these desolate mountains, that if you have any sense, release me at once. Otherwise, when my kin arrive, not only will your life be forfeit, but your entire sect will be reduced to ashes." Bei Chongqing chuckled nonchalantly. "Oh, still putting up a brave front? I wonder if you'll still be so defiant when you find yourself in my pot, simmering as a dish." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a massive black pot materialized 5 meters away, filled with water, with plenty of firewood stacked beneath it. Indeed, this was a cooking tool prepared for him by Elder He Yin for his journey. Including this very pot and the firewood, the golden-winged rock was left dumbfounded. What does this mean? This man actually intends to eat him. He was a golden-winged rock, a creature renowned throughout the cultivation world. How could he encounter someone so audacious as to contemplate such a thing? For a moment, the rock felt as though he were trapped in a surreal dream. Meanwhile, the woman standing opposite the man and bird finally grasped the situation. Even if she were foolish, she could discern the terrifying power of the suddenly appearing man. She hadn't seen how he had struck, but she had witnessed the golden-winged rock's descent. Now, this man was threatening the rock, declaring that if it did not comply, he would consume it. Trembling, the young woman took a tentative step forward. That was not that she did not wish to flee. She understood that her meager strength would be utterly insufficient against such a formidable being, that it would be better to make a proactive greeting. Perhaps there was a chance for negotiation. "Thank you for saving me. I am eternally grateful." She nervously regarded the man who seemed ready to kill and eat at any moment. Though he was strikingly handsome, she did not assume that everyone possessed a tender heart. The rock continued to rail in fury, while Bei Chongqing, as though unfazed, cast a casual glance at the disheveled woman and inquired, "What is your name?" "Emofian. I am called Emofian. Emofian." Her heart racing. Feared to offend this man, lest she too find herself in the pot. Fian, go ahead and light the firewood." Emofian was taken aback, staring at the firewood stacked beneath the large black pot. Surely not. Is he truly going to eat the golden-winged rock? Even as the saintess of the North Spirit sacred land, who had only ever consumed spirit fruits, she had never heard of such a horrifying prospect. Yet at this moment, she felt as though she had an arrow drawn, compelled to act out. Thus, The illustrious saintess of the North Spirit's sacred land began to perform the tasks befitting a lowly disciple. Lighting the fire, vital energy surged, and a golden flame flickered to life in Mo Fian's hand. With a wave of her palm, the flame ignited the prepared firewood. Under the intense heat, the water quickly reached a boil. Gurgle, gurgle. Bi Changxing, arms crossed, stood atop the agitated rock, his expression one of palpable impatience. That I shall ask you one last time. Gurgle, do you wish to be my steed, or would you rather be stew? The rock shouted. Before it could finish its tirade, Bi Changxing's eyes gleamed coldly, and he delivered a punch to the rock's head. Bang! Instantly, silence enveloped the world that I in the midst of Mo Fian's astonishment. Bi Changxing deftly plucked the rock's feathers and scales that he then proceeded to gut it, clean it thoroughly, adding various spices before tossing it into the pot. As the stars began to twinkle and the moon ascended. The sounds of insects and frogs echoed freely in the wilderness. Amid the flickering flames, the man and woman stared at the large black pot, neither uttering a word. The gurgling sound alleviated some of the awkwardness. Steam rose toward the moon, and shortly thereafter, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the pot, enticing all living beings within 100 miles to the saintess of the North Spirit's sacred land. Who had only ever tasted spirit fruits, Mo Fian couldn't help but twitch her nose at the delightful scent. It's done. Bi Changxing seized a leg of the rock and, disregarding appearances, began to feast. Gurgle! The sound of swallowing echoed as Bi Changxing blinked and turned to the somewhat embarrassed Mo Fian. Do you wish to eat? Mo Fian, her cheeks flushed, nodded eagerly, gazing at Bi Changxing with anticipation. Had you spoken sooner? In response, a golden piece of meat soared through the air towards Mo Fian. She chewed thoughtfully. She pondered who this remarkable senior was, so fearless before an ancient beast like the golden-winged rock. Chapter 8. The rock is too large for a single pot. Screech, roar. The cries of exotic beasts reverberated throughout the desolate mountains. The following day, rumors began to circulate in the desolate mountains that the golden-winged rock clan's kin had been stewed by a man and a woman. In the ancestral court of the golden-winged rock clan, boom, the earth trembled and rage engulfed the air. The guard stationed at the court exchanged terrified glances before silently resuming their posts. Such audacity, to dare slay a member of my clan and reduce him to mere stew. Within the resplendent court, a figure shrouded in mist seethed with rage. That in the center of the hall, the golden and jade-paved floor was riddled with cracks, as the clan members below bowed their heads in silence. Trembling under the weight of their king's fury, the anger of the Golden Rock King was palpable. That in these desolate mountains, who would dare to offend his clan? The golden-winged rock was a descendant of the ancient 10 fiends. Kuanpeng, with wings that could obscure the sky. Though not a pure-blooded creature, its bloodline power was formidable. These two had seemingly consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, leaving no room for retreat and striking with such brutal ferocity that it was appalling. Come forth. Your subordinate is here. Relay to all clans in the desolate mountains. If anyone spots these two, report immediately. This king shall ensure their demise, and their heads will be forever suppressed as a tribute to our kin. Yes, on this clear morning, the golden-winged rock clan soared into the sky, patrolling their territory. Intent on bringing the audacious duo to justice, as the dawn broke, two figures walked side by side under the rising sun. That I am returning to my sect. Go that way. Do not follow me. Ever since discovering that Bi Changxing was not a villain, and viewing him as a talented disciple from a certain sect, Mo Fian had laid aside her reservations and dared to converse with him. Bi Changxing chuckled at her. What, is it only permissible for you to go that way, while I must not? What logic is this? Upon seeing Mo Fian's startled expression, as if realizing something, her face flushed crimson. She stuck out her tongue and asked, where are you headed? To the Qing sect. Are you from the Qing sect? Mo Fian suddenly enlightened, speculating that Bi Changxing was indeed a genius from the Qing sect. However, in recent years, the reputation of the Qing sect had not been particularly favorable, and the North Spirit Sacred Land had not engaged much with such sects, mostly limited to resource transactions. After all, the North Spirit Sacred Land was a super sect far more substantial than the Qing sect, boasting powers several times greater, with countless supreme realm experts, making it one of the foremost in the northern region. Yet within the confines of these desolate mountains, they held no sway. Mo Fian had come out for training, and if she were surrounded by familiar faces, how could she truly hone her skills? Bi Changxing raised an eyebrow and blinked, providing no further explanation, casually remarking, sort of. Just as Mo Fian was about to speak again, Bi Changxing's expression darkened, and he suddenly halted, nearly causing Mo Fian to bump into him. What? What is it? Mo Fian summoned her sword, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. There are beings tailing us, Bi Changxing stated, his gaze fixed on the heights above and the forest nearby, noting that multiple entities were following him. Come out, clap, clap, clap. A round of applause resounded through the forested mountains, followed by a sudden flash of golden light that a fleeting silhouette appeared repeatedly, coalescing into a figure characterized by golden hair and blue eyes. To be precise, this individual was a creature with the head of a lion and the body of a man, standing an imposing 8 feet tall. His gaze, fixed upon Bi Changxing, sparkled with a brilliant golden glint. As if he had already determined his fate, that he proclaimed, "Indeed, you are a person unperturbed by the Great Peng clan. You possess a striking presence, and yet, I find your true strength elusive. Your masters must have bestowed upon you a hidden treasure of boundary concealment." Before Bi Changxing could respond, Mo Fian beside him was visibly tense, her eyes scrutinizing the newcomer. Her expression shifted slightly as she muttered, "A golden swan and I lion? Haha, this young lady seems to possess some knowledge. May I inquire which sect you hail from?" Mo Fian warned Bi Changxing. "This fellow is from the ancient and formidable Golden Swan and I Lion clan, reputedly descended from one of the 9 sons of the true dragon. The swan, he carries the bloodline of the true dragon and is considered a sovereign of these wild mountains. Little girl, it appears your sect is well acquainted with my lineage. Why not consider allegiance to me?" The Golden Swan and I Lion, undeterred by Mo Fian's disregard, fixed his gaze on Bi Changxing and continued, "I am the young master of the Golden Swan and I Lion clan. Upon hearing of your ability to subdue the Great Peng, I hold you in high esteem. How about becoming my servant?" His demeanor suggested he had complete confidence in Bi Changxing's submission, which made Mo Fian want to laugh. Previously, when they vanquished the golden-winged Great Peng, Bi Changxing had exerted no effort, effortlessly dispatching it and rendering it a meal. Was this Golden Swan and I Lion courting death? Yet Bi Changxing appeared utterly unfazed by the young master's words. His interest piqued solely by the golden lion's head adorning the creature's neck. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through, and a massive figure, retracting its golden wings, landed not far behind Bi Changxing. It transformed into a creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a man, its eyes glinting with murderous intent as it glanced at Bi Changxing and Mo Fian before sneering at the Golden Swan and I Lion, saying, "I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's merely the young master of a lion dog. What? Have you taken a liking to these two?" Who are you calling a dog?" The Golden Swan and I Lion's countenance darkened, his voice frigid. "Whoever speaks shall bear the consequences." The golden-winged Great Peng chuckled sinisterly and turned its attention to Bi Changxing and Mo Fian, declaring, "You two shall not leave today for daring to slay one of my kin. You must pay the price. What if this young master insists on taking them?" The Golden Swan and I Lion asserted boldly. "Then by all means, test your resolve." The golden-winged Great Peng's figure flickered as its claws glimmered ominously, ready to strike. "Hey, may I remind you too that you haven't consulted me, the principal party involved?" Bi Changxing interjected, a look of helplessness on his face, and Mo Fian, the North Spirit Saintess, stifled a laugh, believing that even combined, these two would hardly pose a threat to Bi Changxing. "Enough of this noise. Silence." The Golden Swan and I Lion admonished Bi Changxing before gearing up for a confrontation with the golden-winged Great Peng. Sighing, Bi Changxing turned to Mo Fian, and with a wave of his hand, a large black pot appeared. This time, he needed not say more. Mo Fian, intuitively understanding, moved to the side of the pot and began to kindle a fire to boil water. She cast a glance at the Golden Swan and I Lion, then at the golden-winged Great Peng, before quietly swallowing hard. There was no helping it. The aroma was simply irresistible. Bi Changxing addressed the Golden Swan and I Lion. "It has been ages since I savored a lion's head, especially that of a swan and I. Are you not delivering yourself to my doorstep?" He then turned to the Great Peng and added, I have a poem for you. The great pung is so immense that it cannot be stewed in one pot. Grilled and spiced, I ask, are you afraid? Chapter 9. Braised lion's head. The gentle breeze was invigorating. Yet the hearts of the golden swan and I, lion, and the golden-winged great pung were tumultuous, not least because the individual before them showed no regard for their presence. They had dominated these wild mountains for millennia. How could they tolerate a mere human's insolence? The golden-winged great pung did not rely solely on brute strength to subdue Bei Chongqing, but instead enveloped its claws in runes, transforming them into a black storm that lunged toward Bei Chongqing, declaring, even at death's door, you dare to be defiant. You are truly foolish. The golden swan and I, lion, scoffed derisively, but did not permit the golden-winged great pung to act unchecked. The animosity between their clans had been eternal, each eagerly anticipating the other's downfall. The great pung, being a predator of dragons, had a hatred ingrained in its very blood, impossible to erase, should the golden swan and I, lion, succeed in claiming Bei Chongqing as its servant. It would serve as the ultimate humiliation to the great pung clan, that it would be a point of pride for him to proclaim, see, the one who cooked your kin is now my servant. How splendid that would be! With this thought, he eagerly transformed into his true form, his colossal stature casting a shadow that obscured the sun, accompanied by a thunderous roar as he charged toward Bei Chongqing. Bei Chongqing squinted, shifting slightly as he felt the gales whipping around him, that a slight smile crept onto his lips as he spread his arms wide, as though welcoming death itself, standing resolute in place. To the great pung, this was undeniably a provocation. You fool! The golden swan and I, lion, cursed, hastening his pace. Bei Chongqing gazed at the two prime ingredients before him, swallowing the saliva that had pooled in his mouth. He inhaled deeply, feeling the surrounding essence surge toward him. With a surge of energy, an overwhelming force erupted from his palms, like a black hole, tearing at the two imposing creatures barreling toward him. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed across the wild mountains for miles, scattering the birds and beasts that had been eavesdropping on the scene. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Under the blazing sun, only the formidable figure of the man and the two colossal meat mounds between his hands remained. A gentle breeze wafted by, causing the flames beneath the large black pot to flicker wildly, the eerie flames licking hungrily at the dry wood like famished demons. The roars of dragons and the cries of pungs abruptly ceased. Darkness receding as clarity returned to the world. How is this possible? The golden swan and I, lion's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing for the first time the insignificance of his existence. The heart of the golden-winged great pung sank as despair washed over him. He sensed the hopelessness of his kin. This cannot be real, Bei Chongqing remarked, his gaze fixed on the great pung as he observed the terror in its eyes. He slowly spoke. You should consider yourself fortunate. I have recently dined on great pung flesh and presently lack the inclination for a second course. Upon hearing this, the golden swan and I, lion, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Closing his eyes slowly, he understood that his end was nigh. In that moment, a profound sense of regret enveloped him, cursing his own blindness and yielding to the enmity that had clouded his judgment. Yet he still defiantly shouted, if you wish to devour me, are you not afraid of the endless pursuit by my swan and I clan? Afraid? Bei Chongqing chuckled. Before the calamity, even the pure-blood true dragon would not instill fear in me. How much less should I fear this diluted bloodline of the golden swan and I, lion? With a flick of his finger, Bei Chongqing gestured, and the eyes of the golden swan and I, lion, widened in horror. The last remnants of consciousness filled with disbelief. The next instant, an unimaginable force severed his neck, and his head flew off, engulfed in flames as the aroma of singed fur filled the air. The charred head of the golden lion descended gracefully into the large black pot, while spices cascaded from above, merging into the boiling water. Demo Fian, who had been waiting eagerly, swiftly covered the pot, increasing the heat as the essence surged. Gurgle, gurgle. Do not kill me. I will do anything you ask. The golden-winged great pung was in utter disarray, standing before the headless corpse of the golden swan and I, lion, paralyzed with fear. Such decisiveness in slaughter was a rarity he had encountered in his long life. It left no opportunity for the enemy to retaliate. How could anyone withstand such intimidation? Bei Chongqing gazed intently into the Great Pang's eyes until the latter was on the brink of fainting from terror. Before finally speaking, "I am in need of a steed. Would you be interested?" With such an example before him, the golden-winged Great Peng dared not refuse that. He hastily replied, "I am interested. I would be honored to serve as your mount." With a glimmer of hope for survival, no one wished for demise. A mark appeared on the center of the golden-winged Great Pang's forehead. He willingly accepted his new role as a compliant flying steed. "Now let me give you a name. Given your dark, azure hue with golden accents, I shall call you Xiao Bai," Bei Chongqing declared earnestly, much to the Great Pang's astonishment. "Xiao Bai." Bei Chongqing glanced at the Great Pang's pallor and, assessing its demeanor, remarked, "You appear unwell. That I suspect it's due to the fright I caused. Once this lion's head is properly seasoned, I shall let you savor a taste." At these words, the previously dim eyes of the Great Peng sparkled with renewed vigor. After all, he would be the first to sample the head of the golden swan and eye lion, a feat that few beings in the world could claim, for who would dare to feast upon the flesh of an ancient ferocious beast? Certainly, aside from the formidable figure before us, the sound of bubbling broth fills the air, with but a mere plate of stew remaining. Bei Chongqing instructed Mo Fian to intensify the heat to reduce the liquid. On the desolate expanse, amidst the swaying grass, 3 individuals sat cross-legged around the large cauldron, their eyes resting upon the remnants of bones before them. Then Mo Fian wiped the grease from her lips and gestured towards a half-exposed lion skull, stating, "Your actions are sufficient to have you pursued by the ancient clans of the Wild Ridge. It would be prudent for you to exercise caution during your future excursions." The rock clicked its beak, savoring the taste of the lion's head, and nodded in agreement. Additionally, having been subdued, it feared that should it encounter its kin, it would likely face a purge. Furthermore, the sect of its master might also become a target. And it was believed that within a few days, they would come seeking retribution. You are aware of my sect. Bei Chongqing regarded the rock with a bemused expression. Is it not the Qing and I sect? The rock felt uncomfortable under his gaze and instinctively shrank back. So you truly know? Then I must extend my welcome. Bei Chongqing chuckled, saying, "Indeed, I am the sect master of the Qing and I sect, Zhen Shua, who reigns through the ages. Not only do I not fear your golden lion or the golden-winged rock, but even if your ancestral beings, the true dragon and the Kunpeng, were to rise again, my sect master would remain undaunted." Mo Fian and the rock were uncertain of Bei Chongqing's intentions. While the sect master of Qing was indeed of the supreme realm, the 2 dominant forces within the Wild Ridge, the golden lion and the golden-winged rock, were not to be trifled with. It was rumored that long ago, they had already reached the supreme realm, and the current extent of their power remained unknown, let alone the legendary true dragon and Kunpeng. Mo Fian hesitated for a moment, her gaze firm as if she had made a decisive resolution. "Speaking of which, I have yet to visit the Qing and I sect. Why not allow me to accompany you? At that time, you can introduce me to your sect master." Bei Chongqing looked at her in surprise. He only knew her name up to this point, and while he had formed a vague conjecture regarding her sect, he could not be certain if it was the same one he had in mind due to the evolution of her divine arts. However, noticing her worried demeanor, he wondered if she was concerned for her own safety. Chapter 10. My name is Bei Chongqing. On the grassy plains of Hejian, numerous small creatures ventured out to bask in the warm sun. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped an area spanning 50 miles, causing the temperature to noticeably drop. That a cool breeze swept through, prompting the animals to retreat into their burrows, save for a few hunting beasts that gazed upwards towards the figure soaring 10,000 meters above. Their eyes filled with profound reverence. This is indeed convenient. Bei Chongqing sat upon the broad back of the rock, marveling at the experience. When ancient celestial arts could not be employed, possessing a mount was truly a delightful luxury. The spiritual energy here was evidently more abundant than below. If one were to relocate their cultivation abode to the heights of 10,000 meters, Mo Fian concealed her aura, refining the energy from the rock and lion's meat she had consumed, resulting in a swift elevation of her power by a small tier. Bei Chongqing shook his head. While it is not impossible to establish a dwelling at such heights, the pervasive winds make breakthroughs perilous. The abundance of spiritual energy is overshadowed by the harsh environment, rendering it a self-inflicted hardship compared to the dragon-veined secret realms on the ground. Master, we have arrived at the Qing and I sect. The Liakong mountain range towers at 8,000 meters, formed by four principal peaks that pierce the heavens like swords. The protective formations of the sect operated slowly, occasionally revealing azure light that outlined intricate patterns, radiating a myriad of colors. However, the Liakong mountain range was already resource poor, and with the sect master of the Qing Ni sect having depleted the sect's resources during his breakthrough, the interior of the mountain had become hollow. Within a decade, the mountain would surely collapse. The main peak. Within the Qing Su Hall, the fragrance of tea lingered in the air. Two Taoists sat facing each other, as elders and stewards took their seats in succession, discussing matters concerning the expedition against the Xingji sect. The Taoist in a green robe, with brows merging into his hair and gray-white locks cascading, nonchalantly adorned with a jade hairpin, had a glimmer of brilliance flickering within his elongated eyes. This man was none other than the sect master of the Qing Ni sect. Niezong, that he took a sip of tea and slowly inquired, "Is there any news from the Xingji sect?" The appointed date for their confrontation was merely 3 days hence. If the Xingji sect were to voluntarily yield their dragon veins and resources, it would be well and good, but if they resisted, they would have no choice but to invade. Reporting to the sect master, there has been no movement from the Xingji sect as of yet, though it is rumored that a disciple has descended the mountain. An elderly figure with a slanted eye rose to present the information he had gathered. Across from the sect master of the Qing Ni sect sat a Taoist clad in black, his blood-red hair particularly striking, that he remarked with interest. Could it be that someone believes the Xingji sect is in decline and has thus chosen to exit the sect? Ha! Laughter erupted among the assembly. Niezong turned his gaze towards the black-clad Taoist and asked, "Fuzongzu, what is your perspective on this?" The black-clad Taoist was the current sect master of the Blood Tao sect, named Fu Xini, whose influence had been flourishing under his stewardship, subtly indicating the potential for his sect to evolve into a major faction. What else is there to consider? Simply observe with your eyes. After a jest that lacked substance, he turned serious and stated, "It is rumored that the Xingji sect possesses legacies left by ancient sages. That is our true objective. Everything else is merely a smokescreen." Niezong nodded, as this information was known to both him and Fu Xini, which is what had sparked their interest in the Xingji sect. It seemed that the Xingji sect had no intention of offering up their treasures. In that case, why wait until 3 days hence? His expression darkened considerably. The sect master of the Xingji sect was rather presumptuous, believing themselves to be a grand faction from millennia past. Indeed, Fu Xini stroked his blood-red hair, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing through his eyes. He could hardly contain his impatience. With that supreme legacy in hand, their strength would advance even further. That moment, a starry light materialized out of thin air, coalescing into a star insignia that hovered above the hall of the Qing Ni sect. The assembly was momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with astonishment. How had this insignia breached their protective formations to arrive here? As they exchanged glances, Niezong reached out and summoned the insignia. After scanning it with his divine sense, he first broke into hearty laughter, then gritted his teeth and coldly chuckled. Well, what is it?" Fu Xini was bewildered by Niezong's sudden shift in demeanor. "Take a look for yourself. I suspect this insignia did not arrive solely in my possession. It may very well have reached the Blood Tao sect as well." Fu Xini accepted the star insignia, and moments later his expression shifted to one of outrage. "How dare they ask us to bow in submission to the Xingji sect? Is Yi Chang'e intent on dragging the Xingji sect to their doom?" He declared, "Very well. If that is the case, we shall grant him his wish." Niezong rose, his hair and robes billowing, his voice booming as he issued a command. "Everyone, the Xingji sect does not recognize their good fortune and seeks to clash with us. We need not show mercy. Elder 5, assemble 1,000 third-generation disciples and 50 second-generation disciples to march with me and lay waste to the Xingji sect." Yet, as his words fell, a friendly voice echoed throughout the Qing Su Hall. "Apologies, I did not quite catch that. Did you say you were going to lay waste to somewhere?" As the voice resonated, 2 figures materialized within the Qing Su Hall. Immediately, Niezong slammed his hand upon the table, his expression darkening as he glared at Bei Changsheng, demanding, "Who are you, and how did you infiltrate my Qing Ni sect?" Bei Changsheng merely cast a cursory glance at the individuals within the hall and grasped the situation. Pausing on Fu Xini's blood-red hair for a moment, he chuckled, "It seems I need not make a detour to the Blood Tao sect. He then turned to Niezong. Since you are all present, I have 2 allegiance contracts here. Would you kindly inscribe your names upon them? The assembly stared in disbelief at this audacious figure, wondering if he had lost his senses, daring to speak so brazenly, completely disregarding their sect master and treating the Blood Dao sect's leader with disdain. This fellow must be out of his mind. I recall now, the person who descended from the Xingji sect must be you, right? They perceived no measure of power from Bei Chongsheng, assuming him to be weak and merely sent by Yi Chang'e as a messenger to meet his demise. Standing behind Bei Chongsheng, Mo Fian appeared perplexed. This was not how she had envisioned things. Was Bei Chongsheng not a member of the Qing and I sect? Why did these individuals seem not to recognize him, mocking him as if he were their enemy? She was utterly bewildered, lacking comprehension of the unfolding events. She tugged at Bei Chongsheng's sleeve, hoping for an explanation, but the man simply glanced at her reassuringly, shaking his head to signal her to remain silent. After a nod, Mo Fian took a deep breath, awaiting the turn of events, knowing that if anyone dared to act against Bei Chongsheng, she would not hesitate to invoke the strength of her backing from the North Spirit's sacred land. At that moment, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from gentle as jade to fierce as a sword unsheathed in an instant. He surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Indeed, the one who descended is none other than I. Listen well, my name is Bei Chongsheng." Chapter 11. Take my great blow. Bei Chongsheng, the sect master of the Blood Dao sect, Fu Xinyi, was momentarily taken aback, then exchanged a glance with Niezong from the Qing and I sect. Stating, "I have not heard of you." Niezong's expression was as cold as ice. "Since you have arrived, you shall not leave today. Moreover, now that you are aware of our plans, it is imperative that you do not leave here alive." He raised his hand and commanded his followers, "Dispose of the body and scatter the soul." Yes. Mo Fian, witnessing this turn of events, stepped forward and glared at the two, the leader of the Bloodpath sect and Niezong. Her voice fierce. "Bloodpath sect leader, and you, the leader of the Qing and I sect, you are both notorious for your unscrupulous methods to achieve your goals that I was skeptical before, but now I have truly seen it." Her tone rose sharply at the end. "But today, I want to see who among you dares to lay a finger on him." With that, she positioned herself protectively behind Bei Chongsheng, akin to an eagle shielding its chick. In her eyes, Bei Chongsheng, no matter how talented, was merely a young disciple, far from being comparable to these ancient practitioners who had honed their skills over centuries. Bei Chongsheng pressed his lips together, touched by her act of defiance, yet more amused than anything else. When had he fallen to the point of relying on a woman for survival? Furthermore, who would emerge victorious today was hardly in question. "Oh, this girl is quite striking." The eyes of Fu Xinyi sparkled with interest as he fixated on Mo Fian, seemingly intent on dissecting her with his gaze. However, a radiant aura emanating from Mo Fian formed a barrier that thwarted his probing thoughts. Both Fu Xinyi and Niezong detected doubts in each other's eyes. Niezong inquired, "Who are you?" The presence of a treasure capable of obstructing their spiritual senses was astonishing. After all, both of them were supreme realm experts. Aside from the North Spirit Holy Land and the Royal Extreme Holy Land, no one in the entire Northern Territory could be compared to them. That it appeared that this girl's origins warranted further investigation. "Who am I? I trust both of you have an inkling." Mo Fian met the scrutinizing gazes of the two elders without flinching. That in the entire Northern Territory, the ability to forge a protective spiritual treasure that can block the probing of two supreme realm experts is limited to the North Spirit Holy Land and the Royal Extreme Holy Land. Who else possesses such capability? As her words hung in the air, murmurs arose within the Grand Hall. Could this woman be from one of those two holy lands? If so, does that mean she is aware of our plans? This could complicate matters. Fu Xinyi and Niezong gradually took their seats, both lifting their teacups to sip, as if deep in thought. Then they simultaneously looked up, their expressions shifting as if engaged in a silent exchange. Bei Chongsheng, observing the two old schemers' nonverbal communication, raised an eyebrow, realizing they were relaying messages to one another. His mind stirred, and a flicker of light glinted between his brows, allowing him to overhear their thoughts clearly. "Fu Xinyi, what should we do? If the two holy lands discover the location of the Star Extreme sect's hidden treasure, we will gain nothing." Niezong pondered for a moment before responding. "In that case, We may have no choice but to eliminate this girl. Eliminate her. Are you mad? Do you think the two Holy Lands lack their own secret methods? If they learn that one of their disciples has perished at our hands, the consequences would be dire. Fu Xini rejected Niezong's proposal. Then what do you suggest? A flicker of bloodlust danced in Fu Xini's eyes. How about we subdue both of them and take them to the Star Extreme Sect's territory? Niezong nodded discreetly, placing his teacup down with a chuckle, addressing Mo Fian. Since you hail from one of the two Holy Lands, we shall show you some courtesy that we will overlook this young man's transgressions. Mo Fian remained unfazed, replying, In that case, I implore sect leader Nie to allow us to depart unharmed. Niezong cast a glance at Bei Chongsheng, who appeared unfazed and replied, How about this? You may accompany us to the Star Extreme Sect, where we seek only its resources and will not harm your lives. What do you think? It would also serve as a witness for us. Bei Chongsheng sighed lightly, observing the two old schemers playing their games and thinking to himself, Aren't you tired of living like this? Always scheming, never straightforward. That Mo Fian hesitated, unaware that the two had already set their sights on her demise, mistakenly believing they were sparing her due to her identity. Just as she was about to say something more, Bei Chongsheng pulled her behind him and scoffed at the duo. You might as well save your little schemes that if you think you can kill us and pin the blame on others. Such actions are more despicable than those of demonic sects. That Mo Fian's eyes widened as she glanced between the two seemingly righteous sect leaders and Bei Chongsheng, momentarily unsure of who was speaking the truth. How do you know? Niezong's demeanor shifted instantly, the previously displayed amiability vanishing in an instant, as if he had changed faces in a heartbeat. And as he uttered those words, it became clear that their intentions could no longer be concealed. Fu Xini appeared irked by Niezong's outburst, letting out a cold snort, angered by his unintentional admission that he was also astonished that Bei Chongsheng could eavesdrop on their communication. The Tio think he could decipher my spiritual fluctuations and eavesdrop on our conversation. He cannot be allowed to live. His right palm swelled with veins, blood-colored energy coalescing within, and he unleashed a grand capture technique, manifesting a blood-red hand that surged toward Bei Chang's and Mo Fian stood behind Bei Chongsheng, helplessly witnessing the attack approaching him. Just as despair gripped her, believing Bei Chongsheng would be struck, buzz. Just as the blood-red hand was a mere 3 feet from Bei Chongsheng, it abruptly halted, as if blocked by an unseen barrier. No matter how fiercely Fu Xini poured his energy into it, he could not break through the intangible obstruction. What is happening? Niezong glanced at Fu Xini, almost doubting the latter's ruthless nature. Believing he might be intentionally holding back, Fu Xini retorted, This kid is peculiar. The elders and attendants present rolled their eyes, as if to say, Duh, even a fool could tell this kid is anything but ordinary. Fu Xini's face flushed with anger. Such a humiliating incident could not be allowed to occur under his watch, that he would not permit it. Using both hands, he unleashed another palm strike toward Bei Chongsheng. Bei Chongsheng tilted his head, grinning menacingly. Old man, have you had your fun? If you're done, it's my turn. With that, he swung his hand fiercely, summoning a colossal starry hand that descended from above, crashing down upon Fu Xini. Take this! Boom! Dust and debris flew, the jade stone-paved ground instantly cracking, revealing a massive human-shaped pit at its epicenter. Within the pit, Fu Xini lay sprawled, his limbs twitching uncontrollably, his head slightly tilted. Blood bubbling from his mouth and nose, muttering incoherently. Two shattered teeth lay nearby, quietly attesting to the might of that overwhelming strike. Chapter 12, Is This It? Over the Rift Mountain Range, a golden phoenix soared, while below, the great formation periodically shimmered with radiant light. That in the clear void hall, silence reigned. Though there were many disciples present, they all held their breath, fearful that even the slightest sound could lead to their doom. Some could not resist glancing at the pit, and upon doing so, their disbelief was confirmed. The Bloodpath sect's leader had truly been slapped into the ground, while he had not been killed. His condition was utterly miserable. His blood-red hair clung to his face, mingling with the blood smeared across his skin, his visage swollen like that of a pig's head. That Mo Fian, however, showed little fear. She stepped forward, and upon witnessing Fu Xini's sorry state, gasped in astonishment, but could not help but stick out her tongue. Then she gazed at Bei Chongsheng, as if admiring a rare treasure, unable to endure her gaze any longer. Bei Chongsheng shifted his attention, arrogantly surveying the crowd and barking, "Is there anyone else?" The sound wave radiated from him, causing everyone present, save for Mo Fian and the leader of the Qing and I sect, to sit down in shock. They desperately covered their ears, holding their breath, bracing themselves against the terrifying tremors, their faces reflecting sheer terror, fearing Bei Chongsheng would turn his attention toward them. "Very good. Very good. You have managed to render the supreme realm Fu Xini so utterly helpless that it seems you have concealed your true strength." The leader of the Qing and I sect cast a glance at the still-collapsed Fu Xini, utterly unconcerned for his well-being, allowing him to writhe on the ground, but he showed no signs of fear. Instead, he regarded Bei Chongsheng with keen interest. "You hail from the Royal Extreme Holy Land?" He then glanced at Mo Fian and continued, "I know quite a few individuals from the Royal Extreme Holy Land. Moreover, now that Fu Xini has sustained injuries at your hands, should he seek revenge in the future, you may not escape unharmed. Perhaps you too should consider withdrawing." He referenced his formidable backing, detailing the implications in an attempt to intimidate the inscrutable Bei Chongsheng and Mo Fian into retreat. Bei Chongsheng scoffed lightly, recognizing the cunning nature of the individual before him. "Withdraw," he smirked disdainfully. "This fellow is far too naive that he did not come here to show off but to completely subjugate these two sects and compel them to sign contracts of servitude. So, do you still intend to make a move?" The eyelid of Niezong, the leader of the Qing and I Zong, twitched slightly, as if to convey that his restraint in not taking action was a testament to his magnanimity. Do not mistake his leniency for ignorance. He would not tolerate insolence. Indeed, that was precisely his sentiment, that a flash of azure light flickered in his hand, as the surging primordial energy continuously coalesced within his grasp. Above him, two ethereal shadows identical to him emerged, resonating with the sound of Tao, while shimmering runes illuminated the space around them. The gaze of his eyes radiated a brilliant white light, fixated upon Bei Chongsheng. Mo Fian, momentarily taken aback, could not help but step forward upon witnessing this spectacle. Yet after a brief contemplation, she retracted her step. With utmost seriousness, she cautioned Bei Chongsheng, "Be wary. If I am not mistaken, this man's method is likely a manifestation of his supreme realm Tao principles, akin to the legendary ancient immortal technique, one Qi transforming three purities, possessing similar formidable might." The leader of Qing and I Zong, brimming with self-satisfaction, could not help but commend Mo Fian, declaring, "Truly, as a person from the North Spirit Holy Land, your insight is commendable. Indeed, this is a divine ability that rivals the ancient immortal arts." Bei Chongsheng, with a dismissive scoff, replied, "Pa, one Qi transforming three purities. You certainly have a talent for self-aggrandizement." That he surveyed the assembly, proclaiming loudly, "The three corpses slaying deity and one Qi transforming three purities are ancient forbidden techniques. Those who dare to employ them have long since faced divine retribution." As he spoke, he turned to the bewildered Niezong, saying, "Come, let me witness your so-called prowess that rivals one Qi transforming three purities. Should it satisfy me, perhaps I shall allow you to lead one of the sects under my dominion." With a relaxed demeanor, Bei Chongsheng raised his arm, palm facing upward, and challenged Niezong, "Bring it on." Niezong's expression flickered between shades of green and red, incensed by Bei Chongsheng's provocations. While unsure of the veracity of Bei Chongsheng's claims, he felt grossly underestimated, a clear affront to his dignity. "Very well, I had intended to spare your life, but since you choose to be so ungrateful, do not blame me for what follows." The two ethereal shadows behind him once again coalesced, this time revealing their ferocious forms. Niezong soared into the air, as the shadows voraciously consumed the surrounding spiritual energy, rapidly forming a colossal vortex of spiritual power above the Qing Su Palace. Thunder rumbled ominously in the clouds, threatening to strike at any moment. Niezong's hand seals shifted rapidly, channeling a continuous flow of energy to the shadows behind him. With a thunderous roar, two bolts of azure lightning descended from the heavens. Merging with the shadows, suddenly, with a resonant hum, they erupted into physical form. The radiance in his eyes transformed into lightning, akin to a law-enforcing deity, exuding an air of invincibility. All laws are absolved. Qing Su slays deity. A resounding voice emanated from the two thunderous figures, echoing throughout the entire rending sky mountain range. With a resplendent flash, a gigantic sword of lightning, spanning 100 meters, materialized, cleaving through the void towards Bei Chongsheng with alarming speed. The elders and numerous disciples of Qing and I Zong gazed in awe at the divine figure, filled with reverence. They believed that soon, the entire northern region would belong to Qing and I Zong. What more needs to be said? Some discreetly glanced at the now overturned leader of the Blood Dao sect, filled with disdain. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, the two diminutive figures appeared as mere moths. On the verge of extinguishing within the overwhelming might of their leader, as the word slay resonated throughout the rending sky mountain range. The outcome seemed inevitable, at least from the perspective of Qing and I Zong. Bei Chongsheng slightly averted his gaze, observing the rapidly approaching sword of thunder, and remarked with a hint of amusement, "Interesting. You can indeed summon heavenly might, but this ends here." Mo Fian watched the composed man before her. And in that moment, Bei Chongsheng's image in her heart soared to unprecedented heights. She understood that there was no need for her to fear. This man would resolve everything. And indeed, that was the reality. With a thundering crash, the impact reverberated in the ears of the onlookers, and they widened their eyes in disbelief, as if frozen in time, beholding an unforgettable scene. Not only they, but even Nie Zong, the spellcaster, and the barely conscious Fu Xinyi on the ground, exhibited expressions of utter bewilderment. Even the two thunderous manifestations behind Nie Zong could not help but tilt their heads, seemingly pondering the absurdity of the situation. Not far away, the lightning sword remained suspended above the young man. The crackling arcs of lightning raged, yet could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. Not even a strand of hair was singed. The one who had endured the strike appeared completely unfazed, smiling amiably as he regarded Nie Zong, uttering a phrase that would cause the latter to spew blood in disbelief. "Is that all?" In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, Bei Chongsheng reached out a hand towards the lightning sword above his head. With a crisp crack, the destructive lightning coursed through his hand and into his body, where it was thoroughly refined. What left Nie Zong's scalp tingling in alarm was that during this process, the man audaciously broke off a small piece of the blade and began to chew it, crunching it audibly while casting a malevolent glance at Nie Zong, as if the blade in his mouth were the latter's bones. All the disciples present, along with every living being, remained in the same position, wearing the same expression, silently watching the performance of the man named Bei Chongsheng. Yet within them, tumultuous waves roiled, a chill rising from their feet to the crown of their heads in that moment. They indelibly etched the image of this terrifying young man into their memories. As the energy of the lightning sword waned, and it gradually dissipated, Fu Xinyi, having regained his senses, suddenly turned to the ground again as if feigning death. Indeed, he was pretending to be dead, in his line of sight. As the lightning sword vanished, he noticed a crescent-shaped gash on the top of his head where the sword had once been. Was this still a human? Even among cultivators, this was simply outrageous. At the same time, he firmly concluded that this individual was undoubtedly a being beyond the supreme realm in the entire northern region. Cultivators were as numerous as the blades of grass. While supreme realm practitioners were rare, they were not scarce. But what lay beyond the supreme realm? That was the realm of saints. Having reached the pinnacle of this world, they stood on the threshold of becoming immortals. Such an existence, capable of claiming dominion over any place, was now standing before them. They had inadvertently provoked such a formidable being. This was the end. Everything was over. Even if they rallied all the supreme realm practitioners of the northern region, it would only lead to their demise. Moreover, he did not believe that the Huangji Holy Land or the North Spirit Holy Land had any saints present. After all, years had passed without any word of such ancestral figures emerging. Thus, the person before him was the first saint-level existence to appear in the northern region. He could only wonder whether this individual was a novice saint or one at the pinnacle of such power. In that instant, the leader of the Blood Dao sect, Fu Xinyi, felt his heart racing like a stampede of horses. Unable to settle, he secretly used the blood-stained soil in the pit to bury himself once more. Continuing his charade of death, amidst the shattered ruins, a heavy breath echoed in that moment. Nie Zong realized that he had lost utterly. Though he still had other means at his disposal, he doubted they would affect this man. "I am defeated," As the ethereal manifestations behind him faded, he felt as though he had aged hundreds of years in an instant, his visage becoming even more haggard, lines etched deeply upon his face. This was the price he paid for forcibly wielding heavenly might. But more than that, he could not accept that a supreme realm expert like himself had been vanquished by an inconspicuous individual. Who are you, truly? He could not fathom how such a being could exist in this realm without a name. Moreover, he doubted that this person could possibly be from the Star Extreme sect. A sect on the verge of decline. How could such a prodigy emerge from there? Bei Changsheng, traversing the remnants of the shattered walls, stepped between Niezong and Fu Xianyi, and calmly stated, "Who am I? Weren't you diligent in your investigations earlier? I hail from the Star Extreme sect." Upon hearing this, Niezong's pupils constricted. How could such a powerful figure exist within that sect, yet still be facing decline? This was entirely illogical. Star Extreme sect, Star Extreme sect, he muttered repeatedly, suddenly struck by a revelation. He recalled a detail they had overlooked in the intelligence they had gathered. There was a mention of an ancient era when the ancestor of the Star Extreme sect received guidance from a young man, leading to the creation of the unparalleled and omnipotent Star River Extreme Dao Sword. Could this person possibly be? No, it was impossible. As this thought crossed his mind, he immediately dismissed the absurd notion. Perhaps he was merely a direct disciple of the Star Extreme sect's ancestor. He gazed at his disciples with a heavy sigh, acknowledging his defeat and the consequences that awaited him. He did not believe the other party would spare him. "What will you do?" Bei Changxing smiled as he extended his hand, revealing 2 starry contracts before the 2 men. "Here, this is the contract," he addressed Niezong and the feigning Fu Xianyi. "It is quite simple. All you need to do is sign your names here. Nothing else is required of you." Niezong took the contract and scrutinized it closely, softly intoning, "I, Qing and Izong, willingly become a supporter of the Star Extreme sect. By the command of the Star Extreme sect, may none dare to defy." His lips quivered uncontrollably as he could not help but glance at the motionless figure on the ground and the dilapidated Qingshu Palace. How could this possibly be voluntary? Do you not feel a pang of conscience when you speak such words? Pfft. Mo Fian, who had been observing quietly, could no longer contain her laughter. Voluntary. It is clearly a matter of coercion. She leaned forward to examine the contents of the contract, then read aloud. An annual contribution of 3 million top-quality crystal stones to the Xingji sect. Even this esteemed maiden from the North Spirit Sacred Land could not suppress her voice's rise at this stipulation. 3 million crystal stones. Their yearly revenue from the North Spirit Sacred Land barely exceeds 500,000, and that encompasses all grades that TO demands such a sum from the likes of North Chongqing. Especially top-quality stones is akin to extracting their very essence. Sect Master, we cannot possibly agree to this. Our sect's treasury lacks such abundance of crystal stones. Indeed, if we give him this, what shall we have left for our cultivation? The elders and disciples, finally coming to their senses, expressed their indignation, vehemently opposing the terms, as it encroached upon their interests. North Chongqing raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the most vociferous dissenters, and they fell silent in an instant. They remembered that this was the man capable of subduing 2 sect masters. Their strength was insufficient to demand any rights that could we perhaps reduce the amount? 3 million crystal stones. Do we not also require resources for our cultivation? Niezong's hands trembled as he cautiously inquired. North Chongqing flashed a toothy grin. "I am not here to negotiate." As Niezong beheld North Chongqing's stark white teeth, memories of the man chewing on the thunderblade resurfaced, prompting him to nod repeatedly. The second clause, an annual supply of 100,000 tons of various top-quality spiritual materials. Third, a monthly supply of 100 spiritual weapons. Fourth, an annual supply of 100 top-tier spiritual pets. The more Niezong read, the more despondent his expression became. Was this not a death sentence for them? Upon finishing the contract, North Chongqing smiled slyly at Niezong. "So, do you have anything to add?" Niezong's face had turned a shade of deep crimson. He wished fervently for fewer stipulations, yet this man audaciously inquired if he had further additions. How brazen! Chapter 14. Do you believe I shall inscribe the word misery upon your crown? No, alas! North Chongqing feigned disappointment. Seeing the situation, Niezong quickly interjected. "Shall we sign here?" North Chongqing regarded Niezong with surprise. How had he suddenly become so eager? Unbeknownst to him, everyone present, including Niezong, feared that this man, with a heart as dark as night, might whimsically add more clauses to no. North Chongqing shook his head and stated, "This is merely for your perusal. Tomorrow, you shall accompany the Bloodpath sect's master to the Xingji sect, and the contract will be signed then." Upon hearing this, Niezong's countenance darkened further. But what could he say? Did he dare utter even a single dissenting word? "You are too unscrupulous," Mo Fian whispered with a smirk. Stifling her laughter, North Chongqing chuckled, exuding an air of nonchalance, and then approached the seemingly lifeless Bloodpath sect master. Scrutinizing the figure buried in the dirt, he remained silent, yet his gaze cut through like a blade. Finally fixing upon the latter's head, "Fu Xini, I trust you heard what was said previously." No response came. Fu Xini continued to feign death, the insidious nature of the contract weighing heavily upon his courage. The voice resumed, "Since you so enjoy playing dead and feigning misery, do you believe I shall inscribe the word misery upon your crown and fulfill your dream?" The onlookers exchanged glances, desperately stifling their laughter, astonished at how the formidable master of the Bloodpath sect had become so cowardly. Their own sect master bore greater composure, accepting defeat gracefully, unlike some who clung to desperate hopes. Even Niezong, whose expression was one of deep concern, felt his muscles twitch and shoulders tremble as he fought to contain his mirth. Ha! Ha! The sound of Mo Fian's laughter rang like silver bells, causing her to shake with glee, unable to restrain herself. Crack! North Chongqing stepped forward, crushing a shard of jade beneath his foot. With a sudden jolt, Fu Xini sprang from the ground, shaking off the blood-soaked hair and dust, revealing a swollen head beneath. "I will sign. I will sign. Just please do not harm me, senior." His eyes brimmed with desperation and profound fear of North Chongqing. "Very well. Then it is settled." North Chongqing snapped his fingers, and starlight materialized, embedding itself into the foreheads of Niezong and Fu Xini. "Tomorrow, both of you shall proceed to the Xingji sect. Otherwise, you may face dire consequences." Feeling the restrictive energy of the starlight penetrate their souls, Fu Xini and Niezong nodded vigorously. North Chongqing glanced at Mo Fian, offering a slight nod before clapping his hands. "Ka!" With a cry, a figure resembling molten iron materialized before them, hovering above the crowd. "What is this?" The golden-winged rock. The disciples and elders gasped in unison, incredulous. How could the golden-winged rock appear here? It was common knowledge that such ancient beings resided in the desolate wilderness, seldom venturing forth. "Fear not, he is my steed." The gathered crowd inhaled sharply, astonished by North Chongqing's audacity. The golden-winged rock was renowned as the sovereign of the skies, with ancestry that feasted upon dragons, exuding an air of superiority. What a sight it was to witness a rock bowing to a human. How formidable must this man be to command such a proud creature? With such prowess, it was no wonder their sect master fell to him. North Chongqing interrupted their reverie and commanded, "Prepare yourselves today. Tomorrow, bring your disciples to the Xingji sect, where the rock will come to escort you." Yes, had it not been for the fact that Fu Xini was a mere figurehead, he could have taken these individuals to the Xingji sect today. However, since they had already pledged allegiance, a day's delay would make little difference. "Let us depart." North Chongqing cast one last glance at the crowd, then vanished into the ruins with Mo Fian. As the onlookers beheld the golden-winged rock soaring into the skies above the mountains, they all exhaled in relief. Finally, they were gone. Expressions of gratitude adorned their faces. Yet thoughts of the contract still gnawed at their hearts. "Sect Master Nye, must we truly proceed in this manner?" Fu Xini inquired, rubbing his swollen cheeks. Niezong sighed in resignation. This man possesses unparalleled strength. There are few like him in this world. Do we truly have any other options? Fu Xini fell silent, pondering the contract's terms that he felt not only a heavy head, but an immense weight upon his entire being. The gale howled as the golden-winged rock spread its wings, soaring through the air. Above the 9 heavens, Mo Fian's garments billowed, her hair dancing in the wind as she gazed ahead with a complex expression. In truth, she was fixated upon the man standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "That I must return to the sect," she murmured softly. Despite the wind's ferocity, North Chongqing heard her clearly that he shifted slightly, though he did not turn to face her, and asked, "So, How was this experience? Did you gain any insights? Mo Fian's violet eyes remained fixed on his figure, lost in thought, after a long pause. North Chongqing's voice floated back. The cultivation world is ever-changing. Power reigns supreme. Only by becoming strong can one secure all they desire. Mere connections may lead to one's demise. Indeed. North Chongqing nodded that he too had experienced similar struggles. Upon arriving in this realm, he had been weak. Even with the existence of a system that in those days, countless powerful beings roamed, and ferocious beasts lurked. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. Fortunately, he had persevered. Those who had existed alongside him had long since turned to dust, buried beneath the sands of time. You are from the North Spirit's sacred land, are you not? He turned to Mo Fian, who appeared momentarily taken aback, as if to question how he knew. North Chongqing replied nonchalantly. It suddenly dawned on me. 30,000 years ago, someone encountered me and casually offered some guidance. Although your techniques differ greatly from his insights, I can see a glimmer of his influence within your understanding. That Mo Fian's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes blinking in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. 30,000 years ago, she scrutinized North Chongqing, still perplexed by his strength, yet having come to realize over the past few days that he bore no peculiarities, that on the contrary, he was quite amiable, and she felt at ease in his presence. If one were to pinpoint something unusual, it would be his voracious appetite. After all, a being of such immense power would typically have lost interest in earthly cravings. Yet, she had never encountered someone as gluttonous as North Chongqing. As for his claim of 30,000 years ago, she could not bring herself to believe one could live for 30,000 years, and such a span of time would allow a person to ascend to immortality. How could anyone remain in this realm? Do you not believe me? Bi Changxing looked at her with an amused expression, as if he found her submission rather amusing. To Mo Fian waved her fist, gritting her teeth as she gazed at the smiling Bi Changxing, exclaiming, I don't believe it. Chapter 15. The impending storm as dawn broke, and the morning dew lingered. At the entrance of the starry hall, the sect leader Yi Chang'e had not slept a wink throughout the night. Naturally, as a cultivator of the transformation realm, he did not require rest at this moment. He stood at the hall's entrance, feeling the rays of sunlight, which symbolized hope, upon his face, yet they failed to impart any warmth. Today marked the agreed deadline, the day he would have to relinquish the sect's dragon vein and other cultivation resources in exchange for the safety of his disciples. In a flash, the Grand Elder He Yinji appeared at the threshold of the hall. His footsteps heavy as he approached Yi Chang'e. Sect leader, today is the moment of life and death for us. He too was disinterested in cultivation, for no one would feel at ease in such dire circumstances. Yi Chang'e turned to He Yinji. The Xingji sect has endured for millennia, yet it may perish at our hands. Yi Chang'e, truly feel guilty towards our ancestors and am at a loss to face the ancestors of Xingji. He then shifted his gaze towards the mist-laden opposite side, where flocks of birds soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon, his eyes filled with self-mockery and regret. Yi Yinji's gaze dimmed, his voice low. I wonder how our ancestors are faring. That moment, a golden light surged from the edge of the sky, followed by several streaks of light transforming into numerous figures, rushing towards the Xingji sect. They're coming! Yi Chang'e's eyes sharpened. In that instant, his former sorrow dissipated, replaced by a renewed vigor. Yi Yinji's form trembled as he looked up to the heavens. They are the major cultivating families, along with Tianyun sect, Lihua Cave, and Haoyue Gate. Observing the vital energy emanating from these individuals, the Grand Elder's expression changed. These individuals have received the star command from our sect and come with great force. It seems today will not end well. Following Bi Changxing's orders, sect leader Yi Chang'e had issued numerous tokens, summoning these cultivating families and sects to bow in submission. Now, they have arrived. Sensing the unusual commotion, the third elder Hu Liangzi and the disciples were all startled and hurried towards the starry hall. The usually aloof junior sister, Chu Yuqing, now stood nervously beside her fellow disciples, gazing at those encircling the entire sect. Senior brother, there are so many of them. What should we do? Such a scene was beyond the comprehension of this young girl, who had only been cultivating for less than a century. The mere aura radiating from them sent shivers down her spine. Fear not, junior sister. I am here. Moreover, even if I cannot withstand them, there are elders. The sect leader and our ancestors. He Yinji's son, He Xiao, attempted to seize the opportunity to display his worth, but upon catching a glance from his father, he immediately shrank back to Chu Liangzi, known for his fiery temper. Had a bald head that reflected the sunlight, resembling a flame ignited. He pointed at the cultivators in the sky, his face etched with fury as he shouted, "What is there to fear? To hell with it. At worst, we trade lives. Third elder, do not speak recklessly," Yi Chang'e admonished the irritable Hu Liangzi, addressing the cultivators in the sky. "Esteemed guests, I am deeply grateful for your arduous journey to answer my invitation. Sect leaders, please descend and enter the hall for a detailed discussion." Allowing me to extend my hospitality, the Yi Chang'e spoke courteously, yet his imposing presence kept some despondent disciples on their toes. "Ha ha!" A chorus of mocking laughter resonated from the sky. Unaware of the imminent danger, such audacity, to demand our submission. Yi Chang'e, have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe that the Xingji sect remains as formidable as in days of old? The sect leader of Tianyan, an elderly man clad in azure robes, despite his white hair, maintained a youthful visage. With a cold sneer, he addressed the gathered crowd. "This Xingji sect has always held itself in high regard, dismissing us as mere pawns to command at will. What do you say we should do about it?" The leader of Lihua's sect, an alluring woman surrounded by swirling flames that distorted the air, chuckled. "Must I even say? This Xingji sect has existed for a millennium, undoubtedly possessing substantial treasures that if they wish to subjugate us, they must demonstrate some sincerity. Would you not agree?" She swayed her waist, exchanging glances with the sect leaders and heads of various families, rendering them momentarily speechless. As they averted their gaze, that a man wielding a crescent blade, adorned in a radiant moon robe that shimmered with ethereal light, added, "That is indeed a splendid idea. Should the Xingji sect present treasures capable of swaying my Haoyue gate, this matter can be settled. However, should they fail to do so, I fear the millennium legacy of the Xingji sect may come to an untimely end today." The newcomers unanimously agreed, each eager to claim a share of the Xingji sect's resources. Among them, the sect leaders of Tianyun, Haoyue, and Lihua were all formidable cultivators, masters of the transformation realm. Thus, the other cultivating families looked to these three leaders to devise a plan for dividing the resources of the Xingji sect. "Yi Chang'e, do you have any satisfactory answers for us?" The Tianyin sect leader looked down from his lofty position, observing Yi Chang'e's increasingly somber expression. "If the Xingji sect can present us with something satisfactory today, we may consider sparing you. If not," his voice turned icy, "if not, do not blame us for being ruthless and flattening the Xingji sect." Below, Yi Chang'e and the others felt their hearts sink further, already convinced that their ancestors' plan had likely failed. Otherwise, why had there been no news after 3 days? Hu Liangzi, frustrated, rubbed his bald head as he paced back and forth. "What should we do? Even if we activate the protective mountain formation, it may not hold for long." He turned to Yi Chang'e, sect leader. "You ought to say something." He Yinji, filled with concern, added, "Indeed, this is merely the 3 sects and 8 families. What will happen when the Bloodpath sect and the Qingni sect arrive? Let us wait a bit longer. If no one else arrives, we will have to abandon our sect's resources." Yi Chang'e and others were gambling. The junior sister, Chu Yuqing, had an idea and leaned closer to her senior brother, He Xiao. Whispering, "Senior brother, I have a plan to buy us some time." That He Xiao's eyes brightened at her words, and he immediately approached He Yinji to share the scheme. That He Yinji glanced at Chu Yuqing before conveying the plan to Yi Chang'e. Upon hearing this, Yi Chang'e subtly nodded and addressed the crowd in the sky. "To be frank, not long ago, the leaders of the Bloodpath sect and the Qingni sect issued edicts, demanding that we surrender our sect's legacy and Dragon Vein." The Tianyin sect leader looked on in astonishment. Bloodpath sect? Qingni sect. The leaders of these 2 sects are both formidable beings of the supreme realm. They are not to be trifled with. But how can we know if Yi Chang'e speaks the truth? Seeing their skepticism, Yi Chang'e remained composed, leisurely replying, "It is quite simple. Just wait and see." Chapter 16. Sect leader, they are about to flee. As the sun climbed higher, the chirping of insects and birds filled the air. Within the Xingji sect, both those in the sky and on the ground had grown increasingly restless, nearing the brink of impatience. "Sect leader, could it be that the Qingni sect and Bloodpath sect have lost their way? I was eager to witness them tearing into each other." Yi Chang'e observed the pacing Hu Liangzi with a frown. "You fool! Even if they quarrel, They will ultimately determine a victor. At that point, we would still be unable to escape our fates as mere lambs to the slaughter. Liangzi glared. Isn't there still our ancestor? Instantly, Yi Chang'e fell silent, unable to respond. That was a conversation he could not engage in. If the ancestor had succeeded, then those who had surrendered would have arrived by now. If not, he shook his head. It won't fail. The ancestor's strength is unparalleled. Yet presently, their ancestor was nowhere to be seen, and the two major sects, Qingni and Bloodpath, had also made no appearance. The waiting was the most excruciating part. A true torment. Above, the clouds swirled. The Lihua sect leader's gaze was fixed upon the individuals of the Xingji sect below, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. Before finally speaking, 2 hours have elapsed. And still no sign from the Qingni sect and Bloodpath sect. That I suspect Yi Chang'e is merely stalling for time. The Haoyue leader snapped his fan shut, turning to the Tianyin leader. Huo Lingshang is right. I too believe this old fellow is dragging things out, and he may already be secretly relocating his sect's resources. The Tianyin leader narrowed his eyes, observing the unperturbed Yi Chang'e below. While I do not dismiss the possibility of stalling, what if he speaks the truth? He looked towards Huo Lingshang and the Haoyue leader. If it is true, who among you possesses the strength to withstand the wrath of two supreme realm beings? The leaders of Lihua and Haoyue fell silent. Their breaths momentarily halted, until Huo Lingshang chuckled. The Tianyin leader is being overly cautious. Have you forgotten, what could a sect like Xingji possibly possess that would attract the attention of two supreme realm beings? They have likely squandered their accumulated wealth over the years, and with their sect's ultimate techniques lost, what waves can they possibly create? Behind her, the esteemed families of cultivation echoed in agreement, supporting the viewpoint of the master of the Lihua sect. The leader of the Haoyue sect, in particular, addressed the master of the Tianyun sect, stating, "If you are concerned about deception, you need not come. We can descend and divide the resources of the Xingji sect amongst ourselves." Wait! The master of the Tianyun sect, with his flowing white hair, swiftly intervened. Observing the brewing anger on the face of the Haoyue sect leader, he spoke gravely. "Have you considered why a sect of equal strength dares to issue commands for us to bow in submission?" At this pronouncement, the attendees were momentarily stunned. Indeed, why? They fell in a deep contemplation. The master of the Lihua sect, Huo Lingshang, hesitated for a moment, pondering, could it be that the Xingji sect possesses a hidden trump card that compels our submission? Otherwise, how could such a self-destructive act be justified? The Haoyue sect leader dismissed the notion, saying a trump card. If they had one, Knight Chang'e would have employed it long ago. Why would he delay for 2 hours? He had previously mentioned that the Xuedao sect and the Qing'an sect were also returning. Could it be? The master of Tianyun, upon reaching this thought, felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Glancing at Huo Lingshang, who had similarly come to the realization, the two felt a chill of sweat trickle down their backs and exclaimed in unison, "Is he attempting to ensnare us all?" Haoyue sect leader paused slightly, regarding the two perceptive sect masters. "Are you both overthinking this?" While he found Tianyun sect's reasoning quite valid, he was reluctant to retreat without a fight. The master of Tianyun gritted his teeth, as if making a determined choice, glaring fiercely at Knight Chang'e below, and then addressed his followers. "We shall depart. This account will be settled in due course." Below, Knight Chang'e and his companions sensed the commotion above, their nerves taut, as they brandished their weapons. Flying swords, star discs, and gigantic axes illuminating the sect's plaza. But, sect master, it seems they are about to flee. Hu Liangzi observed the situation, taking a few steps forward with his massive axe. However, sensing no one following, he retreated. The Grand Elder, He Yinji, was exasperated. "Third Elder, do you wish to keep them here indefinitely?" "Not at all." "But why are they suddenly retreating?" The Third Elder scratched his bald head, looking to Knight Chang'e for an explanation. Knight Chang'e, equally perplexed, shrugged. "What do you want from me?" "I have no idea. Perhaps they fear the might of the Qing'an sect. Or maybe they are simply too cautious, thinking we are laying a trap." Just as the crowd above was hesitating, glancing back as they prepared to leave, a piercing cry suddenly echoed through the air. As the 3 sects and 8 clans began to withdraw, they halted in unison, gazing skyward at a figure that obscured the sun.is that. The golden-winged rock from the wasteland. The master of the Tianyun sect stared at the creature, which loomed like a palace in the sky. Unable to fathom why the rock would breach the agreement and emerge from the wasteland, that in an instant, flames erupted around Hualingchang, causing everyone nearby to hastily retreat from the intense heat. Look, there are people on it. At this, the crowd erupted in chaos. The Hallyu sect leader, contemplating the massive figure of the rock, recalled a saying from the sect's text regarding the Rock Clan, which stated that they were not allowed to leave the wasteland unless subdued by a master. Once captured, they could soar freely, no longer bound by the pact between the Rock Clan and humanity. However, if any of their kin were subdued, they would not hesitate to eliminate them. In other words, this golden-winged rock had an owner, most likely among those above. A presence capable of subduing a golden-winged rock loomed over them. For reasons unknown, the master of Tianyun felt that something was amiss and promptly advised, "It would be prudent for us to withdraw for now." "Stop." A cold voice rang out from the throng atop the rock. Then, a flash of crimson light appeared, and a figure blocked the path of the 3 sects and 8 clans, exuding a terrifying aura, especially with their striking blood-red hair, which was eerily enchanting. "And you are?" The leaders of the Tianyun, Li Hua, and Hallyu sects exchanged glances, each detecting uncertainty and a hint of fear in the other's eyes, that if they were not mistaken, the attire and signature long hair of this individual indicated that there was only one person in the entire northern realm of cultivation who could be identified. Indeed, the figure fixated on the trio, addressing them. "I am Fu Xini, the master of the Xuedao sect." Chapter 17. They have arrived, the Xuedao sect. Upon hearing this name, the hearts of the members from the 3 sects and 8 clans sank. So, the words of the master of the Xingji sect were indeed true. The Hallyu sect leader muttered under his breath. Only then did the 3 leaders and their followers realize that Knight Chang'e had not deceived them. The Xuedao sect had genuinely arrived, that if that were the case, it was likely that the master of the Qing Ni sect was also among those atop the rock. "That we pay our respects to Master Fu," they said, feeling the overwhelming energy and absolute power emanating from Fu Xini, understanding that a single misstep today could cost them dearly. After all, the name of the Xuedao sect might suggest it was a Taoist sect. But it was that blood character that held the true essence. Fu Xini frowned slightly. "Master Fu, that title feels rather peculiar," he inquired in a low voice. "What brings such a multitude of you here? If I am not mistaken, you just came from the Xingji sect, correct?" The 3 exchanged glances, sweat forming on their brows. "Speak." Fu Xini was uninterested in their silent communication, demanding to know why these hundreds of people had appeared above the Xingji sect. "Master Fu, we came here because the Xingji sect, in its ignorance, dared to attempt to make us bow in submission. Hence we came to issue a warning." The master of Tianyun stated their intent, deliberately omitting the part about extortion. "You also received the star command." The assembly fell silent, exchanging perplexed glances. The 3 leaders looked at one another, the atmosphere growing tense, that if what Fu Xini said was true. Did it mean that the Xingji sect had also issued commands to these 2 sects? How dared they? Fu Xini scrutinized the hundreds of individuals before him, formulating a plan. Though the 3 sects and 8 clans were part of the Northern Realms cultivation factions, they did not compare to his Xuedao sect, yet their reputation was considerable, with numerous disciples and abundant resources that if left unchecked, they could potentially cultivate individuals capable of rivaling Fu Xini himself. Such a scenario was something he could not allow to transpire. His Xuedao sect and the Qing Ni sect had come to submit, relinquishing their resources, which would hinder their development and allow future challengers to surpass them. With this in mind, he had already devised a strategy. "Have you encountered a young man named Bei Changsheng?" The members of the 3 sects and 8 clans shook their heads. "We have never seen him." Thus, Fu Xini understood that these individuals had not yet fallen under Bei Changsheng's soul-binding spell, that if he allowed them to escape, it would only pave the way for future adversaries to arise against his sect. Rubbing his blood-red hair, he declared, "In that case, you will accompany me back to the Xingji sect." The crowd, filled with confusion, dared not object and obediently followed Fu Xini as they made their way toward the Xingji sect. Within the Xingji sect, Knight Chang'e, having caught his breath, cast his gaze skyward again, anxiety returning. The golden-winged rock. Yinji's expression darkened as he discerned the figure atop the creature, the master of the Qing Ni sect. Niezong is among them. They truly had arrived. Hu Liangzi swung his axe, glaring at the returning trio of sects and clans, cursing, "These wretched fools, they are back again." Chu Yuqing gripped her sword, channeling her energy into it, the blade ringing with power. She understood that the time had come for the survival of their sect. To stand with our sect in life and death. At that moment, all disciples and elders of the Xingji sect turned to Naichanga, awaiting his command. With a cry, the rock descended, carrying the master of the Qing Ni sect and 100 or so elders and disciples, along with the members of the Shuedao sect, totaling 1,000, landing on the plaza of the Xingji sect. Meanwhile, the master of the Shuedao sect, accompanied by the 3 sects and 8 clans, also descended, their expressions grave and solemn. The last of the bewildered members of the 3 sects and 8 clans followed suit, moving in sync with those in front of them. Were they planning to attack the Xingji sect? Among the clans, a certain leader's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was a warmonger. Was there still a need to attack? Someone countered, for with such supreme beings present, the annihilation of the Xingji sect could occur in an instant. What, then, did this mean? The members of the 3 sects and 8 clans, in a state of confusion, continued to follow behind Fu Xini, while Naichanga and his companions remained tense, awaiting the outcome of this unfolding drama. With so many adversaries, they found themselves at a loss. Hu Liangzi stood protectively in front of the sect master, vigilantly eyeing the formidable presence ahead. Clang, Niezong, and Fu Xini came to a halt, followed by the others behind them. With a complex expression, Niezong glanced at the plaque of the Xingji sect, before his gaze settled upon Yi Changgung in a startling display. Niezong and Fu Xini both bowed deeply in unison, that we pay our respects to the Knight's sect master. The disciples and elders accompanying them followed suit, their actions devoid of hesitation, that we pay our respects to the Knight's sect master. Their voices boomed, resonating throughout the Xingji sect. However, the abruptness of their actions left the representatives from the 3 sects and 8 clans in a state of shock. Members of the Tianyin sect, Liwa sect, Haoyue sect, and others exchanged bewildered glances before, after much hesitation, they too knelt down. After all, their own sect leaders had also yielded under Fu Xini's cold gaze, had they not? Meanwhile, the people surrounding Yi Changing were left dumbfounded. The first to react was Hu Liangzi, who had been standing protectively in front of Yi Changing. Seeing everyone kneel before him, he nearly dropped the star axe in his hand. What's happening? He took a step back and warned Yi Changing, "Sect master, be wary of treachery." The great elder, He Yinji, displayed a fluctuating expression, momentarily dazed by the scene unfolding before him. These individuals had knelt without a word. Who could react swiftly to such a turn of events? At that moment, the little junior sister, Chu Yuqing, blinked in confusion and murmured, "Did the ancestor succeed?" Yi Changing trembled slightly, only now realizing the significance of the scene before him. Tears streamed down his face as he thought, "The ancestor has truly made the Blood Dao sect, the Qing Ni sect, and the 3 sects and 8 clans submit to our Xingji sect." He stepped forward, feeling as if he were in a dream, his steps unsteady. The ones bowing before him were supreme beings, figures he could only look up to, now kneeling at his feet. How could he not be stirred? Seeing that Yi Changing remained silent, Niezong and the others once again proclaimed, "We shall forever serve the Xingji sect, honoring Xingji as our master for generations to come." At that moment, the representatives from the 3 sects and 8 clans felt a sharp sword hovering above their necks. There was no escape now. Moreover, they clearly understood what this represented. The Xingji sect indeed possessed the strength to compel their submission. With this realization, the representatives echoed, "We shall forever serve the Xingji sect, offering our devotion for generations, and shall never betray." Chapter 18. Present all your resources good, good. Hu Liangzi exclaimed, his spirits soaring. The ancestor has truly conquered 2 supreme beings, compelling them to submit to our Xingji sect. He straightened his posture, retracting his weapon, and incessantly chattered to Yi Changing, "Sect master, see? I told you with the ancestor here, everything would be fine, right?" Yi Changing chuckled. Indeed, the ancestor's power is unfathomable. We, as juniors, can only aspire to breathe in his presence. Little junior sister Chu Yuqing's eyes sparkled with endless possibilities for the future of the Xingji sect. Meanwhile, the kneeling Niezong and Fu Xini exchanged glances, their lips twitching as they observed this group lost in their own world. They could only remain patient, awaiting Yi Changing's next instructions. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the desolate mountains, reaching the heart of the Xingji sect. Following the rumbling, two figures materialized. Bi Changxing waved casually at the crowd. "Greetings, everyone. I hope you are all well." Yi Changing and the others were startled and immediately bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." All right, I'm not some ancient relic. There's no need to bow every time you see me." Bi Changxing waved his hand dismissively, signaling everyone to rise. "This lady is?" Yi Changing inquired, directing his attention towards Mo Fei, and that it was the first time they had encountered such a transcendent beauty, with phoenix-like brows and skin as smooth as jade. Her aura leaving many feeling inferior. Mo Fei glanced at Bi Changxing, who nodded slightly in her direction. She parted her red lips and succinctly introduced herself. "From the North Spirit Sacred Land, I am Mo Fei." Yi Changing and the others were astonished. The name seemed vaguely familiar. Though they had never interacted with the North Spirit Sacred Land, they had heard whispers of the Sacred Maiden's renown throughout the wastelands. "Ah, it is indeed an honor for us to be graced by the presence of the North Spirit Sacred Maiden." The crowd promptly followed the sect master in cupping their fists in respect. Even Hu Liangzi, who usually had a boisterous personality, dared not act recklessly at this moment. The North Spirit Sacred Maiden was one of the two ruling figures of the northern region. Who would dare provoke her? Yet his gaze inadvertently flitted between his own ancestor and Mo Fei, wearing an expression of realization, as if scheming something. Little junior sister Chu Yuqing's demeanor shifted, her starry eyes scrutinizing Mo Fei intently. Eventually, her gaze lingered on the latter's impressive curves, her expression dimming slightly as she glanced at her own physique, pouting in a huff as she looked down at the ground and on the opposite side of the square. The forcibly subdued leaders of the Tianyin sect and the 8 clans displayed expressions of horror. Yes, they connected the dots. They finally grasped the situation in its entirety. The root of all this was the emergence of a previously unheard-of ancestor from the Xingji sect, who had personally visited the Qing sect, compelling the supreme Niezong to surrender. Furthermore, the accompanying figure was none other than a sacred maiden from a revered sacred land, commanding one of the northern region's many sections. Yet here she was present in the Xingji sect. It was evident that this entire episode was orchestrated by the young man referred to as Ancestor. Should this become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest within the wastelands. The realization sent their minds reeling, and their bodies involuntarily bowed even lower. With such a formidable force in existence, the very heavens of the wastelands might be altered. Bi Changxing surveyed the crowd kneeling before him and stated, "As long as you all willingly sign the contract of submission, you will be considered part of the Xingji sect. Should any matters arise, you may report to the Xingji sect for the sect master to make a decision." Then, turning to Yi Changing, he continued, "You shall oversee the remaining handover matters." While he had connections to the Xingji sect, it was primarily with the ancestor. In truth, he had little to do with these individuals, who were far removed from him. Although he could offer some assistance, he could not always be present. Their future relied on their own efforts. Understood. Thus, as thousands of stars cascaded down, hundreds of contracts were presented before the subjugated. With their lips twitching, they found themselves compelled to sign this permanent bond of servitude. "What are we waiting for? Present all your sect's resources." Hu Liangzi shouted exuberantly at Niezong and the others, demanding they offer up their sect's resources. "Third Elder, do not be disrespectful." Yi Changing reprimanded Hu Liangzi, then addressed Niezong and Fu Xianyi. "Please rise. Let us enter the hall for a detailed discussion." Inside the Star Hall, Bi Changxing sat in a position of authority, surveying all, while Mo Fei, as a guest, also took a seat beside him. "Do any of you have objections to the terms outlined in the contract?" Yi Changing cleared his throat and scanned the items and quantities listed in the contract. Even he felt that the demand for such abundant resources might be excessive, fearing it could lead to the extinction of those sex legacies. "It is I, Niezong, who steps forth from the crowd." Yi Changing sighed lightly. Indeed, they had requested too much, and these sects could not endure such a burden. However, what he did not expect was that Niezong's next words would leave him astounded. "Reporting to the upper sect, we have no objections to the contents of the contract." Yi Changing glanced around, directing his gaze toward Fu Xianyi, the leader of the Blood Dao sect. "Fu Zongzhu, what about you?" Fu Xianyi trembled, recalling Bi Changxing's methods in the Qing sect, and quickly shook his head. "I have no objections. I implore the upper sect to see reason." Hu Liangzi grinned widely. "This is quite embarrassing. It seems we are bullying you." Fu Xinyi was nearly in tears. Was this not bullying? With such a powerful entity in the Xingji sect, had they known earlier, they would not have dared to come. Yet now he did not dare to voice any further dissent. Stealing a glance at Bi Changxing, he remarked, "Third Elder, you have truly outdone yourself. The terms of this contract seem perfectly reasonable. Let us settle on that." After a moment's thought, he added, "However, we have brought too many possessions. Is there a place within the upper sect to store them?" Hearing this, Yi Changding nodded in agreement. "See, this is efficiency. This is loyalty. Not only are they personally delivering resources, but they are also concerned about storage and offering suggestions that he immediately commanded Hu Liangzi to triple the size of the treasure vault and establish 3 additional spaces specifically for storing cultivation resources." After watching Hu Liangzi leave with a beaming expression, Yi Changding cautiously glanced at Bi Changxing, who was meditating with his eyes closed. "What is it?" Sensing Yi Changding's gaze, Bi Changxing turned toward Hu Liangzi with a puzzled expression. "Ancestor, after our discussion, we wish to erect a statue of the ancestor in the Xingji sect square. Do you have any suggestions?" "A statue? I'm not dead yet. Why would we need a statue?" However, recalling the calamity he had once faced, he felt a twinge of sentiment and, inexplicably, did not refuse to do as you wish. Silently lingering behind him, Mo Fian communicated, "I never expected you to truly be the ancestral figure of the Xingji sect." Bei Changxing chuckled lightly. "Now you believe it, don't you?" Chapter 19. A joyful revelation: there exists no wall that does not let the wind through. The news of the Qingmi sect and the Blood Dao sect, along with the other 3 sects and 8 clans submitting to the Xingji sect, spread throughout the entire wasteland in just a day. "Hey, my friend, have you heard?" "Stop right there. Are you referring to the Qingmi sect submission to the Xingji sect?" In a cave at a cultivation site, a man in a blue robe conversed with a man in a white cap. "How do you know? Isn't it obvious? The entire wasteland is aware of this matter." Today, after the sect master Yi Changga had arranged everything, he joyfully announced, "From this day forth, the Xingji sect shall open its doors wide, welcoming disciples." With an abundance of cultivation resources, confidence naturally flourished. There was another matter worth noting. On the first night following the submission of the Qingmi sect and the other 3 sects and 8 clans, Yi Changga, with a clear mind and a stroke of good fortune, along with the supreme aura emanating from the white pearl gifted by Bei Changxing, achieved a breakthrough after being trapped in the transformation realm for many years. On the very night of his ascension to the supreme realm, the myriad stars above the Xingji sect formed a resplendent river that spanned vast distances, with endless azure starlight cascading down towards his cave. The starlight enveloped him, coalescing the supreme principles, igniting a fervor throughout the Xingji sect. The notorious bandit Hu Liangzi was so moved he wept uncontrollably, revealing the pent-up grievances of these years. Now, with the return of the ancestral figure, everything was heading toward a brighter future, and the Xingji sect had, in a single night, become extraordinarily powerful. Not far from the cave, beside the dazzling Star River, Bei Changxing stood on a starry rock, gazing at the celestial river, lost in thought. Behind him sat Mo Fian, with a jug of wine and several plates of delicacies laid out on the white jade table before her. Though the power of the Star River was formidable, it posed little impact on the two of them. "What are you pondering?" Mo Fian inquired, tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, leaning forward, her celestial wine spilling into the jade cup as she looked at the man against the backdrop of the Star River. Although Bei Changxing was dubbed the ancestral figure in their recent interactions, she noticed that his eyes lacked the unique weariness seen in ancient beings. Instead, they mirrored her own, still filled with reverence for the world. Bei Changxing withdrew his gaze, sensing that if his intuition was correct, Yi Changga's breakthrough would encounter no obstacles and would proceed smoothly into the supreme realm. The breakthrough at the Xingji sect differed from other sects. While others faced tribulations, with many perishing in the process, the Xingji sect, due to its unique cultivation techniques, began channeling the power of countless stars from the moment of their practice, making their ascent significantly easier. However, this also brought forth a considerable headache. Breakthroughs required the continuous accumulation of star power and elusive opportunities, a challenge even the ancestral figures could not alter. It was precisely for this reason that the Xingji sect had suffered oppression in recent years. Now that the sect had birthed a powerful figure in the supreme realm, They had at least acquired the foundational strength to survive in the wasteland, and with the allegiance of the Nye sect and the possession of the Xianyuan garment, they might even command a voice in the wasteland. Bei Chongqing took a few steps to stand before Mo Fian, raised his cup, and drank deeply. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he spoke. I am contemplating the ultimate purpose of our cultivation. Mo Fian frowned slightly and replied slowly, Is it not for the sake of longevity? Bei Chongqing nodded, pinching a piece of peach pastry and tossing it into his mouth. He asked, and then, what lies beyond longevity? Surely there must be a purpose for living indefinitely. One cannot simply exist for the sake of existence. Just as we eat, it is not for the sake of eating, but to sustain our lives. Mo Fian lifted her jade cup, took a sip of wine, leaving her lip print on the cup, raised her brow, and cast a peculiar glance at Bei Chongqing. Throughout this journey, it seems you have indulged the most, haven't you? Bei Chongqing chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, does this woman not know how to engage in conversation? Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he pointed at his nose with utmost seriousness. Am I that kind of person? Mo Fian pursed her lips, and just when Bei Chongqing thought she would fall silent, she stood up, pointing at him. Yes, you are. Dare you bring forth those beast bones from your space? Bei Chongqing scratched his nose. Well, this woman does not seem to be pleasant. Does the saintess of the North Spirit's sacred land enjoy bickering with others? You are correct. You are absolutely right. He then took out his character spell. Adhering to the principle of not arguing with women, he shifted the topic. When will you return? Mo Fian shot him a sidelong glance. What, do you wish to drive me away already? No, it's just that weren't you out here for training? Does your father not worry for your safety? Humph. Mo Fian snorted lightly, her face slightly flushed as she finished her celestial wine, saying, in the entire Northern Territory, who dares to lay hands on me? That indeed holds true. However, those who would dare might also be of equal standing to your backing force, wouldn't they? Mo Fian gazed at him, her eyes suggesting that this was quite evident. Bei Chongqing seemed oblivious. Turning his gaze towards the sky, two figures conversed beneath the Star River until dawn. The next day, the news of the ancestral figure of the Xingji sect breaking into the supreme realm spread like wildfire across the various sects of the wasteland. Countless seekers of the path flocked to the Xingji sect, coinciding with the sect's grand opening for disciples. The inns and markets at the foot of the mountain were suddenly bustling with activity. Should all these individuals be accepted into the sect, the day when the Xingji sect would rise to power would not be far off. The mountain gate, the little junior sister, Chu Yuqing, was so delighted she could hardly contain herself. Previously, she had been the youngest disciple within the sect, without any junior brothers to bully, but now, gazing at the myriad of men and women below, her heart swelled with excitement. Little junior sister, why are you laughing? The eldest elder son, He Xiao, looked at her in confusion, taken aback by this usually serious junior sister's sudden joy. Instantly, Chu Yuqing's face reverted to its usual sternness. She simply replied, I thought of something joyful. What joyful matter? Chu Yuqing shot him a glare and headed down the mountain. Esteemed guests, today our Xingji sect shall accept 3,000 disciples. Please proceed to the star-picking peak for the entrance assessment. Those who pass shall remain, while those who do not may return during our next recruitment. That I end the crowd. A few figures observed for a long time, showing no intention of bowing to the mountain gate, indicating they possess some cultivation themselves. The Xingji sect truly attempting to claim a share of the wasteland by accepting so many disciples at once. Soon after, these individuals vanished in different directions. Chapter 20. A model for our junior generation. Above the floating clouds, the golden-winged Dapeng bird circled, casting a massive shadow over 100-mile expanse below. Ancestral figure, are you truly leaving? Bei Chongqing stood before his statue in the sect square, observing the eager gazes of the disciples and elders, as if he were departing for prison never to return, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What is this look? Yes, I am talking about you. Hu Liangzi's bald head gleamed, vying with the sun, yet his expression was one of extreme grievance. Ancestral figure, we shall miss you dearly. A chorus of disciples echoed, indeed, ancestral figure, we shall miss you. Enough with this nonsense. I am not some delicate flower. He pointed to the towering statue behind him, saying, if you miss me, just look at that. He glanced at Yichanga aside and patted his shoulder. If you have the heart, encourage everyone in the sect to explore how to make the meals more appetizing. Goodness, they are truly dreadful. Yi Changa's cheeks twitched. Ancestral figure. Could it be that you are leaving due to the poor quality of the sect's meals? Absolutely not. How could that be? Bei Chongqing vehemently denied, as if he were that kind of person. Seeing everyone still staring at him with skepticism, he had no choice but to add, I simply wish to visit the true phoenix treasure of the Qingyi sect. The true phoenix treasure? Yi Chang'e glanced at Niezong, seeking clarification that, the ancestral figure intends to visit our true phoenix treasure. He was initially taken aback, then continued, has the ancestral figure sensed something unusual in our sect? Seeing this, everyone realized there must be some hidden agenda behind it. Otherwise, Niezong wouldn't have this expression. Unusual? Not at all. This is merely a whim. Bei Chongqing shook his head again. He couldn't possibly say that the system had informed him. Could he? Yi Chang'e and the others wore expressions of disbelief, but he pretended not to notice and turned to Niezong. As the sect master, don't you have any research on your own treasure? Without concealing from the esteemed ancestor, the miraculous power of my transformation into the three pure ones originates from a secret realm. However, he glanced at the assembled crowd and cast a sidelong look at Bei Chongqing. His words faltering, yet he continued, but it is of no concern. Niezong began to elaborate. Although the true Phoenix sacred land is the domain of our sect, it is indeed a peculiar space. One that we have refrained from delving into for centuries. Oh, and why is that? Is it not the treasure trove of your sect? Yi Chang'e inquired, astonished. Niezong shook his head, responding, within that space lie fragmented herbs, shattered weapons, and a treacherous expanse of white bones, all suffused with a malevolent energy that devours all. In our quest to uncover its mysteries, countless disciples of our sect have perished, yet we have gleaned little beyond the mere remnants of ancient tomes and the bizarre formations that operate within. Furthermore, even our sect's legacy texts bear no mention of these elements, suggesting that this sacred ground may not have been bequeathed by our ancestors, but rather has existed here all along. This sounds perilously dangerous. Yi Chang'e expressed his concern. He turned to the contemplative Bei Chongqing and proposed, esteemed ancestor, why not explore the ancestral land of the Qingyi sect? He boasted, the ancestral land of the Qingyi sect is shrouded in mystery. Rumored to harbor ancient treasures, and at its deepest depths, one can even hear the roar of a dragon. Is that true? I was entirely unaware. Hu Liangzi and others looked toward their sect leader, astonished that such a vital aspect of their ancestral land had been unknown to them. Yi Chang'e responded earnestly, indeed, it is true. I would never dare to speak falsely in the presence of the esteemed ancestor. Niezong nodded, that is not incorrect. The secret scrolls I procured indeed mention the existence of treasures and legacies within your sect's sacred grounds that as for their authenticity, that remains uncertain. Elder He Yan's eyes glinted ominously as he spoke. So, you were merely seeking to have us first exploit the resources of the ancestral land, with intentions directed towards the hidden treasures. Precisely, alas, fate has not favored our plans, for the Qingyi sect has unexpectedly encountered an ancestor of such monumental stature. Niezong's expression bore a hint of regret. Yet upon noticing the dangerous glances directed at him, he cleared his throat and masked his earlier demeanor, turning to Bei Chongqing for direction. Bei Chongqing regarded the proud sect leader, Yi Chang'e, with a raised brow, retorting, do not flatter yourself. I have already thoroughly explored the ancestral land, and that little dragon was slain by me 30,000 years ago. Surely, you are not unaware of this. How can this be? The crowd gaped at Bei Chongqing in shock. Do you truly speak of a dragon so casually? That is a dragon, not some mere serpent, and you claim to have dealt with it so nonchalantly? What's the matter? It was merely a dragon formed from the dragon vein. It was not a true dragon, that if it were a true dragon, I would scarcely be enough to serve as its toothpick. Yi Chang'e and the others remained in a state of shock. Even if it were a dragon born from the dragon vein, it represented a dominant force, and retreating from such a confrontation would only be feasible for those above the supreme realm. Ignoring the dazed onlookers, Bei Chongqing addressed Niezong. Let us proceed. I shall investigate the true Phoenix sacred land. As the colossal rock descended, Mo Fian had already been waiting patiently. Esteemed ancestor, wait. Yi Chang'e approached with two enchanting disciples. Bei Chongqing frowned. What is your intention? Yi Chang'e replied earnestly, esteemed ancestor, you must require attendance for your journey. Why not take these two disciples along? Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Bei Chongqing's forehead. Mo Fian regarded him with a knowing smile. Why not take them? This is the collective wish of sect leader Yi and the entirety of the Xingji sect. Disregarding Mo Fian's jest, Bei Chongqing fixated upon the two approaching female disciples. Gritting his teeth, halt. Yi Chang'e, do you presume I am incapable of taking care of myself? He then gestured toward Mo Fian. Is there not someone readily available? You need not trouble yourselves. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Even Mo Fian momentarily caught off guard. Once they regained their composure, a long cry echoed as the great rock and Bei Chongqing vanished into the clouds, leaving the two disciples exchanging bewildered glances, their pupils dilating in shock. Did they just hear correctly? The ancestor had referred to the Sanus as someone to tend to his needs. Hu Liangzi chuckled lewdly, muttering, "Truly, the esteemed ancestor is a role model for us juniors." The junior disciple pouted, her eyes filled with disappointment. The ancestor deemed her unworthy, and she gazed at her toes, shaking her head. Only Yi Chang'e understood that the esteemed ancestor's departure might herald an end to their reliance on his protection. Chapter 21. The Infernal Treasure Land. What did you just say? What was I called? Mo Fian's hair nearly stood on end in fury. How could this fellow be so disrespectful, displaying none of the dignity befitting an ancestor? What did I say? I said nothing at all. Bei Chongqing stood upon the rock's back, a smile plastered across his face. You, how outrageous. Mo Fian turned her back, storming away in anger. The most awkward position was held by Niezong, who stood between them, feeling akin to a glaring torch, utterly speechless. Caught between two forces he could not confront, he could only stand there, pretending not to see. As Bei Chongqing felt the fierce winds whip past him. Anticipation filled his expression. According to the system, the treasures within the true Phoenix sacred land might indeed be linked to that being he had encountered long ago. Yet after all these years, that entity still existed and had evaded calamity. Leaving him profoundly astonished. One must consider that the entity had no system. How had it managed such a feat? Furthermore, what connection did the Eternal Scroll, which pertained to longevity, have with that being? All was enshrouded in a veil of mystery. What appeared simple might well harbor unforeseen complications. With a mighty cry, the rock spread its wings, covering 100,000 miles in an instant. The Laikong mountain range, shrouded in clouds and mist, came into view as they arrived at Feiyun Peak. One of the four main peaks of the Qingni sect, led by Niezong. This peak's terrain was perilous, resembling a sharp sword, devoid of any paths. Yet atop it stood an ancient temple, long ravaged by the elements. With its three Zhang clay sculptures now unrecognizable, the three leapt down, landing before the temple. This is the entrance, Niezong declared, strolling ahead with a lack of reverence toward the temple. Who constructed this temple? Bei Chongqing's gaze sharpened. He had visited this place 30,000 years prior, when the Qingni sect did not yet exist, and there was no temple, only the mountain itself. How could there be a temple now? Niezong gazed at the dilapidated structure, forcing a wry smile. I am unaware. Since the establishment of our sect, this temple has always been here. However, the clay sculptures were not always like this. They were once discernible, but now they are utterly unrecognizable. And in the past, Bei Chongqing pressed, could one discern what the sculptures depicted? Niezong hesitated before responding. I cannot say for certain. Bei Chongqing's brows furrowed. Was this man jesting with him? Mo Fian interjected as Niezong approached the headless clay sculpture, extending his hand beneath its base, continuing, when I first beheld this statue, it was already headless that I inquired of my master and the other elders. Yet they too had never seen the statue in its original form. Bei Chongqing and Mo Fian exchanged glances, both reflecting boundless astonishment. The Qingni sect harbored an ancient temple, and the clay sculptures within were shrouded in mystery. Niezong's voice rang out once more. However, the entrance to the true Phoenix sacred land lies beneath this sculpture, and as he gestured with his arm, it seemed something was triggered, emitting a crisp sound. Boom! The temple trembled as the entire clay sculpture rotated, revealing golden lines within the uneven surface behind it. As the lines illuminated, the outline of a portal emerged on the back of the sculpture. Flames ignited, and 4 beams of light erupted from the sculpture, soaring skyward, followed by a surge of fire, fully revealing a massive portal in the void. standing beneath the portal. Niezong felt the heat of the flames, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. He then turned to Bei Changsheng, stating, "This is the entrance to the true Phoenix sacred land." Oh, Bei Changsheng thought it strange. Previously, entering the true Phoenix sacred land required no such elaborate ritual. One could simply tear through the void. Why was there now a seemingly ceremonial procedure? Could it be that changes have occurred within the true Phoenix sacred land? I shall investigate. You remain here, that if anything seems amiss, retreat as far as you can. A grave expression graced Bei Changsheng's face. Regarding events from 10,000 years ago, he was uncertain he could return unscathed. Then, do exercise caution. Mo Fian nodded, suppressing her concern. After all, worrying would be futile, as her strength would only be a hindrance if she were to enter. Niezong bowed. May our esteemed ancestor return safely. Bi Changxing cast a meaningful glance at him, then turned and leaped into the portal outlined by the flames. After Bi Changxing departed, Niezong noticeably exhaled a long sigh of relief. The pressure had been overwhelming. Are you truly afraid of him? Mo Fian, having found a place to close her eyes and meditate, sensed Niezong's tension and inquired off, "Haha, the ancestral power is unmatched. We must certainly show our reverence." Mo Fian smiled at Niezong's awkward expression and chose not to elaborate further. Amidst the blazing inferno, Bi Changxing found himself enveloped in relentless crimson flames that stretched endlessly towards the horizon. This was another realm, yet it was filled with fierce, unyielding flames, resembling a hellish furnace. How could it be so utterly different from what Niezong had described? The ground beneath him was fissured, with flickering firelight seeping through the cracks. Not far away, charred trees burned fiercely, their blackened forms a testament to the lifelessness of this space. That as he surveyed the scene, he spotted a desiccated corpse sprawled atop a massive rock floating in the lava. Its bones being consumed by the flames. Such sights were far too common here, that a peculiar, indescribable scent permeated the air, reminiscent of a crematorium from a bygone era, compelling him to stifle his breath. Clang! Bi Changxing halted, and a resounding clang echoed as he kicked a broken blade, which clattered into the lava, fulfilling its final purpose. Truly, this was a desolate wasteland. Could that fellow be dead? A thought crossed his mind, and he closed his eyes, invoking the Northern Dipper's celestial steps. That a colossal star map appeared behind him, its mechanism spinning, with heavenly stems and earthly branches whirling rapidly. Yet, Bi Changxing's expression grew increasingly grim until he finally opened his eyes. Swish! Unable to hold on any longer, the calculation he made revealed that the master of this land of the true Phoenix hung by a thread and could very well be on the verge of extinction. Otherwise, such a scene would not exist. This was clearly an eruption of true fire and a manifestation of chaotic pathways. Curse it, after so much effort to find a contemporary existence, it cannot perish. He still needed to inquire whether this individual knew the cause of the calamity from a millennium ago. If the other party were to simply vanish, he would be deprived of his chance at immortality. With a leap, he transformed into a flurry of starlight, leaving behind fleeting shadows as he disappeared from that place. Chapter 22. Bring it forth. Whoosh! A tremendous wind roared, akin to the desperate breaths of a person on the brink of death. Suddenly, Bi Changxing came to a halt. Having reached the deepest part of this land of the true Phoenix, he raised his head, and amidst the howling winds, fiery feathers swirled around him like a firestorm. Crashing towards him, Bi Changxing narrowed his eyes and vanished once more from his original position. Following this, an astonished voice rang out. Initially surprised, the voice grew heavier, tinged with madness and even hysteria. That ITSU. No, how can this be? How are you still alive? The endless fire feathers reappeared, but this time they did not form a vortex. Instead, they arranged themselves in an orderly fashion, creating a colossal figure, that a gigantic creature. Its entire body ablaze with fiery red scales and feathers, loomed above, questioning Bi Changxing. 3,000 years have passed. How are you still alive? And still so young? As it spoke, it trembled slightly, whether from excitement or some other emotion. Its power fluctuating wildly. Caught in an unstable state, that IT lowered its head, its massive crimson eyes fixated on Bi Changxing, as if sensing something or awaiting his response. Zhuke, why have you become like this? Bi Changxing's voice was calm. 3,000 years meant little to him, as he had not truly experienced the passage of time, making those years feel akin to a brief slumber. In fact, he had indeed been asleep, did I? Ha! Zhuke let out a bitter laugh, its voice gradually rising, that I once thought I could evade that calamity here. But alas, that cataclysm was not something we could simply avoid. Bi Changxing remained silent, his gaze fixed on the gaping wound on Zhu Chue's abdomen, where scales and feathers had vanished, a grotesque injury emanating an inexplicable force that hindered its healing. Through that wound, he could even see Zhu Chue's internal energy being eroded by the mysterious power emanating from it. What exactly was that calamity? This was a question he had long sought to uncover, a presence so formidable that even his system dared not confront it. Hearing Bi Changxing's query, Zhuke appeared astonished. You do not know what force instigated that calamity. How have you survived until now? Its fiery pupils dilated and contracted, recalling that entity with immense trepidation. After a moment, noticing Bi Changxing's silence, it surveyed him from head to toe before continuing. Indeed, your survival must stem from some extraordinary quality. I shall not pry further. Speaking of that entity, it was originally within my divine abilities to evade harm, a natural talent of mine, yet I still could not escape. Bi Changxing understood. Had Zhuke truly evaded the disaster, it would not bear such a horrific scar, nor be nearing the brink of energy depletion. For all living beings, anyone beneath this azure sky cannot escape its retribution. No one. That Zhu Chue's voice echoed in the air. Bi Changxing narrowed his eyes, and then a flash of realization crossed his mind, causing his pupils to widen abruptly. In an instant, a chill crept up his spine as he contemplated a possibility. Are you speaking of the heavenly path? Zhuke glanced at him before responding. Yes and no. What do you mean? What does it mean to be yes and no? If it is not, then it isn't. If it is, then it is. Such ambiguous responses are akin to riddles. To be precise, it is an entity we cannot mention. Although I know its name, I cannot speak it. Otherwise, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. Bi Changxing felt a shiver run down his spine. An entity that could not be mentioned? Even the heavenly path could be casually referenced. What on earth could it be that its name could not be uttered? Could this fellow be fabricating stories? He eyed Zhuke with suspicion. Zhuke raised its wings and declared, and my injury serves as the best proof. Bi Changxing looked around. Beneath its wings, an endless cloud of black smoke swirled while the fiery feathers turned to ashes within it, suggesting that it would not be long before Zhu Chue's entire form would be reduced to cinders. Bi Changxing was taken aback by the sight before him. Zhuke was hailed as a divine beast, the lord of the southern Mingli fire, one of the 4 pillars of heaven, and yet it had met such a fate. Truly astounding. Buzz! Just as Bi Changxing was momentarily lost in thought, a flicker of ethereal fire suddenly appeared behind him. Bring it forth, swoosh! The flames instantaneously entered Bi Changxing's soul. Following that, a piercing scream echoed as that flicker of fire was entirely devoured. Bi Changxing abruptly raised his head, his chilling gaze fixed on Zhuke, who had attempted to seize him during his moment of distraction. Had he not possessed the system, he might have fallen victim to this scheme. You seek death, boom! With a stomp, the ground shattered beneath him as he instantaneously appeared before the astonished Zhuke. Bang! In its shock, Zhuke was sent flying, staring at Bi Changxing in disbelief. How are you unscathed? Indeed, you harbor secrets. Not only have you resisted the fire spirit's assault, but you even managed to devour my fire spirit. It seems your survival to this point is no mere coincidence. Bi Changxing's fury ignited, for Zhuke had not even mentioned the word sneak attack after attempting to ambush him. How could one be so shameless? Shall we sit down and discuss this? Zhu Chue's gaze flickered, eyeing Bi Changxing. Bi Changxing found himself laughing in exasperation. This creature had just tried to ambush him, yet now sought a discussion after failing to succeed. How could one possess such audacity? After all these endless years, Zhu Chue's audacity was truly outrageous. Discuss. I'm not interested. Bi Changxing's expression darkened to an extreme as a terrifying aura surged from him, distorting the surrounding space, causing the ground 100 meters away to sink. In that moment, he resembled a descending deity. Zhu Chue's eyes narrowed. This individual dared to make a move against him. Very well, as you wish. A sharp cry pierced the air as Zhuke merged with the surrounding flames, transforming into a colossal firebird in the heavens. Under the searing blaze, the very fabric of this treasure land began to tremble violently. The flames scorched the heavens. As the words fell, the temperature of the entire space soared drastically. In mere moments, the sky above Bichengxing melted like ice and snow, followed by an endless torrent of lava that surged towards him like divine fire, roaring ferociously. Bichengxing narrowed his eyes. Amidst the inexhaustible lava, he even glimpsed numerous celestial nets woven from the laws of fire plummeting down. How many years has it been since I truly exercised my muscles? He mused as his voice resonated deeply. And suddenly, he appeared like a blazing sun, illuminating the space as if it were day, causing the earth for miles to emit a sound of unbearable strain. Boom! At this moment, he resembled a true deity. The boundless power of the stars surging upward against the heavens. Hiss! The flames clashed continuously with the stellar energy. With a crack, the surrounding space was violently torn apart by this extreme energy, creating a fissure 100 feet wide, devouring the energies of Bichengxing and Zhuge. In contrast, Bichengxing had now transformed into an embodiment of endless starry nebulas, his form containing vast celestial bodies, countless stars orbiting and rotating slowly within him. The primordial form of eternal stars. Witnessing this scene, Zhuge's expression drastically changed, and with a cry, his wings flickered, preparing to tear through the void. Bang! Before he could flap his wings, the sound of rushing wind reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, Zhuge's figure surged again in size, followed by 3 colossal fiery spears, forged from golden flames, hurtling towards Bichengxing's stellar form. Bichengxing evaded the other fiery spears, but could not escape the 3 that materialized before and behind him. In an instant, the fiery spears pierced through him completely. A tremendous roar of agony erupted as Bichengxing's eyes turned bloodshot, resisting the searing flames within his abdomen. Suddenly, Zhuge's true form appeared before him. His entire body connected to the source of fire embedded in Bichengxing's body. With a mere thought, Bichengxing would emit a wretched scream of pain. How does the taste of my southern Mingli fire feel? Bichengxing abruptly raised his head, gritting his teeth, glaring at Zhuge. Are you unaffected by your injuries? Of course, I am affected, but have you heard of a technique called rebirth through fire? Chapter 23. Will you submit? Bichengxing's pupils constricted. How could he have forgotten this detail? Although the black smoke eroded Zhuge's body, the power of rebirth through fire allowed him to continuously regenerate new flesh, with the 2 forces counteracting each other. It was no wonder Zhuge could survive for such an extended period. Moreover, the environment here had been deliberately altered by Zhuge to facilitate his rebirth through fire technique. So that is how it is. It is good that you understand. Now, cease your futile resistance. Otherwise, with a mere thought, I can shatter your body with this fiery spear, reducing you to ashes. Bichengxing regarded Zhuge, who now appeared rather smug. Don't look at me with that gaze. Hurry and hand over the method. Zhuge's eyes turned cold, his crimson pupils suddenly deepening to a blood-red hue. That a wave of intense burning pain compelled Bichengxing to shift his gaze to the fiery spear, which now glowed a fierce crimson, as resplendent as blood. Refuse to comply? Then let us see how long you can endure before I kill you. Bichengxing spat blood, yet his gaze remained resolute as a rock. Very well, you refuse to comply. Let us see who dies first. Zhuge, evidently enraged in that moment, disregarded all thoughts of survival, intent on dragging this human down with him. With a flicker of his mind, he sought to detonate the fiery spear. Buzz! A resonating tremor echoed, but to his astonishment, the fiery spear, which had once instilled him with confidence, began undergoing an unexpected transformation. The fiery energy from the crimson spear was rapidly depleting. In the blink of an eye, the spear fractured from within, and flames surged through the wound in Bichengxing's abdomen, vanishing within his chest cavity. Zhuge was taken aback. What kind of technique was this? Gulp! A wisp of smoke escaped Bichengxing's mouth, and he bared his teeth, launching another punch at Zhuge. Boom! This time, Zhuge was unable to evade and was driven into the ground. Before he could escape, a pair of large feet descended from the heavens, firmly pinning him down. Subsequently, Bichengxing's enormous fist loomed larger in Zhuge's sight. Boom! Zhuge could not dodge, and his right eye swelled visibly. How could the illustrious Juke resort to such despicable sneak attacks? Speak. Where is the celestial opportunity in this place? Bi Changxing's face was frosty as he prepared to strike again. Zhu Chue's feeble voice emerged. Stop. I will tell you. Already wounded, combined with the renewed battle between the two, Zhu Chue's energy had plummeted, his life force waning as he weakly stated. The celestial opportunity has long been obliterated by the entity I mentioned. We are akin to livestock raised by the heavenly Tao, slaughtered repeatedly that no celestial opportunity. Bi Changxing stepped aside, entirely disregarding Zhu Chue's subsequent words. Had he come for nothing? None. Zhuke's eyes began to dim, yet he continued to speak. Only by breaking that cage can we escape, and the heavenly Tao fears that one day we might surpass its control and usurp its position. Alas, I will not witness that moment. His voice faded. His gaze completely darkened. Sigh. If this is truly the so-called heavenly Tao, then what is the purpose of us cultivators practicing qi and seeking immortality, when everything lies under the dominion of the heavenly Tao? Even the system seems to avoid certain matters. Yet from Zhu Chue's words, it appeared the heavenly Tao was not merely a literal interpretation of the term, that I obtain nothing. Bi Changxing shrugged and turned to leave. Leaving behind Zhu Chue's lifeless body amidst the raging flames and this crimson-hued space filled with smoke and dust. Tap tap. Moments later, Bi Changxing returned that it would not do to leave empty-handed. He ought to take something. Thus, he struggled to drag Zhu Chue's entire body towards the exit in the Rift Void mountain range. All was calm down Flying Cloud Peak. Niezong and Mo Fian occasionally glanced towards the void, their expressions tinged with anxiety. Just moments ago, the fiery portal in the void had suddenly vanished, causing them great alarm. The disappearance of the portal indicated that Bi Changxing might be trapped within, yet in the entire wasteland, no being had yet discovered the location of such a secret realm. So they could only wait. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire Rift Void mountain range trembled. At that moment, all the practitioners within the Qingni sect opened their eyes. Brother, did the ground just tremble? Someone uncertainly inquired of a neighboring cave dwelling. Did you feel it too? Buzz! Just then, another tremor reverberated. Boom! The earth quaked violently. Quick, flee the cave! An elder stared in horror at the cracked cave dwelling. His abode, which he had cultivated in for countless years, was fracturing before his eyes. Without further ado, he hastily gathered a few items and flew out of the cave. Outside, numerous figures were already hovering in midair, whether disciples or elders, all gazing intently at the Rift Void mountain range. Their eyes growing increasingly wide in their line of sight. A fissure, 100 meters high, had formed in the middle of the Rift Void mountain, stretching for thousands of miles, allowing them to glimpse the light of the setting sun from the opposite side. The Rift Void mountain range had split open. The cave had collapsed, just as the disciples and elders were in a state of confusion, as the crack widened, gradually expanding into a canyon 100 meters wide. A figure emerged from the sunset. Someone has come out. There is something behind him. The disciples gasped in astonishment, their eyes trembling as they beheld the silhouette walking towards them bathed in the sunset glow. Niezong, who had already arrived, suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body, his gaze fixed on that figure. Mo Fian's eyes glimmered with excitement as she murmured, He has emerged! He has emerged! As the figure drew closer. The thrumming crowd gradually turned to stone. What is that? They had never seen such a colossal entity before. Could it be a golden crow? One disciple hazily remarked, for in his view, the figure had emerged from the setting sun, perhaps having pulled the golden crow from the sun itself. Only Niezong, the sect leader, looked on in shock, his lips trembling as he stammered. That is, meanwhile, Mo Fian, a disciple of the Holy Land. Having seen descriptions of such beings in the sect's records of divine beasts, recognized it immediately that in the southern ridge, there exists a beast capable of controlling the southern Mingli fire, reborn through flames. Resembling a phoenix, truly a Zhuke. At this moment, she covered her red lips with her hands, her gaze fixed on that figure resembling a war god, radiating with brilliance. What? This is Zhuke. Zhuke. That man has actually pulled out Zhuke. My heavens! Incredulous, they realized how Zhuke truly looked. That man is so powerful. I want to marry him. Some female cultivators began to swoon. The crowd was left in awe. All of this surpassed their comprehension. Even the elders could not suppress their astonishment, absent-mindedly tugging at their beards. In the bloody sunset, the man strode towards the crowd, carrying Zhuge upon his shoulders. Chapter 24. Phenomenon in the void, what are you staring at? Come and help. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. Bei Changxing cast Zhuchua's corpse aside and immediately took out his trusty cooking pot, lighting a fire and adding water. The disciples of the Qingyi sect were left dumbfounded. Could this ancestor possibly intend to cook Zhuge as if it were ordinary food? A chorus of gulping sounds filled the air, not from desire, but from fear. Thankfully, they had submitted to such a formidable being. Otherwise, they could not help but be grateful for the sect leader's decisive actions at that moment. Just as he was about to begin his gruesome task, the heavens above suddenly roared with howling winds. Dark clouds gathering, and thunder rumbling, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. As the crowd surged forward to offer assistance, their movements abruptly halted, enveloped by an indescribable aura of terror that permeated the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. How could this be? Soon, they were horrified to discover that they found themselves utterly immobilized. Whether it was Niezong or the northern spirit saintess Mo Fei Yin, they felt as though an insurmountable weight bore down upon them, rendering them unable to budge an inch. Ultimately, the collective force of the celestial might overwhelm them, compelling them to prostrate themselves upon the ground. Had the fall of the vermilion bird incited the wrath of the heavens? Indeed, it must be so. In that moment, the crowd fervently implored the unknown entity to spare them. Crack! A thunderous sound reverberated from the heavens above. Under the terrified gazes of the onlookers, a massive, dark chasm tore through the ominous clouds. Resembling a colossal maw poised to devour, voraciously drawing in the spiritual essence that flowed between heaven and earth. Boom! In an instant, a deluge of radiant lightning cascaded downward, enveloping the lifeless form of the vermilion bird. Bei Changxing was suffused with energy, bracing himself against the overwhelming celestial pressure. Witnessing this phenomenon, his gaze sharpened. Could it be that the unknown entity had sensed something? Before he could take action, the lifeless body of the vermilion bird vanished before the eyes of the crowd, leaving only a few fiery feathers drifting in the AI. It was not until the atmosphere regained its clarity that the crowd was freed from the oppressive force and restored to their freedom. At that moment, Bei Changxing recalled the words the vermilion bird had spoken to him previously. We are like livestock raised by the heavenly Tao. It fears that one day we might shatter the shackles of this world and vie for dominion over it. Thus, it has toppled the original walls of the rules, erecting unbreakable bonds to constantly surveil this cage-like realm. Esteemed one, what on earth is transpiring? Niezong, trembling with fear, cast a glance towards the heavens. His heart brimming with confusion that Mo Fei Yin shared his apprehension. Despite her status as the saintess of the northern spirit's sacred land, she had never encountered such a terrifying phenomenon, let alone witness it unfold right before her eyes. Was there an unknown entity lurking within those ominous clouds? Bei Changxing shook his head, opting for silence. Sometimes, ignorance can be a blessing. System, what transpired 30,000 years ago? He inquired inwardly. Only when you grow stronger will you come to know, came the system's vague response, further igniting his curiosity about the events of millennia past. After all, this was a being that even the system regarded with trepidation. He cast a glance at the desolate ground, silently stowing away his great black pot, harboring deep resentment that he had yet to savor the flesh of the vermilion bird. However, in its dying moments, the bird had bestowed upon him its legacy and treasures, including a genuine feather and a vial of true blood, as if it were acutely aware of the looming presence that instilled such fear. Even in death, it could not reveal the essence of that existence. Merely entrusting Bei Changxing to pass on its legacy to its kin should he encounter them in the future. As the crowd dispersed, the fissure upon the cracked sky mountains remained, a permanent scar upon the landscape. Within the clear void hall, Bei Changxing and Mo Fei Yin had yet to depart, being lavishly entertained by Niezong. Esteemed one, are there any treasures within the true phoenix's sacred ground? Niezong inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Bei Changxing cast a sidelong glance at him, responding coolly, what treasures could there possibly be? Even if there were, they would have long since turned to ash with the death of the vermilion bird. Niezong's expression soured, muttering, what a pity. Moments later, a disciple approached, his eyes wide with trepidation, resembling a mouse caught in the gaze of a cat. Sect Master, the envoy from the Emperor's sacred land has arrived. Niezong raised an eyebrow, turning to face him. The Emperor's sacred land? What brings them here at this time? Has word of our alliance with the Star Extreme sect reached their ears so swiftly? A pallor crossed his face as he forced a smile, stating, "To be frank, esteemed one, our Clear Reversal sect is originally a subordinate sect of the Emperor's sacred land, and at this time of year, we are required to pay our annual tribute to ensure our stable development in this wasteland. Today marks the day for the Emperor's sacred land to collect our offerings." Mo Fei Yin regarded Bei Chongsheng with a furrowed brow, saying, "Now that you have allied with the Star Extreme sect, if the Emperor's sacred land were to learn of this, the situation could become quite dire. The northern region comprises 4 domains: the Wasteland, the Snow Domain, the Mist Domain, and the Rain Domain, each governed by the Emperor's sacred land and the Northern Spirit's sacred land, which have long been embroiled in conflict over territorial resources, often resulting in violent confrontations, having evolved into irreconcilable foes." Upon hearing Mo Fei Yan's words, Niezong's expression grew, increasingly troubled. What must come must be faced. Mo Fei Yan shook her head, continuing, "Moreover, given my identity, I trust you are aware that it would be even more difficult for you to navigate this situation. Should anyone see that the Clear Reversal sect, under the Emperor's sacred land, harbors the Saintess of the Northern Spirit's sacred land, it would be difficult to justify. That's so?" Niezong hesitated, unsure if he could ask the Saintess to withdraw. Casting a questioning glance at Bei Chongsheng, Bei Chongsheng scoffed, "Withdraw. There is no need. Allow the envoy from the Emperor's sacred land to enter and ascertain their intentions." "Very well. I shall summon them forth," Niezong replied, preparing to step away. "Wait." Bei Chongsheng's eyes sparkled with irritation. "Do you still not grasp your position? There is no need to welcome them. Simply let them in." Niezong forced a smile. Turning to his disciple, "Why are you still standing there? Do as commanded," announced the envoy from the Emperor's sacred land. Outside the mountain gate, a group of elegantly attired cultivators exchanged glances upon hearing this proclamation. "Did I hear correctly? The Clear Reversal sect is summoning us for an audience." "Ha ha! Indeed, brother. Has the sect master of the Clear Reversal sect been replaced this year?" The leader of the group, a gaunt middle-aged man, was draped in a voluminous robe, appearing somewhat frail. Yet none dared to underestimate him. Nearly all the sect masters under the Emperor's sacred land treated him with the utmost respect, fearful of incurring the wrath of the man known as the Bone Transformation Envoy. He glanced at the chuckling crowd, and immediately their laughter was replaced with an air of seriousness under his piercing gaze. That a replacement? Perhaps not. Either Niezong has experienced a meteoric rise in strength, or he has secured a formidable backing. He tilted his head to observe the vast chasm upon the cracked sky mountains, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips. "Let me see what confidence you possess." Chapter 25. The Bone Transformation Envoy within the Clear Void Hall. The Envoy of 5, led by the gaunt middle-aged man, fixed their gaze upon the visibly anxious Niezong seated at the center of the hall. "Niezong, we have arrived. Is this year's tribute prepared?" Niezong, seated upon the sect master's chair, felt as though he were perched upon a bed of nails, with Bei Chongsheng present on one side and the Northern Spirit Saintess standing beside him. He felt like a lamb exposed to slaughter beneath the gaze of the Bone Transformation Envoy, who had come to collect the tributes. "What are you so anxious about?" Upon observing Niezong's shifting complexion, Bei Chongsheng arched an eyebrow, inquiring telepathically, "Esteemed one, you may not be aware, but while the Bone Transformation Envoy appears amiable, his nature is as treacherous as a serpent's venom, and his methods are ruthless. Several sects have been obliterated for failing to pay their tributes, and his cultivation reaches the mid-stage of the Supreme Realm." "A mere Supreme Realm practitioner. What of it? With me here, he cannot harm you," Bei Chongsheng retorted dismissively, while Niezong felt a bitter pang in his heart, refraining from further protest that he could not afford to offend either side. Meanwhile, the Bone Transformation Envoy was scrutinizing Bei Chongsheng and Mo Fei Yin, his gaze narrowing perceptibly upon recognizing Mo Fei Yin, the glint of awareness flickering in his eyes. Bei Chongsheng noted this interaction with keen interest. It appeared the envoy had recognized Mo Fei Yin. which added an intriguing layer to the unfolding drama. Sect Master Nye, the bone transformation envoy, inquired once more. After a moment's hesitation, during which he glanced at Bei Chongsheng, Nye Zong finally spoke. Our clear reversal sect has recently encountered a significant upheaval. Surely you have seen the rift in the cracked sky mountains upon your arrival. All our resources were stored therein, but they were destroyed not long ago, and we are unable to produce further resources for the tribute. Nye Zong observed the bone transformation envoy's increasingly darkening expression and steeled himself to continue. Might I implore you to grant us an extension of 6 months, to allow us time to gather resources? Bei Chongsheng raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded the overly cautious Nye Zong. Was he trying to play both sides? The bone transformation envoy frowned, but remained silent, while his companions were less inclined to hold their tongues. Humph, Nye Zong, you are well aware of the Emperor's sacred lands regulations. Tributes are to be submitted on schedule, regardless of your sect's circumstances. If you wish to enjoy the protection of the Emperor's sacred land, you must pay the requisite price. A white-clad man stepped forward, accusingly pointing at Nye Zong. Do you intend to defy the orders of the Emperor's sacred land? Another individual chimed in, threateningly. Consider the consequences of your actions carefully. Nye Zong's expression was extremely grim. His palms resting on the armrests of the chair had long since turned pale from the tight grip. As the leader of a sect, he found himself publicly reprimanded by these so-called envoys, rendering him utterly humiliated. These individuals truly regarded their subordinate sects as mere pawns. Just as he was on the verge of losing his temper, Hua Gujun raised his hand to silence the words of his followers behind him. He cast another glance towards Mo Fei Yin and said, Since that is the case, we shall grant a little more time. I hope that Sect Master Nye can provide us with a satisfactory response when the time comes, so as not to make things difficult for us. Let us depart, in the astonishment of his attendants. Hua Gujun made his way towards the palace doors. During this interval, one of his subordinates, unwilling to yield, inquired, Are we just leaving like this? Hua Gujun shot a fierce glare at him, commanding, Silence, return to the Holy Land and report this matter to the sect. Inside the hall, Nye Zong, who had been tense throughout, now slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon, a look of relief washing over his face as he muttered, Finally, they are gone. Just then, a calm voice emerged from beside him. Halt! Who said you could leave? Startled, Nye Zong's heart raced, realizing the gravity of the situation as he turned to look at the imperial envoy. As expected, upon hearing the words, the envoy halted and turned to face Nye Zong with a cold glare. What did you say? Seeing Nye Zong's flustered expression and knowing that the voice did not belong to him, it was evident that only this young man could have uttered such words. Based on his understanding of Nye Zong, he certainly lacked the audacity to make such arrogant statements. Who are you? The furious attendants behind him couldn't contain their anger. In other sects, they were always respectful and submissive. Yet here in Qing and I sect, not only had Nye Zong treated them poorly, but he also owed tributes. And now he dared to act so shamelessly. You Qing and I sect have such audacity to treat us this way. Do you wish to bring about your own destruction? The threat was palpable in their words. Bei Chongsheng let out a sneer, shaking his index finger in a dismissive manner. Destroy your sect? You might as well have your holy lord, Huang Tianji, say that. You, however, are not worthy. The faces of the others shifted dramatically as they collectively barked. Dare you speak the name of the holy lord? Who gave you the courage? Such a crime deserves punishment. Hua Gujun, with a forced smile, remarked, Nye Zong, I see now why you are so bold today. Turns out you are colluding with Bei Ling Holy Land. He then turned to Mo Fei Yin, his tone sinister. Mo Fei Yin of Bei Ling Holy Maiden, you truly possess remarkable courage to quietly enter the territory of my Huangji Holy Land. Are you not afraid you won't be able to return? With a smirk, Mo Fei Yin replied coldly, I stand right here. Do you dare to make a move? Hua Gujun's breath caught, clearly infuriated. From this day forth, within the vast wilderness, there shall be no place for your Qing and I sect to stand. Let us wait and see, he declared, resolutely intending to leave. Initially, he had planned to report this incident quietly to avoid alarming others. But the audacity of the opposing party to mention the Holy Lord's name was something he could not tolerate. Leave? Whereto in a flash, Bei Chongsheng appeared before Hua Gujun, blocking his path. Hua Gujun's expression twisted into a snarl. You seek death. He unleashed a punch that tore through the air, sending a golden fist imprint crashing towards Bei Chongsheng's face. Da-da. Quite the temper you have. Bei Chongsheng tilted his head, effortlessly dodging the blow. Then, in the midst of Hua Gujun's horror, he pointed a finger, sealing away his cultivation, lifting Hua Gujun by the neck into the air. He addressed the other approaching members of Huang Ji Holy Land coldly. Return and inform your holy lord that from now on, not only shall Qing and I sect not receive tributes, but the entire wilderness shall be bereft of any offerings unless Huang Tianji himself comes to negotiate. Otherwise, this shall be your fate. With a snap, amidst the stunned silence of the onlookers, the fearsome Hua Gujun's head tilted and he fell, lifeless. Gazing at the shocked group, Bei Chongsheng narrowed his eyes. Get lost! The remaining individuals scrambled away, tumbling out of Qing and I's sect's gates, terrified of provoking this harbinger of doom, fearing the wrath that would follow. Chapter 26. Huangji Holy Land, Your Excellency. They surely won't let this go. Nie Zong felt as if all strength had been drained from him, collapsing back into his chair, but he realized with a heavy heart that Qing and I's sect had no paths left to retreat and would have to obediently submit as a subordinate sect of Xing Ji sect. Let go. Bei Chongsheng shot him a glance, moving towards the palace doors, gazing into the swirling mists, his voice carrying softly. Do you believe that by yielding, he will refrain from taking action against you? Nie Zong looked at Mo Fei Yin, who bore an apologetic expression, then sighed bitterly, rising to bow respectfully to Bei Chongsheng. My Qing and I sect has served Xing Ji sect for generations. We shall never harbor any ill intentions. That he understood that this was Bei Chongsheng's way of admonishing him. Bei Chongsheng responded indifferently. To recognize one's errors and amend them is a virtue. Nie Zong bowed even lower. Bei Chongsheng stood before the gates of Qingsu Palace, hands clasped behind his back. Next, it depends on whether Huang Tianji knows how to appreciate this situation. If he is wise, he might let this go. But if he is foolish, I shall certainly pay a visit to Huang Ji Holy Land. He then turned to Mo Fei Yin, a smile gracing his features. How about we discuss a collaboration? What? Mo Fei Yin's expression turned dubious upon seeing Bei Chongsheng's demeanor. The wilderness is vast. Why not join forces to seize it, allowing us to dominate this territory and spare you the strife with Huang Ji Holy Land? Wouldn't that be splendid? Both Mo Fei Yin and Nie Zong's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless by Bei Chongsheng's proposal. Noticing their astonishment, Bei Chongsheng smiled slightly, just jesting. No need to take it to heart. However, Mo Fei Yin and Nie Zong did not perceive his words as mere banter. For a moment, their minds wandered, contemplating future strategies that in Huang Ji Holy Land. Within an ornate pavilion, shimmering prohibitions flickered as countless flames floated in the air, illuminating the entire building as if it were daytime. Before each flame, wooden plaques hovered, inscribed with the names of disciples. However, on the edge of the second floor, an inconspicuous flame crackled ominously, flickering erratically, on the verge of extinguishing. The disciple tasked with guarding this area heard the noise and entered, carefully avoiding the triggering points on the floor, making his way to the sea of flames that belie the light of the fire. He sought the source of the sound. The flame representing Hua Gujun was visibly diminishing, resembling a lamp running out of oil, shrinking to the size of a fingernail in an instant. Before the disciple could react, with a loud pop, the flame flared brightly, then flickered and dissipated into blue smoke. Instantly, the disciple's face changed dramatically. This is bad. In the grand hall of Huang Ji's sacred temple, a burly middle-aged man sat at the center, flanked by elders and stewards on either side. The gathered individuals dared only to glance at the figure above, as if gazing into the scorching sun. Unable to look away. Bow before the Holy Lord. Do not bow. The Holy Lord of Huang Ji raised his hand, an unseen force lifting everyone, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the elder at the forefront. Elder, I have heard there have been some disturbances in Bei Ling Holy Land. Did I ask this true? Everyone turned their attention to the white-haired elder, as Bei Ling Holy Land had always been under his watch, with any minor upheaval unable to escape his notice. Reporting to the Holy Lord of Bei Ling has been in seclusion for 3 years and has yet to emerge. Currently, the entire sect is being managed by his daughter and the elders that in seclusion. Huang Tianji's eyes gleamed with golden light as he pondered, lost in thought. Then he turned his gaze to another person among the crowd. Holy Son, Do you have any good news for me? The holy son of Huangji was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, though his actual age was a closely guarded secret. Reporting to the Holy Lord, I have broken through to the mid-level of the Supreme Realm, that if all goes well, I shall reach the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm within a century. Good, good, good. Huangji relished the envious glances from the others, basking in pride, as the Holy Son was his own flesh and blood. What about the rest of you? Do you have any news to share? The crowd shook their heads, none responding. The Holy Son looked around and clasped his hands. Reporting to the Holy Lord, I have another piece of news. Speak. I have heard that a small sect named Xingji sect has emerged in the wilderness, rumored to have opened its gates to recruit no fewer than 3,000 disciples. Now possessing the strength to be considered a tributary sect of our Huangji Holy Land. The Holy Son spoke calmly. Huang Tianji observed his son with keen interest, aware of his intentions. So you wish to seize this opportunity to venture out? The Holy Son's expression stiffened, fear evident as he replied, yes. Very well. You have my permission. Thank you, Holy Lord. Thank you, Father. At this very moment, outside the Imperial Sacred Hall, a disciple stumbled and crawled his way to the entrance of the Grand Hall, hurriedly recounting the events he had witnessed to the gatekeeper disciple. Subsequently, another disciple approached an elder, conveying the details of the incident. The elder, upon hearing the news, trembled as he adjusted his robe. What, is it true? After receiving confirmation from the disciple, he stepped forward and clasped his hands in salute, addressing the sovereign. Saint Lord, Elder Lei, is there a matter at hand? Huang Tianji furrowed his brow. The Heavenly Soul Hall, which housed the life fire, was managed by Elder Lei, and it was unusual for him to come forth with a report. When he did, it signified a grave matter. Elder Lei's expression was grave as he spoke in a somber tone. Saint Lord, trouble has arisen. Speak. The life fire of Lord Huagu has been extinguished. Instantly, the grand hall fell into silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. They all understood the implications of the extinguished life fire, yet they could not fathom why anyone would dare to strike against a member of the Imperial Sacred Land. Had they truly forgotten the meaning of death? Lord Huagu, if memory serves, was one of the subordinates of the Fifth Elder. The Fifth Elder's face exhibited a mix of shock and anger, but he restrained his fury, knowing this was not the place for an outburst. Report, Saint Lord, Lord Huagu was dispatched to the wasteland to collect tributes from various sects. It's likely that some sect, dissatisfied with the resource distribution, took such a lethal action. Huang Tianji coldly commanded, investigate, and once identified, eradicate their sect to serve as a warning. A figure enveloped in golden light emerged from behind him. Your subordinate obeys. Just as he was about to exit the Grand Hall, several figures appeared outside the Imperial Sacred Hall. Huang Tianji's mood soured. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he abruptly rose, extending a hand towards the entrance and drawing in a deep breath. Suddenly, a vast force of tearing energy erupted, instantly pulling the four raucous individuals into the Grand Hall. Spare us, Saint Lord. Spare us. Please allow us to speak. Once they realized their surroundings, their bodies trembled like leaves in the wind, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Huang Tianji, irritated, struggled to suppress the urge to strike down these four individuals with a single blow, his voice icy as he inquired, why the disturbance outside? Chapter 27, Qiongqi. I report to the sect leader. The subordinate sect Qingni has colluded with the Northern Spirit's sacred land, teaming up with the Northern Spirit's wicked individuals to brutally slay Lord Huagu. And what else? Huang Tianji demanded angrily. They further declared that from this day forth, the entire wasteland shall cease tribute and offerings, unless, upon meeting the terrifying gaze of Huang Tianji, the disciple hastily continued, unless it is you, Saint Lord, who personally intervenes. Otherwise, the fate of Lord Huagu shall serve as our example. Gasp. Everyone within the Grand Hall collectively inhaled sharply. The audacity of the one who uttered such words was astounding. Even the leader of the Northern Spirit's sacred land would hardly dare to make such a bold claim. Yet an obscure figure had the audacity to speak thus. Moreover, to publicly slay Lord Huagu was akin to slapping the face of the Imperial Sacred Land. Very well, I shall see who possesses such audacity. Huang Tianji, enraged yet laughing, declared, it seems that after many years of inaction, the world has forgotten who I, Huang Tianji, am. Hearing these words, the others turned pale. Huang Tianji had dominated the northern region for many years. The imperial sacred land stood tall upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, yet now someone dared to provoke him. It appeared that the heavens of the northern region were about to change. Golden armored guard. At your service. I command you to cleanse the wasteland within 100 days. Should you encounter any dissenters, slay them, as you command, Saint Lord. In an instant, hundreds of golden figures soared from the imperial sacred land, all at the peak of the transformation god realm, with half of them possessing strength reaching the supreme stage. How dare they provoke the Saint Lord himself? Huang Tianji radiated an aura of terror, for he did not believe a mere saintess of the northern spirit would dare to speak so boldly. There must be matters he was unaware of. With that thought, the space around Huang Tianji distorted, and when it returned to normal, he had already vanished from the imperial sacred land, above the wasteland. Huang Tianji stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His consciousness enveloped the area as the golden armored guards moved swiftly, nearing the territories of certain sections. Just then, a ray of mysterious light flashed across the cloudless sky. Huang Tianji abruptly looked up. Boom! A massive claw tore through the void, reaching out towards him. The claw was enveloped in dark energy, its chilling radiance aimed directly at him. Huang Tianji's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly retreated. However, the claw seemed to anticipate his next move, following him like a shadow. Realizing the entity was formidable, Huang Tianji reached into the void and, with a sudden pull, summoned a towering spear into his grasp. As the claw lunged towards him, he moved like a dragon, gripping the spear's tail and countering the assault. Clang! The collision produced a sound akin to metal striking metal. The force was so tremendous that it numbed Huang Tianji's hands. His eyes widened in fury, and with a shake of his arms, he prepared to thrust the spear again. At that moment, the claw concealed within the dark energy suddenly vanished. Huang Tianji vigilantly scanned his surroundings for its trace. A voice echoed in his mind. Truly, you are the sovereign of the imperial sacred land, possessing the ability to shake the heavens and the earth simultaneously. The clear sky darkened. Ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by the deep roars of beasts. Moments later, a colossal figure materialized before Huang Tianji, its obsidian eyes fixated upon him, seemingly in admiration. Upon witnessing this, Huang Tianji's pupils contracted. When the beast ceased its attack, he began to scrutinize its massive form. Most striking were its blood-red wings, adorned with thorn-like crimson feathers, where divine runes seemed to flicker as they unfolded. Its golden fur billowed in the wind, revealing the black stripes hidden beneath, and its limbs, thick as tree trunks, bore inverted bone spurs, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Crowned with two menacing dragon horns, the imposing tiger head emanated an otherworldly presence. This creature could only be the legendary ancient beast, Qiongqi. Yet, Huang Tianji had never anticipated that this mythological entity would truly exist. But why had it sought him out? The man and beast locked eyes for a long moment, before Qiongqi finally spoke. I require your assistance with a matter. Huang Tianji, taken aback yet maintaining his composure, inquired. What matter? This matter must not be disclosed to another soul. Upon its completion, both of us shall reap unparalleled rewards. Seeing Qiongqi's seriousness, Huang Tianji nodded slightly. Speak, exterminate the northern spirit's sacred land. Huang Tianji raised an eyebrow. For years, I have been endeavoring to accomplish this. Qiongqi shook its massive head. No, your actions have been too slow, cautious, and hesitant. Such an approach is clearly untenable. You mean to say we should eliminate them immediately? Huang Tianji's brow furrowed tightly. Was Qiongqi mad? He understood just how powerful the northern spirit's sacred land was. Their foundation was even deeper than that of the imperial sacred land. To obliterate them was not something that could be achieved overnight. That if it were, he would have already conquered the northern spirit's sacred land and unified the entire northern region, rather than waste time here conversing. Indeed, we must eliminate them immediately. Seeing the unusual expression on Huang Tianji's face, Qiongqi continued. Though this task is arduous, it is imperative. Why don't you enlighten me on what I stand to gain? Huang Tianji was no naive rookie. He knew precisely what he desired. If the other party could not offer something he wanted, then there was no point in discussing further. Qiongqi flapped its wings, summoning a tempest, and shortly thereafter, 100 golden armored guards appeared behind Huang Tianji. These individuals are for the purpose of obliterating the northern spirit's sacred land. They cannot be lost here. Before Huang Tianji could express his displeasure, Xiongqi hastily added, "The reward is the unification of the northern region and ascension to the realm of immortals." Huang Tianji was taken aback, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed upon Xiongqi, scrutinizing whether it was deceiving him. After all, the pursuit of immortality was the aspiration of countless cultivators. Is this true? Indeed. As Xiongqi's claws revealed a divine rune, the power of immortality contained within caused Huang Tianji's pupils to tremble violently. In an instant, he appeared before Xiongqi, feeling the overwhelming power of immortality emanating from it, his expression turning somewhat frenzied as he exclaimed, "Ha! To attain immortality! How many have yearned for this over millennia? Yet it has unexpectedly fallen into my hands." He turned to the golden armored guards behind him, coldly instructing, "Let today's events remain confidential. Otherwise," the golden armored guards replied in unison, with the Saint Lord's command. "We dare not disobey." "Very well, I accept this deal." Huang Tianji's gaze remained fixed on the divine rune in Xiongqi's claw, revealing a profound intoxication. He looked into Xiongqi's abyssal eyes, solemnly stating, "May our collaboration be fruitful." From within Xiongqi's massive form, a hoarse voice echoed, "In due time, you shall be grateful for the wisdom of your choice." Chapter 28. Northern Spirit's Sacred Land in the Qingni sect, beneath a towering ancient tree. Bei Changsheng lay suspended in midair, reclining in the shade. Beneath him lay a spirit mat crafted from exquisite materials, swaying gently, lulling him into drowsiness. The fragrance of the millennium red fruit in his hand wafted through the air. Yet it still failed to invigorate his spirits. What on earth is happening with Huang Tianji? Logically, those individuals should have returned to the sect by now, yet the imperial sacred land has remained eerily quiet these past few days. Could it be that those fellows met their demise along the way? He took a deep breath and bit into a ripe red fruit, the juice flowing freely. However, his expression abruptly shifted, becoming unusually grave. Subsequently, he leapt off the spiritual carpet, gazing out at the vast desolation beneath the high skies. Just moments ago, the long quiet system had provided him with a notification, the presence of the ancient beast. Xiongqi had been detected. Xiongqi? He finished the fruit in a few bites and casually tossed the pit over the cliff. The appearance of the vermilion bird was one thing, but now even Xiongqi had manifested. This world was becoming increasingly bizarre. The disappearance of the vermilion bird's corpse was even more peculiar. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. However, might there be a chance for ascension hidden within Xiongqi? He felt a twinge of anticipation. Yet the thought of Xiongqi's formidable power weighed heavily on his mind. Xiongqi's strength was comparable to that of the vermilion bird, but it was crucial to remember that the latter had been severely injured before their confrontation. Even so, he had expended considerable effort to defeat it, and should Xiongqi choose not to cooperate, he might lack the confidence to vanquish it. After scratching his head and contemplating for a moment, he tied his long hair back and turned to glance at the elegant figure standing atop the tree's peak amidst the fallen leaves. "Hey, let's go." Mo Fian, observing the face looking at her from below, rolled her eyes, taking a deep breath. She leaped down and inquired, "Where to?" "Westward. We head west." Mo Fian blinked. "West? If we proceed westward, we might very well enter the heart of the imperial sacred land. I do not wish to take such a risk." Moreover, having lingered outside for so long, it was time for her to return. If she delayed any longer, her father might end up extending his seclusion by another 2 years. "No, I must depart. I've been out for too long. It's time for me to return. Leave?" Bei Changsheng fixed his gaze on Mo Fian, silent, simply staring until her face flushed red. "What are you looking at?" Bei Changsheng feigned a hurt expression, shook his head with a sigh, and found a piece of blue stone to sit upon. Alas, truly, people are the same everywhere. They consume and leave without a care, oblivious to whether others can bear it. He appeared as though he were an abandoned victim of circumstance. Mo Fian widened her eyes. Who has consumed and left? You look at yourself, 15 pounds of rock meat and 5 pounds of lion's head." Bei Changsheng began counting on his fingers. I can return to you. Right? He rummaged through his spatial realm, placing treasures such as qin, chess, calligraphy, painting, and various weapons before Bei Changsheng, saying with a hint of reluctance, Choose for yourself. Seeing her manner, Bei Chongqing chuckled, stood up, brushed off his clothes, and said, I'm not teasing you anymore. Since you have matters to attend to, let us meet again when fate allows. With a flourish of his sleeves, he descended the mountain, and Mo Fian watched his retreating figure, murmuring, once I resolve the affairs within the sect, I shall return to seek you out. Unfortunately, Bei Chongqing had already descended the mountain, completely unaware of Mo Fian's words that he glanced back at the cracked sky mountain, departing towards the west without a hint of nostalgia. The west, where the imperial sacred land lies, which indeed alleviates concerns, saving him another journey. With a cry, the rock soared into the winds, soaring through the heavens, gradually transforming into a mere black, then until it vanished from sight, that I in the heart of the mist domain. A hazy fog perpetually enveloped this place. Here, 9 cities lay separated by 1,000 miles, arranged in a formation akin to an array, cut off from the world. Each city, due to varying concentrations of spiritual energy, housed cultivators of differing prowess, with the central city boasting countless supreme realm experts. This place was known as the Nine Turns Dragon City, a directly governed territory of the North Spirit Sacred Land, populated by its disciples, marking it as a notable feature. However, the true heart of the North Spirit's sacred land resided not here, but within the high-altitude Xian realm, hundreds of feet above the ground. Above the center of the Nine Turns Dragon City, a faint line shimmered under the illumination of light. Yet if one adjusted their angle and looked down from above, they would observe that the line's position formed a cerulean portal, shrouded in mist, blending seamlessly with the surrounding fog, rendering it nearly imperceptible. With a swish, a slender figure shot up from the center of Nine Turns Dragon City. Plunging into that portal, the saintess has returned to the sect. At that moment, the disciples of the North Spirit's sacred land sprang into action. Finally, the saintess had returned to the sect, although the elders within the sacred land provided support. With the return of the saintess, they now had a solid backbone. After all, the sect master had been in seclusion for several years, and the members had grown accustomed to the saintess's presence, with no major mishaps occurring under her leadership. Where is my mother? Mo Fian traversed through the swirling clouds, arriving in a secluded paradise. Mother, I have returned. Within a pavilion, a regal and elegant woman was deftly stitching a painting hovering 5 meters away in mid-air. Did I end the painting? A man of imposing demeanor gazed straight ahead, while a figure beside him bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman, and in front of them stood a graceful girl. Xiaoyu, you've returned. The woman, upon spotting Mo Fian, set down her needlework, her face lighting up with joy. You weren't hurt, were you? I heard that the rock's combat power is formidable. Mother, rest assured, I am not one of those delicate girls. But why do you always call me by another name? Mo Fian wrinkled her delicate nose playfully. What, are you displeased to share your mother's surname? The woman feigned irritation. Not at all. It's just that my father calls me one name, and you call me another. It confuses me. Oh, you child. The woman affectionately ruffled Mo Fian's hair and asked, Did you bring back the rock's core bones? Of course. Do you not see who I am? As she spoke, a hint of worry flickered in Mo Fian's eyes. Will the rock's bones truly restore my father to his peak? The woman smiled reassuringly. Naturally. By the way, I also acquired another ancient clan's bones. Mo Fian proudly produced the bones of the Golden Swanee. The woman paused, puzzled. Golden Swanee? With your strength, you probably couldn't have subdued it, could you? She was acutely aware of her daughter's capabilities. I encountered someone outside. Mo Fian replied mysteriously. The woman set down the Golden Swanee's bones, anxiously asking, was it a man or a woman? Although Mo Fian, as the saintess, had experienced numerous events, matters of love remained uncharted territory for her. And her mother naturally cared deeply. Did a man? Clink. The golden needle fell to the ground, and the woman pursed her lips, wanting to say something, but unable to find the words. She could only let out a soft sigh. Xiaoyu has grown up. Chapter 29. The sword of the Star River descends from the heavens. Where is Qiongqi? Where is Qiongqi? On a mountain path, Bei Chongqing strolled leisurely down from the summit, humming a little tune he learned in his previous life, though the melody sounded somewhat off in his rendition. This place was less than 5 miles from the imperial sacred land, strictly speaking. He had already entered its territory. With the right means, a careless move could easily reveal his presence. The cultivation of the sacred lord of the imperial sacred land had likely already reached the Saint realm. Otherwise, how could he have established a sacred land governing two realms? Yet, it remained uncertain at what stage the other strength lay within the Saint realm. If they were at their peak, it could complicate matters significantly, potentially requiring a fierce battle to resolve issues. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he gazed at the sprawling palaces shrouded in golden light, unable to suppress a smirk. They even set up a barrier using sunlight. Do they truly believe they can prevent my entry? With a thought, his body began to turn transparent, not merely invisible, but utterly transparent. All tangible matter passed through where he once stood, failing to reveal his true form. This technique, known as the illusory form, was a minor spell he had fortuitously comprehended during his breakthrough to the peak of the Saint realm. It served as an excellent means for openly investigating secrets or checking in at various sex-hidden locations. As he drew closer, the imperial sacred land concealed within the barrier came into full view, and the spiritual energy surged, auspicious rainbows fluttered. His gaze fell upon a multitude of palatial structures, adorned with vermilion gates and jade walls, and a grand avenue paved with golden silk leading straight to the sky's edge, with the palatial buildings rising and falling with the drifting clouds. Yet, at that moment, on a floating plaza amidst the clouds, a considerable number of fully equipped individuals had gathered. Each of these individuals was of supreme realm caliber, on the verge of entering the supreme stage, yet their battle intent was strikingly fierce. Bei Chongsheng swaggered over, and the disciples and elders of the imperial sacred land remained completely oblivious to his presence. He stood opposite these individuals, commenting on their appearances. That guy's strength is considerable, but he is just too ugly. Oh, this female disciple has a nose and eyes that are just right. Overall, the imperial sacred land strength was not to be underestimated. It could even be regarded as a top-tier existence within the northern region. But what were they doing? Conducting a military parade. After observing for a while, he couldn't shake the feeling that the scene resembled a troop assembly, indicating preparations for war. Bei Chongsheng contemplated this. He suddenly recalled the hasty departure of Mo Fian. Could it be that she was embroiled in a conflict with the North Spirit Sacred Land? Indeed, within the Northern Realm, the only force capable of compelling the Imperial Sacred Land to mobilize its troops was the North Spirit Sacred Land itself. Buzz! Countless golden lotus flowers erupted from the void, soaring towards the very ends of the sky. Upon these lotus petals, a soft white light began to glow. Not far off, an imposing man, wielding the towering Overlord spear, descended through the void. With each step he took, radiant pathways manifested before him, accentuating his every movement, extending all the way to the plaza. How grand the spectacle of the Emperor Tianji in the entirety of the imperial sacred land. There existed no one else with such might and grandeur. He gazed at the figure before him, his eyes narrowing in realization. Indeed, this was a saint, and a late-stage saint at that moment. Emperor Tianji suddenly cast his gaze in Bei Chongsheng's direction. After a brief frown, he shook his head and continued his stride, landing upon the plaza. Such acute spiritual perception, although Bei Chongsheng was confident that he had gone undetected. The formidable strength of this man compelled him to remain vigilant. Upon reaching the Cloud Plaza, Emperor Tianji surveyed the thousands of elite disciples, as well as the golden-clad guards on another platform. I shall not waste words. You are surely aware of the purpose of your assembly. Should we emerge victorious, you will become the esteemed contributors of the imperial sacred land, enjoying the highest honors and boundless resources. The thousands of disciples and golden-clad guards surged with enthusiasm. Wherever the imperial sacred land goes, all shall submit. Emperor Tianji scanned the crowd of disciples, his expression one of utmost satisfaction. You are commanded to march with me and flatten the North Spirit's sacred land. With a sudden flourish of his spear, a fissure emerged amid the golden radiance of the sacred land, and the disciples, brimming with battle spirit, surged forth into it. Hiss! Yet inexplicably, that very fissure aligned perfectly with Bei Chongsheng's position, and in an instant his aura uncontrollably revealed itself. Although his true form remained concealed, Emperor Tianji abruptly turned his head, his sharp gaze locking onto his location. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? He realized that he could no longer hide. So he straightforwardly manifested his true form and waved at Emperor Tianji. Emperor Tianji, Long time no see. Before he had buried himself underground years ago, he had crossed paths with this man, who at that time was merely a mischievous child clad in shorts. He vaguely remembered that the lollipop in this fellow's hand had been particularly sweet, though his crying was rather unpleasant to hear. He had no idea how this individual had survived that calamity. But soon he would find out. Emperor Tianji's brow furrowed as he regarded the suddenly appeared youth, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Gradually, the figure before him became clearer, aligning with the image of the mischievous scamp from his childhood. "Is it you?" Emperor Tianji's voice was laced with confusion and anger. Bei Chongqing pointed towards the overlord spear in his hand, feigning concerned. "It's me, little GG. Long time no see. When did your candied hawthorn turn into a giant toothpick? You still alive after all these years? How is it that you have survived for 10,000 years?" Emperor Tianji had never felt such gritted teeth before. The child who had once tricked him into sharing his candied hawthorn had lingered in his memory for a lifetime. Bei Chongqing shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. "That I too am curious as to why I still live. However, little GG, why have you also survived? Prepare to die." The response to Bei Chongqing was a sudden thrust of a spear. "Good heavens, such disrespect towards an elder. We are contemporaries, yet you show no understanding of the importance of honoring your elders." However, this fellow had only just reached the late-stage saint level after 30,000 years. His talent was indeed lacking. Emperor Tianji, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, "Honor your elders, shadowless storm." In an instant, the sky was filled with spear shadows, descending upon Bei Chongqing with overwhelming force. Eventually, even the spear shadows vanished, replaced by an unending storm that tore through the clouds, enveloping Bei Chongqing within. Such immense resentment. As Bei Chongqing gazed at the apocalyptic scene surrounding him, his eyes slowly closed, and he brought the index and middle fingers of his right hand together. And the star radiance at his brow suddenly flared to life. Swish! Daylight transformed into night in an instant, and boundless starlight illuminated the entire imperial sacred land. Roar! Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves resonated from the high heavens. The noise grew louder, deafening, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses. Emperor Tianji looked up, witnessing the starlight converging into a river of stars cascading from the ninth heaven, heading towards Bei Chongqing. Then he observed as Bei Chongqing pointed forward with a finger. Star River sword descends from the heavens. Chapter 30. Childhood shadows of Bei Chongqing. The stars flowed, radiant and resplendent. The vast blue power of the Star River coalesced into a gigantic sword, cleaving through the firmament as it descended upon the imperial sacred land. Boom! The barrier beneath the light screen shattered as if it were mere tofu, crumbling upon contact, utterly ineffective. Below, the golden-clad guards and elder disciples struggled valiantly against the compressing space enveloped by the sword's brilliance. Ah, puff! Some could not withstand the pressure of the sword light, being instantly crushed into a pulp. Emperor Tianji's expression darkened. With a leap, he soared into the sky, moving like a dragon, leaving behind flickering afterimages. Appearing in the high heavens, he looked up at the colossal sword descending from the ninth heaven, his fury igniting as he roared, "Come forth!" As his voice faded, he hurled the overlord spear high into the sky. Mysterious forces emanated from his hand, all converging upon the spear. Overlord suppression of the world. During this process, the overlord spear emitted a resonant clang, instantly transforming into a massive shield spanning 1,000 feet. Within the shield, divine patterns danced, interconnecting, forming layer upon layer of energy, colliding fiercely with the descending Star River sword. Boom! The entire cosmos erupted in a blinding brilliance, while space itself shattered, obliterating all life within 1,000 feet, plunging it into desolation. The rift leading to other realms could not withstand such violent energy, flickering several times before vanishing. At the very bottom, remnants of shattered pathways lay strewn with dismembered limbs. Many could not evade, instantly reduced to blood mist by the overwhelming shockwave, leaving not even a trace behind. High above, Emperor Tianji's gaze was filled with bloodlust. Thousands of elites, more than half slain or wounded, caused him intense pain. He longed to strike down Bei Chongqing. Yet, the strength of a single man was far from sufficient. Meanwhile, the detestable rogue below appeared as if nothing had transpired, grinning at him. Oh, not bad. Little GG has made considerable progress. Bei Chongqing sighed inwardly. Although this fellow had yet to reach the pinnacle of sainthood, his foundation was undeniably solid. After all, 10,000 years had passed. Even a pig could reach such a level with that much time. Moreover, the spear in his hand possessed some intriguing properties. At this moment, the system chimed in once more. Caution, Qiongqi is nearby. Nearby, Bei Chongqing glanced around, finding nothing amiss, then expanded his immense consciousness, carefully sensing every movement in the surroundings, while also observing Emperor Tianji's every action done on the other side. Upon hearing Bei Chongqing's mocking nickname, Emperor Tianji's expression turned furious. Yet he surprisingly suppressed his rage, his countenance shifting as he inquired, "How exactly did you survive?" Bei Chongqing raised an eyebrow, thinking, should I really divulge the secret of my survival? I possess a system, after all, he retorted. And how did you survive? Emperor Tianji spoke slowly. 30,000 years ago, I was but a child. Bei Chongqing tugged at his earlobes, his expression one of impatience. Yes, a child who cried quite unpleasantly. Humph. Emperor Tianji fixed him with a predatory gaze, but after a moment of contemplation, continued, back then, I was just a child, by an unfortunate twist of fate, I fell into a secret realm. When I awoke, I discovered that I had obtained a hidden, unparalleled inheritance. He paused before continuing. Upon my emergence, I found that the once great beings had long since perished in the sands of time. The legends of the ancient immortals faded into mere textual accounts. Over the years, from the fragmented maps and ancient texts I gathered, it became evident that those gods and demons who once traversed heaven and sea have likely perished. Their souls returned to the abyss. The world I once knew was no longer the same. At this point, he earnestly inquired, what transpired back then? Bei Chongqing's expression grew solemn. It seemed that Emperor Tianji, like him, had encountered his own fortuitous circumstances, yet remained ignorant of the events of 10 millennia past. In the midst of Emperor Tianji's expectant gaze, Bei Chongqing reluctantly shrugged. I'm afraid I, too, do not know what happened back then. It seems our fates are quite similar. You also entered a secret realm? Bei Chongqing shook his head, thinking, no, I merely buried myself deep. But where exactly was Qiongqi? Not even a shattered divine sense could capture a hint of its presence. At this moment, Emperor Tianji seemed to sense his unease, coldly asking, what are you searching for? Nothing. As soon as the words left his lips, Bei Chongqing's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he looked upwards to see a golden bell silently rotating in the sky above. Dao soldiers, he swiftly moved, his demeanor fraught with panic, casting an indignant gaze towards the scheming Huang Tianji. Are you stalling for time? To his astonishment, Huang Tianji actually summoned forth his ultimate weapon, an investment that was not trifling. Did he not fear that the weapon might be directly shattered by him, destabilizing his Dao heart and causing the great principles he entrusted to it to collapse? How ruthless, in that instant. He transformed into a myriad of starlight, dissipating into the surroundings. Yet unexpectedly, the ultimate weapon emitted a faint halo, its bell mouth drawing forth a formidable force, devouring the scattered starlight completely. Meanwhile, Huang Tianji's eyes flashed with a golden light, a sinister smile spreading across his face seal. Bang! Bei Chongqing was instantly trapped within the confines of the golden bell. The bell trembled lightly, shrinking to the size of a golden bell, rolling back into the palm of his hand. Huang Tianji held it up, shaking it by his ear, exclaiming triumphantly, "Ah, you wretched creature, you will one day fall into my grasp. Watch how I concoct your demise. You little brat, is it really necessary to hold a grudge over a mere candied hawthorn I took from you for so long?" Inside the bell, darkness enveloped everything, and from the unknown depths, bolts of thunder occasionally descended, striking at Bei Chongqing. In contrast, Bei Chongqing did not flinch or evade. He allowed the strikes to land upon him, feeling no more than an itch, as the attacks inflicted no harm upon his flesh, that he rubbed his nose, pondering, is Huang Tianji's resentment towards me so profound that I have become his inner demon? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, suspecting that his past actions had become this fellow's childhood trauma. However, to think that this broken bell could contain him was perhaps overly ambitious. He resolved to break free and transform into Huang Tianji's midlife shadow. With a wicked grin, Bei Chongqing summoned the boundless vitality within him and launched a fist into the endless darkness. Bang crack! As ripples spread, a resounding noise erupted, followed by a blinding light. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Huang Tianji was thoroughly satisfied, mobilizing elite disciples to fill the ranks, continuing his grand ambition to annihilate the North Spirit realm. Yet, he occasionally let out bursts of eerie laughter, sending shivers down the spines of the elders and disciples alike. Chapter 31. The Coffin of the Living World Bang. A violent tremor resonated through the Huangji sacred land. Everyone witnessed their lord's face pale dramatically as he flung a golden bell from his hand. Yet before it had even traveled half a meter, a tremendous explosion ensued. Waves of energy spilled forth, radiating extreme light, followed by billowing black smoke that enveloped Huang Tianji's location. The recently tidy ground suffered catastrophic destruction once more, with hundreds of disciples unable to evade, their cries for help stifled as they were utterly vaporized by the annihilating brilliance. Those disciples who had yet to join the expedition were once again decimated by this sudden catastrophe. The remaining scattered disciples now stared blankly at the blood-soaked Huangji sacred land, tears of regret glistening in their eyes. They lamented their choice to join Huangji's sacred land, questioning why they had not opted for another sect. At least, if they had to die, they could have retained their complete forms. However, as they gazed upwards into the heavens, they were momentarily stunned. They beheld the dispersing black smoke, revealing a figure whose hair resembled that struck by lightning and whose face appeared as though it had been blasted by artillery. "Is that our Lord?" one disciple hesitantly murmured, enduring the pain coursing through his body. "That it should be right?" Another elder's eyes were filled with uncertainty. That in stark contrast, the figure above trembled, wisps of green smoke wafting from him. His clothes tattered, even a front tooth missing. Bei Chongqing. Huang Tianji will never share the heavens with you. Huang Tianji was beside himself with fury. He had never felt so humiliated, save for that time when his candied hawthorn was snatched away. The maddening fact that both incidents were orchestrated by the same person only fueled his ire. As the starlight shifted, Bei Chongqing appeared nonchalantly not far from Huang Tianji, feigning surprise. "Oh, little GG. What happened to you? Did you go out for a meal while I was away?" He scrutinized Huang Tianji's tattered appearance, wearing a look of mock disappointment. "Sigh, it's clear you lack the skill. I understand your plight, and I sympathize with your misfortune." The disciples below exchanged glances, a smirk creeping onto their faces. When had the revered Lord Huangji Tianji become a beggar? But upon witnessing their lord's increasingly deranged expression, they quickly stiffened their necks, feigning death. They dared not wade into this turbulent water. "Ah, very well. You force my hand." Huang Tianji's expression twisted, resembling madness as he laughed maniacally, reaching for the sky-piercing overlord spear, which materialized in his hand. Just as Bei Chongqing thought he was about to unleash a desperate strike, Huang Tianji turned his gaze to the spear, coldly declaring, "How long will you remain hidden?" Bei Chongqing shifted his attention to the formidable spear he had always sensed held secrets. Dark energies emanated from the golden spear, releasing a terrifying aura. "What is this?" Bei Chongqing narrowed his eyes. Feeling the sinister, malevolent energy within, he suddenly realized why the system had warned him of a chi anomaly nearby. It turned out this fellow had been harboring the ominous creature all along within the Overlord Spear. Truly, a case of darkness hiding beneath the light. As the dark energy roiled, the entire sky manifested crimson lightning, resembling a shattered mirror. In a shocking turn, the blood-red lightning that surged towards the heavens suddenly reversed direction. Converging at the center, with a thunderous crash, rampant energy surged forth, shrouding the clear sky in black mist. That a colossal tiger's head coalesced in the air, followed by blood-red wings crackling with thunder. That a pair of bottomless black eyes emanated wisps of darkness, scrutinizing Bei Chongqing below. Interesting. Then, after gazing at the disheveled Huang Tianji for a prolonged moment, it uttered a statement that would make Huang Tianji spurt blood. "You got blown up, didn't you?" "Ha!" Bei Chongqing couldn't contain himself, bursting into laughter. Huang Tianji's already dark expression deepened further. That moment, the smoke dissipating from his head reappeared, but this time it was due to the fury of the ominous creature. "Slay him. I shall annihilate the North Spirit's sacred land alongside you." He grimaced, pointing a finger at the trembling Bei Chongqing. albeit with a missing tooth, causing his words to come out somewhat garbled. The ominous creature blinked, tilting its head in confusion, struggling to comprehend Huang Tianji's words. That it then turned its gaze to Bei Changsheng, stating, "You see, I initially had no intention of involving myself in this matter, but you have provoked him to the point of desperation. My apologies." At this moment, Bei Changsheng was weighing whether he could handle this creature. His previous victory over Zhuge was due to the latter being severely injured, but now this creature appeared to be at full power, likely stronger than Zhuge had been that day. Not to mention, Huang Tianji was also watching with keen interest. Although his ultimate weapon had been shattered, he surely had hidden cards up his sleeve. Coupled with this ominous creature, while he could ensure he would not be defeated, overcoming both of them would be a daunting task. Ominous creature, you. Before Bei Changsheng could finish, the creature's eyes suddenly emitted a black light, and it opened its mouth wide. Roar! The sound of a tiger's roar echoed through the heavens and earth, a blinding blood light piercing through space, hurtling toward him. Bei Changsheng's expression grew serious as he swiftly summoned his ultimate weapon, a coffin as dark as ink. Indeed, this was the very coffin in which Bei Changsheng had buried himself, having transformed into his ultimate divine weapon after 30,000 years of nurturing. The name he bestowed upon this weapon was the Coffin of the Living World. Just as the scarlet light was about to engulf Bei Changsheng, he did not hesitate. He slapped the coffin lid and jumped inside. Before closing the lid, he waved his hand at the smoking Huang Tianji and the ominous creature, saying, "See you later." In an instant, the blood light descended. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the blood light crashed against the black coffin, producing a resounding tremor. Yet, that very impact propelled the black coffin toward the rising sun. Trying to escape, Huang Tianji, infuriated, brandished the Overlord's spear, ready to pursue, but was intercepted by the ominous creature. "Do not chase. This person is formidable, that if you pursue, you may never return." The ominous creature gazed in the direction Bei Changsheng had fled, its eyes flickering, lost in thought. Then it turned its attention southward, stating, "The immediate priority is to capture the North Spirit's sacred land, that for that man. Once we attain immortality, it will take but a single finger to crush him." Huang Tianji was reluctant, yet he understood the weight of priorities. Compared to the pursuit of immortality, Bei Changsheng was hardly a concern. Although he tried to rationalize this to himself, the memories of what this person had done in his youth and the consequences of recent events filled him with an overwhelming sense of frustration. Let the army march. With a cold snort, he began to mobilize his forces once more. The vast army surged forth, breaking through the mists, advancing toward the domain of fog. Chapter 32. The holy son of Huangji enters the Star Extreme in the desolate realm known as the Star Extreme. Located in the extreme eastern position of the northern border, lies the esteemed Star Extreme sect, a place where the sun, moon, and stars converge. With the grand opening of the sect's gates, the number of disciples has steadily increased, compelling the sect to expand and renovate its facilities. Among these recent constructions are the Divine Pill Pavilion, the Immortal Herb Garden, and the Armory Tower, all of which have only recently been established. Consequently, the territory of the Star Extreme sect has rapidly expanded over a mere few days, extending all the way to the eastern coastline. Furthermore, the sect leader, Yi Chang'e, commanded the old sect plaza to be excavated and repaved with golden bricks and divine gold, particularly engraving a circle of defensive runes around the statue of the venerable ancestor, Bei Changsheng, to prevent any unwitting celestial beasts from damaging it. Beneath the towering statue, which stands at a height of 100 meters, thousands of disciples are arranged in orderly rows, paying their respects to their ancestor. Then, under the proud gaze of the third elder, Hu Liangzi, they commence their daily morning lessons, practicing swordplay. Mastery of the Star Extreme sect's myriad transformations of the stellar technique and the sword of the galactic path requires an exceptionally high level of swordsmanship. And perfecting one's sword skills is an obligation for every member of the sect. Standing atop the star observation cliff, Yi Chang'e gazed with satisfaction at the vibrant scene in the plaza. Stroking his beard contentedly, that he was confident that within a millennium, the Star Extreme sect would once again regain its former glory, perhaps even surpassing it in a century. Just as he pondered this, a disciple approached with news, prompting him to turn around. That it was none other than his junior sister, Chu Yuqing, who, after taking on disciples, had risen in status to become a senior sister. no longer the youngest among them. "Ah, it is you. What brings you here?" "Master, there are visitors seeking an audience outside the mountain." Yi Chang'e frowned, questioning why they would come to him instead of seeking the counsel of the first elder. "He Yinji, who is responsible for receiving guests." "Where is he Yinji?" Chu Yuqing replied straightforwardly. "The first elder sent me to find you." Understanding the implication, Yi Chang'e realized that an important figure had arrived. Otherwise, it would not warrant his attention as sect leader. "Very well. I shall attend to the entrance of the Star Extreme sect. White jade columns flanked either side, intricately carved with the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper and the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper, adorned with celestial constellations. Above, a golden plaque gleamed brilliantly, with deep blue starlight swirling upon it. The characters for Star Extreme sect inscribed in seal script, shimmering radiantly under the sun's rays. Outside the sect, the first elder, He Yinji, appeared somewhat anxious, for he was ill-prepared to contend with the visitor and the nature of the discussions at hand. The visitors numbered 10, 8 men and 2 women, led by a remarkably handsome and imposing young man. Upon inquiring, He Yinji learned that they hailed from one of the 2 great holy places in the northern border, the Huangji Holy Land. Their purpose was a source of great distress for He Yinji. They sought to incorporate the Star Extreme sect into their jurisdiction and demanded substantial tributes of resources annually in exchange for protection from the Huangji Holy Land. That at first glance, aligning with the Huangji Holy Land seemed advantageous. Yet it was akin to paying a protection fee, not unlike the previous arrangement with the Qingni sect. Just as He Yinji was overwhelmed with concern, Yi Chang'e strolled down from the mountain. He immediately approached, saying, "Sect leader, the people from the Huangji Holy Land have arrived, and they wish to incorporate us into their sphere of influence, demanding resources for cultivation to ensure our stability." Upon hearing this, Yi Chang'e's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly masked his expression, nodding as he turned to the leading young man adorned in fine garments. "So, it is the Huangji Holy Land that graces us with its presence. I am Yi Chang'e, the sect leader of Star Extreme. May I ask how to address you?" The young man smiled faintly, but remained silent, while a proud woman behind him stepped forward, declaring, "Before you stands the holy son of Huangji. Should you not hasten to welcome him into your sect?" Her condescending gaze and reproachful demeanor seemed to convey, "How dare the Star Extreme sect keep them waiting at the gates?" Truly, they were a newly elevated sect, lacking in decorum. At this moment, Yi Chang'e's expression changed. He had not anticipated that this young man was the holy son of Huangji. He clasped his fists in respect, saying, "Ah, it is the holy son's esteemed visit that I apologize for the lack of proper welcome. I hope you will not take offense." Seeing Yi Chang'e show such courtesy, the entourage behind the holy son, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, was somewhat appeased. "Please, allow us to enter," as they proceeded. Yi Chang'e contemplated how to navigate the upcoming maneuvers of the Huangji Holy Land without inciting their ire, all while ensuring the sect's survival. That if the Star Extreme sect were to flourish, it could not afford to have its resources siphoned off by the Huangji Holy Land, stifling its development and rendering their efforts futile. Upon passing through the plaza, the holy son of Huangji halted, intrigued by the sight of thousands of disciples practicing their swordplay. That he inquired, "Are these the new disciples you have recently accepted?" Yi Chang'e nodded. "Indeed, they are the newly initiated disciples of the Star Extreme sect." "Very well, indeed," the holy son remarked, seemingly satisfied. His gaze then settled upon the enormous statue in the plaza. The statue depicted a young man clad in a robe of flying clouds and stars, with piercing eyes and a commanding brow, one hand resting behind his back while the other pointed forward, gazing into the distance with an air of dominance. The holy son's pupils contracted slightly as he asked, "Who is this individual?" The 9 followers behind him also paused, their expressions filled with astonishment. Such a figure, how could they have not encountered him? It was known that while not every event within the desolate realm was recorded in the Huangji Holy Land, any exceptionally prominent individual would surely not escape their notice. Without waiting for Yi Chang'e's response, the holy son strode through the crowd, arriving at the statue, and read aloud the inscription on the white jade pedestal, "Ancestor of the Star Extreme sect. Bei Changsheng, buried in antiquity, awakened in the present, traversing the world, unbowed before gods, slaying immortals upon encounter." The holy son's expression shifted oddly, and he turned to Yi Chang'e, first scoffing before stating, Such audacity. You claim your ancestor has been resurrected? Do you presume to fool this holy sun? He then addressed his companions with a laugh. I had thought the Star Extreme sect was remarkable. It seems they are merely arrogant, attempting to use the name of a deceased individual to bolster their sect's prestige. How utterly laughable. His entourage chimed in. The holy sun speaks true. The Star Extreme sect is nothing of consequence, that we had initially considered incorporating it into our ranks to prepare for potential talents to enter the Holy Land for cultivation. Yet it appears to be just this. Indeed, indeed. Holy Sun, why don't we regard them as a resource to be exploited? They need only pay tribute annually, and we shall grant them our protection, they suggested. Upon hearing such remarks, Yi Chang'e, the first elder, and the other elders and disciples were incensed. They could endure insults, but to declare their ancestor a mere corpse was intolerable. The plaza fell silent, a palpable tension enveloping the air. The Holy Sun smirked, casting a scornful glance at the gathered disciples of the Star Extreme sect, declaring, "What? Do you think I am mistaken? Or do you wish for this corpse to rise and strike me down?" Ha! Just as Yi Chang'e and his companions reached their limit of tolerance and were about to retort, a piercing sound cut through the air from the western sky. Whoosh! The sound grew increasingly loud, resembling thunder. Soon, all eyes turned to a dark speck rapidly approaching. Behind it trailed a white streak, accompanied by several colorful halos, an otherworldly sight. What is that? The Holy Sun and his entourage ceased their mockery, shifting their focus to the ominous black spot drawing near, as a colossal vortex manifested above them. The birds and beasts upon the mountain seemed to sense danger and scattered in all directions. The third elder, Hu Liangzi, had already instructed everyone to withdraw to avoid any potential harm from whatever was overhead. His instincts, though somewhat rash, proved to be invaluable in recognizing danger. Sect leader Yi Chang'e and the first elder, having sensed the impending threat, had swiftly retreated to the edge of the plaza. In contrast, the Holy Sun and his group, caught off guard, were now pale with fear as a massive pressure field formed above them, compressing space and creating an energy barrier akin to a protective shield around them. Damn it, we're trapped. The Holy Sun pounded against the barrier in desperation, but its thickness only increased, rendering their efforts futile. The other 9 were akin to headless flies, thrashing against the barrier until their bones cracked, yet not a single gap appeared. In a moment of realization, the Holy Sun recalled Yi Chang'e and the others, frantically striking the barrier while shouting, "Quick! Help me out, hurry!" Seeing that Yi Chang'e and the first elder were unresponsive, his threats escalated. "I command you to assist me, or prepare for the annihilation of your Star Extreme sect. Your commands are lost on them," a pale male attendant interjected, clutching his already broken arm weakly. The long night song indeed rendered them oblivious to the cries for help, yet being unaware does not equate to being blind. The gestures of the others clearly indicated their desperate plea for assistance. Elder He, noting this, expressed his concerns. "Sect Master, shall we intervene? If we do not, what of the Royal Extreme sacred land?" Knight Chang'e slightly shook his head, casting a glance towards the western sky, and sighed. It is too late. No sooner had he spoken than a dark shadow plummeted from the heavens, landing precisely where the sacred sun of the Royal Extreme was situated. Shattered bricks of gold and jade flew in all directions, and a cloud of dust and debris rose several meters high, obscuring the scene within. As the dust settled, the sacred sun and his companions, who had previously stood upon the ground, were nowhere to be seen. The earth had collapsed, and both the dark object and the sacred sun of the Royal Extreme were undoubtedly now ensconced within this pit. "Let us approach and investigate." Knight Chang'e and the others tread cautiously towards the site, but a sharp intake of breath escaped the crowd as they beheld the horrific scene within the pit. A sight so ghastly it nearly induced retching. Inside the 4-foot-deep pit, blood mist swirled, and dismembered limbs piled high, resembling a morbid mound. In such a scenario, not only would finding any survivors be impossible, but even collecting the remains might not yield a complete body. Elder He, covering his mouth and holding his breath, gazed upon the source of this calamity embedded at the bottom of the pit. "Sect Master, does that not resemble a coffin lid?" He pointed towards a protruding rectangular piece of black metal. Knight Chang'e focused intently, and indeed, it appeared to be a coffin lid. Looking around, he fixed his gaze on Hu Liangzi and instructed. Elder 3, go and extract it. We cannot leave it here indefinitely. Observing Hu Liangzi's despondent expression, Knight Chang'e continued, this is right in front of the ancestor statue. Surely we cannot allow this coffin to remain as an offering. Understood. Hu Liangzi reluctantly descended into the pit, sidestepping the gruesome remains, swallowing hard as he reached for the coffin. Clang. Just as his hand made contact with the lid, a dull sound emanated from within. Elder 3 instinctively recoiled, a chill racing from the base of his spine to the crown of his head, his eyes widening in alarm as he looked to Elder He and Knight Chang'e. There is movement within the coffin. The group's expressions turned grave. They found themselves facing an unprecedented situation. Although they were all cultivators, the eerie nature of this occurrence left even the most seasoned among them paralyzed with fear. They heard the sound as well, and despite it being broad daylight with thousands of people in the square, an unsettling cold crept over them. Elder 3, step back. Knight Chang'e commanded. Reluctantly, Hu Liangzi withdrew, taking a deep breath. Knight Chang'e declared, given this situation, we cannot resolve it ourselves. We must report to the ancestor. After deliberating, he ordered someone to keep watch over the area and prepared to use the star command to contact Bei Changxing. Just then, a scraping sound emerged from the coffin, and a pale hand reached out from within to Hu Liangzi, still halfway out of the pit, froze once more, slowly turning his head to see a hand resting on the coffin's edge. Followed by another hand emerging. His eyes widened in terror, akin to copper bells, his body trembling as he attempted to flee, only to find his limbs unresponsive above. The others were equally petrified, fixated on the coffin. Knight Chang'e had already drawn his sword, its blade radiating a fierce glow, poised for a swift strike. His junior sister, Chu Yuqing, appeared pale and devoid of color, clutching her garment with one hand while gripping her sword with the other. Ready to charge in a battle, that it was not cowardice that gripped them, but rather the bizarre unveiling of the coffin. The sacred son of the royal extreme was a being of supreme rank, and the suddenness of his demise was unfathomable, rendering anyone incapable of maintaining composure. With a sharp clap, another hand joined the first on the coffin's edge, and amidst the collective anxiety, the two arms simultaneously extended towards the coffin's rear. Whereupon a figure sat up and stretched languidly. That was a splendid nap. The owner of the voice surveyed the disarray of corpses scattered about, blinking in bewilderment. What on earth happened? Did I crush someone? The onlookers above were left utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe that the occupant of the coffin was Bei Changxing himself. Hu Liangzi, overwhelmed with emotion, trembled, his lips quivering as he knelt before Bei Changxing, crying out, "Ancestor, ancestor." Bei Changxing turned to him, his eyes lighting up. That Hu Liangzi, what brings you here? Then, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, he looked up at the frozen crowd. So everyone is present. With a leap, he emerged from the pit, summoning the Songxing Songtian coffin back into his spatial realm, hesitantly inquiring, how many people perished in the sect? Knight Chang'e took a moment to compose himself, his face twitching as he heavily articulated. Ancestor, no one from our sect has been harmed. Bei Changxing, astonished, pointed at the gruesome scene within the pit, questioning, then who are these people? Are you saying the individuals in this pit are from the royal extreme sacred land? Or is that the sacred son himself? Bei Changxing found it hard to comprehend. This was far too absurd. What business could the sacred son of the royal extreme have here? Logically, they shouldn't have discovered his connection to the Star Extreme sect so swiftly. After recounting the sequence of events, Knight Chang'e noted the peculiar expression on Bei Changxing's face. Well, this fellow is truly unfortunate. Misfortune has knocked at his door and moved in. I never imagined that a single strike from Qianqi would send him flying so far, nearly traversing an entire domain, plummeting from the snow domain right into the wild domain where the Star Extreme sect resides, resulting in the death of the son of Huang Tianji. Such swift retribution is unprecedented. If Huang Tianji were to learn that his son was crushed to death by a coffin flung by Qianqi, one can only imagine his reaction. Ancestor, how did you? Hu Liangzi gestured, eager to inquire how Bei Changxing had returned riding a coffin. Well, the explanation for this matter is somewhat convoluted. Let us say I was out for a leisurely jaunt. Bei Changxing dismissed the inquiry nonchalantly, turning to the troubled Knight Chang'e. "Not worry. The Royal Extreme Sacred Land is currently preoccupied with their war against the Northern Spirit Sacred Land and are unable to attend to you. Reassured by Bei Chongqing's words, Knight Chang'e attempted to retain him, but he waved his hand, saying, I have matters to attend to. You all should focus on your cultivation and strive to stand at the pinnacle of the Northern Territory. With that, he whistled towards the sky, and the golden-winged rock descended from the heavens, carrying him away towards the Northern Spirit's Sacred Land. Truly a unique mode of travel, riding a bird and returning in a coffin. Hu Liangzi remarked, unsure whether to scoff or express admiration. Knight Chang'e chuckled, gazing in the direction Bei Chongqing had departed, that I have heard that the most exalted of beings can forge their own ultimate divine weapon. Surely that black coffin is the ancestor's unique armament. Turning to Hu Liangzi, he advised, you must quickly comprehend the pearl the ancestor gifted you. We cannot rely solely on him, as he too has his own affairs to attend to. There will be times when he cannot be there for us. We must strengthen ourselves. Indeed, I shall do my utmost. Hu Liangzi vowed earnestly. Meanwhile, in the Northern Spirit Sacred Land, within a luxurious mansion in Yuzhou City, a handsome young man bore an expression of furious astonishment as he paced back and forth, listening intently to reports from the scouts. Are you saying that the major sects of the Mist Domain and Rain Domain have suffered devastating blows? He was Yu Xuanji, a candidate for the Sacred Son of the Northern Spirit Sacred Land, a favored disciple of the Northern Spirit Master Mo Wudao, and a trusted aide to Mo Fian. During her absence, he had been commanding the affairs of both the Rain Domain and Mist Domain. Though lacking the title of Sacred Son, he wielded the authority of one. At this moment, however, he found himself in a predicament. He had received word that the Royal Extreme Sacred Land had dispatched a significant number of elites, suddenly invading the Mist and Rain domains, sweeping through the various sects with a speed that left no room for retaliation. Directly slaying the current leaders and installing puppets in their stead, executing their plan with ruthless efficiency. Yet the time that had passed between his receipt of the news and the events that transpired was merely 2 days. In that short span, the smaller sects of the Rain Domain had fallen entirely, while Yu Xuanji meticulously analyzed the inconsistencies and tactics of the opposing force, ultimately concluding one thing. The Royal Extreme Sacred Land was intent on total warfare. This conclusion stemmed from the fact that the Northern Spirit Sacred Land and the Royal Extreme Sacred Land had been locked in conflict for millennia, maintaining a precarious balance due to their comparable strengths. Despite ongoing skirmishes over the years, large-scale wars have been averted, relegating them to minor clashes. However, the gravity of the current situation had far exceeded his expectations. An urgent matter has arisen. He must promptly report this situation to his superiors, for it has escalated beyond his authority. Although he yearns to make a commendable impression in hopes of earning the favor of the Saintess, he is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Moreover, he does not believe that he could capture the heart of the Saintess merely through this incident. Should he falter, the consequences would be dire. With this thought, he swiftly summoned an individual, handing him the token to enter the North Spirit's Sacred Land. Instructing, you must proceed immediately to the North Spirit's Sacred Realm and deliver this token to Her Highness the Saintess, so she may make an expeditious decision. Yes, the man accepted the token and entered the courtyard. Glancing at the faint luminous thread above in the sky, channeling his spiritual energy into the token. Buzz! In an instant, a passage connected to the thread in the heavens, and a portal materialized, its radiance piercing the sky and earth. Landing before the man, without hesitation, he stepped forward, vanishing into the luminous curtain. As the curtain dissipated, the portal abruptly vanished, leaving behind a delicate thread of light. The North Spirit's Sacred Realm, a land where peach blossoms bloom in abundance. Mo Fian sat in her chamber, her hands propping her head, her thoughts drifting into the unknown. Before her lay a recently embroidered tapestry, a skill she had just learned from her mother. The image depicted a man standing upon the wings of a golden-winged rock, soaring through the azure skies. Beside him a woman with enchanting eyes, her gaze never straying from the young man. The emissaries of the Saintess and the Saint's son have arrived, announced a voice from outside. Mo Fian frowned, swiftly concealing the tapestry and regaining her composure, saying, "Let him enter." Moments later, a man respectfully entered, presenting a radiant order to Mo Fian. The Saint order? She rose abruptly, her expression grave. Yu Qianji had actually activated the Saint order. Such an order could only be invoked for significant matters concerning the sect. Its use indicated that the situation had escalated to a level threatening the very existence of the sect. She infused her consciousness into the order, instantly comprehending the conveyed message. Buzz! In an instant, an overwhelming force emanated from her, shattering the furniture around her. The might of the North Spirit Saintess was unmistakable at that moment. You dare to act against the royal extreme sacred land. Without a word, she leaped into the air, heading towards her mother, the North Spirit Matriarch, also known as the North Spirit Empress, that I the Rain Domain's desolate outskirts. Thousands of golden figures traversed the land. Wherever they went, there were either humble submissions or total annihilation, their methods unprecedentedly ruthless. Within the ruins of the Hundred Flowers sect, thousands of women found themselves captured. The sect master, refusing to yield, gazed at the unwavering elders and disciples, her voice hoarse as she declared, "We vow to defend the honor of the North Spirit, even if it costs us our heads. We will not submit to your royal extreme sacred land." In the heavens, the commander of the Golden Armored Guard showed no sign of emotion, raising his hand and striking down decisively. Execute! Thud, thud, thud! In an instant, thousands of heads fell to the ground, their souls extinguished, and the Hundred Flowers sect was thus erased from the northern front. This grim scene unfolded across various sects that refused to submit, leaving a landscape littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Chapter 35. Brutality. 3,000 miles ahead lies the Fog Domain. As Huang Tianji spoke, he vaporized the bloodstains on his overlord's spear. He gazed upwards, where Qiongqi was hovering above, that we must not let our guard down. Mo Wudao's strength is boundless, perhaps even surpassing yours by a fraction. Qiongqi's voice echoed, causing Huang Tianji's expression to darken as he retorted. I have received intelligence indicating that Mo Wudao has encountered an unforeseen mishap. Otherwise, how could he have remained absent for 3 years? Qiongqi did not respond immediately, seemingly lost in thought, before finally saying, "Indeed, according to the information I obtained, he has indeed faced some issues." Huang Tianji's interest was piqued. What kind of issues? It seems his ultimate weapon has become problematic, preventing him from attending to other matters. Qiongqi explained. Huang Tianji smirked coldly. Truly, heaven aids me. No wonder he has delegated all affairs to his daughter. Gripping the overlord's spear tightly, a cold glimmer illuminated his eyes, though he pondered, "But how do you know this?" Qiongqi remained silent, directing the dark clouds toward the Fog Domain. Huang Tianji glanced back at his bloodthirsty subordinates, coldly commanding, "Split into 2 groups. One will eliminate the other sects, while the other will join me in storming the 9 turns returning Dragon City. We shall take Mo Wudao's head." Within the North Spirit Sacred Realm, unbeknownst to anyone, the atmosphere had already shifted. Though the scenery remained pleasant, an undercurrent of hostility lurked within the tranquility that the Grand Hall. The North Spirit Matriarch's gaze was icy, her face obscured by a veil of white gauze, making her features indistinct, yet the aura of authority she exuded commanded respect and fear. To her right stood the North Spirit Saintess, Mo Fian, while to her left was the candidate for the Saint's son, Yu Tianji. Seated on either side were the high-ranking members of the North Spirit Sacred Land, their expressions grave as they awaited the Matriarch's orders. Fifth Elder, take 300 Supreme Realm disciples to the eastern Evil Wind Ridges Array I and stand by. Should a formidable enemy approach, eliminate them. As you command. Fourth Elder, lead 500 crystal disciples to the interior of the Fortune Spirit Mountain. Ready to respond to orders? Understood. Third Elder, you are in charge of the 9 turns returning Dragon City. Lead the 3rd generation of direct disciples to guard the 9 city array I. We shall obey the Matriarch's command. Fire Deacon, you will lead 1,000 disciples to the southeast direction of the West Phoenix Gorge to attract the enemy's attention. You must delay for at least half a day. Yes, Thunder Deacon. You proceed to with the North Spirit Matriarch's commands. Various elders were dispatched throughout the Fog Domain. And what of me? What is my role? The North Spirit Saintess inquired, having observed that all others had been assigned tasks. The Saint's son, Yu Tianji, cast a questioning glance as well. After a moment of contemplation, the North Spirit Empress responded, "Fian, you shall go to your father's location and ensure that no one interrupts him. Otherwise, the North Spirit Sacred Land will truly be beyond salvation." Mo Fian nodded and turned to leave. However, as she departed, the tapestry she had just completed fell to the ground, unnoticed by the North Spirit Empress as she discreetly retrieved it. Turning her gaze to Yu Tianji, she said, "The command of the entire North Spirit sacred land is now in your hands. You are the one who controls the situation, should there be any uncertainties. Feel free to consult me." Yu Tianji's expression was grave, yet filled with gratitude as he replied, "Yes." Once everyone had departed, the North Spirit Empress removed her veil, revealing a visage nearly identical to Mo Fian's. Watching her daughter leave, she unfurled the tapestry in her hands. Upon recognizing the face depicted, she gasped in astonishment. How could it be him? Then, with a self-deprecating smile, she murmured, "How is this even possible?" At that moment, a golden-winged roc soared through the misty rain. Bei Changsheng had now entered the dominion of the North Spirit, the rain domain. Observing the scene below, he furrowed his brow. Even from 10,000 meters above, he could detect the metallic scent of blood in the air. Moreover, the vengeful spirits of the deceased transformed into wisps of dark mist, descending with the raindrops into the soil. Gazing at the blood-soaked terrain below, his expression turned increasingly frosty. Though war is brutal, Huang Tianji's methods are excessively ruthless that he even spares not the minor sects. Those which yield no profit and cannot protect themselves are simply eradicated. The cruelty of his actions ignited a flame of fury within him. It seems this fellow has indeed entered the fog domain. He circled above for a moment before directing the roc to hasten towards the rain domain. En route, he buried the unburied corpses left in the wilderness. While burial is but an empty gesture for cultivators, it is far better than leaving them to be devoured by wild beasts. Alas, this world, do not return to it. After burying a child of around 12 or 13, his gaze grew even colder, the murderous intent around him causing the vegetation within 100 feet to wither instantly. With a cry, the roc spread its wings, breaking through the rain curtain and piercing into the clouds. Although he was unaware of the circumstances within the North Spirit's sacred land, he had yet to encounter a single cultivator from the North Spirit at his current location. This could mean either that the royal extreme sacred land had triumphed over the North Spirit, or that the two sides had not yet clashed, possibly due to the North Spirit's reservations. Alternatively, the North Spirit might be attempting to ensnare their opponents, planning to capture them all at once. Regardless of their strategies, they likely remained oblivious to the fact that the royal extreme sacred land had Xiongqi as an ally. With this in mind, he urged the roc to accelerate. Moments later, he arrived at a place known as the West Phoenix Gorge. Under the scrutiny of his divine sense, nothing could hide from him. Indeed, an ambush lay in wait. He regarded the concealed cultivators from the North Spirit, a look of confusion crossing his face. With only these cultivators, they could not possibly hinder the main force of Huang Tianji. What was the North Spirit's intention? Suddenly, thousands of beams of light appeared from the horizon, heading in another direction. At that moment, the hidden cultivators below shot an arrow toward the speeding figures of the royal extreme sacred land above. Bang! Ah! A chilling scream echoed in the sky, and within moments, that individual was reduced to mere ashes. Be cautious. There is an ambush. The disciples of the Holy Land of Huangji swiftly took their positions, suppressing the brilliance of their swords as they sought refuge, confronting the practitioners of Bailing from 10 miles away. Suddenly, another arrow shot forth. Another practitioner fell victim to it. Under such circumstances, the people of the Holy Land of Huangji were soon compelled to engage in a chaotic melee with the Bailing practitioners. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Bei Changxing stroked his chin, pondering the motives of these Bailing practitioners. Could it be that they intended to buy time? But what, ultimately, were they aiming to achieve by stalling? Chapter 36. The Sealing of Heaven and Earth Within the Misty Domain. A perpetual shroud of fog enveloped the surroundings. Yet at this moment, Huang Tianji discovered that the fog had dissipated. What could this mean? As the master of the Holy Land, he naturally possessed extraordinary insight. In the midst of battle, even the slightest disturbance could not be overlooked. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. His keen gaze spanned the vast expanse of 10,000 miles, and in this instant, he realized that the mist covering the entire domain had vanished without a trace. Consequently, the vital energy of heaven and earth within the misty domain had become thin and sparse at this moment. The golden armored guards and the elite disciples of the sect found their internal spiritual power operating sluggishly, with some even plummeting from the sky due to an inability to replenish their energy. Xiongqi, do you understand what is happening? Huang Tianji inquired, looking up. Xiongqi had been concealed above, surely aware of the events unfolding below. After a brief moment, Xiongqi's voice resonated in Huang Tianji's mind. This misty domain is quite peculiar. The vital energy here appears to be controlled by some entity or object that is consuming the spiritual energy in large quantities. A shiver ran down Huang Tianji's spine as he extended his consciousness. Discovering that the spiritual energy across the vast expanse of the misty domain was indeed vanishing, slowly dissipating into some mountains, lakes, or plains. You lead a team to investigate, that if you notice anything unusual, signal immediately. Understood. 100 individuals from the team swiftly raced toward the location he sensed was abnormal. Huang Tianji halted his advance. He had to await their feedback, for who could predict what might unfold. Just then someone reported, "Holy Master, we have found congregated sect members at various locations within the misty domain, among whom are numerous disciples of the Biling Holy Land. Moreover, at the site where the Biling disciples are gathered, one of our disciples has discovered a hidden large formation eye." The elder relayed the information with a grave expression. Huang Tianji's countenance shifted slightly. In intersect warfare, the greatest fear was falling into a trap. And this formation was one such peril. Regardless of one's strength or numbers, entering the formation's range would undoubtedly result in catastrophic consequences. Realizing this, Huang Tianji cast his gaze toward the direction from which the golden armored guards had departed, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Damn it, we have entered the grand formation set by those rascals." Huang Tianji's face darkened. At this moment, he finally understood why the disciples of the Biling Holy Land had not put up much resistance. This was entirely a matter of trapping the enemy rather than offering themselves up for slaughter. "Huang Tianji, while they have yet to activate the formation, command our people to destroy it immediately." Xiongqi's voice echoed once more. "As long as we can destroy several formation eyes, the large formation will become inoperative, and the misty domain, along with the Biling Holy Land, will still be at our mercy." Huang Tianji wore a solemn expression as he nodded, producing a token and issuing commands. "Relay my orders for another group of disciples to prioritize locating and destroying the formation eyes. Setting aside the matter of clearing the sect for now, continue advancing." With a gust of wind beneath his feet, Huang Tianji led the army forward as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Any practitioners who resisted were mercilessly slain. The entire misty domain was shrouded in an atmosphere of death. The 9 transformation returning dragon city of the Biling Holy Land. Upon hearing that their grand formation had been discovered, Saint Sun Yu Tianji's expression changed dramatically. The formation was their lifeline, with the strength of the practitioners playing a minimal role. Now that the formation was being systematically dismantled by the people of the Holy Land of Huangji, whether it could be activated remained uncertain. Rather than risk an inability to activate the formation, it would be better to launch it now, while the eyes were still relatively intact, at least to exhaust some of the Huangji practitioners. "Relay my command. Activate the formation." "Understood." As soon as the words left his lips, the formation disk before Yu Tianji began to whirl frantically, countless energies converging within, soaring towards the heavens and enveloping the sky of the misty domain. Meanwhile, in another location, the disciples of the Biling Holy Land, having received their orders, similarly placed formation disks at each formation eye. Crack! The formation disks twisted, and beams of light shot upwards, piercing the firmament. Buzz! As the celestial beams erupted. The countless vital energies that had previously vanished were released in a magnificent display, spreading outward in all directions. In a brief moment, these immense forces connected with the energy erupting from the center of the misty domain. At this instant, the entire misty domain resembled an enormous bowl turned upside down, as the energy consumption of those within the Holy Land of Huangji intensified, rendering them unable to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth, severing their connection to the natural order entirely. The ceiling of heaven and earth great formation. As Huang Tianji advanced towards the 9 transformation returning dragon city, he felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. How could they have produced the formation disks for such a long-lost array? This formation should have been forgotten during the Great Catastrophe, yet here it was, vividly manifest before their eyes, and they were experiencing firsthand what it meant to be utterly constrained. Boom! The disciple's vital energy vanished, and he plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters. Fortunately, his physical body was sufficiently robust, allowing him to escape disaster. Where one falls, another follows. As this disciple descended, the thousands in the team began to tumble from the sky like dumplings. Some disciples with indestructible bodies found their protective treasures unable to supply energy, rendering them useless, resulting in a gruesome scene of carnage. Bang, crack. Everyone plummeted. Although Huang Tianji remained unaffected, he had to consider the lives of the sect's disciples. Aside from Xiongqi still hovering above, all the practitioners from the Holy Land of Huangji were now forced to march on foot within the misty domain, their frustration palpable. At this moment, the most delighted were those who had mastered body techniques. The absence of spiritual energy posed no issue for them. Even if they fell from great heights, they could simply dust themselves off and continue on as if nothing had occurred. The returning dragon city loomed just within reach. Halt! Huang Tianji fixed his gaze on the beam of light emanating from the center of the returning dragon city. It appears that the main formation eye of this grand array is situated here. If we can destroy it, the remaining formation eyes will lose their connection, resulting in a self-destruction. The 9 transformation returning dragon city. This was the first time he was so close to these 9 cities. Huang Tianji sighed, summoning those around him. What is the situation within the city? Reporting to the Holy Master, the practitioners within the city have gathered, seemingly preparing to confront us. Another individual responded to I in the center of Yuzhou City. It is the Biling Saint's son commanding the forces, and he is the one who activated the grand formation within the misty domain. Huang Tianji narrowed his eyes. So it is him. Yu Tianji was one of the rare geniuses in the northern region, excelling not in raw power, but in strategy and overall command. His talent for formations was exceptionally formidable, making him a role model among the young elites of the northern region. Regardless of who is commanding, in the face of absolute strength, they are but mere chickens and dogs. Killing them will be as easy as slaughtering pigs and sheep. Huang Tianji sneered, uttering a name. You come forth. A man with a fierce gaze stepped forward, flames flickering in his eyes. Lead 1,000 body cultivators and capture this person alive. Understood. Chapter 37. Rampaging forward Ka. The golden-winged rock, soaring through the skies, noticed the sudden eruption of light in the distance. It swiftly turned, flapping its wings, and in an instant, arrived at the junction of the misty domain and the rainy domain. Gazing at the unified beam of light, Bei Chongqing instructed the rock to wait in the rainy domain while he ventured alone into the misty domain. The ceiling of heaven and earth great formation. He gazed in astonishment at the continuous curtain of light, an expression of intrigue in his eyes that, as far as he knew, even 30,000 years ago. There were few who could master such formations, and by unfortunate coincidence, he was one of them. Since the Biling Holy Land had activated such a grand formation, it indicated that they had more up their sleeves. With the rustling of the wind, Bei Chongqing sprinted forward, unhindered by towering ancient trees or towering mountains that this moment. He transformed into a human-shaped bulldozer, crashing through trees and breaking mountains. Boom! A swath of trees toppled, and the ground resembled a plowed field, riddled with trenches. Then, the earth trembled violently as a mountain peak crumbled, scattering stones amidst the astonished cries of the surrounding creatures. What was that? Something just zipped past. A sentient pig-like beast questioned the nearby white deer. I couldn't see it clearly either. Stop. Who are you? Due to the overwhelming commotion, Bei Chongqing attracted the attention of the Golden Armored Guards stationed in the area. To the Supreme Realm Golden Armored Guards, he appeared only as a rapidly approaching shadow, barely distinguishable as a person, with nothing else clear to see. Yet Bei Chongqing showed no intention of halting. Amidst the swirling dust, he charged toward the Supreme Realm Practitioner. This is bad. Quickly set up the formation. We cannot allow him to break through. 100 Golden Armored Guards executed their swift maneuvers, forming an impressive defensive formation. Yet, deprived of the support of the celestial essence, their formation's potency diminished by more than half, rendering it akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot, in the eyes of the leader of the Golden Armored Guards. That figure loomed larger and larger. Boom! Without even a cry of despair, they were mercilessly smashed to pieces. Hundreds of Supreme Realm warriors met their untimely demise in this brutal collision. Bang! As limbs flew in all directions. Bi Changxing reached the next outpost of the Golden Armored Guards. Boom! Onward to the next. At that moment, Huang Dianji, who was besieging a city, received a report from one of his subordinates. Your Holiness, a mysterious humanoid creature is rapidly approaching from 100,000 miles away. Huang Tianji furrowed his brow tightly and retorted, How could you not stop it? The messenger replied, It is said that this individual possesses extraordinary speed and an immensely powerful physique. We were utterly unable to obstruct them, resulting in the death and injury of 4 of our squads. It seemed clear that the visitor bore ill intentions. The adversary was evidently targeting him. Otherwise, why would they refrain from harming those of the North Spirit's sacred land? Go! Take my supreme weapon and capture them. Huang Tianji extended his palm, handing a repaired supreme weapon, the Taiwan Bell, to an elder. Noticing the elder's troubled expression, he added, It only requires the use of your divine consciousness. Spiritual essence is unnecessary. Yes, I shall obey. The elder, a formidable body cultivator, was unmatched in this realm aside from Huang Tianji himself. Huang Tianji watched him depart and then declared, First seize one of these 9 cities, and then we will methodically devour the rest. He pointed and commanded, Let us first take Yuzhou City. Understood. Within the North Spirit's sacred realm, Mo Fian stood guard at the entrance of a cave, her countenance rife with worry. Why hasn't father emerged yet? She was acutely aware of her family's affairs. 3 years prior, her father, Mo Wudao, had secluded himself due to an anomaly with the supreme weapon. Yet, she had never encountered anyone whose supreme weapon behaved so erratically, leaving her utterly perplexed. However, recalling her father's supreme weapon, Mo Fian's expression grew even more peculiar. She vividly remembered the first time she laid eyes on her father's weapon, its bizarre design rendering her dizzy. 3 years ago, that very weapon had spiraled out of control, an absurdity. Thus, she seized the opportunity to venture into the wilderness under the guise of training, seeking the ancient remnants of a bygone race. If she could procure several unique bones from within them and harness their extraordinary bloodline powers, she could pacify the agitated weapon and resolve this dilemma. Throughout these 3 years, Mo Wudao had been gritting his teeth to control the supreme weapon, preventing it from erupting into chaos and causing catastrophe, which led others to mistakenly believe he had encountered an accident in his cultivation. Presently, Mo Fian had given her father the bones of the Great Peng and the Golden Lion, which, by rights, should have resolved the troublesome weapon swiftly. As Mo Fian waited, feeling somewhat bored, she absent-mindedly glanced at her waist, only to suddenly change expression. Where's my painting? After pondering, her face grew anxious, and she immediately intended to retrace her steps to search for it. However, upon glancing back at the cave, she hesitated, muttering, I hope it hasn't been picked up by someone. Otherwise, it would reach Mother this thought, her face flushed with heat. Just then, the long-sealed cave door trembled with a resounding boom. Boom! The door opens. Yenner, I knew you were waiting outside. But what painting are you referring to? A middle-aged man with flowing white hair and a dignified demeanor stepped out with a smile. Father, you've emerged! Mo Fian exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Mo Wudao's arm. Father, you have no idea how much I've missed you during your absence. Father, is your supreme weapon functioning properly now? Mo Wudao gently patted Mo Fian's head, his face filled with kindness. All right. Where is your mother? Mother is at toe. Upon uttering this, Mo Fian's expression shifted slightly, and she spoke solemnly. Father, Huang Tianji of the Imperial Sacred Land has led an army and already taken the Rain region. He has likely reached the Mist region by now. Mo Wudao grasped the severity of the situation. Huang Tianji must believe that my cultivation has gone awry, thus seizing the opportunity to invade our North Spirit's sacred land. Let us go. The duo vanished in an instant that I end the 9 turns returning Dragon City. Yu Tianji released his divine sense to monitor the changing battlefield in the Mist region. Holy Sun, urgent news. Yuzhou City has fallen. Bang. Yu Tianji's fist shattered the table before him. Nonsense. His expression shifted as he surveyed the spirit energy-etched terrain, pondering, why has Huang Tianji specifically targeted Yuzhou City and not the others? Holy Sun, there is a new development. Yu Tianji's face darkened. Speak. Huang Tianji has entered Yuzhou City, consolidating his forces, and is now advancing towards Liangzhou City on the left and Yongzhou City on the right. Moreover, he is using Yuzhou City as a springboard, directing his main force towards us. Yu Tianji collapsed onto the ground, his expression complex that their true objective is me. Chapter 38. I can tell at a glance you are no good. On the vast, boundless prairie, a shadow crackling with blue lightning swiftly traversed the tall grass, which bent aside under the insurmountable force, carving a winding path across the landscape, that I must go faster. Boom. The earth trembled as stones were flung into the air. At that moment, the sound of the wind howled, and the shadow vanished 10,000 miles away. An elder stood on a cliff, watching the ravine rushing straight toward him, excitement gleaming in his eyes. That it should be noted that within the sect, aside from the holy master Huang Tianji, no one possessed a physique as formidable as his. Yet in terms of overall strength, he could not even break into the top 3 within the sacred land. The body cultivators there were unable to defeat him, and those who could were not body cultivators, which left him quite vexed, witnessing the astonishing speed and terrifying destructive power of the individual below. He felt exhilaration rise within him. Without hesitation, he leaped from the mountaintop, roaring at the speeding figure, "Halt, intruder!" However, the figure showed no intention of stopping, igniting the elder's ire. Humph! He unleashed his most potent movement technique, leaping to challenge the figure in a race of speed. Zing! The figure circled around, glancing back with a wink. "Old man, I see the breeze delightful." "Huh? What do you mean?" Bi Changxing, noting the elder's bewilderment, replied earnestly, "I see you with youthful features and a vigorous stride. Yet your breath is calm and composed, suggesting you have reached the pinnacle of cultivation. May I ask how many years you have practiced?" Well, 300 years, I suppose." The elder was taken aback by Bi Changxing's sudden inquiry but reflexively answered. Blinking, he struggled to keep pace with Bi Changxing while inquiring, "And you, how many years have you practiced?" The two conversed like old friends, oblivious to the hidden peril lurking beneath their exchange. I feel quite ashamed. I've only practiced for over 30,000 years. Bi Changxing feigned modesty, leaving the elder utterly astonished. Subsequently, he scanned the elder with his divine sense, detecting the aura of the concealed supreme weapon in his grasp. A cold smile crept onto his face. "That it seems, old man, you are attempting to pull a fast one. I can see at a glance that you are no good." He then casually threw a punch toward the elder's head. The elder's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that this individual could perceive the aura of the Taiwan bell. Losing the desire to compete, he immediately summoned the Taiwan bell. Dong! The bell resonated. And instantly, that seemingly casual punch sent it flying. How is this possible? As the elder's countenance shifted wildly, he scrutinized Bi Changxing's appearance once more, a look of shock washing over him. "ITSU. Weren't you sent flying by the Holy Master? How have you returned?" Then, under his control, the Taiwan bell unleashed a tremendous pulling force, drawing toward Bi Changxing. Bi Changxing shook his head, stating, "The same trick won't work on me. However, I wouldn't mind acquiring another supreme weapon." With that, his aura surged, his body swelling to a towering height, and in the elder's stunned gaze, he slammed the Taiwan bell down to the ground with a single hand. Physical divine ability, size adaptability. The elder's expression turned grave as he exclaimed. Bi Changxing rolled his eyes, truly uncultured. "This is my self-created divine ability, the eternal blue sky body." Buzz! The Taiwan bell began to tremble violently. It appeared to possess its own consciousness, desperately attempting to flee in a panic. With a whoosh, it transformed into a streak of light, racing back the way it had come, leaving the elder utterly disregarded. "Humph! How can it go as you wish?" Bi Changxing's figure flickered and appeared ahead. His massive form obstructing their path, he extended his hand, and with a resounding clang, the Taiwan bell struck his palm with unerring accuracy. Simultaneously, far away in the 9 turns returning Dragon City, the Emperor of Yuzhou, Huang Tianji, wore an expression of astonished fury. The Taiwan bell was intrinsically linked to his consciousness, and in his perception, it was currently being firmly held in the palm of a colossal hand. The strength so great that the bell's body emitted a series of cracking sounds. That it was him again, that wretched being. For reasons unknown, Huang Tianji felt an overwhelming rage upon glimpsing Bi Changxing's face, his blood surging, coloring his visage a deep crimson. At that moment, thousands of miles away, Bi Changxing sensed the changes occurring with the Taiwan bell, that he grinned and remarked, "Little Gigi, spying on others is hardly virtuous," with a sudden flash of darkness. Huang Tianji could no longer perceive the situation of the Taiwan bell. Within Yuzhou City, cracks spread beneath Huang Tianji's feet, his teeth grinding in frustration. Bi Changxing, I vow to ensure you find no resting place in death. Huang Tianji, remain calm. Qiongqi transmitted telepathically. Calm? How can you expect me to remain calm? That scoundrel has repeatedly thwarted my plans, and now he has returned, wielding my extreme Dao weapon, the Taiwan Bell. Huang Tianji's chest heaved, convinced that Bi Changxing was destined to be his bane. The Taiwan Bell is an extreme Dao weapon, imbued with the principles of the Great Dao, and under normal circumstances, it would not betray its master. Thus, you need not worry. Qiongqi began to act as Huang Tianji's spiritual mentor, urging him to collect himself. Once we seize the North Spirit's sacred land, we shall deal with him. Huang Tianji's labored breaths echoed within the city lord's mansion, and it took a considerable time for him to regain his composure. Shortly thereafter, a disciple reported, the Yuzhou city serves as the core of the formation, and the defenders possess strength at the mid-supreme level, though we cannot breach it in the short term. Huang Tianji waved his hand, saying, I understand. He then turned to Qiongqi, stating, it seems the time has come for me to take action. Qiongqi nodded, affirming, you may proceed with confidence. Should Mo Wudao make any moves, I will issue an early warning. Huang Tianji acknowledged him with a nod, grasped the Qingtian overlord spear, and exited the city lord's mansion, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he headed towards Yuzhou City at the heart of 9 turns returning Dragon City. Inside Yuzhou City, Yu Xianji wore an exceedingly grim expression. Ignoring the plight of Liangzhou City and Yongzhou City, the immediate concern was that Yuzhou City could not withstand much longer. Furthermore, he had received no word from those he dispatched to seek reinforcements. Nor had any allies arrived. This rendered his focus solely on himself, understanding that until the North Spirit's sacred lord emerged from seclusion, the safety of the entire North Spirit's sacred land rested solely upon his shoulders. Before reinforcements arrived, his only course of action was to defend Yuzhou City until the sacred lord could return, affording them a moment of respite. Just as he contemplated this, a voice filled with overwhelming authority reverberated throughout Yuzhou City. Yu Xianji, surrender now, or the Imperial Army shall raze your Yuzhou City to the ground. Chapter 39. Dark clouds over the city. With the conclusion of that voice, a tremendous roar erupted, followed by the sight of an unparalleled spear light shattering the city gates and walls, fracturing countless towers and palaces, and tearing towards the hall where Yu Xianji stood. A cacophony of anguished screams echoed in Yu Xianji's ears, leaving his face ashen, but he realized he had failed. He could not defend the city, nor await the emergence of the North Spirit's sacred lord. In that moment, he could not help but ponder. Was the North Spirit's sacred land destined to perish under his watch? Boom! The towering light pillar in the square outside the hall suffered a cataclysmic blow, gradually dimming and vanishing from sight. The spear light continued unabated, heading straight for Yu Xianji. Just as he closed his eyes to await death, a faint glimmer from thousands of meters above suddenly blazed to life. Then a portal manifested, followed by a resonant sound wave emanating from within. The magnificent wave of energy crossed the distance in the blink of an eye, colliding with the spear light. Sizzle, the two forces clashed, their energies continuously canceling each other out, until the spear light vanished. Yu Xianji opened his eyes to see 2 figures standing before him. He gazed at one of them in a daze, his voice hoarse. Master, I failed to defend. Yuzhou City has fallen. Very well. You have performed admirably. The other person regarded him kindly, their eyes filled with approval. Leave this to me. He then turned his gaze toward the entrance. Clop, clop. The sound of approaching footsteps drew near, the overlord spear scraping against the ground, creating a shower of sparks. Huang Tianji had arrived. He fixed his gaze upon the figure that had suddenly appeared, speaking in a deep tone. Mo Wudao. Huang Tianji. Mo Wudao stared intently at Huang Tianji, his eyes crackling with energy. Huang Tianji equally exuded a cold demeanor, not concealing his murderous intent. As their gazes clashed, crackle, thunderous roars erupted above the square, and a lightning bolt, as thick as a bowl, descended, striking between the 2 Ian, AT. That moment, neither needed to utter more words. They understood that neither would relent, since neither would yield. Only death could resolve their conflict. Huang Tianji stomped his foot, causing the ground to fracture violently, and he soared into the air, boundless energy surging forth, dark clouds rapidly gathering overhead. He was the first to strike, unleashing his ultimate move, Overlord Disarm, with a swing of his arms. He unleashed countless spear lights in an instant. Then a domineering principle merged with the attack, the spear lights coalescing into a raging storm, sweeping towards Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao's white hair billowed as he stepped forward, vanishing from his previous spot. When he reappeared, he had already seated himself 100 miles away. Raising his hand, an ancient zither adorned with divine patterns materialized in his embrace. This was his weapon, the shaking dragon zither. Gazing at the tempest formed by the spear lights, he placed his pristine hands upon the strings, closing his eyes. Zheng, a series of magnificent notes resonated, the darkened sky instantly brightening, forming a stark division from the remaining oppressive darkness. Zheng, sound waves coalesced, revealing scales and armor. A colossal silver dragon roared across the sky, akin to a true dragon descending upon the world. Roar. The silver dragon's furious roar resonated, causing the spear lights exposed outside the storm to flicker uncertainly. Then, with a powerful tail sweep, boom. The collision of energies erupted in a blinding light, a tremendous explosion reverberating for miles. The city walls below crumbled, and the unprepared cultivators were instantly reduced to dust. Mo Wudao. You are unharmed. Huang Tianji glared at the unruffled figure, having tested him, realizing that this individual's strength showed no signs of diminishment, nor did he appear fatigued. That Mo Wudao chuckled coldly. Who told you that I was injured? Huang Tianji, while I was in seclusion, you ambushed my North Spirit's sacred land, slaughtering countless lives. Such crimes warrant your execution. As his words fell, a portal manifested above, the spiritual energy within the North Spirit realm erupting, forming a massive vortex of energy above Mo Wudao, continuously flowing into the shaking dragon zither. He then rose abruptly, the shaking dragon zither levitating in the air, the strings dancing, unleashing a terrifying silver blade that tore through space. Aimed at Huang Tianji. Seeing this, Huang Tianji glanced towards the concealed Qiongqi in the dark clouds above, transmitting, my extreme Dao weapon is not in hand. If we wish to eliminate him swiftly, we must join forces. Understood. Qiongqi replied that as the words fell, the previously somber sky abruptly turned blood red, resembling an endless sea of blood descending. Then, a colossal energy claw descended from the heavens, striking the sound blade. Crack. The sound blade shattered. Following this, a fearsome beast with blood-red wings materialized before the onlookers. That Mo Wudao's pupils constricted, his expression turning grave as he regarded the sudden appearance of this strange beast. The more he observed, the more alarmed he became, until his expression shifted dramatically. The ancient four fiends, Qiongqi. He then glared angrily at Huang Tianji. No wonder you dare to invade my North Spirit's sacred land. It seems you have allied with a fiend. Huang Tianji, seeing Qiongqi take action, felt significantly relieved that he regarded the furious Mo Wudao and corrected him. I call this a win-win collaboration. By annihilating your North Spirit's sacred land, I can attain immortality. Tell me, why would I refuse? Mo Wudao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the boastful Huang Tianji, then glanced at Qiongqi, sneering, immortality. Since the great calamity, the path to immortality has been severed. Are you mad to believe the words of a fiend? Huang Tianji's breath hitched, his anger flaring. Enough of your prattle. Even without the prospect of immortality, I shall obliterate your North Spirit's sacred land. He then turned to Qiongqi. Let us join forces and bring him down. Qiongqi's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as he extended his barbed tongue to lick his lips, stating, As you wish, boom. A foul wind swept through, and in an instant, the sky above Nine Turns returning Dragon City became entirely shrouded in darkness, with not a sliver of light to penetrate. Howls of wind echoed, accompanied by the relentless sound of clashing forces. That as a crimson flash streaked by, Yuzhou City, within 1,000 miles, was instantly leveled to the ground. As the darkness receded, the scene within was revealed. Mo Wudao was covered in wounds, his white hair stained with blood. One hand propped against the shaking dragon zither. He pointed at Huang Tianji, declaring, Huang Tianji, you consort with fiends. You shall not meet a good end. Huang Tianji, with his hands clasped behind his back, bore an expression of triumphant arrogance in his eyes. That Mo Wudao, I advise you to cease your resistance. Together, we are invincible. No one in the entire northern region could stand against us. Mo Wudao lowered his gaze in silence, as if awaiting something. Meanwhile, in a distant city, Mo Fian and Yu Tianji wore expressions of grave concern. They had not anticipated that Huang Tianji would ally himself with Qiongqi. Senior sister, what shall we do? Yu Tianji discerned that if matters continued as they were, it would only be a matter of time before their master faced defeat. Though Mo Fian's eyes brimmed with worry, she was aware that her father still possessed hidden cards. Yet, why was he not deploying them? Mo Wudao, do you have anything more to say? Huang Tianji asked, exuding an air of assured victory, unperturbed by the possibility of his opponent escaping or any unforeseen circumstances. That it seemed to him that victory was a foregone conclusion. Mo Wudao's cold gaze met his, and he replied, then allow me to present you with a grand gift. Huang Tianji and Qiongqi both fixed their eyes on Mo Wudao, eager to discover what tricks he might still have up his sleeve. Mo Wudao slightly tilted his body and once again plucked the strings of his instrument. Zheng. This time, however, the sound of the strings did not conjure the expected melodic blade. Huang Tianji blinked, glancing at Qiongqi, who shared a look of confusion, uncertain of Mo Wudao's intentions. Was he merely preparing to perform for them in his final moments? Yet, hidden in another city, Mo Fian trembled at the sound. Indeed, her father was about to unleash a devastating weapon. At this moment, Yu Tianji noticed a spark of excitement in Mo Fian's demeanor. He quickly scanned the surroundings and saw that as Mo Wudao's music resonated, the ground began to tremble, and the light in the sky warped and twisted. Huang Tianji's expression shifted slightly, but it was Qiongqi who reacted faster. This is bad. He intends to summon an ultimate weapon, no matter how weak this individual appeared, once he called forth an ultimate weapon. Everyone would have to be on guard, for neither Qiongqi nor Huang Tianji had ever witnessed the ultimate weapon belonging to the Northern Spirit Holy Land. Buzz, as the melody grew more coherent. A fierce sound of slaughter echoed through the heavens and earth, and then they beheld a rift open in the sky. Crack! A dazzling beam of light descended from above, crashing down to the ground. Huang Tianji was left dumbfounded. What on earth was this? Qiongqi stared at this so-called ultimate weapon with a perplexed expression and retorted, you mean to tell me this is an ultimate weapon? Not only he, but even Yu Tianji, who had been observing intently, found himself at a loss to is this truly an ultimate weapon. Mo Fian nodded emphatically, declaring, indeed, this is my father's ultimate weapon. Simultaneously, within the Northern Spirit Holy Realm, Bei Lingfei suddenly opened her eyes. She gazed in astonishment toward the outside world. An ultimate weapon? Wudao has emerged from seclusion. With a flash, she vanished from her location to the ruins outside. Huang Tianji stared at the so-called ultimate weapon. Turning to Mo Wudao, is this truly your ultimate weapon? This is clearly a person, being crafted entirely from divine gold. Yet, this figure bore no discernible features. For some inexplicable reason, Huang Tianji felt an unsettling familiarity with this metallic figure. Don't you think this thing looks familiar? He questioned Qiongqi, his brow furrowed in confusion. Qiongqi tilted his head. Does it? Doesn't it? Huang Tianji dismissed the matter, his expression turning grim. Mo Wudao, even if you have summoned an ultimate weapon, it is unlikely to prevail against the two of us working in tandem. How can you know unless you try? Mo Wudao's fingers danced rapidly over the strings, creating a flurry of lingering shadows as the sound of slaughter surged forth, igniting his battle fervor. The metallic figure began to move in sync with the melody. The first gestured playfully at Huang Tianji, then vanished from its original position, reappearing to engage Qiongqi in combat. This is absurd. Huang Tianji's fury ignited as he recalled Bei Changsheng, realizing the metallic figure's movements mirrored his own in a similarly insufferable manner. Moreover, he noted that if he pressed Bei Changsheng's face against that of this humanoid ultimate weapon, it would appear utterly harmonious. You bastard. Huang Tianji wielded his overlord spear and launched another strike at Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao's eyes turned icy as he swiftly evaded Huang Tianji's assault. He could not afford to break the melody, lest the ultimate weapon cease to move. This forced him into a defensive position, only occasionally able to counterattack. That on the other side, Qiongqi's claws clashed relentlessly with the humanoid weapon, sparks flying and thunderous roars echoing. The two battled from the sky to the ground, leaving deep craters in their wake. Mountains cleaved in two, and rivers running wide at that moment. A piercing sound of the strings filled the air. As Huang Tianji's overlord spear met the Hanlong Qin in an instant, Qianqi sensed the assault of the humanoid ultimate weapon diminish, causing it to plummet to the ground, its power extinguished. What kind of ultimate weapon is this? He shook his head and appeared before Mo Wudao, opening his gaping maw to devour him. Suddenly, a wave of intense danger enveloped him. Sensing the prickling sensation at his back, he swiftly sidestepped. Huang Tianji, who had been pressing his spear against the Hanlong Qin, was not as fortunate. Bang! He was struck by an unexpected fist to the chest. Crack! Blood spewed forth as his chest caved in, sending him hurtling backward. When Qianqi finally grasped the situation, it was bewildered. The assailant was none other than the humanoid weapon, which now stood protectively before Mo Wudao, supporting him as he struggled to maintain his stance. What is happening? Wasn't there no one controlling it? A cold snort, laden with murderous intent, pierced the air that a figure appeared in an instant. A woman, her expression filled with concern as she approached Mo Wudao. "Husband, are you all right?" Qianqi blinked in confusion, unsure of the woman's origin or her connection to Mo Wudao, but it was only upon hearing her call him husband that it realized she was indeed Mo Wudao's wife. Even more astonishingly, this woman was a saint. Qianqi turned its gaze toward the barely rising Huang Tianji. Though injured, he was a dual cultivator of law and body, remarkably resilient and not fundamentally harmed. Huang Tianji. What is the meaning of this? After recuperating, Huang Tianji regarded the suddenly appearing woman, recalling a rumor about the Northern Spirit Holy Land, that it was said that the true founder of the Northern Spirit Holy Land was not Mo Wudao, but rather a mysterious woman known as Bei Lingfei. Now it seemed the rumor held truth, that he looked at Bei Lingfei and remarked, "This humanoid ultimate weapon belongs to you as well. I never imagined you two shared the same ultimate weapon." Continuing, he mumbled to himself, "Ah, I see that Mo Wudao's cultivation has yet to reach the pinnacle of sainthood. He cannot forge his own ultimate weapon." At that moment, Mo Fian, who had been observing, gasped upon seeing Bei Lingfei's arrival. "Mother." Yu Tianji was equally taken aback in their minds. Bei Lingfei was the quintessential image of a nurturing mother, devoted to her family, entirely at odds with the formidable woman who had just injured Huang Tianji. However, they could not have anticipated that Bei Lingfei was a saint. Mo Fian placed a hand over her chest, appearing overwhelmed, yet brimming with pride, that I had no idea my mother was this powerful. Chapter 41. Born together, buried together so, you are the true founder of the Northern Spirit Holy Land. Should I address you as the Northern Spirit Sovereign or the Northern Spirit Holy Mother? Qianqi raised its claws, sharpening its fangs, maintaining an air of indifference. Bei Lingfei regarded Qianqi's claws and gleaming fangs, then turned to Huang Tianji, inquiring, "Huang Tianji, may I ask why you are intent on obliterating my Northern Spirit Holy Land?" Huang Tianji understood that she was not referencing the age-old enmity between their factions, but rather the motive behind this assault on the Northern Spirit Holy Land. Yet, he had already stated his intent. By destroying the Northern Spirit Holy Land, he and Qianqi would achieve immortality. Immortality, he reiterated at that moment. Mo Wudao intervened, halting Bei Lingfei's questioning. "My dear, do not waste your breath on him, that I will hold him here. You must take Fian and you, along with the others, and depart swiftly." As he spoke, he prepared to pluck the strings once more, but Bei Lingfei firmly pressed down on his hand, saying, "After all these years of companionship, how could I leave you behind? Do not speak such words. You know my character." Mo Wudao smiled bitterly, realizing he could not sway her. "Very well, then I shall stand with the Northern Spirit Holy Land until the end." With that, he mustered his strength, sitting down once more, placing the Hanlong Qin in his embrace, gazing at Bei Lingfei. Born together, buried together. Bei Lingfei nodded softly, her gaze warm as she acknowledged Mo Wudao's sentiment. When she turned back to face Qianqi, her expression had transformed, now brimming with lethal intent. Her robes billowed with the wind, and the silken fabric around her surged upward, dispersing the ominous clouds, swirling around Mo Wudao in a protective dance. This fabric was Bei Lingfei's ultimate treasure, the nebulous clouds binding. Then, her mind stirred, and the humanoid weapon, which had been guarding him, suddenly moved, producing a thunderous roar as it hurtled towards Qianqi with unparalleled ferocity. far more savage than Mo Wudao's previous onslaught. Boom! Qiongqi, unable to evade in time, was struck directly upon its horn. Crack! Its eyes bulged as one of its horns shattered at the base, and a spray of blood erupted, scattering through the air. Roar! In that moment, it experienced the agony of injury and the humiliation of defeat. The humanoid weapon, under the control of Biling Fei, acted unpredictably. Once it closed in, it targeted Qiongqi's most vulnerable spots, attacking its eyes, ears, fangs, and groin with ruthless precision. Whatever was most treacherous, it delivered. Bang! A long, bloodied fang flew from Qiongqi's mouth. Howl! The anguish cries echoed throughout the fog domain. Meanwhile, Huang Tianji was seething with frustration. His overlord spear was rendered useless, as he could not reach Mo Wudao. Their attacks were evenly matched, both capable of offense and defense. Most crucially, even if he managed to close the distance, the protective talisman left by Biling Fei rendered him unable to harm Mo Wudao in the slightest. His only advantage lay in his slightly superior cultivation, which he hoped to leverage to wear Mo Wudao down. As time wore on, Mo Wudao could no longer endure. His face turned pale, and his hand, which plucked the strings of the zither, began to tremble uncontrollably. Huang Tianji smirked, recognizing a shift in the tide. Kill! The overlord spear transformed in his grasp into a golden arc, piercing through the clouds and aiming directly at Mo Wudao's head. Bang! The rainbow cloud binding instantly tightened, wrapping around it, and upon collision, the surrounding spiritual energy detonated that Mo Wudao spat blood once more, and then he could no longer hold on. His head drooped, and he fell into unconsciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Tianji launched a frenzied assault on the rainbow cloud binding, and without Mo Wudao's interference, he swiftly tore open a breach. Halt! The overlord spear was poised before Mo Wudao, as Huang Tianji coldly regarded Biling Fei, who was commanding the weapon to relentlessly assault Qiongqi, that if you do not wish for Mo Wudao to perish here, you had better stand down. Bang! The weapon's leg crashed down beneath Qiongqi's tail. Gurgle! Qiongqi, unable to dodge, was struck squarely. Then, with a clang, the weapon plummeted, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in Qiongqi's eyes as it lunged fiercely at Biling Fei. Bang! Biling Fei spat blood, akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring away. Hiss! Qiongqi inhaled sharply, pressing its claws against Biling Fei's throat. You shameless woman! Now you can fulfill your marital vows. With that, it prepared to slay Biling Fei on the spot. Yet suddenly, countless beams of light erupted from the ground, illuminating the heavens once more. Not only here, but the 9 cities beneath the 9-turned returning Dragon City also radiated with brilliance. Simultaneously, the previously extinguished formations in the fog domain rekindled with energy, merging into one, completely sealing the fog domain into a realm devoid of spirit. Qiongqi turned to Huang Tianji. Huang Tianji shook his head. I did indeed cause the prior destruction. They were utterly oblivious to the circumstances at hand. In another city, Yu Tianji gazed dazedly at the silent movements of Mo Fian, then glanced around at the changes that he was momentarily at a loss for words. There are formations. Mo Fian nodded, saying, the 9-turned returning Dragon City is inherently a grand formation, and the previous heavenly locking earth formation was a letter-linked formation. She had initially believed her parents might still have a chance to win this war, thus she did not intend to activate the fog domain's grand formation, as it required a century to arrange. However, now she could not afford to consider that. Only after witnessing her parents' defeat did she activate all the grand formations. The DOU planned to go in and rescue them. Yu Tianji discerned Mo Fian's intentions. Yes, that I'll accompany you to Yu Tianji stated resolutely. Mo Fian paused for a moment. Then, after a long silence, replied, Thank you. Within the formation, Qiongqi clutched its head, gazing at Huang Tianji, who was drained and unable to replenish energy. In frustration, is this never-ending? At this moment, Huang Tianji remained unfazed. Once we eliminate these two, the entire northern territory will be ours. With that, he aimed the overlord spear at Mo Wudao's heart. Halt! 2 figures rushed from the ruins, charging towards Huang Tianji, that he furrowed his brow, swiftly dodging, then solidifying his form once more. Bang! 2 heavy impacts resounded. Thud! The sounds of two bodies crashing to the ground echoed simultaneously as Mo Fian and Yu Tianji were captured on the spot. Yenner Yura, what folly is this? Biling Fei's calm demeanor shattered. She looked at Huang Tianji with pleading eyes, saying, "Release them, and I will submit myself and my husband to your disposal." Huang Tianji ignored her. "You've walked into a trap. This spares me the trouble of searching for you, that a family should be together." Qiongqi, grinning with its toothless mouth, cruelly extended its sharp claws toward Biling Fei's brow. "No!" Mo Fian and Yu Tianji cried out in despair. Whoosh! The sound of the air splitting was followed by a flash of sword light racing across the sky. Slash. Chapter 42. Savior, a commanding voice shattered the clouds. Rolling forth, accompanying it was a chilling aura of murderous intent. Then the entire world was engulfed in white, followed by a thundering sound as a massive beast claw was flung into the air. Simultaneously, a beastly wail echoed, "Whoa!" As the heavens and earth regained clarity, all eyes focused on one figure. The young man, with a calm demeanor, approached the fallen claw of Qiongqi and, before the astonished gazes of all, stowed it into a storage space that Mo Fian, tears streaming down her face, was in disbelief. She had prepared herself for death. If she could not save her parents, she had no desire to live on her own. As for revenge, she did not believe she could escape under the watchful eyes of Huang Tianji and Qiongqi in her wounded state. Who is he? The Holy Son, Yu Tianji, was equally taken aback. He had thought they were in an inescapable predicament. Yet another figure appeared, and upon arrival, he severed one of Qiongqi's forelimbs. Just as Mo Fian was about to speak, she saw the humanoid weapon suddenly appear before Huang Tianji. In his fury and panic, his fist loomed larger before her eyes, inevitably sending him flying once more. Biling Fei glanced at Huang Tianji before rushing to Mo Wudao's side, helping him to his feet and retrieving a pill from a jade box to aid him in swallowing it. As the medicinal power surged, Mo Wudao slowly awakened. That my lady, Yenayu, he immediately turned his gaze to Mo Fian and Biling Fei, relieved to see them unharmed. Then he looked at the young man who instilled fear in both Huang Tianji and Qiongqi, inquiring, "Who is this esteemed elder?" As the Holy Master, he understood that practitioners who reached a certain level could alter their appearances. The gazes of both the formidable Qiongqi and Huang Tianji were now fixed on this stranger. A testament to the young man's overwhelming strength, he glanced at his wife. Noticing Biling Fei was likewise captivated by the figure, though her expression held a different essence. Confusion, intrigue, and wonder, Mo Fian, seeing her parents were no longer in danger. Softly introduced, "This is Bei Chongsheng. I encountered him while searching for the Dapeng, that he is the ancestor of Xingjiazong, extraordinarily powerful to be by the way. He is the one who hunted the Dapeng's bones and the golden swan Ni." Upon hearing this, Biling Fei's pupils constricted, and she exhaled softly as if confirming something. She asked, "What is his name?" Mo Fian gazed at the figure in the arena, saying, "His name is Bei Chongsheng." Biling Fei's expression grew increasingly complex. Meanwhile, Mo Wudao seemed to have stumbled upon something intriguing, looking at Biling Fei. "My lady, this humanoid weapon bears a striking resemblance to him. Even their heights are identical." Biling Fei remained silent, while Mo Fian appeared to have discovered a new world, examining left and right. "It truly is remarkable. It cannot be said to be identical, but it is as if they were sculpted from the same mold." At that moment, Bei Chongsheng seemed to notice them, extending his hand towards Mo Fian with a wave. "Xiao Fian, did I arrive at the right moment?" He then looked at Mo Wudao, nodding in acknowledgement before finally directing his gaze towards the humanoid weapon standing in their way. From the moment he arrived, he sensed an anomaly, and now he confirmed where that anomaly originated. This humanoid weapon seemed to resonate with him on some level. Moreover, apart from the absence of facial features, everything else about the other party bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Most notably, the woman behind the humanoid weapon seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered her before. "And sister, what does that gaze of yours imply?" "It makes me appear as though I am the one who has forsaken someone after indulging in fleeting pleasures that he could not help but ponder deeply. 30,000 years ago, had he ever dabbled in romantic entanglements, let alone incurred any debts of passion? What, then, could be the meaning behind this woman's gaze?" Just as Bei Chongsheng was sifting through his memories, on the other side, Huang Tianji was fuming with rage. He was seething, his fists cracking ominously, and even the hand gripping the Overlord's spear trembled with fury. Bei Changsheng, I will see you dead. He had traversed countless miles alongside Xiongqi to obliterate the Northern Spirit's sacred land, only to be thwarted midway by the unexpected emergence of Bei Changsheng, who had repeatedly crossed swords with him to know. It should be noted that this conflict had begun thousands of years ago and had not ceased, turning into a veritable nightmare for him. Upon hearing this, Bei Changsheng pointed at his own face and said, "Oh, are you referring to me?" He then smiled brightly, gesturing toward the heavens above. At this moment, the entire mist domain is devoid of vitality. The DOU truly believe that you and your beast can engage in a head-on confrontation. Subsequently, he beckoned to Xiongqi, who was alone and nursing its wounds, and seemed to harbor intentions of killing him with a mere glance. "Little tiger, please continue. I happen to have a craving for braised tiger bones." With a snort, Xiongqi exhaled a series of fierce breaths, flames flickering within the white smoke, instantly scorching the ground and creating a large pit that it could no longer contain itself. Its eyes, clouded with black smoke, turned a furious red, and with wings unfurling, it charged toward him. Roar from a distance, Mo Fian, who was spectating, gasped in alarm, "Be careful." Northern Spirit Princess glanced at her, and, noticing the intensity of her gaze, shook her head. She then placed Mo Wudao beneath a fractured stone pillar and began to channel energy to refine the medicinal potency. Meanwhile, upon seeing Xiongqi engage, Huang Tianji also wielded the Overlord spear and lunged at Bei Changsheng. Although the spiritual energy was currently inoperative among those present, Huang Tianji's physical form was exceptionally formidable. The absence of spiritual energy did not significantly diminish his prowess. Bei Changsheng, prepare to meet your end." He thrust the spear towards Bei Changsheng from behind. Remarkably, Bei Changsheng seemed to possess a sixth sense, effortlessly deflecting the spear with a punch, then coldly smiling as he lowered his body to evade Xiongqi's deadly claws. With a swift extension of his arms, he aimed directly for Huang Tianji's legs. Swoosh! Huang Tianji, the son of the divine, paused, glancing at the deep chasm that had formed in the ground, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on his back. Bang! As Xiongqi's attack missed, it opened its massive jaws to bite down on the approaching Bei Changsheng, who with a sudden thrust of his left arm, propelled himself, placing his right leg squarely on Xiongqi's neck, riding it triumphantly. Those observing, including Mo Fian and disciples from the two sacred lands far away, were left agape. That am I seeing things? My heavens, what am I witnessing? Xiongqi is being ridden. In an instant, disbelief swept through the crowd as they struggled to comprehend that one of the four great ferocious beasts, Xiongqi, was not only being mounted but was also being pounded relentlessly. Chapter 43. The Death of Huangji, the Emergence of Celestial Patterns. Bang! A series of resounding impacts sent Xiongqi tumbling through the air. Yet, Bei Changsheng remained firmly affixed to its body, as if he had melded into it, impossible to shake off. Below, Huang Tianji could only watch helplessly, grounded by the lack of spiritual energy that prevented him from soaring into the skies. He then turned his gaze toward Northern Spirit Princess, who was tending to Mo Wudao's injuries. That Mo Fian stepped forward, coldly stating, "What do you intend to do? Do you believe that you alone can defeat my mother?" Huang Tianji's complexion shifted through shades of green and white. The pressing matter was to eliminate Bei Changsheng. Yet if Mo Wudao's injuries healed, this couple would undoubtedly seek vengeance against him. However, he lacked a supreme weapon and could not contend with Northern Spirit Princess, whose humanoid weapon was far too formidable. With a cold snort, he leaped into the air, gathering momentum as he charged once more at Bei Changsheng, who was atop Xiongqi roar. The furious roar of Xiongqi erupted, its blood glowing fiercely, and its vanished claws regrew at a visible speed. In mere moments, the severed limbs were restored. Xiongqi bellowed in rage, its ferocity palpable. Suddenly, Bei Changsheng felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. He swiftly turned to see Xiongqi's chain-like steel tail, tipped with sharp spikes, whipping toward him. The fierce wind howled, and the barbed spikes shimmered ominously, clearly harboring poison. Simultaneously, Huang Tianji descended from above, the Overlord spear aimed at Bei Changsheng's back. Prepare to die. In the blink of an eye, Bei Changsheng, without hesitation, flipped his body, soaring over Xiongqi's wings, and as Qiongqi assumed he was plummeting normally, Bei Chongqing seized the midpoint of Qiongqi's tail, where the barbs were absent. Qiongqi jolted in surprise, and before it could react, it was forcefully smashed into the ground. Boom! Huang Tianji, witnessing this scene, felt a shiver run down his spine. Did I ask this fellow even human? He glanced at the dazed Qiongqi and asked, "Are you all right?" Qiongqi, infuriated, retorted, "Do I look all right to you? Hurry and come help me." With that, it flapped its wings, attempting to ascend into the sky, but Bei Chongqing would not allow his hard-earned catch to escape. "Qiongqi, I never imagined your weakness would be your tail." He stood firm, resembling an unrivaled overlord, gripping its tail, and in Qiongqi's despair, he savagely slammed it back down to the ground once more. Boom! Debris flew, and a massive pit formed instantly. Qiongqi's body, though robust, was only slightly rattled. Aside from the previously severed horn, it sustained no other injuries to this moment. Huang Tianji reappeared within Bei Chongqing's line of sight. "Release it!" A sharp glint swept through the air. Bei Chongqing grinned, flinging Qiongqi into the air, its colossal form casting a shadow beneath the sun. Huang Tianji found himself ensnared within this shadow, eyes widening in horror as he attempted to evade, only to realize that Qiongqi had altered its trajectory, crashing down once more. Boom! The earth trembled and dust swirled. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. So this is what it means to be a body cultivator. Qiongqi treated like a mere sandbag in his hands. And Huang Tianji, what terrible luck he had. The crowd nodded in agreement, deeply impressed. Among them was a woman clad in a flowing white dress, adorned with a red fox mask, who observed the fray with a hint of disinterest as she witnessed Qiongqi being tossed about like a mere commodity. After a prolonged gaze at Yu Tianji, standing beside Mo Fian, she silently vanished into the crowd. With acute perception, Bei Chongqing sensed something amiss and scanned the spectators 1,000 miles away, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. That he grasped Qiongqi's tail and cast it aside, revealing a massive humanoid pit where Qiongqi had previously stood. Huang Tianji lay sprawled, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, bones piercing through flesh. Exposed to the air, a gaping wound the size of a basin marred his abdomen, his innards shattered into several pieces. A gruesome sight indeed. The blood within him struggled to mend his shattered form, yet it was evident that his energy supply was insufficient. At this moment, he was merely exhaling, with no intake. Death was imminent. Bei Chongqing approached the edge of the pit, lifting the overlord spear that was skewered into the ground, and observing Huang Tianji's vacant, lifeless gaze, he shook his head, saying, "Allow me to escort you on your final journey." Weighing the spear, amidst the crowd's gasps, he swiftly pierced through the exposed heart, but he then retrieved a small, fiery red vial, uncapped it, and poured its contents over Huang Tianji. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted, black smoke swirling as the once great Huang Tianji vanished completely from the realm of the Northern Spirit's sacred land. Huang Tianji was dead. Mo Fian's expression turned blank, as if struggling to accept that this formidable adversary of the Northern Spirit's sacred land had perished so easily, crushed beneath Qiongqi and slain by Bei Chongqing's hand. The Lord has died. Among the spectators, some were Huang Tianji's subordinates, and at that moment, they appeared dazed, as if stripped of all mental fortitude, collapsing to the ground. The illustrious Huangji's sacred land, which had thrived for millennia, was now utterly extinguished. Look, there's more happening. One person fixated on the battlefield, suddenly noticing Qiongqi soaring into the air, radiating a brilliant golden light, surrounded by countless swirling runes that in an instant, the previously wounded Qiongqi had fully healed, and its current aura was exponentially more potent than before. Bei Chongqing's eyes narrowed as he focused on the runes encircling Qiongqi, realizing that the steadfast realm he had maintained for so long was beginning to waver. System, what is this? Celestial patterns. They're celestial runes from a celestial scripture that, if collected entirely, one could obtain a supreme celestial scripture. The system replied that to acquire a supreme celestial scripture. He gazed intently at the shimmering runes, asking, if one were to cultivate that celestial scripture, could they achieve immortality? Naturally. Upon receiving a definitive affirmation from the system, he was momentarily overtaken by excitement. However, a thought struck him. Does this imply that the celestial patterns on the creature Qiongqi are currently incomplete? The system remained silent, tacitly acknowledging this notion. In the skies above, Cheonchi's eyes burned a fierce red. The sovereign heavens had perished, and it was tossed about like refuse. Such indignities were intolerable. Bi Changxing, you obstruct my ascension to immortality. I, Cheonchi, shall not rest until you are annihilated. As these words echoed, the celestial patterns erupted in a dazzling radiance, piercing the heavens. With a thunderous roar, the barrier confining the misty domain was rent asunder, followed by a deluge of energy surging forth. The sound of cracking reverberated as the sealing formation of heaven and earth was utterly obliterated. Ah, my vitality has returned. Come forth to meet your demise. Among the crowd, the previously restrained individuals of the royal extremity, along with disciples of the North Spirit's sacred land, resumed their assault, unleashing their artifacts in frenzied attacks against one another. As the spiritual energy of the world surged, Cheonchi unleashed an overwhelming might, its blood-red thunderbolts intertwining in a chaotic display. Above it, a colossal eye, outlined by lightning, suddenly appeared within the gaping hole of the golden celestial pattern. Bi Changxing's expression shifted dramatically. The Eye of Heavenly Retribution, Chapter 44. The Eye of Heavenly Retribution. Boom. Countless lightning bolts intertwined in the skies, resembling a spider's web, and moments later, they coalesced into a vast sea of thunder. At the center of this tempest, a gigantic eye of thunder coldly scrutinized Bi Changxing, its brewing heavenly might causing the entire sky to tremble on the ground. Fierce winds ravaged the landscape, and storms swept across the earth like an impending apocalypse. Mo Fian, Yu Xianji, and others found themselves immobilized by the overwhelming authority of this majestic force. Mother, I'm unable to move. Mo Fian felt the space around her thicken, as if it had become viscous, rendering her struggles futile. Mo Wudao, his white hair swirling, tried to resist several times before conceding defeat, but he shifted his gaze with great difficulty to Bi Changxing. Who is this person that can provoke such a terrifying phenomenon? North Spirit Princess shook her head, her expression a complex tapestry of concern. The Eye of Heavenly Retribution is likely aimed at him, and it is Cheonchi that has summoned this retribution. Yet she could not fathom how Cheonchi, despite its formidable strength, could invoke such divine punishment. Her eyes narrowed upon the golden runes encircling it. Could it be Boom? Bi Changxing fixated on the immense Eye of Heavenly Retribution, a chill settling upon his visage. What merit do I possess to be targeted by the Eye of Heavenly Retribution? Bi Changxing, let us see how you escape this. Cheonchi, basking in a golden glow, spoke with a tone of utmost arrogance. It then turned its gaze toward Mo Wudao and North Spirit Princess, declaring, under the weight of heavenly might, none of you shall escape. Bi Changxing cast a sidelong glance at the gathering storm above and scoffed. Clang, defying the oppressive might of the heavenly Tao, Bi Changxing summoned forth a massive, pitch-black object from the void. Ultimate weapon. The coffin of the world's souls. He formed a hand seal, causing the coffin to double in size in an instant. With a single strike, he sent the coffin lid flying and kicked the coffin toward Mo Fian and the others. Bang! Bang bang! The coffin's momentum knocked the immobilized Mo Fian and her companions into its confines. Ah! They cried out in surprise, landing squarely within the coffin. With a firm stomp, Bi Changxing propelled himself onto the flying lid, sliding toward the coffin's location at that moment. The energy of the Eye of Heavenly Retribution had reached its zenith. And with a thunderous roar, the sky abruptly turned azure, soon followed by a pallid hue enveloping the world. Boom! A colossal bolt of lightning, several feet wide, struck where Bi Changxing had stood moments before. The explosive radiance splintered outward, vaporizing any creature caught within its grasp, sending their souls scattering. Swish! Bi Changxing leapt into the coffin, crashing onto a soft form beneath him, and he opened his eyes wide, gazing down at the individual below. There lay North Spirit Princess. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared back at him, her expression soon morphing into one of annoyance as she prepared to shove him away. Bang! The coffin lid slammed shut, plunging them into darkness. Above, the storm showed no signs of abating. Instead, it thickened, with the thunderclouds swirling from blue to crimson, and the Eye of Retribution transformed into a blood-red hue, fixating upon the great black coffin. Boom! Blood-red lightning streaked across the heavens. Crashing down upon the coffin, bang, the coffin tumbled, swept into the raging storm, spinning wildly. Then, a barrage of dozens of lightning bolts struck, each finding its mark upon the coffin. The exterior of the coffin shimmered brilliantly as the lightning was absorbed. Vanishing from sight, but 100 miles away, Qiongqi watched anxiously, initially believing that even Bi Changxing could not withstand the heavenly retribution. However, as time passed, its fury reignited. How dare you? Is it possible that even heavenly retribution cannot bring you down? It seethed, trembling in anger, having never before been so incensed. Why are you still alive? Are you perhaps the reincarnation of the Xuanwu? Even the famed defensive Xuanwu would struggle to endure such a terrifying thunderstorm for long. It began to suspect whether Bi Changxing was truly the Xuanwu reincarnated. Boom! As the final bolt of lightning faded, the eye of heavenly retribution appeared to falter. Ceasing its assault, it spun its gaze, scrutinizing the coffin for a prolonged moment, ultimately revealing a flicker of unwillingness. Then, the sea of thunder dissipated, and the eye of retribution slowly vanished into the high skies. Clang! The storm abated, and the great black coffin rolled a few times before settling safely onto the ground. Inside the coffin, the space felt cramped. Although it had expanded significantly, accommodating 5 individuals inevitably led to some physical contact. As the tremors from the coffin subsided, Bi Changxing discovered that, aside from himself, the others had been rendered unconscious. At that moment, he sensed a faint warmth brushing against him and looked down to meet a pair of eyes that in an instant, their gazes locked. Bi Changxing blinked, feeling the soft sensation beneath his hand. He was momentarily bewildered. North Spirit Princess's face flushed crimson as she glared at him, transmitting a thought, "Remove your hand at once." My apologies." He immediately sprang into action, but in his haste, he collided with the coffin lid. The rebound sending him crashing back onto North Spirit Princess. North Spirit Princess. Bi Changxing supported himself against the bottom of the coffin, glancing at her with slight embarrassment. "The thunderstorm has dissipated. I shall investigate." With that, he forcefully kicked the coffin lid aside and bolted out as if fleeing. North Spirit Princess took a deep breath, glancing at the still unconscious Mo Wudao and the others, then quietly exhaled in relief. Gazing up at the clear blue sky, she felt as though she were in a dream. Then, self-deprecatingly, she murmured, "He may have forgotten me by now." That moment, the 3 awakened, expressions clouded with confusion. "Father, Mother, have we survived?" Mo Fian's face bore traces of fear, the overwhelming heavenly might still causing her body to tremble. North Spirit Princess nodded, looking at the pallid-faced Mo Wudao. "Qiongqi is surely still outside. You must not venture out." "What about you?" Mo Wudao inquired, concern etched upon his features. "That I will assist that individual in dealing with Qiongqi." Mo Wudao cautioned, "Be careful." Outside, Qiongqi observed the still, rolling coffin with trepidation, cautiously shifting its body, fearing that the coffin might come crashing down upon it. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. The coffin trembled, startling Qiongqi, but soon fell silent again. Irritated, Qiongqi felt increasingly unhinged by Bi Changxing's unpredictable tactics. Just as it pondered this, a tremendous shadow hurtled forth at an unfathomable speed, creating a cacophony of explosive air currents as it charged toward Qiongqi. Bang! Without fail, it struck Qiongqi squarely into the earth. Bi Changxing sprang forth from the coffin, landing atop the lid, then scanned the surroundings. Where did Qiongqi go? He scratched his head, extending his consciousness to scan the area within a 1,000-mile radius. Just then, he heard faint, labored breathing emanating from beneath the coffin lid. Bi Changxing leapt down, flipping the lid. There lay Qiongqi wedged deep into the ground, resembling a flattened pancake. Chapter 45. How did it die? Crushed to death, a wicked grin spread across Bi Changxing's face as he looked down at Qiongqi. "Ah, are you still fierce? Ancient beast Qiongqi." He squatted down, grasping its only intact hind leg and hoisting its mangled body from the pit. This moment, Qiongqi's blood-red wings lay in tatters, its ribcage exposed, and its deformed tiger head oozing brain matter. The lone remaining dragon horn had shattered into several fragments, and one eye had burst open. Now, Qiongqi regarded the man before it with its other bloodshot eye. But its shattered jaw rendered it incapable of speech. The impact from the coffin lid had thoroughly obliterated its beast core, leaving it incapable of regenerating energy or repairing its form. "Can you hear me? If you can, blink your eyes." Qiongqi obediently blinked, for it could only move its eyes at this moment that quite obedient. Tell me, from whence do the celestial patterns on your body originate? Ah, I forgot you cannot speak. Bi Changxing's palm emitted a soft glow as the system's energy coursed through his hand, penetrating into Qiongqi's body, beginning to extract the celestial patterns that Qiongqi's pupils constricted, revealing a look of terror, followed by a desperate plea in its gaze. You do not wish for me to extract these celestial patterns? Qiongqi blinked, asserting, this is impossible. As it spoke, the extraction of the celestial patterns accelerated dramatically. With a sudden jolt, Qiongqi's vitality waned, and then its form trembled. Succumbing to death, the ancient beast Qiongqi met its demise, its eyes forever fixed upon Bi Changxing, as if to say that those who perish at his hands cannot even haunt the world as ghosts. Meanwhile, in his mind, the system provided a notification. Ding, obtained a fragment of the Deluo Immortal Scripture. System, how many fragments of the Deluo Immortal Scripture are scattered outside? Unknown, please collect them on your own. Bi Changxing felt a lump in his throat, nearly choking. That it seemed the system could not be relied upon. He had to deal with Qiongqi first. Although it lay in pieces, the hind legs remained intact. Suitable for a broth, he began to tidy up Qiongqi's corpse. The head was of no use. It was twisted and deformed, beyond his consideration. The claws of Qiongqi, I shall keep them for alchemical purposes. He lamented the loss of Qiongqi's inner core, which he had shattered. Otherwise, it would have been a true treasure. The hide, alas, was also ruined, useless. The bones, however, could be collected for brewing a potent liquor, given Qiongqi's noble bloodline. At that moment, a chilling female voice emerged from behind him. Claws? What claws? Where is Qiongqi? Bi Changxing turned to see Bailing Fei, her face etched with vigilance as she searched for Qiongqi's whereabouts, the ultimate weapon poised behind her, ready to strike. Here it is, he said, shifting his body to reveal the severed pieces of Qiongqi before Bailing Fei's eyes. Her pupils narrowed in shock as she beheld the dismembered remains of Qiongqi. Dead? She exclaimed. She had yet to make a move, nor had she heard any sounds of battle, and yet Qiongqi had silently perished. Upon noticing the tiger whip at Bi Changxing's feet, she first showed hesitation. Then realization dawned upon her, causing her face to flush crimson once more. She immediately spat, then inquired, how did it die? Bi Changxing gestured towards the coffin lid beside him, replying, it was crushed. Bailing Fei fell silent, then turned to approach the coffin. Wait, Bi Changxing called after her. She paused but did not turn around. Have we met before? For some reason, Bi Changxing felt a vague familiarity about Bailing Fei, as if he had encountered her somewhere, though he was not entirely certain. Bailing Fei trembled slightly, responding, we have not met that as her figure receded. Bi Changxing gazed at her silhouette alongside the shadowy figure of the ultimate weapon, and suddenly, a small girl's visage appeared in his mind, gradually merging with the memory of Bailing Fei. That moment, a long-buried scene resurfaced in his mind. He had gifted a candied hawthorn to a little girl, whose sparkling eyes twinkled with life as she nibbled on the treat. Innocently asking, Big Brother, will Fei be able to eat such delicious candied hawthorns in the future? Of course. He had laughed heartily. The vision faded, and Bi Changxing shook his head with a smile. Time had transformed much. Who would have imagined that the little girl from years past had become the founder of the Bailing sacred land? Yet, after entombing himself for 30,000 years, he had grown indifferent to many matters. And though he was unaware of what had transpired with Bailing Fei during these millennia, some things need not be probed deeply. Countless years can alter many people and many things amidst the desolate ruins. A large spear stood embedded in the ground, which he approached to retrieve. Then Wu Dao and others crawled out from the coffin, stepping before Bi Changxing to bow sincerely, saying, on behalf of the entire Bailing sacred land, we thank you, sir, for your life-saving grace that we humbly invite you to the Bailing sacred realm, so we may extend our hospitality and properly entertain you. Bi Changxing nodded in acceptance. The Bailing sacred realm was a place of blooming flowers and flowing clouds, where a magnificent palace perched above Mirrorwater Lake, known as the Chiyuan Hall, specifically built to receive esteemed guests. Within the hall, the high-ranking members of the Bailing sacred realm gathered. Bi Changxing occupied the first seat on the left. Next to Mo Fian and Yu Xianji, with Mo Wu Dao and his wife opposite him, along with the elders and stewards of the Bailing sacred realm. Once the spirit fruit wine was served, Mo Wudao raised his cup. Addressing Bi Changxing, thanks to your arrival, our Biling sacred realm has been spared from disaster. Your remarkable strength commands our admiration. I raise this cup to you, sir, in gratitude for saving us from peril. Please, he urged. As everyone stood to toast Bi Changxing, he downed the wine in one gulp. Glancing at the spirit fruits on the table, he raised an eyebrow, saying, "Is it not insufficient to only have spirit fruits without substantial dishes?" Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he waved his hand, summoning a large black pot that appeared in the center of the hall. Before he could take action, Mo Fian's eyes lit up as she immediately stood, exclaiming, "Allow me. I am quite familiar with this." She then performed a water conjuring technique, filling the pot with water, setting up a fire, and igniting it. Once finished, she clapped her hands, casting a playful glance at the astonished expressions of Mo Wudao and Bailing Fi, sticking out her tongue and pointing at Bi Changxing, saying, "When I encountered him in the wilderness, he instructed me to do just this." Mo Wudao and his wife, along with the elders, exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions growing increasingly strange. Bi Changxing felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing his nose as he thought, "This girl reveals everything," that he lifted his cup, saying, "Let us drink." Chapter 46. The endless path of immortality in the Chiyuan Hall, cups were raised and exchanged. Toasts were made. "Speaking of which, this girl, Yinner, has indeed caused you quite a bit of trouble, hasn't she? I must thank you for your care of her," Mo Wudao said, raising his cup once more. Bi Changxing was unreserved in his acceptance. "Not at all. This girl has been quite obedient throughout the journey. She is indeed a promising talent," but he cast a knowing smile at Mo Fian, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she scurried back to her seat. Silencing herself, "Ha! That is splendid!" Mo Wudao exclaimed, pleased with Bi Changxing's praise of his daughter, for every parent enjoys hearing compliments about their child, does they not? Seated beside Mo Wudao, Bailing Fi appeared calm, yet her eyes betrayed her nervousness. What she was anxious about, perhaps only Bi Changxing knew. Bi Changxing sipped his wine, glanced at Bailing Fi, then averted his gaze. Fian resembles the Holy Mother to a remarkable degree, having inherited all of her virtues. The Holy Mother of Bailing could no longer remain composed. She cast a slightly anxious look at Bi Changxing, saying, "May I inquire your intentions, sir? Please speak plainly that I have yet to take a formal disciple in all these years that Fian's talent and comprehension are exceptional. Truly outstanding. Thus, I intend to take her as my disciple, that I wonder what your opinions are. The matter of taking in disciples not only requires the consent of the individual, but also the approval of their parents. Especially given the prominence of the Bailing sacred land, that if the parents opposed, he could not force Mo Fian to inherit the legacy of Bailing sacred land." Bailing Fi gazed at Mo Fian, who appeared like a quail, and sighed. The girl was just as she had been in her youth, bewitched. "Allow us to consider this matter as a couple." Bi Changxing smiled. "Indeed, this is a significant decision. It is only prudent to proceed with caution." He then transmitted a message. "Do not worry. What you fear will not come to pass." Bailing Fi trembled slightly, momentarily dazed, staring at Bi Changxing, her expression blank, without a response to Mo Wudao, upon hearing of Bi Changxing's intention to take a disciple. Beamed with joy, oblivious to his wife's unusual demeanor, he turned to Mo Fian, saying, "What is there to consider? As long as Yinner is willing, we shall not hinder her." All eyes turned to Mo Fian. Awaiting her response, Yu Xianji, sitting beside her, wore an envious expression, as if to say, how fortunate to have such a powerful elder willing to take her as a disciple. Why had he not encountered such a stroke of luck? Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, Mo Fian glanced at her parents, then looked at Bi Changxing that Yinner is naturally willing. This way, she could often stay by Bi Changxing's side. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and pay your respects to your master." Mo Wudao urged. Mo Fian approached Bi Changxing, performed the disciple's ritual, and with a bright voice holding a cup, knelt before him, saying, "I pay my respects to my master." Bi Changxing accepted the wine cup, drinking from the offering. "Good rise, my disciple," that he blinked, contemplating that he ought to offer something, lest he appear petty as a master, that he searched within his own spatial realm and retrieved a resplendent pearl, within which a golden little dragon could be faintly seen meandering. "This is the glazed dragon pearl I discovered in my early years. Although it pales in comparison to a true dragon pearl, it remains a rare treasure. Accept it as a token of our first meeting." Mo Fian, unable to contain her delight, took the dragon pearl in her hands and then said, "Thank you, Master." Mo Wudao chuckled heartily. "Excellent. Today brings us double joy. We shall celebrate together." Bei Lingfei, caught in a whirl of emotions, glanced back and forth between Bei Chongqing and Mo Fian, while the others looked on with envy, remarking on how Bei Chongqing had found an excellent disciple and how Mo Fian had acquired a splendid master. Gurgle, gurgle. The black pot emitted the sound of boiling water. "Then it's ready." Mo Fian dashed over, lifting the lid. Instantly, the entire hall was filled with the rich aroma of meat, prompting everyone to tilt their heads back and inhale deeply. Some swallowing hard, their mouths watering. "Wow, it smells divine." Mo Fian's eyes sparkled as she eagerly scooped a piece of meat, blowing on it before preparing to take a bite. However, upon noticing the amused expressions of those around her, she hesitated, turning the meat towards Bei Chongqing. "Master, you should have the first piece. We cannot begin until you do. After all, you are our esteemed guest." Bei Chongqing nodded and, upon taking a bite, found it succulent yet not greasy, leaving a lingering flavor on his lips, accompanied by a surge of formidable energy coursing through his body. The meat of the Cheongqi truly lives up to its reputation. "Everyone, do not just watch me eat. Dig in," Bei Chongqing declared, prompting the others to eagerly partake in the Cheongqi meat. That as the wine flowed and dishes were savored, the gathering began to disperse. Although Bei Chongqing could not be intoxicated, he still felt somewhat lightheaded, having intentionally suppressed the effects of the alcohol. The night was deepening, the moon hanging like a silver hook in the sky by the shores of Mirrorwater Lake. The sounds of insects and cicadas filled the air, accompanied by gentle breezes, that he pondered his next destination. The Eye of Divine Punishment had been drawn out by the celestial inscriptions earlier that day, leading him to harbor a suspicion. Could the Eye of Divine Punishment be manipulated by someone behind the scenes, perhaps by an immortal? After all, the heavenly Tao is the rule of the world. Inherently impartial, it should not be so easily swayed by a mere Cheongqi and a fragment of celestial script. Thus, there was only one possibility. Only an immortal could bypass the heavenly Tao and manipulate the rules against him. Yet he was perplexed as to why the other party ultimately retreated. Was there some limitation, or other factors at play? As he contemplated, he heard soft footsteps approaching from behind. Bei Chongqing's heart stirred, yet he did not turn around. "You've arrived, Deng," a gentle female voice responded. Bei Chongqing's tone was laced with nostalgia. "It has been 30,000 years. I never expected we would meet again." The figure behind him trembled slightly, and in the moonlight, revealed her true form, Bei Lingfei. She halted and gazed at Bei Chongqing's silhouette. "You recognized me long ago, didn't you?" The crescent moon shone softly in Bei Chongqing's eyes as he replied, "Though time can erode all, it cannot diminish the memories of those who have left a profound mark." Bei Lingfei fell silent, the wind teasing her dark tresses, and her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, which soon vanished at that time. "I thought you had perished, lost in the calamity 30,000 years ago." Bei Chongqing smiled lightly, his demeanor carefree. "Not quite. It was akin to death. As I slumbered for 30,000 years, upon awakening, the world had transformed entirely. Familiar faces were no more. I believed I would wander alone in this lifetime. Yet here I stand before an old acquaintance." That he turned to face Bei Lingfei, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Seeing you evolve from a young girl into the North Spirit Saint Monarch brings me peace. I must take my leave. The path of the immortals is long. May we meet again if fate allows." Stars twinkled, leaving only the waning moon to accompany the dark tresses. Chapter 47. On the road at the Star Extreme Sect. Yi Chang'e gazed in astonishment at their ancestor, Bei Chongqing, who stood before them. Their ancestor had instructed them to negotiate with the North Spirit Sacred Land regarding the takeover of the former territory of the Emperor's Sacred Land. "Ancestor, what did you say?" Third elder Hu Liangzi rubbed his bald head in disbelief, wanted to confirm once more. Bei Chongqing looked at them with a half-smile. "Do you think I would jest with you?" The others hastily shook their heads, not daring to respond, and it seemed that the Star Extreme sect lacked the capacity to assume such a vast domain. Therefore, they would first consolidate the major sects, compelling them to submit to the Star Extreme sect, and if they resisted, they would fight until they complied. He fixed his gaze on Yi Chang'e and the others. "You do not need me to instruct you on this, do you?" No, we do not." "Well then, Yi Chang'e, You may directly seek out the leader of the North Spirit's sacred land for the remaining matters. Bei Chongqing approached the entrance of the Star Palace, casting his eyes upon the towering statue in the plaza. Who carved this? It's rather intimidating. I had it crafted to resemble you at your most handsome. Hu Liangzi flattered enthusiastically. Bei Chongqing shot him a sidelong glance. You may not have learned much, but you certainly inherited the art of flattery from Hu Chaozi. Hu Liangzi chuckled heartily. It's simply that no one can resist your charm, ancestor. Bei Chongqing grew weary of his flattery, impatiently saying, all right, enough of that I must leave the northern region for a time. If any troubles arise, seek out the North Spirit Saint Monarch, that if he cannot resolve them, then come find me. You're leaving, ancestor. The group's expressions immediately fell. What are you all doing? I'm going to the divine land, not to my demise. Why the long faces? Cheer up. The others exchanged glances, their expressions more sorrowful than cries of mourning. Ancestor, what is the divine land like? Asked his youngest disciple, Chu Yuqing, her face filled with curiosity. The others quieted down, intrigued. Bei Chongqing gazed at the birds flying across the vast sky, his eyes narrowing in reminiscence. The divine land is a paradise for cultivators, where sex abound, and the sacred lands number more than tea, and IT is home to ancient dynasties that have persisted for millennia and countless prestigious families. Opportunities are plentiful, yet it is also ruthlessly competitive. The spiritual energy there is over tenfold denser than in the northern region, with ancient immortal relics hidden in secret realms and burial grounds left by the great demons of the underworld. The waters of the Yunmeng Marsh wash through the layers of malevolent spirits. As Bei Chongqing recounted the splendor of the divine land, the disciples' faces lit up with yearning. Well, that will be all for now. Just as the crowd was captivated by his words, Bei Chongqing suddenly halted, leaving them with a look of deep longing, as if he had halted their enjoyment. Let us go, let us go. Bei Chongqing exited the Star Extreme sect gates. Watched by the elders and disciples, his eldest disciple, Mo Fian, had been waiting at the entrance for some time. With a mighty flap, the rock soared into the wind, heading southward, although the northern region was connected to the divine land. A massive barrier of wind separated the two. This so-called wind barrier was, in fact, a boundary between heaven and earth. To travel between the divine land and the northern region, one must take a designated passage. Otherwise, they would be swept into chaotic whirlwinds, lost forever. Master, I can finally leave the northern region. Mo Fian exclaimed, exhilarated on the back of the golden-winged rock. Bei Chongqing looked at her curiously. Do you dislike the northern region that much? Not exactly, but after spending so long there, I've come to realize it's rather mundane. I've grown weary of it. Bei Chongqing nodded. Oh well, once you reach the divine land, you will find it is similarly mundane after a while. Mo Fian's face expressed her disbelief, furrowing her delicate nose. Master, can't you refrain from dampening my curiosity? Bei Chongqing gazed at the approaching wind barrier, almost to himself. Curiosity often leads to peril. Near the wind barrier, several cities had emerged. Once absent, they had gradually formed as people traveling between the northern region and the divine land settled and established businesses. Over time, these small towns grew into cities. Master, are those cities inhabited by mortals? Mo Fian inquired, observing the densely packed black dots below that resembled ants. Why, as the saintess, haven't you visited a mortal city before? I have, long ago, but since taking charge of the sacred land, I've seldom ventured out. Mo Fian gazed eagerly at Bei Chongqing. Master, let us go down and take a look. Bei Chongqing fixed her with a stern look, slowly stating, the cities below do not house mortals alone. There are cultivators, demon kings, and other unusual beings. An amalgamation of all sorts. Mo Fian listened intently, and seeing her enthusiasm, Bei Chongqing decided to slow the rock's pace and head toward the city. He continued. Due to the rapid flow of people in this area, both the rules of the cultivation world and the laws of humanity are difficult to enforce properly. Street battles are commonplace, and demonic cultivators regard human lives as trifles. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Mo Fian nodded and said, I understand. As long as they are not as formidable as Qiongqi, then I have nothing to fear. Besides, we have you, our master. She then playfully shook Bei Chongqing's arm and said, Master, let us go down and take a look. Bei Chongqing rolled his eyes. All right, stop shaking. We are already on our way. "Hey, Master, you are the best." Bei Chongxing noticed that ever since his trip to the Northern Spirit's sacred realm, Mo Fei Yin seemed to have transformed into a different person. After scanning her soul fluctuations with his divine sense and confirming that she had neither been possessed by a time traveler nor had her soul usurped, he finally felt at ease. With a loud cry, the rock landed 100 miles away from the city. After all, the target was too conspicuous and would attract unwanted attention that if the golden-winged great rock noticed them, a bloody storm would be inevitable. Having recently consumed the flesh of Cheong-Chi, Bei Chongsheng was not eager to feast upon rock meat just yet, so he preferred to maintain a low profile. 15 minutes later, they appeared outside the city gates. Cloud Open City? Mo Fei Yin read the name on the gate and then said, "Master, let us enter." Bei Chongsheng surveyed the surroundings. People were bustling about, hurrying along without any awareness of their presence. "Let us go." Inside the city, the streets were abuzz with activity. Sword cultivators strode confidently with their swords, while some lazy cultivators chose to ride the winds. There were also large demons with tiger heads wielding massive blades, parading through the streets, alongside disciples from various sects out on their excursions. In short, the atmosphere was lively and vibrant. Chapter 48. The experience of teaching a disciple. The perils of loose tongues within the city. Bei Chongsheng and his disciple walked one behind the other along the bustling main thoroughfare. The wind rushed past their ears, and occasionally, hurried cultivators brushed by them. Fortunately, these individuals were adept at their wind manipulation techniques and did not collide with pedestrians. Mo Fei Yin, with her wide eyes, constantly surveyed everything around her, resembling a naive child from a wealthy family who had never ventured outside. 2,000-year-old Baiwa snake fruits can be exchanged for a 500-year-old spirit ginseng. Friends with treasures, come and take a look. An elderly man, somewhat rotund and wearing a worried expression, floated a foot above the ground, his aura indicating that he was a cultivator at the transformation stage. Before him, a branch bursting with spring vitality was inserted into a glass vase, and atop it hung a fist-sized white fruit, glistening with a translucent sheen and emanating a faint glow. Several tendrils extended from the fruit, blooming with white flowers that released an intoxicating fragrance, drawing the attention of passers-by. However, upon hearing the terms of exchange, they shook their heads and moved on. "Master, I have seen this Baiwa snake fruit before, but it seems different from the ones I usually eat, and it can even be exchanged for spirit ginseng. How come I never knew this?" Mo Fei Yin trailed closely behind Bei Chongsheng, her face a mix of astonishment. Bei Chongsheng glanced at her, feeling the necessity to enlighten this disciple, who possessed treasures yet treated them with disdain. "That of course you wouldn't know. You all treat this Baiwa snake fruit as mere fruit, and Haven Tea cultivated it to maturity. Not even for 10 years. How could you understand its medicinal properties?" Mo Fei Yin nodded in sudden realization, inhaling the fragrant aroma and asking, "So, what use does this thing have?" "Naturally, it is used for alchemy. Many elixirs require Baiwa snake fruit, and judging by the urgency in that man's eyes, he likely needs spirit ginseng desperately, which is why he is willing to trade this millennium-old spirit fruit." Bei Chongsheng discerned the old man's pressing need with a keen Mo Fei Yin looked regretful, "Though, it's a pity I don't have such spirit roots with me. Only refined elixirs. Otherwise, I would have exchanged with him." Bei Chongsheng sighed and reiterated seriously, "There are many good things in this world, but you must see if you have a need for them. That if something is of no use to you, then even if it is extraordinary, it is still useless and will only waste resources." Mo Fei Yin clasped her hands behind her back, mimicking Bei Chongsheng's posture, intertwining her fingers and nodding. That makes sense. As they passed the old man's stall, they did not linger. However, shortly after, someone approached to inquire about prices. After some haggling, the old man hurriedly packed up and flew out of the city. "Anyone in need of Crimson Heart Fire Lotus? Just one top-grade spirit fruit will suffice for a trade, or it can also be exchanged for a secret method scroll." A plump man with a cherubic face was loudly hawking his wares, slapping the coffin stacked behind him with a resounding thud, utterly unfazed by the disdainful glances of passers-by. Behind him stood at least dozens of coffins of various styles. Despite his enthusiastic selling, no one showed interest, yet his zeal for business remained undeterred. Upon seeing the coffins, Mo Fei Yin turned to Bei Chongsheng and said, "Master, these coffins are inferior to yours." Bei Chongsheng rolled his eyes. This was not a matter of being inferior. It was simply incomparable. His coffin was an extreme divine weapon, while these were merely crafted from ordinary jade, gold, iron, or precious woods, lacking any basis for comparison. Moreover, the surrounding people cast peculiar glances at Bei Chongsheng, their eyes tinged with sympathy. Bei Chongsheng pressed his curled finger against his brow, rubbing it wearily. This girl could be both astutely clever and, at other times, as foolish as a simpleton, that he grasped Mo Fei Yan's hand and attempted to leave, not noticing that the plump man's gaze had already locked onto them, clearly intent on confronting them. Indeed, they were soon intercepted by the rotund young man selling coffins. "Hey, esteemed guest, don't go." Bei Chongsheng halted, frowning as he regarded the shrewd-looking plump man and asked, "Is there something you need?" He shot Mo Fei Yan a fierce glare. Mo Fei Yan stuck out her tongue, stifling a laugh. The young man, clad in fine garments yet sporting a prominent belly, pointed at his own coffins and said, "Did this young lady say that my coffins are inferior to yours?" Bei Chongsheng chose not to argue, simply nodding to "Yes, they're a problem. Who among those traveling through the northern realm does not know that my coffins are crafted by the Huangquan sect? The materials used are 1 in 10,000, and each coffin is unique in style. Furthermore, these coffins are not just for the deceased. Even the living find them quite comfortable." The plump man extolled the virtues of his coffins before revealing his true intentions. "I wonder which master crafted the coffins of even better quality than those from the Huangquan sect." He looked up at Bei Chongsheng, his eyes gleaming with a smile, yet his words were confrontational. "Why don't you show me your coffin so I can broaden my horizons?" Bei Chongsheng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he stared at the plump man. "Are you truly interested in seeing?" The plump man nodded earnestly, his expression one of determination, as if he would not shed a tear until he saw the coffin. Bei Chongsheng clicked his tongue and took a deep breath. "You must understand that this city has developed to its current scale over many years, that if I were to unveil my extreme divine weapon, not only would this city crumble, but none of the people within it would survive." This man was truly a fearless novice, utterly unaware of what true terror entailed at that moment. Mo Fei Yan tugged at Bei Chongsheng, her face filled with remorse. "Master, I realize my mistake. Let's ignore him and leave." Clearly, within that brief moment, she had been reflecting and finally understood the meaning of peril from loose tongues. Bei Chongsheng shot her a glance and shook his head, silently communicating, "It's good that you understand. But if you encounter such a situation, aside from giving him a beating, is there another way to handle it?" Mo Fei Yan tilted her head. "Just ignore him and walk away?" Bei Chongsheng chuckled softly. "Transmitting, just watch how I handle this." The plump man, misunderstanding Bei Chongsheng's cryptic words, heard Mo Fei Yan wanting to leave and immediately exclaimed, "My lady, if you do not give me an explanation today, you won't be able to leave." As he spoke, his aura erupted, causing the ground beneath him to tremble and whirlwinds to arise, clearly unwilling to let Bei Chongsheng and his disciple go so easily. The onlookers, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, some intrigued by the spectacle, while others, lacking confidence in their abilities, kept their distance, wary of being caught in the fray. Yet for those passing by, the entertainment provided a welcome distraction from their mundane journey. An explanation? Very well, I shall provide you with one. Bei Chongsheng knew this man was likely accustomed to being unreasonable, but when it came to being unreasonable, none in attendance could rival him. If not for Mo Fei Yan's presence, this man would have long since met his true end. However, as a mentor, he needed to exemplify reason and set an example for his disciple. He looked at the smiling plump man and cheerfully declared, "Present your best and most durable coffin." "Umph, this is what you said. Do not regret it later." The corpulent figure, reminiscent of a pair of parentheses, lifted his brows and summoned forth a pure white coffin from the void. With a smug expression, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is a masterpiece forged by the esteemed master of the refining hall of my Huangquan sect. It is neither gold nor wood, neither copper nor iron. It remains imperishable for a millennium, impervious to weapons, and nearly impossible to open once the spirit has been transformed." Noticing that the crowd was enraptured by his words, he elevated his voice further. "The entire coffin weighs 3,000 pounds and measures 6 feet 2 inches in length, capable of altering its size at will. Even if you stand 2 zhang tall, you could be buried within it." Furthermore, it encompasses a spirit-gathering array that ensures the physical form remains uncorrupted for 1,000 years. Upon finishing, he proudly turned his nostrils towards Bei Chongqing and inquired, "What say you? Does this coffin meet your discerning standards? Or perhaps you would care to present your own coffin for my appraisal?" He gestured skyward, asserting, "I assure you, once I have gazed upon it, I shall no longer trouble you." Bei Chongqing sighed, recognizing the foolhardiness of the man. "Your words hold no weight. I must verify this for myself." At that, the rotund man froze momentarily, anxiety flickering across his face as he surveyed Bei Chongqing and Mo Fian. After releasing his spiritual sense for a brief assessment, he exhaled with relief. "Go ahead." The onlookers witnessed the young man glide to the edge of the coffin, placing a hand upon it. With a gentle twist of his fingers, a sharp crack echoed throughout the gathering, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The corpulent figure widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the fragment of material in Bei Chongqing's grasp. "Surely, this coffin cannot be genuine." Someone muttered softly that a person familiar with the Huangquan sect's reputation expressed doubt. While the dealings of the Huangquan sect may be ominous, their reputation has generally been commendable. Such incidents of disrepute have never occurred before. How do we explain this? The individual fell silent, glancing at the stunned rotund man, unable to articulate a response, turning away. Bei Chongqing held the jade-like material aloft, addressing the crowd and the corpulent figure. "Is this the coffin that is impervious to weapons? How is it that I can break it with but a twist?" A smirk graced his lips as he, under the gaze of all, clasped the material in his hand, flipping it over and manipulating it with his fingers. Without a sound, the material disintegrated into fine white dust, which was swept away by a sudden gust of wind, leaving the stunned rotund man covered in debris. Bei Chongqing chuckled lightly, glancing at Mo Fian. "Let us depart." Meanwhile, the rotund man stood like a jester, his face obscured by a cloud of white dust. As the spectators erupted into derisive laughter, gradually dispersing, the rotund man remained in a state of shock, realizing he had provoked an extraordinary being. However, his adversary had chosen not to strike him directly, opting instead for this humiliating lesson. Once he regained his composure, he noticed that the pair had already ventured far. Hastily, he gathered all the coffins and fled the city. Knowing his reputation had been irrevocably tarnished, remaining any longer would render his wares unsellable. Upon the city walls, the fiery sunset cast long shadows of the two figures upon the stone that Mo Fian, hands clasped before her, held two sugar figurines crafted in their likeness. With her head bowed, she murmured, "Master, often I do grasp these truths, yet when alone, none can extract an advantage from me. But when there are two—" Bei Chongqing interrupted her, exasperated. "When there are two, you find it easier to let your guard down, is it?" Mo Fian retorted softly, "Not at all. It is only in the presence of my father, mother, and master that I behave thus." She fiddled with the sticks of the sugar figures, the sunlight reflecting off them dancing in her eyes. Bei Chongqing, observing her, was reminded of Bei Lingfei from long ago, who had appeared much the same. Only the sugar figures had transformed into candied hawthorns. Just as his thoughts wandered, a piercing call resonated in Bei Chongqing's ears. His expression shifted as he turned towards the source of the sound, where he beheld a figure clad in a green Taoist robe, exuding a terrifying aura, standing upon a massive sword that resembled a door plank. Symbols swirled around him, accompanied by several extraordinary long swords that emitted a chilling murderous intent as they pursued a golden-winged roc, poised to strike at any moment. "Foul beast, where do you flee?" The roc's rugged voice echoed from the heights. "Spare me your nonsense. If not for my master forbidding me from harming anyone, you would have long since become my excrement." Mo Fian's expression shifted, and she exclaimed, "Master!" Bei Chongqing cut her off, gazing skyward. "Xiaobai, when have I ever forbidden you from defending yourself?" He had initially landed 100 miles from the city to keep Xiaobai's presence hidden from the Rock clan. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to store the beast's meat. Yet, Xiaobai seemed to have misunderstood his intentions, thinking he was meant to proceed discreetly, hence the current predicament. Upon hearing Bei Chongqing's words, the golden-winged roc was taken aback. "So it was my misunderstanding?" Meanwhile, the pursuer's face contorted in frustration. He had initially assumed victory was assured, believing the roc's capabilities were limited. However, the exchange between the man and the roc indicated otherwise, revealing that the roc was indeed bound to the man. Realizing he had been toyed with, the pursuer's rage flared, and he pointed his sword at the rock, unleashing a beam of sword light that tore through the clouds and shot towards the fleeing creature. The rock, sensing the threat, displayed a glimmer of mockery in its eyes, flapping its wings and accelerating to a speed that left the sword light trailing behind. Fool! The pursuer, realizing he could not catch the rock, redirected his sword towards Bei Chongqing's city gate. Master, allow me to handle this one. I shall teach him a lesson. Bei Chongqing assessed the opponent's cultivation level, peak transformation of the spirit, and then regarded Mo Fian, advising, remember, we are not unreasonable. When it is time for dialogue, we must engage in it, and let virtue guide our actions. Then Mo Fian drew the sword from her waist, nodding solemnly, of course, master. Your teachings will remain etched in my heart. Chapter 50. Foul Beast, where do you flee? Mo Fian regarded the figure descending from the heavens, her expression calm. As the sword in her hand resonated with eager anticipation, as the newcomer approached, his features became clearer, a young man with a faint lotus mark between his brows. His sharp gaze akin to a blade piercing through the soul. His hair was tied back, adorned with a black hairpin, and as he dove down, stray strands fluttered in the wind, with a swish. The sword light cleaved through the sky, leaving a faint trail behind. Just as he was 100 meters from the city gate, he suddenly halted. He first glanced at Mo Fian, then turned to the corner where Bei Chongqing stood, dismissively stating, I am Ning Fei of the Qinglian Sword Sect. What are your identities? State your names at once. Though his demeanor was haughty, he was aware of the necessity of identification, for he believed that one who could tame the ancient beast, the golden-winged rock, was unlikely to be an unknown entity that if they were not associated with a prominent sect, he would certainly make them pay. However, if they had ties to his Qinglian sword sect or were backed by a force more formidable than his own, he would show them the courtesy of restraint. Alas, he had miscalculated. Bei Chongqing didn't even spare him a glance, instead turning to Mo Fian with an inquiring look, as if to ask if she recognized anyone from the Qinglian sword sect. He waved his hand dismissively. Qinglian sword sect? Never heard of it. 3,000 years had passed. Even the sects he once knew had likely ceased to exist. What connections could he possibly have? At that moment, the young man's expression hardened, realizing the man had never even heard of the Qinglian sword sect. Humph. The Qinglian sword sect is among the 10 foremost sects of the Xinzhou mainland, that if you know what is good for you, return the golden-winged rock and present it to me, and I shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, the mystical patterns behind him radiated a blinding light as 9 swords bowed in submission, emanating a murderous intent. Poised for combat, Mo Fian's expression remained unchanged, her voice icy. Otherwise what? With that, she leaped, stepping into the void, rising into the air. With a swift motion of her sword, an overwhelming surge of sword energy swept forth. A tremendous force erupted, causing the entire city gate to groan under the strain, followed by a cloud of dust as it collapsed. The sword light, like a white rainbow piercing the sun, shot towards Ning Fei 100 meters away. Boldness indeed. Ning Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this woman would strike without hesitation, showing no regard for the Qinglian sword sect. He formed a seal with his hands and pointed at Mo Fian, commanding, Qinglian sword array, arise, buzz. The 9 swords behind him erupted with a frosty glow, racing to his front. Simultaneously, the mystical patterns behind him blazed with brilliance, swirling rapidly to form a lotus pattern, spinning with great speed. The 9 swords rapidly converged, their tips aligned, shielding the lotus formation. Boom! Mo Fian's sword light arrived in an instant, crashing against the sword array. Buzz! Crack! As the array of sword formations dissipated, the 9 swords shattered into fragments. Ning Fei's expression changed abruptly. He had underestimated the power of this woman. Despite her seemingly youthful appearance, her strength was far beyond his own. She was at least an initial stage supreme being, seizing the opportunity. He leaped forward, closing the distance, and swung his sword down towards Mo Fian. With a swift step, Mo Fian left faint footprints in the void, transforming into an afterimage that as her vital energy surged, the sword light intensified. Without waiting for Ning Fei's sword to descend, she instantly countered with a rising strike. Buzz! Ning Fei's face turned pale. Should he be struck by her sword, he would surely be cleaved in 2 from the groin. In an urgent response, he exerted force at his waist, lifted his legs, and flipped backward, Fleeing in the direction from whence he came to, Mo Fian was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting her opponent to flee without a fight. "You wretched beast, where do you think you're going?" she retorted, echoing his earlier words, and then racing through the air, her afterimages quickly closing in on him. That figure darted away like a rabbit, not daring to look back, and casually tossed behind him a dazzling light that formed a grand barrier spanning 100 feet. Swoosh! Mo Fian's eyes widened, her feet abruptly halting, before she struck down with her sword. Boom! The brilliance flickered a few times before extinguishing, yet the disciple of the Qinglian sword sect had already vanished without a trace. Panting heavily, Mo Fian shook her sword in frustration and headed towards Bi Changxing. "Master, that person has escaped." Her face was filled with regret as she said, "I didn't expect them to possess a supreme-level defensive artifact. Although it was a one-time use, it delayed me just long enough for him to escape." Bi Changxing regarded her solemnly, stating, "From the very beginning, you should have exerted your full strength, rather than becoming complacent simply because you believed your opponent weaker." But Mo Fian opened her mouth, but found no retort. Nodding vigorously instead, "I understand." Bi Changxing continued, "As the saying goes, if you strike down the small, the old will come, that if you let him go, I am certain that it won't be long before he entangles his elders from the sect to seek vengeance." Mo Fian's expression faltered as she asked, "But what if the elders he calls upon cannot defeat me?" Bi Changxing instantly felt a headache coming on. "Do not forget, those elders have their own seniors." "Oh, then next time, I will certainly give it my all. Even if I face a celestial-level junior cultivator, I will strike them down in one blow," Mo Fian declared with a knowing expression. "But should we pursue Ning Fei now?" she inquired. Bi Changxing shook his head. "That is unnecessary." As he spoke, the voice of the golden-winged roc echoed from the skies, "Wretched beast, where do you think you're going?" Then, a pained scream pierced the air, followed by silence. A tempest arose as the golden-winged roc circled overhead, and then it dropped a dark figure downwards. Thud! Bi Changxing and Mo Fian exchanged glances, stepping forward slightly, their bodies leaning towards the gaping hole in the ground. They beheld Ning Fei, his bones shattered, the white fragments of his leg protruding grotesquely from his knee, drenched in blood, a pitiful sight indeed. Yet his chest still heaved, his soul in tumult. "This fellow is still alive." Bi Changxing squinted, reaching out to search his body, producing a black jade sword talisman, a protective sword talisman. It seems this man is of significant importance within the Qinglian sword sect. Otherwise, he would not possess such an item. "Master, how should we deal with him?" Mo Fian asked. Bi Changxing smiled, shaking the sword talisman in his hand. "How to deal with him will depend on the sincerity of his sect." In the midst of Mo Fian's puzzled gaze, he infused his vital energy, activating the talisman. Swish! A lifelike image of a middle-aged man materialized before them. He first glanced at the fallen Ning Fei, a flash of fury crossing his visage before it quickly dissipated. He turned to face Bi Changxing and Mo Fian, asking, "Who are you to dare harm my disciple of the Qinglian sword sect?" Chapter 51. The 500-mile wind barrier. Bi Changxing pursed his lips. This old man clearly had not grasped the situation. "I know he is from the Qinglian sword sect, but what do you intend to do now?" Seeing Bi Changxing's nonchalant demeanor, the man faltered, his anger rising. "Fool! I advise you to return my beloved disciple to the Qinglian sword sect immediately, or prepare to face dire consequences." Bi Changxing blinked, glancing at Mo Fian. This man is rather unreasonable. Mo Fian immediately understood his intent. Grasping Ning Fei's leg, she dragged him from the pit, and before the lingering image, raised her foot and stomped down on his shattered leg. The excruciating pain caused Ning Fei, who had been unconscious, to awaken abruptly, his eyes bulging as his body lurched forward, curling up like a shrimp. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's visage, he cried out, "Master, master, save me! They do not regard my Qinglian sword sect at all. They want to kill me. I am in Beijing Tianyan City." The middle-aged man, witnessing his disciple's miserable state, had veins bulging on his forehead, fury igniting in his eyes. You know what the consequences are for offending my Qinglian sword sect?" Bi Changxing shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "Did you not say, drawn and quartered, soul scattered?" "Right, and yet you dare treat my disciple in such a manner." Bi Changxing rolled his eyes, turning to the pitifully moaning Ning Fei. "It seems your master lacks sincerity. It's truly unfortunate for you to have such a master." You won't even be able to become a ghost. Upon hearing this, Ning Fei's eyes shot open, looking fearfully at Bi Changxing as he screamed, "What do you want? Don't come any closer." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was raging, his words filled with threats of annihilation and extermination. "You may discipline your disciple as you wish, but to resort to killing over trifles and seizing treasures. If our strength were lower today, we might have perished at the hands of your disciple." Having spoken, Bi Changxing signaled to Mo Fian. Mo Fian nodded coldly, the frostbite sword appearing in her hand. With a swift motion, she swung her sword. And with a thud, a large head flew through the air, landing at the middle-aged man's feet. He was momentarily stunned. Trembling, he stared at the lifeless head, directly kneeling on the ground, attempting to lift it, only to remember he was but a thought, utterly incapable of doing so. "Fei, I will kill you. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will refine your essence and obliterate your bones." His teeth ground together, blood seeping from his gums, his eyes filled with a bloodshot fury, clearly unable to accept this outcome. "Come now. You heard it earlier. We are currently outside Beijiang Tianyan City. That if you do not come, I shall enter the divine province to seek you out." The middle-aged man opened his mouth to retort, but swish, his image dissipated. The energy of the black jade talisman had been exhausted, bursting into ashes with a thud. Bi Changxing blinked, inwardly exclaiming, "What a fellow! If you had just softened your stance and offered some compensation, your disciple would not have to die. Why does it seem like he is eager for me to kill Ning Fei?" "Master, should we just leave this corpse here?" Mo Fian inquired as she sheathed her sword. "Did I, Bi Changxing, never leave a complete corpse behind?" He replied that he retrieved a colored glass vial, its contents swirling like magma, and handed it to Mo Fian. "To kill is to ensure complete obliteration. Destroying the corpse is the only way to conclude matters. One must witness their enemy turn to ash." Mo Fian accepted the vial. "What is this?" Previously, she had seen Bi Changxing use this substance on the corpse of Huang Tianji, which had turned to ashes in mere moments. "This is a flame forged from the fusion of starfire and earth-fired. I have named it the Flowing Flame Bone Destruction Fire, although I could reduce it to ashes with a single strike. This method is quieter and, most importantly, accessible to anyone. The explanation." Mo Fian shivered, cautiously uncapping the vial and pouring its contents over Ning Fei's body. Sizzle. In mere moments, he was utterly dissolved, the final ashes scattered by the wind. The battle between Mo Fian and Ning Fei had not attracted many spectators. Merely her aura was sufficient to deter most. Only a few fearless souls hid in the corners of the city, watching from a distance. It's over. It seems the victor has been decided. What level of cultivation does that woman possess to remain unafraid of the Qinglian sword sect? Indeed, if I am not mistaken, she is also a sword cultivator, but her swordsmanship differs entirely from that of the Qinglian sword sect. Some even recognized Mo Fian, exclaiming, "It's her. I remember now. She is the saintess of Bailing's sacred land." The crowd finally understood. So, it is the saintess of Bailing. No wonder her strength is so formidable. It is said she entered the Supreme Realm years ago. In that case, Ning Fei of the Qinglian sword sect is simply courting death. In no time, the news of Ning Fei's demise at the hands of the saintess of Bailing spread like wildfire, becoming the topic of conversation among passing merchants and cultivators alike. As for Bi Changxing and Mo Fian, the two of them had long since entered the realm of Shenzhou, accompanied by the half-human, half-beast golden-winged Deping. The wind barrier stretched endlessly, resembling a celestial canopy that separated Shenzhou from the northern territories. Before them stood a colossal portal, 3 zhang wide. The exact number of such gateways remained a mystery to all. Moreover, these were not naturally formed, but had been pierced through by a formidable being using sheer strength. In the absence of these passages, they had ventured into the wind barrier, enduring countless casualties, until they finally discovered a route that allowed for safe passage between the northern territories and Shenzhou. Bi Changxing gazed through the transparent energy shield at the fierce winds swirling above, where not only fragments of space were caught in the tempest, but also severed limbs and dismembered bodies, remnants left behind by those who had unwittingly wandered into the wind barrier. Although his strength would enable him to traverse the barrier unharmed, his sense of direction was not particularly reliable. Within this turbulent barrier, his spiritual perception of the path ahead was severely restricted, and losing his way would prove disastrous. After all, In his previous life, he had been notoriously directionally challenged. Mo Fian, on tiptoe amidst the bustling crowd, scanned her surroundings to her astonishment. There were so many people traveling back and forth between Xinzhou and the Northern Territories. Indeed, it seemed that there were constantly individuals on the move, and not just between Xinzhou and the north. Every junction in Xinzhou was teeming with people. Stay close to me, or you might get swept away, Bi Changxing advised, glancing back at Mo Fian. Upon hearing this, she immediately clung to his arm, fearing she might get lost. The two navigated through the throng for nearly 500 li before finally catching sight of the exit. The exit was not as grand as the entrance, and as they approached, the crowd began to narrow, eventually forming a long line. Yet, the movement remained brisk. Mo Fian clutched Bi Changxing's arm, striving to avoid collisions with others. Despite her efforts, she found herself continually jostled into Bi Changxing's chest as for the golden-winged Duping. It followed closely behind Bi Changxing, disdainfully pushing away those who ventured too close, using its immense strength to send several people flying, creating an aura of intimidation that deterred anyone from approaching. Chapter 52. Interrogation in Xinzhou, at the Tontian mountain range, the Qinglian sword sect. What do you mean? What has happened to my son? Ning Nanshan's eyes widened in fury, as the floor beneath him shattered, sending a shockwave that overturned everything in the vicinity. Ning Fei, a second-generation elder of the Qinglian sword sect and the son of Ning Nantian, was also the chief disciple of Feng Murong, the head of the punishment hall. Yet at this moment, Ning Nantian was struck by the devastating news of his son's death. How could he not be enraged? How could he not grieve? Who did this? He resembled a ravenous beast, completely devoid of the composure expected of an elder, that a disciple presented him with a sword talisman, stating, "This is what the head of the punishment hall instructed me to give you." Ning Nantian grasped the talisman tightly and inquired, "Where are the others?" The trembling disciple replied, "The hall master has already descended the mountain, heading towards the border between Xinzhou and the Northern Territories." Ning Nantian activated the sword talisman, and instantly, the horrific scene of Ning Fei's demise unfolded before his eyes. My son, you died so tragically." He gazed at his son's unblinking visage, fists clenched, and let out a mournful wail toward the heavens. Soon after, the figures of Bi Changxing and Mo Fian materialized before him. His eyes burned with crimson rage as he fixated on Bi Changxing and Mo Fian, as if he intended to etch their faces into his memory. "I shall devour your flesh and drink your blood to appease my son's spirit in the afterlife." With a thunderous roar, Ning Nantian struck a pillar with his fist, causing it to shatter, and the entire hall crumbled into ruins. The Qinglian hall. The sect leader, upon hearing the commotion, directed Jian Qing to glance in the direction of the collapsing structure before resuming his meditation. At the wind barrier's exit, the demand for identification caught many by surprise. Why is identification needed? There was none required yesterday. Indeed, since when has the Qinglian sword sect taken charge of monitoring the exits? Thankfully, I brought the sect token. Numerous cultivators grumbled, but upon realizing the Qinglian sword sect's authority, they complied and submitted their identification tokens. Proceed next. Feng Murong's expression was as dark as the depths of water as he observed the gatekeepers scrutinizing the sect tokens of each individual. An aura of menace surrounding him. "Move! Hurry, don't block the way." Within the passage of the wind barrier, the uninformed began to grow impatient, urging others to advance. Don't push. It seems there has been some sort of incident up ahead. What sort of incident? Hearing this, the crowd began to look around in confusion. Upon learning that the Qinglian sword sect was conducting an investigation, many speculated that something significant had occurred. Some, harboring grievances against the Qinglian sword sect, remarked, "What could be so serious? They're just trying to extort benefits from us." A cultivator, aware of the situation, clarified, "It's not about extorting benefits. It is said that yesterday, a disciple of the Qinglian sword sect met with a tragic accident in the Northern Territories, and they're likely questioning us in relation to this matter." Swiftly, the news reached Bi Changxing and Mo Fian, who were traversing the passage. "Master, Ning Fei's master is waiting for us at the exit," Mo Fian whispered to Bi Changxing, glancing at the surrounding crowd. "That fellow is truly unreasonable." He shook his head and turned to Mo Fian. "Are you afraid, Mo Fian?" With an air of pride, she tilted her head defiantly. I'm not afraid. Even the heavens couldn't do anything to me." "What are these people?" "Well said, my disciple. You've already grasped some essence of my teachings, Bi Changxing remarked, ruffling her hair. Suddenly, he paused, sensing a gaze lingering on him. He followed the sensation and spotted the rotund coffin seller staring at him with a mixture of surprise and suspicion, as if he already knew that the ongoing investigation was connected to him. Noticing the pause in his master's hand, Mo Fian looked up and asked, "What is wrong, master?" Bi Changxing gestured towards the rotund man. "Look over there." Mo Fian turned her gaze, arching an eyebrow as she made a pinching gesture with her fingers towards the coffin seller. Seeing this, the man's eyes widened, and he forced a grim smile, offering an awkward grin to Bi Changxing and Mo Fian before hastily lowering his head. Mo Fian blinked, murmuring, "It seems he is aware of Master's formidable reputation." Bi Changxing regarded her and said, "Let us approach him." That he then turned to the golden-winged Duping. "Try to be less aggressive. Keep a low profile, understand?" The Duping nodded eagerly. "Understood, master." Meanwhile, the rotund man occasionally cast furtive glances in Bi Changxing's direction, only to find that he had already moved from his previous spot. "Are you looking for me?" Bi Changxing's voice emerged from behind him, causing the man to jump as if a cat had its tail stepped on. He spun around in an instant, surprised to see the pair standing before him, smiling. Taking a deep breath as if steeling himself, he waved his hands repeatedly, chuckling nervously, and "No, not at all." With that, he quickly turned away, eager to avoid any association with Bi Changxing. Though a member of the Huangquan sect, he ranked far below the Qinglian sword sect, which was not a confrontation he could afford. That if anyone discovered his connection to this individual, his sect would likely demand his life as recompense. Bi Changxing placed a hand on the man's shoulder, causing him to widen his eyes in alarm, trembling visibly despite the cool air, sweat beading at the back of his neck. "Do not be alarmed. We mean you no harm. That if we intended to take action against you, you wouldn't have made it this far in the city." The rotund man turned around, wiping his sweat with his sleeve, and stammered, "What does the esteemed senior wish from me?" He didn't believe that such a powerful figure would simply come to him for idle chit-chat. "It's nothing particularly important. I merely wish to order 10 coffins from you. Do you have stock available?" The man blinked in surprise, clearly taken aback that this individual was merely seeking to place a coffin order. "Yes, we have stock," he replied cautiously. "Is there a need for me to recite sutras if someone has died?" Bi Changxing shook his head, his tone matter of fact. "Not yet, but it will be soon." Seeing the man's compliance, he continued, "The deposit and full payment will be provided upon death, and the coffins can be delivered afterward." How does that sound? Though this was not standard procedure, the rotund man dared not object, hastily nodding, of course, I will defer to the esteemed senior's wishes." "Well then, it's settled. You will accompany me shortly." "Certainly. By the way, what is your name?" In response to the esteemed senior, "I am Wang Liang of the Huangquan sect." Bi Changxing nodded, indicating he had taken note, and then he proceeded towards the exit accompanied by Mo Fian, the golden-winged roc, and a stout man named Wang Liang. However, the exit was already crowded, and the scrutiny had intensified. Feng Muru's cold gaze swept over each passerby, fearful of missing a foe. The mere act of observing someone was not the same as interrogating them, which gradually eroded his patience and ignited a fierce anger within him. Just as he was on the verge of erupting, the person he loathed with all his heart finally made an appearance. Chapter 53. Helplessness at the entrance of the wind barrier. Someone's eyes suddenly turned red with rage. Bi Changxing emerged first, with Mo Fian clinging to his arm, followed by the eagle-headed golden-winged roc, and finally the rotund Wang Liang. Bi Changxing took a deep breath, a look of intoxication on his face, and remarked, "The vitality here remains as rich as ever." He then turned to the source of the piercing gaze fixated on him. "Ah, is this not the old man who wishes to grind me to dust? My sincerest apologies for arriving late and making you wait so long." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd changed their expressions, instantly retreating while whispering among themselves. So this is the culprit. That it was unclear whether they referred to Bi Changxing's alleged murder or the sudden inspection at the exit. Indeed, even Feng Muru has arrived. Isn't that so? It is said that the deceased was Feng Muru's disciple and also the son of Ning Nantian. This is indeed a significant matter. The gossip among the crowd further darkened Feng Muru's expression. "Seize him!" Feng Muru bellowed, simultaneously casting 2 gleaming golden rings towards Bi Changxing and Mo Fian. Just as Mo Fian was about to take action, Bi Changxing held her back, shaking his head. "Allow me to handle this." That old man is at the supreme level. Swish. The onlookers only felt a blur pass before their eyes, and the two magical rings vanished. When they regained their senses, they found that two resplendent golden bracelets had appeared on the young man's wrists. Bei Chongsheng extended his arms and lightly tapped the bracelets, producing a melodious chime that he regarded the trembling Feng Muru with a challenging look. What other tricks do you have? Aren't you seeking vengeance for your disciple? Come at me. Humph. I wonder how long you can maintain your pride. He then reached out, and a black bead materialized in his palm. With the emergence of this bead, the spectators stepped back another circle. Clearly wary. Hiss. Feng Muru has even brought the king? He is determined to apprehend this man. Naturally, if your disciple is dead, you would fight with all your might. Hey, how can you speak like that? On the other side, Wang Liang, pulled aside by a Mo Fian, wore a worried expression that he was beginning to regret agreeing to Bei Chongsheng's reckless endeavor. If Bei Chongsheng were to fail, would their Huangquan sect not be doomed? He glanced at the imposing rock and the unperturbed Mo Fian, quietly inquiring, "Aren't you worried that the elder might be captured?" The rock cast a disdainful glance at him, that if you are unaware of the facts. Do not prattle on. Mo Fian's lips curled into a slight smile. Captured? On what grounds? Just because of that broken bead in Feng Muru's hands? Wang Liang's eyes widened. Broken bead. That is the Kinyuzu, which contains its own realm. Reputed to imprison everything. How has it become a broken bead in this girl's mouth? What kind of people are they? Feng Muru seemed exceedingly confident in the bead he held, which glimmered ominously in his grip. Smoke swirling within, occasionally revealing a space as dark as ink. Young man, I care not what forces lie behind you. Today, even if the King of Heaven stands behind you, you will obediently return to my sect to face your demise. He then hurled the bead, which instantly expanded, soaring into the sky, transforming into a swirling black vortex. Feng Muru pointed at Bei Chongsheng, commanding, "Seize him, swish." A beam of black light surged from the vortex towards Bei Chongsheng. Unflinching, he stood his ground, watching the black light descend upon him with keen interest. The black light coalesced into a smoky rope, binding him. The black smoke tightened, attempting to drag him into the vortex. Just as Feng Muru believed victory was within his grasp, he discovered that no matter how the black smoke tugged, Bei Chongsheng remained rooted, immovable. That is this real. The Kinyuzu is ineffective against this young man. I once witnessed this bead imprisoning hundreds of cultivators. Why does it not work here? Could it be that Feng Muru is deliberately letting him off? The crowd distanced themselves from the speaker, regarding him with incredulous eyes. Bound by the smoky rope, Bei Chongsheng turned his neck and provocatively regarded Feng Muru. So, Feng Muru, your treasure seems to be ineffective. How about I give you a chance to switch to another? Feng Muru continuously formed seals with his hands. Yet regardless of how the vortex expanded or the black smoke thickened, he could not pull Bei Chongsheng within. His face darkened. Not only had he lost his disciple, but he was also humiliated before so many, a disgrace indeed. However, his hatred obliterated any sense of shame, fueling his desire to capture Bei Chongsheng for a reckoning with Ning Nantian. Yet capturing Bei Chongsheng was proving futile. Thus, he resolved, kill him. If I cannot take him alive, then dead will suffice. His expression twisted with malice as he transformed the bead in his hand into a gleaming sword, with a cold glint. He slashed towards Bei Chongsheng's head, intent on ensuring Bei Chongsheng's death mirrored that of his disciple, making him share the same fate. Bei Chongsheng watched the sword's gleam, smirking and even licking his lips in anticipation. Clang! A resounding clash echoed, leaving everyone present utterly astounded. My goodness, what is happening? How can this person's neck be so resilient? You have never seen such a sight. This man is as tough as steel. His head akin to divine gold, he must be an accomplished body cultivator. Indeed, only a body cultivator could possess such formidable flesh. Feng Muru was on the verge of spitting blood after his sword struck. The blade trembled wildly, numbing his arm, and upon closer inspection, he discovered a small notch had formed on the blade, with a tiny crack at its center. This sword was a spiritual treasure, his trusted weapon for many years. And now it was damaged here? Bei Chongsheng glanced at the sun and then at Feng Muru. Why don't you all come at me together? Dealing with you one at a time is too tedious. I am pressed for time. Listen to him. Is this how a person speaks? However, Fomaru had no other recourse. He waved his hand, commanding, "Attack." 9 disciples raised their swords, aiming for Bei Chongqing's head. Clang, clang. After a cacophony of clashing metal, Bei Chongqing remained unscathed, while the ground was littered with broken blades that no. If not, then it seems it is my turn. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Bei Chongqing perceived their utter helplessness. He turned to the now dumbfounded Wang Liang. "Wang Fatty, bring out the grand gift I prepared for them." Wang Liang nodded eagerly, scurrying to Bei Chongqing's side, first flashing a smile at the distant Fomaru. Then, a series of thuds echoed through the exit of the wind barrier as 10 coffins plummeted to the ground, their lids facing Fomaru, creating a truly shocking scene. Bei Chongqing nodded at Wang Liang, looking at the furious Fomaru and his disciples, declaring, "What do you think of this grand gift I present to you?" Chapter 54. The Headless Statue, the Fox, and the Divine Empress. In the vast expanse of the Divine Land, countless sects have emerged and flourished over millennia, from ancient times to the present. The seas have ebbed and flowed, burying myriad powers beneath the sands of history, akin to a multitude of stars. Yet, one grand cultivation dynasty has remained steadfast, towering above all sects and sacred grounds. This is the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, which occupies the heart of the Divine Land. The Great Summer Divine Dynasty comprises 20 great states, governing vast territories spanning billions of miles, from the most powerful sects to the smallest cultivation families. All must submit to the authority of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. Even the sacred grounds, which are delineated by boundaries, maintain a delicate relationship with the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. Those who traverse its lands must adhere to strict decorum, refraining from any form of impropriety. That I in the heart of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, within Longzhou, lies the capital city. The ethereal palaces are arranged in an orderly fashion, with 2 monumental avenues intersecting at the city's core, connecting 4 massive city gates in the east, west, south, and north. From a bird's-eye view, one can observe 4 towering pavilions at each corner of the city, each crowned with colossal statues of divine beasts. Shrouded in mist and clouds, these statues seem to exhale and inhale the very essence of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty's fortune. Beneath the red walls of the city, the streets are bustling with traffic, where elegantly attired cultivators can only traverse on foot. The eaves glisten with golden light, while the 6 mythical beasts perch atop, gazing at passers-by with an imposing presence. The city is perpetually illuminated, and those who roam its streets are invariably individuals of high status, adhering to the rules, with no one daring to act with abandon. Within the Qiqian Hall of the Great Summer Divine Palace, there stands a 3-zhang-tall golden statue of a humanoid figure. However, this statue is headless and lacks any inscription to elucidate its significance. The hall is enveloped in swirling mist filled with an exotic fragrance. There is no one else present, save for a woman donning a red fox mask, her figure alluring, draped in a white mink coat, kneeling on the ground with her palms together in reverence to the headless statue. As she bows, a halo of light emanates from behind her head, and her body stiffens, becoming motionless. Within the halo, a fox with a coat resembling satin materializes, its 9 tails billowing majestically behind it. As this anomaly unfolds, the 4 guardian beast statues at the city's 4 corners begin to radiate a brilliant light, as if on the verge of awakening. Yet a faint energy materializes above the headless statue, swiftly erasing the woman's aura. Everything returns to normal in an instant, a phenomenon known to few. Within the Qiqian Hall, the fox within the halo speaks in a voice that resonates deeply. I initially believed that the spirit of the divine beast would not detect me. Yet it seems I have underestimated the situation. She muses to herself, the vermilion bird is dead, and the Qiongqi has met its end as a mere meal. Now, that person has arrived in the divine land. She does not fear Bi Changxing, for she possesses a unique identity, one that commands respect even from the lords of the sacred grounds that I in this divine dynasty. Her status is exalted, a singular authority beneath the heavens. She is the divine empress of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, Nie Qingrong. To be precise, this physical form belongs to the divine empress. While she has usurped this vessel, she is the ancient exotic beast, the 9-tailed celestial fox, even more formidable than Qiongqi. Thousands of years ago, she entered the Great Summer, meticulously orchestrating plans to usurp the dynasty's fortune and advance her power. Yet unexpectedly, the headless statue sought her out, conveying information through an unknown divine consciousness, promising that if she succeeded in seizing control of the divine land, she would transcend this realm and enter the domain of the immortals. The nine-tailed celestial fox has been pursuing her goals. But along the way, she encountered an obstacle, the enigmatic figure from the north that "My Lord, from whence does that person hail? I am unable to ascertain their origins." The white fox's tail swayed as she looked up at the headless statue, hoping for an answer. After a long wait, a faint divine thought reached her. Unknown, yet their life cycle has endured for 10 millennia. It is likely that they are a prodigy risen from the aftermath of a cataclysm. The nine-tailed celestial fox blinked her elongated eyes. Could they be a survivor of that calamity? However, as her words fell, an overwhelming force surged from the headless statue, instantly enveloping her. Didn't one survive that calamity? Even those who did would face retribution. I spoke without thought. I implore my lord to spare my life. The nine-tailed fox immediately pleaded for mercy, having sensed the threat of death that I in the divine land. Aside from this statue, only the lords of the sacred grounds and the divine rulers pose a threat to her. Humph, be mindful of your words next time. That person has already arrived in the divine land. You may mobilize the power of the great summer divine dynasty to eliminate them. Yes. As the statue in the Cheetian Hall returned to its normal state, a faint halo flickered, and Nye Qingrong emerged from within. The statue had transformed into the yin and yang of heaven and earth. No trace of the headless statue remained. Within the great summer divine palace, an ominous aura surged as a man clad in a purple-gold-black robe sensed an obscure force descending upon the capital. Yet, just as he intended to investigate, it vanished without a trace. This left his expression darkened, for this was the second time he had felt this presence in the capital, and as a sage, he was unable to pursue it, which greatly vexed him. "Divine Lord, the Divine Empress has arrived," reported a guard. "Understood. You may all leave." Shortly thereafter, Nye Qingrong entered, her long black hair cascading down to her waist, her flowing robes imbued with a sense of worry as she approached Emperor Sikong. Before she could speak, Emperor Sikong inquired, "Qingrong, what brings you to my presence?" This was the court where rulers and ministers convened. Although the sun was already high in the sky, Nye Qingrong rarely attended. Nye Qingrong replied, "Divine Lord, I have heard that the Qiongqi has appeared in the northern region." Sensing the Divine Lord's unchanging expression, she understood that he was already aware of the developments in the north. "Divine Lord, the one who vanquished the Qiongqi has arrived at the borders of the great summer divine dynasty. Their identity remains unknown, and their strength is shrouded in mystery. Should they enter our lands, it could incite unforeseen turmoil that in my opinion, we must make preparations forthwith." Emperor Sikong rose and approached Nye Qingrong, saying, "It is rare for you to be so invested in a matter after all these years. Have you sensed something?" He was aware of the Divine Empress's unique ability to perceive ominous events. Although her timing had grown increasingly inaccurate, to be precise. Her predictions were quite precise in the past, but now they seemed to lack clarity, which he attributed to the significant fluctuations in the forces of heaven and earth. "Nonetheless, since you have spoken so, I shall dispatch someone to negotiate with them and discern their true nature." Chapter 55. The Sturdy Legs in the Divine Land, at the borders of the Great Summer. The wind howled within the wind barrier. Echoing thunderously, 10 coffins were lined up in a row, neatly arranged before the elders of the Qinglian sword sect. This spectacle not only reddened Feng Murong's face, but also left the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded. Good heavens, they have even prepared coffins in advance? I remember, I saw that person in Yuntian City. Isn't that the chubby fellow who sells coffins year-round? Indeed, but what in the world is Wang Liang from the Huangquan sect doing with him? People murmured, eager to see how Shi Mu Rong would respond. Meanwhile, Wang Fatty, having had his secrets exposed, turned pale, glaring fiercely at the speaker before reluctantly returning to Mo Fian and the others, filled with trepidation. Feng Murong, upon hearing this, narrowed her eyes slightly, locking her gaze on Wang Liang, her expression predatory. "Huangquan sect, I have marked you." Bi Changxing raised an eyebrow. "What of your grievances? You should be more concerned for yourself. Those 10 coffins may very well be put to use today." With a stomp of his foot, the earth trembled, fissures cracking open in a 100-meter radius as rocks and soil flew, several bolts of lightning erupted from beneath his feet, surging directly into Feng Murong and the 9 other disciples. And then there was silence. What happened to them? Why aren't they moving? Someone exclaimed, noticing the anomaly. Feng Murong stood there, unflinching, as if stunned, her eyes vacant and pupils dilating slowly. In contrast, Bi Changxing, having executed his move, turned to the anxious Wang Fatty, stating, "Go, reclaim your coffin fee." Wang Fatty stammered, "What do you mean?" The golden-winged Deping nudged him, saying, "What else could it mean?" "Naturally, the coffin has been sold." Mo Fian stared blankly at Bi Changxing, her mind racing to comprehend the situation. Dead? She had not witnessed how her master had acted. It was as if a person had simply vanished among the onlookers. There were those sensitive to lightning who murmured to themselves, "What terrifying lightning!" In that instant, it felt as if my soul was about to shatter. At long last, he has come to comprehend the fate that befell these individuals. Who on earth is he, that he can command the very thunder itself? As far as he is aware, within the lands of Shenzhou, there are indeed numerous sects capable of wielding such power. Yet only those ancient sanctuaries could invoke a sense of peril that could haunt even a being of his exalted status. Could he be a denizen of the Thunder Sanctuary? The more he pondered, the more trepidation grew within him. Ultimately, he discreetly slipped away from the crowd, soaring towards the direction of his own sect, determined to relay this alarming news. The emergence of an entity from the sacred grounds is no trivial matter. Better to avoid it if possible. At least, this is how he perceives the situation. Unfortunately, this exalted being remains unaware that the thunder unleashed by Bi Changxing is, in fact, the heavenly retribution he absorbed through the funeral heaven coffin. He cast a sidelong glance at the retreating figure, shaking his head, suspecting that the individual must be mistaken about something. Meanwhile, those who remained in ignorance continued to await the unfolding of events until they witnessed Wang Liang of the Huangquan sect dismissing the fear that had clouded his face and boldly approaching Feng Murong to plunder her belongings. It was at this moment that the crowd began to grasp the grim reality. These individuals were likely already deceased. Some skeptics unleashed their divine senses to probe further, discovering that all 10 individuals, including Feng Murong, had perished, their life forces extinguished and souls scattered. That it was utterly inconceivable. Merely a fleeting moment, without even the slightest contact, and yet the disciples of the Qinglian sword sect lay utterly lifeless. Could it be that this young man is some ancient monstrosity from 10,000 years ago? Be silent, or you shall lose your life, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his eyes squinting and his mouth twisted in disbelief. Although he understood that his actions might lead to his expulsion from the Huangquan sect, he felt emboldened as long as he clung to the powerful Bi Changxing. That in no time, he had unearthed treasures from these individuals that he had never even dared to dream of. So abundant that even if offered the position of sect leader, he would remain indifferent. The envy that flickered in the eyes of those around him filled Wang Pengzi with delight, for they dared only to gaze, not to harbor ulterior motives. After all, the principal figure was still present. Who would be so foolish as to act? He also had no qualms about selling a few coffins. Once he had thoroughly searched the belongings of the 10, he presented the storage rings to Bi Changxing. "Elder, I shall forego these items. I only wish to accompany you, for without your protection, my life hangs by a thread." Bi Changxing regarded the anxious, bowing figure of the rotund Wang Liang and mused to himself that this fellow was quite astute and adept at navigating social dynamics. "However," he remarked, "I surmise you cannot unlock these storage devices. Can you?" Wang Liang's expression stiffened as he quickly replied, "I, Wang Liang, harbor no such intentions. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your immense kindness." Bi Changxing rolled his eyes, acknowledging the man's cunning nature. "Very well. If you wish to accompany me, then so be it. But heed my warning." Wang Pengzi's heart leapt with joy, but upon hearing the word "but," concern crept back onto his face. "Elder, please enlighten me, that I am not one to shy away from complications. So do not impede my progress, nor allow my presence to intimidate the innocent." He paused, observing the repeatedly nodding Wang Pengzi. "Should you be bullied, do not succumb to despair. As long as your soul is not completely shattered, even in death, I can retrieve you from the netherworld. Do you understand?" He was in need of someone well-versed in the ways of Shenzhou. And Wang Pengzi, as a member of the Huangquan sect, fit the bill perfectly. "Thank you, Elder. I shall undoubtedly heed your words and never bring shame upon you." Wang Liang nearly prostrated himself in gratitude. Realizing that his newfound ally was indeed formidable, perhaps even unyieldingly, so did I, elder, please, no need for such formalities. It sounds quite awkward. Wang Pengzi blinked his beady eyes and ventured, "Shall I call you master?" Bi Changxing smiled faintly. "You are indeed teachable." Wang Pengzi's face brightened, blooming like a flower in spring. "Let this coffin remain here for the members of their sect to come and collect their fallen comrades. We shall take our leave." Accompanied by Mo Fian, the golden-winged Great Peng, and his newly acquired companion, Wang Pengzi, Bi Changxing made his way towards the mountain pass. Once they crossed the threshold, they would enter the dominion of the Daxia divine dynasty. Wang Pengzi, are there any peculiar legends or phenomena within the Daxia divine dynasty? Even during his time in Yuntian City of the northern region, the system had indicated that one of the remaining fragments of the Deluo immortal canon lay within the Daxia divine dynasty. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi began to rummage through his memories regarding the legends of the Daxia divine dynasty. The travelers on the road observed this strange assembly and instinctively stepped aside. The men were handsome, the women beautiful, but what truly caught their attention was the bird-headed, human-bodied figure, whose muscular frame was undeniably imposing, especially with the savage aura emanating from him. Clearly a being of monstrous caliber. "There are indeed a few legends. Pray enlighten me," Bi Changxing urged. Chapter 56, The Black Lin Cavalry. It is said that at the dawn of the divine dynasty's establishment, a rain of fire fell from the heavens, scorching a vast expanse of the central lands of Shenzhou. Once the flames extinguished after many years, the divine sovereign established the Daxia divine dynasty within that very territory. To Bi Changxing's brow furrowed that a rain of fire? How many lives were lost in such a calamity? He could not fathom that the fire rain was merely an ordinary flame. Perhaps it was a manifestation of the cataclysm itself. He stroked his chin, contemplating that this implies the Daxia divine dynasty was founded in the aftermath of the great calamity. After all, though he had visited Shenzhou 30,000 years prior, the Daxia divine dynasty did not exist then. Only a scattering of ancient immortal sects and a plethora of wild beasts and monstrous entities. Even the presence of humanity was scarce, far from the current population of trillions. Are there any other legends? Another tale speaks of a white light descending from the heavens a mere 10,000 years ago, landing within the divine capital. White light. Bi Changxing halted in his tracks. The celestial script of the Deluo immortal canon should be golden, yet it could also be white. Perhaps that white light enveloped the sacred text. With this thought in mind, he resolved to visit the divine capital of the Daxia divine dynasty. That as soon as he entered, the system would surely respond, revealing whether it was indeed the Deluo immortal canon. At that moment, a powerful presence surged from the heavens, accompanied by the sounds of galloping steeds echoing through the air. What is happening? Mo Fian looked upward. Bi Changxing and Wang Pengzi also gazed skyward, where over 50 figures appeared, riding on black-scaled unicorns, hovering in midair. The sound of their hooves was fierce, indicating that these extraordinary steeds could fly, harnessing the power of the wind. The riders emanated a formidable aura, each one a being of supreme status, with the leader standing at the pinnacle of that realm. Clad in black armor, their helmets concealed all but their penetrating eyes, which shone with fierce intensity. Their waists were adorned with black sabers, glinting coldly in the light as they rode. What is this? Wang Pengzi observed the imposing presence of the 50-plus supreme beings above them, unable to suppress a gulp. Before his eyes widened in realization that he turned to Bi Changxing, saying, "Master, these are the black of the Daxia divine dynasty, directly answering to the divine sovereign of Daxia." Black. Bi Changxing scrutinized the armored figures and their gleaming blades, as well as the black-scaled unicorns that exhaled mist. They do present a fine appearance. The golden-winged Great Peng interjected, "Master, am I not fine as well?" Bi Changxing was at a loss for words. "You are fine?" "Indeed. But can you truly compare? You are an ancient lineage, the golden-winged Great Peng. Shouldn't you have higher aspirations?" As he lamented, he noticed that the surrounding crowd had come to a halt, their expressions tense as they gazed at the black above. Some even turned pale, their vital energies spiraling out of control, teetering on the brink of chaos. "What brings the black here?" Bi Changxing inquired of Wang Liang, who had likewise gone pale, pulling Mo Fian closer to shield her from the overwhelming aura emanating from above. Wang Liang instinctively moved closer to Bi Changxing and explained, Master, the black are seldom deployed in the history of the Daxia Divine Dynasty that in recent years. They have only been activated twice. Once during a border crisis with demons, and another during a sect rebellion. Bi Changxing surveyed the surroundings and remarked, Yet there appears to be no demon crisis here, nor any rebellion. I presume. Mo Fian, quick-witted as ever, suddenly turned to Bi Changxing and asked, Master, could they be seeking us? After all, we just killed so many. Wang Ponzi shook his head confidently to know such sect disputes rarely attract the attention of the Divine Dynasty. The death of merely 10 individuals is hardly significant. How peculiar indeed. Not only they, but others too were left bewildered, questioning why the Daxia Divine Dynasty would send the black to this borderland. At that moment, a black-scaled unicorn neighed overhead, and one rider descended swiftly from above. Approaching the crowd, with a flick of his wrist, a black scroll materialized in his hand, which he then unfurled with a sudden flourish, revealing a vivid portrait of a young man. Master, is that not you? Mo Fei Yin gently tugged at Bei Changsheng's sleeve and whispered. Bei Changsheng nodded, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and remarked, It seems these individuals do not come with good intentions. He had only just arrived here. Yet the local ruler was already aware of his presence. He looked up, his consciousness pouring out instantaneously, but after a thorough investigation, he found nothing. This was indeed peculiar. The sharp gaze of that man began to scan the crowd, and all the cultivators dared not meet his eyes, hastily averting their gazes, for the power of their sex forbade them from provoking such a being that in an instant, the commanding figure's gaze locked onto Bei Changsheng, who then dismounted his horse and approached him directly. I am Xian Ling, the leader of the 3rd squad of the Black Lin Riders. What brings you to the territory of the Great Xia? Bei Changsheng narrowed his eyes and replied in a deep tone. That is an interesting question. Is it not permissible for me to be here without reason? The land of the Great Xia does not belong to you alone. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, as if to say that this person dared to speak to the Black Lin Riders in such a manner, blatantly challenging the authority of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Some recognized the unique combination of Bei Changsheng and his 3 companions, and, recalling the man's previous prowess, instinctively took a step back, fearing he might unleash his wrath upon the leader of the Black Lin Riders. After all, the 10 deceased from the Qinglian sword sect still lay beyond the wind barrier, their bodies unclaimed. Hearing Bei Changsheng's words, the leader of the Black Lin Riders replied, I have come on the divine orders of our Lord to escort you to our capital. Oh! Bei Changsheng mused quietly, finding it curious that the other party had not pursued the matter concerning the Qinglian sword sect, but instead invited him to the capital. That it appeared they possessed absolute confidence in their strength. Master, shall we head to the capital of the Great Xia? Mo Fei Yin looked at him, her eyes devoid of fear and filled with curiosity. Though she was the saintess of the North Spirit's sacred land, she had never ventured beyond the northern borders. Had the Imperial Extreme Sacred Land not been destroyed, she might have spent her life battling against it. But now, everything had changed. She could accompany her master to explore the unknown and pursue her path. Even the legendary Immortal Way. Let us go. It was precisely in the heart of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty that he could find the remnants he sought. Suddenly, from the western sky, several beams of sword light emerged, and a middle-aged man appeared, his face etched with boundless killing intent. You dare to harm my son and think to escape? Leave him to me. Chapter 57. Seeking Death in the High Heavens. The sword light whistled as dozens of Supreme Realm experts pressed forward with the sword light. The leader, with his sword radiating fury directed at Bei Changsheng, summoned the essence of heaven and earth into his body, causing the sword light to swell several feet, clearly determined to achieve his objective today without fail. Elder, look up there above the dark clouds. In his rage, the middle-aged man had momentarily overlooked the figure before Bei Changsheng, focusing solely on how to eliminate his foe. Upon being reminded by his companion, he sensed the atmosphere was amiss. The cultivators regarded him with expressions akin to viewing a fool. That he then turned his gaze and, upon seeing the orderly formation of the Black Lin Riders in the sky, his expression shifted. The Black Lin Riders? They have actually arrived. He then let out a cold laugh, looking at Bei Changsheng and saying, You have provoked the Black Lin Riders. It seems I need not intervene. He was well aware of the nature of the Black Lin Riders, beings capable of flattening a large sect. Bei Chongqing observed the man's smug demeanor and addressed the leader of the Black Lin Riders, Xian Ling. "Please wait a moment." Xian Ling nodded, his eyes filled with helplessness as he cast a glance at the Qinglian sword sect's Ning Nantian in the sky. Letting out a gentle sigh, he remembered the divine edict that instructed him not to engage with the person before him, lest it lead to the annihilation of his entire squad. Yet the Qinglian sword sect individual remained so brazen as to point at him, truly a master of courting death. Bei Chongqing turned to Mo Fei Yin and asked, "What do you think? Do you have the confidence to take him down?" Mo Fei Yin shook her head, her eyes wide. "Master, are you asking me to seek death? Those from the Qinglian sword sect are all at the supreme realm. If I go, I may not return." Bei Chongqing chuckled and said, "Then you all shall wait for me here." Meanwhile, Ning Nanshan's face revealed disbelief. How could the so-called bane of the divine dynasty, the Black Lin Riders, treat this man with such courtesy? Was he mad, or was the world mad? Bei Chongqing turned and grinned, a sinister aura causing everyone present to instinctively retreat. He then directed his gaze at the man opposite him, stating, "Do you realize, because of your son, your entire sect may face annihilation?" The crowd gasped collectively, astonished that this person dared to threaten a force among the top 10 sections, yet those present believed he could indeed carry out such a threat. For merely half an hour prior, he had eliminated Feng Muru, the master of punishment from the Qinglian sword sect. This had escalated to an irreconcilable situation. Ning Nantian was furious. He had not anticipated that the other would utter such words in front of the Black Lin Riders. "You dare?" He then turned to the leader of the Black Lin Riders and said, "I hope that Commander Xian Ling will not interfere. This is a matter between my Qinglian sword sect and this villain." Xian Ling, enveloped in black armor, shook his head and advised, "I suggest you refrain from acting impulsively." He did not believe that these over a dozen individuals could inflict any harm, even the slightest, upon this terrifying being. Otherwise, how could he, the dignified leader of the Black Lin Riders, afford to treat someone with such respect? People are forced into action. Noticing that Xian Ling showed no intention of intervening, Ning Nantian felt completely at ease. "You killed my son and annihilated the master of my sect. If I do not grind you to dust today, my Qinglian sword sect shall not stand upon the land of the divine continent." He then addressed the dozens behind him. "Great extinction, Qinglian formation. Follow me to eliminate him." Buzz! Dozens of beams of sword light soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds, and descended directly towards Bei Chongqing, sealing off his escape. Ning Nanshan's voice rang out harshly. "It seems that the Great Xia will become your burial ground." Bei Chongqing regarded the long sword surrounding him, the dozens of swords exerting pressure as their sword energy expanded, attempting to seal every route of escape. Above him, a sword shimmered ominously, poised to strike down upon his head. He glanced at the hate-filled Ning Nantian and remarked, "Are you perhaps a bit foolish?" With that, he punched upwards. The descending long sword was instantly sent flying, flipping over several times, and with incredible speed, pierced through a nearby disciple of the Qinglian sword sect at the supreme realm. Blood rained down, and with a loud crash, the disciple fell to the ground, reduced to a pulp that in the blink of an eye, a supreme realm cultivator was lost. Ning Nanshan's expression twisted in fury. He opened the sword box behind him with a snap, and 3 pitch-black swords shot directly towards Bei Chongqing. Suddenly, the sky turned cold, with piercing howls mingling with the swords ringing, as a wave of malevolent energy rose, manifesting ghostly faces that shrieked as they lunged toward Bei Chongqing. Ning Nantian had evidently slaughtered so many. Had he devastated an entire city, accumulating such a mountain of resentment? The crowd gasped, astonished by Ning Nanshan's ruthless methods. Even Xian Ling, the leader of the Black Lin Riders, could not help but frown. The Qinglian sword sect is indeed problematic. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing drew Xian Ling's gaze. His pupils constricted. Even with his extensive experience, he could not suppress his exclamation. "What? You cannot even penetrate his body." The 3 black swords now pressed against Bei Chongqing, causing no harm whatsoever, not even tearing his garments. What a formidable physique! He must be a master of body cultivation, perhaps having already refined his divine abilities. At this moment, Xian Ling's heart was filled with complexity. Thankfully, He heeded the divine command and did not act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Ning Nanshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed repeatedly, "This is impossible. How can your body be so powerful?" Bei Chongsheng smiled slightly, his form quaking. Boom! A series of piercing sounds erupted, the sword's spirits lamenting in distress. Ultimately, with a final explosive sound, the swords, akin to metal aged for millennia, shattered into a shower of iron filings. Ning Nanshan's face turned pale, rapidly becoming ghostly white. The spirit of the sword was linked to his mind. This blow was enough to severely wound his soul. Bei Chongsheng kicked aside the remnants of the array's sword body blocking his path, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he appeared before Ning Nantian, sealing several crucial acupoints on his body in an instant, then hoisting him by the neck. Turning to face the terrified crowd of dozens in the sky, he coldly smiled and asked, "What other tricks do you have? Let me go. Otherwise. Ning Nantian stammered for a long while but could not articulate anything further. The situation had escalated to one of irreconcilable enmity. Moreover, the leader of the Black Lin Riders had already advised him against acting recklessly. He was simply courting death, and no one could stop him. Bei Chongsheng regarded Ning Nantian with interest and said, "Your Qinglian sword sect, from son to father, even to the master, all seem to relish in threatening others." With that, he tightened his grip. Crack! Ning Nanshan's eyes bulged, his neck twisting at an unnatural angle. Bei Chongsheng casually tossed him to the ground, then addressed the terrified figures in the sky. "I will give you 10 counts. Roll as far away as you can. Or do not blame me for being ruthless." 10. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd hastily fled as if propelled by an unseen force, retreating along the path they had previously traversed. Chapter 58. Displaying Divine Might. Entering the divine capital, the voice of Bei Chongsheng was faint, yet audible to all present. However, as the crowd listened to his enumeration, they were momentarily taken aback. Did it possible to proceed in such a manner? Meanwhile, Mo Fian discreetly remarked to the astonished Wang Pongzi, "My master never spares any enemy." Xianling, the leader of the Black Scale Riders, also twitched at the corners of his mouth, seemingly having never encountered such a person before. Above, the sword light flickered, and although those present harbored a glimmer of hope, they now yearned to unleash all their accumulated skills. With that, Bei Chongsheng spread his fingers, targeting the dozens of individuals reduced to mere dots amidst the clouds. As he gathered lightning in his palm, with a resounding hum, it shot forth in an instant. Boom! A series of muffled explosions echoed, and the onlookers beheld several bursts of blood mist erupting in the clouds several dozen miles away, marking the demise of those who had previously fled. This moment, their souls had returned to the heavens, leaving not a trace behind. Observing Bei Chongsheng, he flicked his wrist, extinguishing the writhing lightning serpents on his palm, and winked at the still-shocked Xianling and Mo Fian. "Let us be on our way." After a brief silence, Xianling responded, "Your methods are remarkable, but I fear the Qinglian sword sect will not let this matter rest. The demise of these dozens has struck at the very foundation of the sect." Bei Chongsheng shrugged. "Should I be concerned?" Xianling replied, "Please, allow me to escort you." With that, he waved to his subordinates waiting above the clouds. And 4 black-scaled unicorns dove down, halting before Bei Chongsheng. Bei Chongsheng shook his head. "No need, I have my own steed." The golden-winged roc instantly understood and bellowed to the lingering crowd, "Make way." With that, a cry resonated through the expanse as the enormous form of the golden-winged roc manifested in the realm. Could this be the monarch of the northern wilderness, the golden-winged roc? The people, trembling with trepidation, resisted the overwhelming aura of the wild. Stammering as they spoke, the roc revealed its true form. The 4 black-scaled unicorns collapsed to the ground, their scales bristling, their hooves trembling uncontrollably. One even foamed at the mouth. It truly is the golden-winged roc. Xianling felt that he had exhausted all his astonishment for a lifetime today. Even the divine sovereign had never subdued such a creature, yet this individual could ride the golden-winged roc. It was beyond his imagination. "Let us depart." With a cry, the roc soared high, its wings slicing through the wind. Below, the onlookers harbored a singular thought. The heavens of this divine land are about to change. Master, the Daxia divine dynasty is far more prosperous than the northern wilderness. Mo Fian stood atop the rock, gazing down at the densely packed cities and towns below, marveling incessantly. Indeed, Wang Pengzi, having overcome his fear of heights, responded, "The entire populace of the divine land gathers in the Daxia divine dynasty, which, having amassed countless energies, shall endure longer." Bei Chongqing nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Where there are people, there is development. Yet, where there are people, there shall also be strife. Even the Daxia divine dynasty must establish the black-scale riders to exert its influence. The rock swiftly traversed the skies, soon reaching the Daxia divine capital. Outside the city, the group disembarked. "Please, follow me to the Daxia divine palace. The divine sovereign awaits within." Xinling turned to the other black-scale riders. "You each have your duties. Remain on standby." "Understood." Entering the city required proper procedures and identification, which Bei Chongqing lacked. However, with Xinling leading the way, who would dare question him? Inside the city, the atmosphere was bustling. Everywhere one looked, powerful cultivators strolled about. Even those lacking the transformation realm were hesitant to loiter within the city. Even the waitstaff in the taverns were nearing the transformation realm, a testament to the immense depth of the capital's resources that as they walked, passers-by cast curious glances in their direction. The presence of the black scale riders was well known, and nearly everyone recognized the leader of the third squad. What sort of identities did these individuals possess, warranting the personal escort of Commander Xinling into the palace? Surely, they must be disciples of some holy ground. Otherwise, even the current divine minister would not receive such treatment. Alas, one wonders what purpose these esteemed guests serve in the palace, speculated a curious onlooker, though they were aware that within the divine capital, hidden talents abound, and one could never predict whom one might inadvertently provoke. That as Bei Chongqing walked, he also scrutinized the layout of the Daxia royal city. Upon noticing the massive stone sculptures of the four divine beasts at each cardinal direction, his eyes narrowed. Unlike other cultivators, he could perceive the rising fortune of the entire capital and discern the divine essence emanating from those four statues. Remarkable to have the essence of the four divine beasts enshrined within. The divine sovereign possesses considerable skill. Indeed, without such prowess, one could not establish such a grand dynasty. Yet, when he beheld the statue of the vermilion bird, he paused slightly. Although the vermilion bird was deceased, its divine essence still lingered. However, to his eyes, this essence radiated black energy, standing in stark contrast to the other three. That it seems the death of the vermilion bird has had a profound impact, causing what was once a complete array to suppress fortune to now exhibit a flaw, potentially leading to a backlash of fortune. Trailing behind him, Mo Fian continually observed her surroundings. Everything about the Daxia divine dynasty appeared so novel to her. As they passed the largest tavern in the capital, the Misty Rain Pavilion, she inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "It smells delightful. Master, after we conclude our business, shall we dine here?" Seeing her enthusiasm, Bei Chongqing couldn't help but smile. "Very well." Wang Pengzi, too, looked around with wide-eyed wonder, taking in the sights and the myriad of people. After all, due to his status, he could not enter the capital without Bei Chongqing's influence. Upon hearing Mo Fian express her desire to eat at the Misty Rain Pavilion, he cautioned, "Young mistress, a meal there would cost enough spirit stones to elevate a nascent soul cultivator to the heaven man stage." That Mo Fian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that true? So expensive?" Xinling, leading the way, chuckled. "That is indeed the case. Even we can only afford to visit the Misty Rain Pavilion twice a year." The high prices of the capital were well known. Unexpectedly, Wang Pengzi interjected, "I wonder if the divine capital sells coffins?" Bei Chongqing raised an eyebrow. Truly, this fellow never missed an opportunity to mention coffins. Xinling's lips twitched, but in deference to Bei Chongqing, he refrained from expressing his displeasure. Coffins are not permitted in the divine capital. However, there is a store in the outer city established by the higher-ups of the Xianming sect. The Xianming sect? Wang Pengzi appeared surprised. "I never imagined they would open a coffin shop in the divine capital." Of course, they are one of the 10 major sects. Establishing a coffin shop here is not difficult for them. Chapter 59. The Daxia Divine Sovereign, Emperor Sikong, the Xianming sect. Hearing this name, Bei Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that before he had buried himself, there existed a sect in the divine land known as the Xianming Divine Sect. This sect was rather intriguing, as every 1,000 years or so, It would produce an outstanding figure who walked the world, only to vanish silently after a time. Moreover, almost no one knew the details of this sect, nor its location. Might the Xianming sect be related to that existence from 10,000 years ago? He reined in his thoughts and began to inquire of the system. Have you sensed the presence of the fragments of the De Luo immortal scripture? No. Bei Chongqing frowned. None? Could it be that the scripture is not here? Or perhaps it resides in some secret realm, cut off from detection? It remains uncertain. However, since he was here, he might as well see what business the current divine sovereign had in summoning him to the Daxia divine palace. We have arrived, Xianling announced. The group passed through several heavily guarded gates of the inner city, arriving before a magnificent palace. The black scale rider's leader halted his steps, no longer advancing. The divine sovereign awaits you all within. Bei Chongqing nodded. Thank you for your assistance. Though the other was merely a commander, Bei Chongqing found him to be quite courteous. While he was unaware of the man's character, he had never misjudged a person. And Xianling was certainly capable. Master, can we also enter? After all, it is you whom the divine sovereign has summoned. Could it be that Mo Fian's expression was filled with hesitation? Although she was an existence of the supreme realm, what she had witnessed along the way revealed that the strength of the powerful figures in the land of Shenzhou was not merely several times greater than that of the northern region, but was indeed as numerous as the stars in the sky. Wang Liang felt similarly. He possessed a profound self-awareness of his identity. Without Bei Chongqing, he would never have the opportunity to enter the divine capital of the great Xia in this lifetime. Even the Black Lin riders had to treat him with courtesy, all of which was granted by the Lord. Upon observing this, Bei Chongqing did not press the matter further. As he nodded and turned to leave. He furrowed his brow slightly. There were several powerful auras surrounding the divine palace, among which were 3 beings of the saint-level that moment. Saint-level divine senses were drifting around them, seemingly observing him intently. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Mo Fian and Wang Liang, saying, "You should accompany me. Although this is the divine capital of the great Xia, I do not wish to invite trouble upon myself." Moreover, from the peculiar novels and films he had watched in his previous life, he had gleaned a great deal of wisdom. For instance, when a person instructs their associates to wait, only to find that the other party has vanished upon their return, it often results in either abduction or assassination, that he had no desire to court trouble, only to find himself searching the world for answers later. Although this was merely Bei Chongqing's speculation. What if he fell victim? After all, villains often prefer to leverage those closest to them against the powerful. Mo Fian and Wang Liang were perplexed but obediently followed behind Bei Chongqing, inside the divine palace. While the grandeur was not overwhelming, the jade pillars coiled with dragons and the radiant gleam of the floors were indeed striking. Upon the high divine throne sat a dignified figure with closed eyes, a rich purple aura rising behind him. Above his head, a dragon head formed from the laws of the universe gazed ahead, as if on guard, yet also issuing a demonstration of might. Bei Chongqing and his companions entered. The figure opened his eyes. The moment he laid eyes on Bei Chongqing, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them, and he stepped down from the throne, positioning himself directly before Bei Chongqing. "Your appearance is surprisingly youthful. I am truly astonished," he proclaimed, his expression suddenly serious as he intoned, "I am the Lord of the Great Xia, Emperor Siquan. May I inquire your name?" The atmosphere within the Grand Hall instantly became solemn. An overwhelming pressure suffusing the entire space, causing Mo Fian and Wang Liang to involuntarily tremble, their scalps prickling. Bei Chongqing's expression shifted. Let the charade continue. If he had been summoned here, how could they not know his name? He smiled, instantly dispelling the solemn atmosphere within the divine palace, his gentle aura replacing the other's domineering presence. "I am Bei Chongqing. I wonder what matters have prompted the Lord to summon me." Emperor Siquan, a pinnacle saint, sensed an imperfection within the divine soul of this esteemed figure through his keen ability to read fortunes. This individual bore a wound upon his divine soul. This was his conclusion. Yet the cause of such injury remained beyond his knowledge. Furthermore, he held no interest in pursuing it. With many exceptional talents in Shenzhou, Emperor Siquan's strength was not necessarily top tier. The Emperor's gaze fixated on Bei Chongqing's starry eyes, his momentum rising again, eager to glimpse Bei Chongqing's true power, especially since he had just fallen short. However, Bei Chongqing averted his gaze and asked again, "Lord, I am quite busy," Emperor Sikuin, feeling as if he had struck a cotton ball with his fist, recognized the abruptness of his actions and chuckled. "Esteemed guest, I have invited you here due to your strength." Both were saints, and there was no need for pretense. Emperor Sikuin plainly stated his reason. "Oh," Bei Chongqing responded with a smile. "Do you think I would topple your great Xia? It is said that rulers are often suspicious. Does the same not apply to you, Lord? As long as you do not provoke me. I have no idle intentions to trouble you." Emperor Sikuin turned his gaze towards the jade-carved murals on the palace walls, depicting a dragon soaring through the heavens, lifelike in its portrayal. Beneath the true dragon, myriad beasts knelt in submission, including ancient exotic species and formidable demons. His gaze settled on an entity with wings sprouting from its ribs, a tiger's head and a scorpion's tail, and remarked, "I have heard that Xiongqi recently appeared in the northern region, only to be slain by someone in the northern spirit's sacred land." Emperor Sikuin's authoritative eyes shifted to Mo Fian behind Bei Chongqing, then returned to Bei Chongqing himself. "Your strength compels the great Xia to proceed with caution." Bei Chongqing chuckled. This matter was nearly common knowledge in the northern region, so he was not surprised that the Lord was aware of it. "Rest assured, Lord, there is nothing in the great Xia that I covet. At our level, the ultimate pursuit is ascension." Emperor Sikuin nodded, seemingly deep in thought, before lifting his head and asking, "Might I inquire about your origins?" It was Bei Chongqing's origins that intrigued him the most. He had sent someone to investigate in the northern region, and this sudden powerful figure had actually been unearthed from the cemetery of the Xingji sect. Such absurdity, even as a divine lord. Well versed in the world, he had never heard of such a shocking occurrence before, hence his desire for confirmation. Chapter 60. The Lord's Troubles. I am but a wandering cultivator. As for my name, it has likely been lost to the annals of time. Bei Chongqing was essentially a roaming cultivator, with only a faint connection to the Xingji sect. The founder of the Xingji sect, Hu Chaozi, did not even count him as a disciple. He had merely offered casual guidance out of whimsy. That as for why he ended up buried in the cemetery of the Xingji sect, it was merely because Hu Chaozi had practiced his technique, leading to a resonance that resulted in the establishment of the Xingji sect in that location. Meeting Emperor Sikuin's skeptical gaze, he continued, "I trust that with your abilities, it would not be difficult to ascertain how I came to be. So there is no need for further introduction. That is there anything else?" It was clear to Bei Chongqing that he would depart if there was nothing further, since he could not sense the presence of the remnants of the Deluo Immortal Sutra here. There was no reason to linger. Noticing that Emperor Sikuin had fallen silent, he turned to his disciples and Wang Liang, saying, "Let us take our leave." He believed the other party would not be so tone-deaf as to create trouble for no reason. "Esteemed guest, please hold." Bei Chongqing raised an eyebrow. It seemed there was indeed a matter at hand. "What is it?" He turned to the serious-faced Emperor Sikuin, who pointed to his forehead. Bei Chongqing nodded, and a wave of divine sense was instantly transmitted to Emperor Sikuin's forehead, establishing a connection between them. Soon, the voice of Emperor Sikuin resonated in his mind. "Esteemed guest, I have a matter in need of your assistance." Bei Chongqing regarded him with a bemused expression, replying telepathically, "What makes you think I would help you? Moreover, as a great Xia divine lord, what issue could require my aid?" At that moment, Mo Fian and Wang Liang exchanged puzzled glances, silently observing the exchange. "Our master and the Lord communicating telepathically?" She quickly deduced. "It seems so," Wang Liang remarked. The expression on the face of the great Xia divine lord fluctuated between furrowed brows and relief, a spectacle to behold. "Though I am a divine lord, I too have my own troubles. That if you can assist me, whether it be with divine techniques or divine weapons, I will endeavor to meet your requests. Even if you wish to establish your own sect within the great Xia, I shall not bat an eye." Initially disinterested, Bei Chongqing's curiosity was piqued by Emperor Sikuin's words. For the divine lord to make such promises, even offering part of his territory, the matter must be quite significant. He was inclined to hear what issue could challenge a saint. "Do share. If it piques my interest, I may indeed assist you in resolving it." The divine lord hesitated, but ultimately steeled himself, deciding to reveal a secret he had buried deep within his heart for many years. After all, such opportunities were rare. Being capable of vanquishing Xiongqi was not easily found in this era. Even he would need to gather several saints to dare challenge a beast of such ferocity. With the outcome remaining uncertain, I implore you to keep this matter confidential. Otherwise, My great Xia divine dynasty will face ruin. Bei Chongqing was taken aback. The gravity of the situation was indeed severe. He smirked and replied, "Speak freely. No one has yet been able to pry secrets from my lips." Emperor Sikuin conjured 3 chairs from thin air, inviting the others to sit before continuing. "This matter requires a recounting from the time I established the great Xia divine dynasty 10,000 years ago." After the establishment of the great Xia divine dynasty, he appointed his comrade in battle, Nie Qingrong, as the divine empress. However, as time passed, he began to perceive certain issues with his empress. The later Emperor Sikong also occasionally sensed something amiss through his inquiries. After numerous investigations, he discovered that Nie Qingrong's divine spirit had inexplicably begun to weaken, as if suppressed by an external force. Subsequently, upon perusing a plethora of ancient texts, he found a condition strikingly akin to what was transpiring with the empress, namely, the phenomenon of dual souls within a single body. That as time elapsed, his empress frequently displayed inexplicable behaviors and peculiar preferences, while the traits of his original wife had long since vanished. For millennia, he had been sharing intimate moments with a soul he did not recognize. Although the physical form remained that of Nie Qingrong, he found it impossible to accept this reality, that, "Oh, I see. This deity is rather cunning." He chuckled, saying, "So you wish for me to assist you in locating the original soul of your wife? If only matters were so simple." Emperor Sikong sighed ruefully, then recounted the events that followed. He had initially believed that with his help, his wife would awaken, but this was merely his wishful thinking. The true Nie Qingrong did not awaken. Instead, the current Nie Qingrong's divine spirit underwent a transformation. One day, during a communion of their souls, he inexplicably received a stream of information transmitted from the original Nie Qingrong, revealing that the spirit governing the current body was neither her true self nor a dual soul, but rather an intruder. Her original spirit had been suppressed, and although it had not been extinguished, it could perceive the thoughts of this invader. The foreign soul intended to leverage the true Nie Qingrong's essence as a last resort to coerce the deity into submission. At this juncture, the deity glanced at the carved mural depicting the true dragon among myriad beasts and conveyed telepathically, "It remains unclear what manner of existence this intruder embodies. Even I cannot ascertain the truth." He continued, "I trust that with your capabilities, you can discern the injuries inflicted upon the divine spirit. These injuries are the consequences of my recklessness, yet I wonder why the other party has not revealed their true intentions and instead chooses to feign ignorance." Bei Chongsheng, seemingly amused, remarked, "When I mentioned that dark energy surrounded your divine spirit, it appears you are indeed gravely injured." Emperor Sikong detected the underlying meaning in Bei Chongsheng's words and offered a wry smile. Casting a questioning glance, "Perhaps it would be best if you refrain from mocking me. But what do you imply?" Bei Chongsheng rose and nodded slightly. "Very well, I shall assist in this endeavor. I too wish to ascertain what kind of being possesses the strength to harm a peak sage's divine spirit. However, after our lengthy discourse, do you not fear that the other party may grow suspicious? This requires you to partake in a performance with me." "What? A contest between sages to deter those who covet this divine throne and to reassure my empress." "Very well." Subsequently, amidst the bewilderment of Mo Fian and Wang Liang within the hall, an overwhelming aura erupted, lifting the entire apex of the divine palace thousands of feet into the air. Boom! Then, high above, the annihilating divine light burst forth, and the terrifying power of the stars howled across the heavens, drawing the attention of all formidable beings in the divine capital to the skies above the great Xia divine palace. Staring in shock at the two figures engaged in battle. Who is that? How dare they act against the great Xia? Chapter 61. The performance simultaneously, a terrifying aura emanated from the 4 palaces at the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest corners of the great Xia divine palace. Who dares to offend the great Xia? Execute. These were 4 sage-level beings, the 4 divine marquises who had battled alongside the great Xia divine lord. One wielded a bow, another a blade, one carried a hammer, and the last brandished a halberd. Bei Chongqing punched Emperor Sikong while simultaneously transmitting a message. "While we are merely performing, ganging up on you seems rather unsporting. Does it not?" Emperor Sikong tilted his head, evading the strike. "Indeed, I shall instruct them to cease." Bei Chongqing clarified, "What I meant was, I will be ganging up on all of you." You are simply too few. Don't blame me for lacking in sportsmanship. Emperor Seekong extended his hand, producing a bronze mirror, which he tossed into the sky. Buzz! The mirror expanded dramatically, covering a radius of 50 miles around him and Bei Chongsheng, simultaneously enveloping the four approaching sages at that moment. Emperor Seekong conveyed, "As long as you do not kill them or cause irreparable harm, you may proceed as you wish." These four individuals were veterans who had fought to establish the divine dynasty, and he naturally wished to avoid their injury. However, he could not afford for the charade to be exposed. Otherwise, the five of them performing together would easily reveal flaws to those with keen eyes. Thus, he silently apologized to his loyal subordinates. "Divine Lord, we have arrived." The bearded giant, wielding the massive hammer, glared with eyes as wide as copper bells, his fury ablaze as he swung the hammer down upon Emperor Seekong without a word. In the process, the bronze hammer swelled, resembling a small mountain, emitting a thunderous roar. Outside the hammer, the sounds of beasts echoed, with the image of a raging lion coalescing, ready to pounce, should this strike land. Even a sage would meet their doom. Meanwhile, from the other three directions, the three sages advanced in a surrounding formation, launching lethal attacks. Arrows whistled, halberd shadows, and blade light surged forth. Bei Chongsheng felt a stirring within him, and boundless vitality coalesced, forming an immense protective barrier. Boom! The four devastating attacks struck the barrier without exception. However, to the astonishment of the four, at the moment of contact, an indescribable force rebounded outward, causing their expressions to change as they attempted to dissipate the energy. Bei Chongsheng revealed a set of gleaming white teeth before vanishing in place. Bang! Bang bang! Cries of anguish echoed as the four sages spat blood, hurtling backward as they flew away. Shock was etched across their faces. How powerful! Even the Divine Lord, Emperor Seekong, could not help but narrow his eyes. Although he had anticipated the outcome, he did not expect his four esteemed marquises to be defeated in a single exchange. Then he bellowed, "Cycle of the divine path, transformation of the celestial spirit." In an instant, the sky turned violet, and boundless dragon energy surged from the divine capital, obscuring the heavens and merging entirely into his being. Buzz, a colossal figure, emerged on the scene, towering thousands of feet, with eyes like radiant suns, gazing down upon Bei Chongsheng before slamming a hand down. Bei Chongsheng regarded the divine manifestation and remarked, "Heavenly law takes form, dragon energy coalesces. What a remarkable technique." Then, he waved his finger declaring, "Yet still insufficient." As he spoke, he inhaled deeply, and the surrounding vitality swiftly formed a storm that converged upon him, that he then sank his shoulders and roared. "Indestructible body of the azure void, great heavenly extermination finger." He extended his finger towards Emperor Seekong, and at that moment, the sky darkened as a colossal finger emerged from the ominous clouds, even larger than the 1,000-foot divine manifestation, rapidly descending while generating endless true fire as it bore down upon Emperor Seekong's divine form. With a resounding crash, the two collided. The ground within a 100-mile radius shattered. The palace crumbled into ruins, and golden bricks and glazed tiles scattered like a natural disaster. Ayan Fenghuan Palace, the Divine Empress, hearing the commotion, rushed to the entrance and gazed upward. Amidst the ominous clouds, Emperor Seekong's massive form was in constant collision with the colossal finger, while storms raged around them, as if heralding the apocalypse. Seeing this, a faint smile played upon her lips, and her red lips moved slightly. "Indeed, it has begun." She then closed the palace door and vanished. Soaring towards the prayer hall, in an inconspicuous coffin shop outside the city, an elderly woman clad in gray robes emerged upon hearing the commotion, gripping a wooden staff as she gazed intently towards the inner city of the divine capital. Her voice was harsh, akin to two bones scraping against one another in her throat. Who could this be, daring to engage in combat with Emperor Seekong to such an extent? It seems there is more material to gather. Subsequently, she returned to the coffin shop and closed the door. Moments later, a small yellow light darted out of the outer city, heading westward towards the divine capital. Within the divine capital, currents of intrigue swirled as powerful beings from various factions embedded in this locale began relaying the news back to their sects. Awaiting instructions, Many who relished the spectacle crowded the grand avenue of the divine capital, as such occurrences were rare in a millennium. They were particularly eager to discern which faction had the audacity to stir unrest in the divine capital. Most crucially, the four divine marquises and the divine lord, who guarded the divine capital, could not contend with this individual. Should this person survive, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions, becoming a sought-after guest among the major sections. Terrifying indeed did AS1 observe the vitality storm enveloping the divine palace for thousands of miles. They could not help but exclaim in awe, if this person survives, they will surely be courted by those opposing the great Xia. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves echoed as hundreds of black-scaled riders appeared on the long street to maintain order and prevent any unforeseen incidents. All are to obey orders, and no lingering on the street is permitted. Those who defy will be executed. Xuanling's expression was grim, but his mood was even worse that he never anticipated that this individual would dare to challenge the Divine Lord. Moreover, he was entwined with the Divine Lord in an inseparable bond. Xinling, do not fret. The Divine Lord shall not lay blame upon you, though we need only to fulfill our duties diligently, without entertaining other thoughts, consoled the leader of the Black Lin Riders' first squad. I understand, he replied, gazing at the immense finger descending from the heavens, realizing the insignificance of his existence, akin to that of an ant. Even if he were a supreme being, he could not fathom the consequences should this colossal digit make contact with him. Within the city, Emperor Siquang remarked, "Is it not enough? If this continues, your four subordinates might very well turn against me." Bi Changxing cast a glance at the four injured individuals, fully aware of the madness reflected in their eyes. Emperor Siquang, resigned, said, "Very well, you may flee first." "Why should I be the one to run?" Bi Changxing retorted, "It is clearly your lack of strength that is the issue." Emperor Siquang's expression twisted with concern as he transmitted, "I am, after all, the divine lord of the great Xia. If I were to face defeat, what would others think?" Bi Changxing nodded. "What is in it for me?" Emperor Siquang's lips twitched. "If you can resolve the issues plaguing the divine consort, I shall allow you to enter the secret realm of the divine dynasty to select a few treasures. What say you?" Bi Changxing felt a stir in his heart. The great Xia divine dynasty possesses a secret realm? Who established it? He promptly replied, "Deal." Chapter 62. The Qinglian sword sect expelled. A Bi Changxing's piercing scream echoed throughout the divine capital, followed by an unidentifiable blood raining down upon the ground, rising in blue smoke that made Emperor Siquang involuntarily hold his breath. Where did this blood come from? Why does it stink so? Bi Changxing communicated, "There are too many items in the spatial realm. It got mixed up. Just make do with it." He then reached out, pulling forth a Mo Fian, who was dirty and disheveled beneath the ruins, and Wang Liang, one in each hand, and proceeded towards the city outskirts to at that moment. Emperor Siquang's voice barely reached them. "Stop him. Do not let him escape." On this day, the divine lord of the great Xia was infuriated, and the Black Lin Riders obscured the southern sky, pursuing that audacious individual. Ka! On the back of the Dapeng, Mo Fian tidied herself and asked, "Master, why did you suddenly engage in combat?" Initially, she believed that the divine lord and her master were merely exchanging messages in a harmonious atmosphere, contemplating a brotherhood. But who could have anticipated that in the next moment, they would draw their swords and strike? Wang Liang, equally curious, chose not to inquire, as certain matters were not appropriate for his status to question. Bi Changxing gazed at the horizon, stating, "Some matters, knowing them now will not benefit you. And I cannot disclose them, so do not ask again." Mo Fian stuck out her tongue and added, "What a pity, I have yet to taste the delicacies of the misty rain tower." Bi Changxing's forehead twitched, and he promptly gave her a light rap on the head, saying, "Eat, eat, eat. Focus on your cultivation. Once you break through to the mid-stage of the supreme realm, I shall take you to the misty rain tower." Hiss! Mo Fian covered her head with both hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "All right, I shall cultivate right away." Wang Liang observed Mo Fian diligently meditating and approached Bi Changxing, saying, "Master, I happen to know of a place where no faction can claim dominion. A realm of chaos that would not provoke pursuit. Even the Black Lin Riders would not venture there. With your strength, no one would dare to trouble us. Oh, such a place exists in the Divine Land? Where is it?" "A gathering place for myriad clans, the land of chaotic demons." Bi Changxing regarded Wang Liang, who was filled with anticipation, and replied, "Not going. He had matters at hand. The transaction with Emperor Sequang was not yet complete. And there might be things he needed within the secret realm of the great Xia divine dynasty. How could he possibly leave?" As Wang Liang was left in disarray amidst the wind, they suddenly found their path blocked by the Black Lin riders, who had been waiting. "Bold ruffian, where do you think you're going?" The Dapeng had no choice but to hover in midair as hundreds of figures radiated murderous intent, making even him hesitate to charge through. "Master, what shall we do?" As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds more figures appeared behind them, swords gleaming, resonating through the skies. Qinglian sword sect. Wang Liang's expression shifted, but upon recalling Bi Changxing's capabilities, he felt somewhat reassured. Stealing a glance at Bi Changxing, who remained calm and composed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Mo Fian, already finished with her preparations, stood beside Bi Changxing. "Master, which one shall we fight first?" Bi Changxing looked at her quizzically. "Do you think you can win?" "I isn't team master here," she replied nonchalantly. Bi Changxing couldn't help but chuckle at her response. "Which persimmon do you think is easier to squeeze?" Mo Fian glanced around. One side was the menacing Black Lin riders, and the other was the sword-wielding members of the Qinglian sword sect. For a moment, she couldn't decide which would be easier. "I will follow Master S lead. Whoever you choose to fight, I shall engage." Bi Changxing rolled his eyes and turned to the leader of the Qinglian sword sect. "Will you come one by one? Or shall you all come at once?" The leader of the Qinglian sword sect was none other than its sect master, Ling Jianqing. Upon hearing Bi Changxing's words, his face darkened. "You have killed so many of my sect. What is your reason?" Bi Changxing frowned. "As the sect master, do you not know that your sect harbors traitors?" Though the members of the Qinglian sword sect surrounded him, they did not immediately attack, as it seemed the sect master was aware of something. "I will deal with the traitors within my sect, but your hand is stretched too far. Killing over 20 of my sect as strong. You must provide an explanation, or you shall find it hard to leave today." While he was aware that the opponent had withstood the assault of 5 saints from the Great Xia and still managed to escape unscathed, he now faced the Black Lin riders in front and the Qinglian sword sect behind him. With hundreds of supremes and this saint among them, even the mightiest of beings would find it difficult to withstand. Moreover, according to the information he received, this individual had been injured earlier. Ling Jianqing nodded at 3 leaders of the Black Lin riders. "Shall we join forces to subdue him?" At that moment, the chief leader of the Black Lin riders flashed a blue light across his chest, then turned to converse with the other 2 leaders before addressing Ling Jianqing. "Sect Master Ling, we have pressing matters to attend to. You may proceed as you wish. Charge." In a whirlwind, hundreds of Black Lin riders retreated like a tide, leaving only the Qinglian sword sect in disarray. Ling Jianqing was left dumbfounded, watching the Black Lin riders vanish into the horizon, his face shifting from green to pale. What has happened with the Black Lin riders? They simply let the person go. The meat on the plate, just like that, was discarded. This is utterly outrageous. Bi Changxing understood that this was an order from the Divine Lord, Emperor Sequang, commanding the Black Lin riders to retreat. Otherwise, who could command the Black Lin riders? He looked at Ling Jianqing, whose complexion had turned green, and said, "As I stated before, will you come one by one, or shall you all come at once?" The members behind Ling Jianqing looked on eagerly, awaiting their leader's command. At this moment, Ling Jianqing was like an arrow on the bowstring, compelled to act. Otherwise, his position as sect master would be at an end. However, while they were numerous, should the opponent choose to escape, they would not be able to stop him. They found themselves in a dilemma. To fight might not guarantee victory, but to refrain would tarnish the reputation of the Qinglian sword sect. "Listen to my command. Kill." 10,000 swords returned to the dragon's slash, ice soul piercing the clouds. Watching the oncoming attacks, Bi Changxing sighed that if these individuals were to escape, it would be difficult for him to pursue. But alas, they chose to gamble with that damned probability. Even if he were injured, they might not be able to stop him. This was a clear invitation to death that he silently mourned for them, hoping they would not follow such a lackluster sect in their next life, nor encounter such a blind sect master. After a moment of introspection, his gaze sharpened. Star River Extreme Sword. 10,000 swords slashed the stars. The power of the stars descended from the heavens, condensing thousands of sword lights, which, with a flick of Bi Changxing's hand, surged towards the hundreds of Qinglian sword sect members. Sizzle. Blood splattered. The sect master of the Qinglian sword sect was the first to bear the brunt, being pierced through by dozens of swords, turning him into a sieve. The elders and the sect's top members were shredded like tofu by the sword light. After a series of anguished cries, the sword light dissipated completely, leaving only a broken sword on the ground. With no trace of the Qinglian sword sect remaining, Bi Changxing's voice rang out from the heights. Qinglian sword sect, expelled. Chapter 63. Re-entering the divine palace. Luring the fox from its den, did you hear? The sect master of the Qinglian sword sect is dead. Such significant news, how could I not be aware? The people of the Qinglian sword sect were indeed unfortunate. Why provoke anyone but that devil? To think that such a powerful individual could survive the encirclement of the great Xia divine dynasty is truly unfathomable. Indeed, hundreds of supremes fell as if they were nothing. He is truly a harbinger of death. A demonic god descended that I in the outer city of the divine capital. The Fenghe Tower was brimming with guests. Nearly everyone discussing the recent two major events. Point 1 was the audacious individual entering the divine capital, contending against 5 saints and escaping unscathed. The other was the Qinglian sword sect being expelled from the great Xia divine dynasty and the divine land. Each of these events, taken individually, would be enough to astonish the cultivation world. Yet the instigator of both events was the same person. Who could they turn to for justice? As the crowd engaged in lively discussions, 3 individuals occupied the very center of the bustling tavern hall. Master, is it truly appropriate for us to swagger back into the capital like this? Mo Fei Yin inquired, her voice lowered and laced with concern. She felt somewhat bewildered by her master's audacious maneuver. What could possibly be safer than the most perilous of places? She understood the concept, yet the current situation seemed exceedingly dangerous, standing right outside the gates of the capital. It was akin to challenging the security of the entire city. Noting the worried expressions on the faces of the two, Bi Changxing reassured them. There is no cause for alarm. They will not detect our presence. His methods were manifold, and altering the perceptions of those around them was a trivial task. Merely a matter of employing soul-altering techniques to create distractions that as long as they were not confronting a peak saint. No one would be able to discern their presence. Fenglu meat and demon flower chicken have arrived. The waiter announced as he set down 2 exquisite platters of meat dishes. Your meal is served. Esteemed guests, the table was already brimming with a plethora of dishes, all meat-based, accompanied by a pot of huabao wine and a bowl of cold stingray soup. Bi Changxing glanced at the 2 pairs of eyes fixed upon him and urged, Eat! Why do you stare at me? Once you finish, you can remain here while I make another trip to the inner city of the capital. Mo Fei Yin seized a chicken leg, taking a hearty bite, and mumbled, But what if we are discovered? Fear not. Even if we are found out, the Black Scale Riders will not harm you. Moreover, as long as you do not provoke trouble, no one will notice you. Oh! Bi Changxing observed the 2 devouring their food with such fervor that he couldn't help but feel speechless. Ever since Mo Fei Yin had joined him, her appetite for such delicacies seemed to have grown exponentially. Most patrons around them indulged in spiritual fruits, while they feasted on an abundance of fish and meat, making it difficult to remain inconspicuous. Mind your manners while eating. Finish everything and leave no leftovers. These dishes are quite expensive, he admonished before rising to place a bag of spirit stones on the table. I must take my leave. Master, we shall await your return. Mo Fei Yin waved her chicken leg. Returning to her vigorous eating, in the inner palace of the capital, within the Fenghuan Palace, the lights shimmered brightly. Emperor Sikong lay in bed, silent for a long while, his gaze fixed on Nie Qingrong beside him. His eyes revealing a tumult of unspoken emotions. He was uncertain whether Bi Changxing had arrived, yet the wounds to his soul were growing increasingly severe. Each visit to the Fenghuan Palace inflicted damage upon his spirit. A consequence of his relentless pursuit to uncover the secrets of Nie Qingrong's soul, my husband. What occupies your thoughts? Upon hearing this endearing address, Emperor Sikong's expression grew even more complex. I ponder whether, had I not established the great Xia and instead founded a sect, would our circumstances be any better? Nie Qingrong's voice, sultry and enchanting, floated to him. What a curious notion, dear husband. Had you founded a sect back then, would you have even recognized me? You speak the truth, my lady, he replied, turning to gaze at the full moon outside, a flicker of urgency flashing in his eyes before it vanished. My husband, Has the villain been apprehended? Nie Qingrong asked, concern etched on her features. Emperor Sikong casually dismissed her worry. No, his strength is on par with mine, making his capture as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, he is capable of slaying a Qiongqi. He will not be easily caught. The Black Scale Riders have already been dispatched, and I trust news will soon return. Nie Qingrong frowned. Even the Black Scale Riders have been deployed. Indeed, under heaven's expanse. None escaped the grasp of the Black Scale Riders' Black Dragon formation. Suddenly, a chilling presence enveloped them, and a shadow materialized beside their bed. This figure was as dark as coal, obscuring their features, revealing only its glaring white eyes and bared teeth. With one swift blow, it unleashed a surge of malevolent energy that pervaded the room, that in an instant, it vanished from sight. Who goes there? Emperor Sikong's expression shifted dramatically as he donned his armor and dashed out the door. My lady, await my return. Nie Qingrong's countenance mirrored his alarm. She had not anticipated that the great Xia Divine Palace would face consecutive crises, allowing intruders to breach the sanctity of her Fenghuan Palace. It was utterly outrageous. Upon witnessing Emperor Sikong's departure, she hastily donned her phoenix robe and exited the Fenghuan Palace, soaring through the air. You create a ruckus here while I follow her. Bei Chongqing instructed Emperor Sikong as he prepared to draw the attention away. Understood. Just ensure that my Ronga's soul remains unharmed. Her physical form must not be harmed either. Must you remind me? In a flurry of starlight, Bei Chongqing vanished from sight. After a moment's contemplation, Emperor Sikong struck the wall with a forceful blow, causing it to collapse. Damn it! Where do you think you're going? Come forth, there is an assassin. The Black Scale Riders responded promptly. Protect the Divine Lord. In the Qitian Hall, Nie Qingrong knelt on a meditation mat, her nine-tailed celestial fox form enveloped in a halo, reporting the situation to My Lord. I have returned. Thieves have infiltrated the capital. Please instruct me on the identity of this miscreant. With a flicker, a headless statue emitted a faint glow, and a hazy, indistinct visage began to materialize upon the clay sculpture, its expression inscrutable, yet suggestive of a myriad of shifting emotions. 9 tails. Do you comprehend? That individual has already been brought to you. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed celestial fox instantly merged into Nie Qingrong's consciousness, then turned to gaze toward the entrance of the Qitian Hall. The shadow, still indistinct, bore a striking row of white teeth that stood out starkly. So you are a fox spirit? Bei Chongqing remarked, noticing the figure's grim expression. Wait, that cannot be right. A fox spirit would not have so many tails. You are a nine-tailed celestial fox. As he spoke, a frown creased his brow. Was not the nine-tailed celestial fox a divine beast? Yet this particular fox lacked the essence of a divine creature, exuding an aura more akin to a wild beast. Its presence resonated with a force reminiscent of the golden-winged Depeng, yet there were subtle differences. What, then, was the nature of this nine-tailed celestial fox? Nie Qingrong's eyes suddenly glimmered with a radiant light, 2 silver marks appearing beneath her lower eyelids as she coldly fixed her gaze upon Bei Chongqing. You have discovered my true identity. My lord, do not let him escape. Chapter 64. Battle. Only then did Bei Chongqing notice the enormous headless statue looming behind the woman. How had he not observed it before? Moreover, there was something eerily familiar about this statue. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was strikingly similar to the statue he had encountered previously at the Qingni sect's True Phoenix treasure site. However, while that statue appeared to be in a state of decay, this one exuded a palpable spiritual energy, with wisps of soul force clinging to it. What shocked him most was the violent power he sensed emanating from this soul force, reminiscent of the divine retribution he had faced that day. It was exceedingly difficult to comprehend, and within it he perceived a faint ripple of in that instant. Numerous thoughts flooded his mind, recalling the words of the vermilion bird and the inexplicable appearance of the Qiongqi. Realizing that the statue was likely tied to the forces of the heavenly Tao, he felt a sense of urgency. After the nine-tailed celestial fox spoke, the ethereal visage above the headless statue suddenly turned its gaze toward Bei Chongqing. I sense the principles of the great Tao from 30,000 years ago within you. Upon hearing this, Bei Chongqing's heart sank. He had been exposed. With no further words to exchange, he decided to engage. In a flash, he transformed into his true form, summoning the coffin of Heaven's burial. This time, An additional dark chain adorned the tail of the coffin, interwoven with intricate script and radiating a faint red glow. Ah! A shrill cry erupted from the nine-tailed fox as its 9 tails unfurled, and the moon above appeared to swell larger, casting a cascade of moonlight that converged upon her, in an instant. She transformed into a towering 9-tailed celestial fox, reaching heights of several dozen zhang. As the 9-tailed fox moved, the ethereal head of the headless statue released tendrils of black mist that coiled toward Bei Changsheng. With a swift motion, Bei Changsheng dispersed his form, creating a distance of several hundred meters between them. Gazing at the immense 9-tailed fox, he swung the black chain with all his might, sending the coffin of Heaven's burial soaring into the air like a sandbag. Hurtling towards the fox's head. With each 3 meters it traversed, the coffin swelled in size, and in the blink of an eye, it had grown to the dimensions of a palace, crashing down upon the 9-tailed fox's skull. Bang boom! The 9-tailed fox let out a pained shriek, toppled to the ground, and in its wake, dozens of palaces crumbled into dust, leaving the inhabitants within trapped in their misfortune, unable to escape. The black mist rushed towards him in an instant. Oomph! Blazing flames, radiant stars, world-consuming inferno, ignite. With a resounding hum, the stars in the heavens suddenly blazed to life, their brilliance even outshining the massive full moon above, bathing the entire land in a golden glow. Then, from the high heavens, several fiery streaks illuminated the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. As the flames grew ever larger, the great Xia capital shone as brightly as day. Not again? Those who had witnessed the previous battle in the capital were jolted awake from their meditative states. Gazing up at the fiery lights cascading from above, unable to restrain their comments. Look! At the divine palace. What a colossal fox! Someone stuttered. 1, 2, 9 tails. This fox actually possesses 9 tails. Could it possibly be the legendary 9-tailed fox? No, the 9-tailed fox is a spirit. Yet this particular fox is entirely pure white, its 9 tails adorned with divine patterns. It must be a divine beast. But how could a divine beast appear here? It shouldn't, moreover. It is evident that it is engaged in a struggle with someone. Thus this divine beast, the 9-tailed celestial fox, is indeed peculiar. So, with whom is it currently battling? Someone's eyes widened in realization. Could it be fighting against the deity? He seems rather unfortunate. A child voiced his thoughts, only to receive a sharp reprimand from a family member. Stop your nonsense. Stop your nonsense. Within the divine palace, the 9-tailed celestial fox rose once more. Gazing up at the azure sky where celestial flames descended, one of its tails shot up abruptly, waving vigorously in the air. Then, the sound of roaring waves echoed from above. Bei Changsheng looked eastward. Witnessing a colossal wave soaring through the air, resembling silken fabric flying towards the celestial flames, that moment. The black smoke had encircled him, rapidly tightening its grip that he immediately yanked the coffin of the fallen sky back, causing the chains to sway and the coffin lid to burst open. Devour it for me. Since the coffin of the fallen sky can absorb extreme divine weapons, it should be able to consume other objects as well. The instant the coffin lid opened, the coffin of the fallen sky seemed to be impatient, unleashing a tremendous force of tearing, beginning to voraciously devour the black smoke. The headless statue attempted to reclaim the black smoke. But it was futile. Moments later, the black smoke dissipated, that a mixed voice emanated from the shadowy figure on the headless statue. What a bizarre coffin. Then it gradually faded, disappearing without a trace. Yet before vanishing, it uttered a final line. You will regret this. Suddenly, the 9-tailed celestial fox surged again, a divine pattern illuminating on its brow, and it turned to Bei Changsheng, proclaiming, I am the divine beast. The 9-tailed celestial fox. Mortal, do you not realize that you have previously offended me? You shall face punishment. Punishment? I'm terrified of you. Bei Changsheng scoffed, lowering his head to manipulate the coffin of the fallen sky. Aiming its opening towards the waters of the eastern sea above, that in a rush, endless streams of water were drawn in at that moment. Bei Changsheng glanced at the headless clay statue, noticing that it seemed to have lost its spirit, lacking the previous aura it possessed. Boom! Countless celestial flames bombarded down towards the 9-tailed celestial fox. Yet it opened its mouth wide, swallowing the hundreds of descending flames, then fixed its gaze upon Bei Changsheng. Seeking death. The divine pattern on the fox's brow glowed, and dark energy surged in its eyes, followed by several tendrils of black flames sweeping toward Bei Changxing. It dawned on him. Bei Changxing realized. The presence within the headless clay statue had somehow transferred into the nine-tailed celestial fox's body, controlling its actions. That I told you. You will regret this. The black flames swept through, causing the space around them to constrict. Bei Changxing squinted. Could this entity truly incinerate space? He wondered if the coffin of the fallen sky could consume it. If so, he would acquire another skill. Murder and arson. He could commit murder, but his skills in arson still needed refinement. Moreover, he was curious whether his extreme divine weapon could truly devour anything. With a flick of the chains, the swallowing vortex of the coffin of the fallen sky erupted once more. The black vortex spun, and the black flames rapidly approached. Chapter 65. Annihilation Flame? Refined for me, Rong, how could this be? The deity, Emperor Sikong, stood frozen in place. Beside him was his wife. However, the once vibrant goddess now appeared disheveled. Her spirit lost, devoid of her previous vitality, but he stared at the nine-tailed celestial fox, soaring towards the heavens. His expression filled with unending malice. He never anticipated that the being residing within Yeching for so long was actually a divine beast. Realizing this, his complexion shifted between hues of green and white. Did it mean he had been interacting spiritually with a divine beast all these years? Setting that aside, the pressing issue was that upon scanning his wife's physical form with his divine sense, he discovered that her spirit had inexplicably vanished. His gaze fixed intently on the divine beast spewing black flames. He bellowed, "Where are the four divine lords?" Buzz, for powerful auras surged from the four corners of the divine capital. "Your Majesty, they had long sensed the carnage within the divine city. Had the deity not instructed them to refrain from recklessness, they would have acted sooner. Now summoned by their lord, they would undoubtedly comply." Although they were alarmed by the current state of the goddess, they did not question it further. The bizarre nine tails beneath the full moon stirred their battle spirit. "All four of you, activate the great formation of the divine capital. Do not allow this nine-tailed celestial fox to escape. As you command." Boom! As the four spoke, tokens engraved with the four divine beasts materialized in their hands, which they cast into the heavens. Buzz! As the four beams of light shot forth in different directions, the four statues of divine beasts within the divine capital emanated boundless radiance in the east. The azure dragon statue released a torrent of dragon energy, conjuring a massive azure dragon phantom that coiled high in the sky. In the west, the fierce white tiger roared, its eyes flashing red, surveying the world with disdain. In the north, the black tortoise rose to the heavens, a giant tortoise-like being emerging, its back inscribed with glowing runes, forming a colossal pillar of heaven that loomed over the nine-tailed celestial fox. In the south, fiery feathers danced, illuminating the southern sky, as the vermilion bird soared, exhaling the southern bright flame, purging all evil. The four symbols exorcising evil formation. The four divine lords beheld the fully manifested phantoms of the four divine beasts, each taking their position around the nine-tailed celestial fox. "Exorcise evil!" Boom! As they spoke, the azure dragon roared. The white tiger howled. The vermilion bird screeched. The black tortoise murmured. For beams of light infused with laws emanated from the four divine beasts, piercing through the clouds and converging at the center of the divine capital. Within the great Xia divine palace, the beams intertwined. The power of the laws surged, and a net woven from the laws of the divine beasts descended, enveloping the nine-tailed celestial fox beneath the moonlight. Below, the coffin of the fallen sky stood before Bei Changxing, the vortex spinning wildly, continually devouring the black flames. Ding! Annihilation Flame collected. Do you wish to refine it? Hiding behind the coffin, Bei Changxing's expression turned perplexed. Annihilation Flame. His attention was captured by the term annihilation. Could it be that the controlling entity behind this was directly related to that catastrophe? Otherwise, how could the unknown presence controlling the nine-tailed celestial fox wield this annihilation flame? Refine it. Ding! Annihilation Flame seed acquired. Please use it with caution. As the system's voice faded into silence, he felt an influx of knowledge regarding the usage of the annihilation flame. Within his spirit, a small black flame flickered, swaying with the pulsations of his consciousness. bouncing playfully like an innocent child. However, the cautionary note was one he could not ignore. Was the warning due to the flame's immense power? Or could it attract something else? Perhaps the unknown divine consciousness residing within the headless statue. This flame could indeed burn through space, which elucidated how the vermilion bird had sustained injuries in that treasure ground. The vermilion bird? He suddenly gazed skyward. The four divine beast phantoms loomed over the four corners of the sky, their gazes locked onto the great Xia divine palace, exuding an air of supreme divinity. Four beams of divine light weaved above his head, darting back and forth, and a great net descended upon the nine-tailed celestial fox. Surrounding the nine-tailed celestial fox, the four great guardians of the great Xia divine dynasty radiated an imposing aura. Their battle spirit soaring, buzz, as the net of laws descended. The nine-tailed celestial fox seemed to sense a crisis, its eyes transforming into a holy glow. The aura of the divine beast reemerged, causing the power of the descending net of laws to diminish instantaneously. The expressions of the four divine lords and the deity, who stood beside Nie Qingrong, shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that the nine-tailed celestial fox could traverse between the divine and demonic realms, while the four divine beasts remained mere unconscious phantoms, only able to discern friend from foe through shifts in aura. With a change in the fox's aura, the four divine beasts sensed a kinship, and thus the power of the law net rapidly waned. This is dire. The faces of the four divine lords turned grim. Yet, the net of laws had already descended. They had no choice but to guard the four corners of the net to prevent it from spiraling out of control. Crackle! The nine-tailed celestial fox was instantaneously ensnared within the net of laws. Crack! Its limbs trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, just as it was about to bow down, its nine tails suddenly swayed vigorously, and a massive silver halo erupted from its back, resembling a radiant moon. As a continuous stream of energy surged forth, its eyes shone with white light, and it stood tall once more. Ha! For divine beasts? Merely unconscious phantoms. Do you truly believe you can suppress me? The voice emanating from the nine-tailed fox was no longer that of a woman, but rather that of a man, echoing and resonating as if it descended from the heavens above. Before the words could dissipate, the net of laws began to recede, evidently affirming the unknown entity's claim that these four divine beasts lacked their own sentient judgment. Alarmingly, the energy of the net was plummeting. The burly man wielding the massive hammer turned crimson, veins bulging, as he addressed the other three. We must not allow it to break free. Otherwise, the divine capital, and indeed the entire Great Xia, will be doomed. In unison, the four of them seemed to share a telepathic connection, channeling their comprehension of the grand principles and surging vitality into the towering net of laws. Seizing this opportunity, Bei Chongsheng swung the coffin, conjuring a tempest as he struck down upon the nine-tailed fox once more. The nine-tailed celestial fox writhed in its struggle, and amidst the turmoil of the ground, a shadow swiftly magnified, hurtling toward his head. Upon witnessing this, the creature let out a furious howl, its tail swirling, one of which transformed into a blade of light that rent the heavens and struck upon the net of laws. With a sizzling sound, the four divine lords turned ashen. Chapter 66. Cunning with a sudden burst, the four of them simultaneously spat blood towards the heavens, as the net of laws shattered instantly, scattering vitality into oblivion. The blade of light from the nine-tailed celestial fox did not diminish in momentum, instead reversing midair and colliding with the coffin of the dead that a resounding thud reverberated, sending the four divine beasts hurtling away that I in the blink of an eye. The blade of light also disintegrated. The black coffin veered off its intended path, striking the spine of the nine-tailed celestial fox with a crack. With a sharp sound, the nine-tailed celestial fox let out a pained roar, crashing into the ruins, rolling several times, and then fell silent. Bei Chongsheng regarded the colossal body, skeptical. Was it truly so easy to perish? Or was there a trickery at play? The four divine lords and the divine Lord Di Sikong fixated on the body of the nine-tailed fox. As Bei Chongsheng approached cautiously, "Be careful," Di Sikong cautioned. "Naturally, I am aware," Bei Chongsheng retorted irritably. This creature had summoned him for assistance while remaining to guard the shell of a woman, which only intensified his inner resentment. The four divine lords glared at Bei Chongqing. Yet they all understood that he played an indispensable role in resolving the calamity of the Nine Tails. The crux was that they were unable to contend with this individual. The Di Sikong smiled wryly and then transmitted a message. Rongera's soul is not within her body. It must have been concealed by the Nine Tails somewhere. That he turned to the four divine lords and instructed, "Protect the divine empress. Do not falter." Understood. Di Sikong followed closely behind Bei Chongqing as they approached the nine-tailed celestial fox. In Bei Chongqing's perception, the creature's aura had entirely vanished, its soul extinguished, devoid of any fluctuations. That if she is dead, then where has my Ronger's soul gone? Di Sikong's expression began to darken. If that were true, had he unwittingly sealed his wife's fate? Bei Chongqing conveyed, "The statue in your prayer hall is the true mastermind. The nine-tailed celestial fox is likely under its control, executing its commands to harm your wife. However, the motive behind such actions remains elusive. The nine-tailed celestial fox, being a divine beast, should theoretically have no ulterior motives, leading to the question of what kind of pact could have compelled such a creature to fall into servitude." As they drew nearer, Bei Chongqing tugged on the chain, the coffin scraping against the ground with a dissonant clatter. Particularly jarring in the darkness, Di Sikong held a bronze mirror aloft, its reflections shifting. The patterns of the laws radiating above him, providing a steadfast guard. Is it really necessary for you to be this cautious? Are you so fearful of death? Bei Chongqing glanced at him and transmitted. Di Sikong replied, "It is not fear of death. It is that Ronger is still waiting for my rescue." Bei Chongqing regarded him with unexpected scrutiny, remarking, "I did not perceive you as a romantic." Di Sikong smiled wryly once more. Just as they drew ever closer to the immense head of the nine-tailed celestial fox, its eyes suddenly snapped open, engulfed in an abyss of black mist. And a torrent of sinister energy enveloped Bei Chongqing and Di Sikong. The Di Sikong's expression shifted dramatically. "We've fallen into a trap." He immediately retreated. Bei Chongqing, in response, hurled a coffin boom. The nine-tailed celestial fox rose once more, its tails thrashing as it struck the coffin of the dead. Clang. The coffin rebounded violently. "Playing tricks, are we?" Bei Chongqing released the recoil, addressing Di Sikong. "Your Ronger's soul is likely still in this creature's possession." Di Sikong's expression turned solemn. The bronze mirror remained above him, and as he exhaled, a small jade seal appeared before him, his ultimate divine weapon, the spirit seal of all beings, with azure energy swirling in his eyes. He commanded, "Engage it." Boom! The small seal before him erupted in a blue light, and an array of voices echoed from within, akin to deities and demons murmuring. The seal expanded, rapidly becoming as massive as a mountain, overshadowing the ruins of the divine palace. Bei Chongqing nodded, the chains in his hands turning crimson, as if freshly forged from the furnace. The coffin of the dead emitted a faint red glow. Most crucially, a pattern began to manifest upon the exterior of the coffin's head. This was his path, the very foundation of his ascension. The scarlet patterns multiplied, densely appearing like scripture. Am I mistaken? Can one individual truly comprehend multiple paths? One of the four divine lords stood agape, utterly astonished at Bei Chongqing's coffin, which surpassed anything he had encountered in his lifetime. That it must be, right? The other three were equally bewildered. Yet had there ever been a path that could be so extensive? The four were engulfed in profound doubt. Di Sikong, feeling the weight of the laws pressing upon him, could not help but steal a glance, and that single glance etched an indelible shadow upon his life. He swallowed hard and remarked, "What a monstrosity!" Bei Chongqing rolled his eyes. "You are a divine lord. Mind your words and actions." At that moment, the nine-tailed celestial fox ominously proclaimed, "You are courting death." Suddenly, Bei Chongqing shouted, "Be cautious." The nine-tailed celestial fox's tails once again swayed, unleashing 9 streams of law power from the heavens. Wood, fire, earth, metal, water, yin, yang, destruction, and allure. The 9 laws stirred the very fabric of time and space, obscuring the heavens, crashing down upon the sky above the divine capital trembled, and the various sovereigns observing from afar turned pale with fear. That it was said that the nine-tailed celestial fox commanded the 9 laws. I once considered this a mere legend, but it appears it was not unfounded. The The divine lord of Great Xia is likely in grave peril. Yet who is this individual, whose existence has evaded record for millennia? Earlier, the nine-tailed fox had mentioned that this person possessed the aura of laws from 30,000 years ago. Various factions began to strategize that in the southern expanse of the divine land lay the Yunming Marsh, where myriad demons roamed, ever coveting the Great Xia dynasty. Within a foreboding mountain range, two beams of golden light surged skyward, gazing toward the divine land. Could it be the celestial fox? The aura emanating from it bore some resemblance to the nine-tailed fox. Yet the overwhelming demonic energy signified a distinct disparity. It seems a visit to Great Xia is in order. Moments later, numerous divine minds began to converge. Should the divine lord of Great Xia approach death, this land shall undoubtedly fall under the dominion of our demon clan. Subsequently, dozens of figures traversed the Yunming barrier, vanishing into the divine land that in the West Abyss. A boundless chasm lay to the west of the divine land. After the great calamity, a new generation of cultivators inadvertently discovered a steady stream of practitioners venturing to explore and seek treasures, only to never return. This moment, boundless demonic energy surged from within the abyss. Engulfing the western skies, countless phantoms emerged, fixated on the dragon energy of the Great Xia, their eyes ablaze with crimson light. At this juncture, the Great Xia dynasty's formidable cultivators were all fixated on the unprecedented battle unfolding in the divine capital. 9 streams of law brilliance converged, conjuring colossal storms that connected heaven and earth, ruthlessly bearing down upon Bei Chongsheng and Di Siko. Chapter 67. A full stomach and a chef to beat. All paths converge. All laws are formless. All paths and all beings. The divine seal commands the world. Boom! The immense spirit seal of all beings crashed into one of the 9 law storms, the overpowering force swiftly breaking through the storm's barrier and striking solidly against the internal law. The laws vanished, and the storm dissipated. Di Sikong then urged the spirit seal to assault the other laws. Meanwhile, Bei Chongsheng brandished the chains, relentlessly striking at the yin and yang law storms that the space trembled. The nine-tailed celestial fox's eyes rolled back, as if on the verge of collapse. The vermilion bird, suddenly, its black smoke intensified, the earlier state of weakness vanishing, as it let out a roar towards the south. Bei Chongsheng paused, glancing southward to see a massive black bird enveloped in black flames hurtling toward them. He turned to Di Sikong and declared, "I leave this to you. I shall confront that vermilion bird." He held no illusions about Di Sikong's ability to defeat the vermilion bird, which was corrupted by the flames of annihilation. It was not the bird itself that posed the threat, but the flames that enveloped it. None here, save for him, could withstand such a force. That Di Sikong's expression froze, then shifted dramatically. How could the vermilion bird betray us? He then glanced at the chaotic law storms around Bei Chongsheng, his face darkening. Why must you be the one to confront the vermilion bird? He remains oblivious to the demise of Zhuke, and even the corpse has mysteriously vanished. Thus, the ethereal manifestation of Zhuke guarding the Great Xia may have long been eroded. Bei Chongsheng retorted with irritation. Zhuke has long since perished. Your Zhuke manifestation in the Great Xia has likely succumbed to the very entity controlling the 9 tails. However, if you are not afraid of death, I can relinquish this Zhuke to you. Upon hearing this, Emperor Sikong immediately replied, "Then you should go." Umph. Bei Chongsheng snorted coldly. This fellow truly lacked the demeanor of a divine sovereign. He then pivoted, casting the coffin toward Zhuke, leaping onto it, and soared towards the winds where Zhuke resided. Emperor Sikong, the 9-tailed celestial fox, spoke as Bei Chongsheng departed. Under the swirling might of the imperial seal, another tempest was shattered, causing the 9-tailed celestial fox's figure to sway precariously once more. "Do you not wish for your wife's divine soul?" Emperor Sikong's expression darkened as he inquired. "Is it in your possession?" "Indeed," the 9-tailed celestial fox responded, revealing a moon wheel behind it, wherein an image identical to Nie Qingrong emerged. Already awakened, her divine soul ceaselessly battered against the moon wheel, yet the wheel remained impervious, utterly unyielding. Emperor Sikong and Nie Qingrong's divine souls exchanged glances across the void. "Qingrong," the 9-tailed celestial fox's eyes flashed with white light, and the moon wheel vanished, stating, Do not call her. She cannot hear you. What do you intend to do? Emperor Sikong, realizing that the adversary was beginning to falter, understood that they sought to negotiate by leveraging Nie Qingrong's divine soul. Kill him, otherwise I shall shatter her divine soul this very instant, condemning you to a lifetime of guilt. The nine-tailed celestial fox seemed resolute in its threat. You dare! Emperor Sikong's eyes widened in fury as the imperial seal once again obliterated a realm of tempestuous loss. If anything happens to Qingrong, you shall not escape today. Ha! What do I hear? You dare to threaten me. Do you know who I am? The nine-tailed celestial fox glanced southward and continued, this entity can manifest in myriad forms. Even the loss of a single thought is inconsequential, but you're a woman. At that moment, Emperor Sikong's heart was tumultuous, an existence capable of manifesting in countless forms. A mere thought could compel the nine-tailed celestial fox to submit. Unafraid of the combined might of the four great divine beasts, how had he never heard of such a being? So, have you made your decision? Emperor Sikong turned, gazing at the astonished expressions of the four great divine lords below, finally resting his gaze upon Nie Qingrong's figure at the center. Alas, in the southern part of the divine capital, the palaces had collapsed, and a cloud of ash obscured the area. Bei Chongqing fixed his gaze upon the Zhuge manifestation, a cold smile gracing his lips. The true entity is dead. How long can a mere shadow like you continue to flounder? Yet, this Zhuge manifestation, being but a phantom, was unable to respond to him. Moreover, its form was now tainted with malevolence, engulfed in apocalyptic flames that had turned it black. With a piercing cry, the surrounding apocalyptic flames converged, forming a colossal black sphere, and its wings flickered violently. Boom! The black flames surged to a towering height, rushing toward Bei Chongqing. Upon witnessing this, the coffin of eternal rest manifested before him. Just as he intended to absorb it, he sensed the small flame within his soul thrumming with unusual vitality. A thought crossed his mind, and he extended his hand, bang. The tiny flame burst forth from his palm, swirling upward and stretching into a slender black line, connecting with the massive black flame sphere that dwarfed it 1,000-fold. Could it truly consume the apocalyptic flames of annihilation on its own? He was taken aback. In mere moments, the black sphere began to deflate, while the little flame appeared even darker, though it remained diminutive. Consume it, devour it entirely, and even the Zhuge phantom as well. As soon as Bei Chongqing's command fell, the small flame seemed to comprehend his words, intensifying its efforts, darting towards the front of Zhuge. With a mournful cry from Zhuge, its presence vanished entirely from the heavens and the earth. The little flame, appearing as if it had feasted, wobbled back to his palm, as if belching out a wisp of black smoke before returning to the depths of Bei Chongqing's soul. Standing still, he sensed the now dormant black flame within his soul and scratched his head. It seemed he would have to procure more of this substance for it to consume in the future. Otherwise, when would it ever prove useful? Just as he pondered this, a brilliant light erupted, engulfing him in a radiant golden glow. His expression darkened as he looked up to see a massive bronze mirror suspended above him. The surrounding space having been sealed, he turned to face Emperor Sikong, who was approaching. Is this what one would call indulging in the chef's cuisine after a hearty meal? Emperor Sikong, perplexed by the remark, replied helplessly, my wife's divine soul is in his possession. I have no choice but to compromise. He fixed his gaze on Bei Chongqing, his expression complex and unreadable, his lips moving yet remaining silent. The divine seal of all spirits then manifested in his hand. My apologies. As the mountains trembled and the stars and moon tilted, the two engaged in combat once more. At this moment, the divine palace of Great Xia had long since ceased to exist. The inner city structures lay in ruins, and countless cultivators had suffered grievously. Today, the Great Xia divine dynasty was enduring the most severe upheaval in its history. Boom! The sounds of their clashes echoed, the impacts of the supreme weapons resounding continuously. Some could not withstand the force and were obliterated into mere blood mist. Meanwhile, a portion of the astute beings had already vacated the divine capital's vicinity. Narrowly escaping disaster, in the outer city, within Fenga Tower, Mo Fian felt the building tremble and immediately rushed outside. She stood aghast, gazing at the collapsed city walls and the endless laws swirling about, fervently praying for her master. Master, you must return safely. Chapter 68. In other words, you have been betrayed. The nine-tailed celestial fox observed the two engaged in combat, a triumphant smile flickering in its eyes. It summoned the moon wheel behind it once more, eyeing Nie Qingrong's divine soul within, and mused, can human emotions truly reach such depths? The voice carried an infinite power, pressing down upon Nie Qingrong's divine soul, causing it to flicker as if on the verge of disintegration. Struggling to remain upright, Nie Qingrong gazed at the two battling phantoms with a flicker of self-reproach in her eyes. She then turned to the being within the nine tails, stating, "You would not understand, for you can never truly experience this." She was uncertain of the nature of the being before her, but based on the thoughts that had flowed through the nine-tailed celestial fox over the millennia, this unknown entity was likely a being exceeding that of a sage, and in the nine-tailed celestial fox's speculation, this being might at least be on par with the legendary immortals, if not surpassing them. "Indeed, I am unable to comprehend, but do you think I will release you?" Nie Qingrong's expression turned particularly grim. "That I never expected you to be so despicable." "You are mistaken. This is not despicable, but rather a calculated strategy. Observe, the frailty of beings stems from their excessive ties, such as you being Emperor Sikong's tether." Nie Qingrong fell silent. Currently in a divine soul state, she was unable to self-destruct within this moon wheel space, and her divine soul had long since grown weak over the millennia. She now hoped that Emperor Sikong and that powerful being would cease their conflict and join forces to eliminate this threat. Boom! Terrifying energy howled as their figures reappeared in the heart of the divine capital, amidst the ruins. Nie Qingrong pounded against the moon wheel incessantly, yet it was futile that do not waste your efforts. "They cannot see you now." Sitting despondently on the ground, Nie Qingrong murmured, "I never imagined I would become a burden." Just as despair washed over her, she suddenly noticed that the outside world had plunged into darkness, rendering everything invisible to her. Then, two boisterous laughter erupted. "Ha ha!" Followed by the irate voice of the nine-tailed celestial fox. "You imbeciles! Are you mocking me?" Outside, Bei Chongqing closed the coffin lid, exchanging a glance with Emperor Sikong before turning to the furious nine-tailed celestial fox. "Have you submitted?" Without waiting for a response, both men launched their assault. The coffin of eternal rest once again manifested, appearing like a palace to the left of the nine-tailed fox, while the divine seal of all spirits materialized to its right. Enclosed within their combined might, everything was destined for obliteration. The male figure controlling the nine-tailed celestial fox spoke once more, "Submit. Do you think you, mere ants, can compel me to yield?" "Huh." Then, the energy surrounding the nine-tailed celestial fox surged violently, reaching a critical peak in an instant. Explode with that furious roar, the entire inner city of the divine capital was utterly annihilated, the forces of destruction sweeping across the heavens, and the earth split open for 1,000 miles. Flames erupted to heights of 10,000 feet, and in an instant, the once prosperous Great Xia divine capital was reduced to a hellish landscape that above the heavens, dust swirled as two figures raced through. Ahead of them, a shimmering phantom darted about in a panic. The imperial seal struck repeatedly, but that phantom always evaded capture, even as Bei Chongqing attempted to pull it back with the coffin of eternal rest. It merely stumbled while maintaining its astonishing speed. This fellow certainly possessed exceptional skills in evasion. Bei Chongqing jested lightly, and soon a flame materialized in the palm of his hand. Emperor Sikong gazed in astonishment at the flame, retreating slightly before exclaiming, "This flame is strikingly similar to that black fire. It sends tremors through my very soul." Bei Chongqing smiled and replied, "Indeed, this is the cataclysmic flame. The coffin absorbed too much before. Now, it is returning it." Immediately, the black flame he had subdued surged forth, entwining itself around the ethereal specter of consciousness. A piercing scream echoed through the sky. "Impossible! How can you wield such flames? How is this even possible?" With a final, diminishing cry, it was extinguished. Bei Chongqing and his companion exhaled in relief. At last, it is vanquished. A roar from below rekindled their alertness. "Oh right. There is still one left." The two of them swiftly appeared amidst the ruins, their eyes landing on the nine-tailed spirit standing between heaven and earth, rendered speechless. However, the nine-tailed celestial fox spirit was on the brink of collapse, and it would not be long before it vanished entirely. After unleashing an angry roar, The nine-tailed fox turned its gaze towards the two below. The state of affairs today is purely my own doing. Its melodious voice, akin to heavenly music, resonated, yet everyone knew it was now at its limit. Its physical form had already self-destructed, and its spirit had sustained fatal injuries. Merely enduring until now was commendable. It looked at Emperor Seekong and softly asked, "After all these years by your side, do you truly harbor no feelings whatsoever?" Emperor Seekong fell silent. The nine-tailed fox sighed, "I understand." Then she turned her gaze toward Bi Changxing. "You have slain Zhu Ke and destroyed the plans of that individual. He will not let you go unscathed." Bi Changxing smiled slightly. "Let him come. Let us see who will have the last laugh." Emperor Seekong's expression was one of melancholy, relief, and disappointment. A myriad of conflicting emotions played across his features. The nine-tailed fox's gaze lingered on Emperor Seekong before transforming into a speck of light and vanishing from sight. However, a streak of light shot directly towards the northern skies. A legacy? Bi Changxing observed the departing entity without pursuing it. Its flight suggested it could find a suitable host on its own. Moreover, he had no inclination to shoulder additional burdens. The legacy of Zhu Ke still resided with him. But where would he find a Zhu Ke? Bi Changxing shook his head, only to be drawn to a pink object nearby. The spot where the nine-tailed fox had dissipated. A pink flesh orb was emitting a rhythmic thumping sound. "What is this? An egg?" Emperor Seekong furrowed his brow and remarked, "This should belong to the nine-tailed fox. But wait, aren't they supposed to give live birth? It is well known that most terrestrial creatures are viviparous. Perhaps the nine-tailed clan is an exception." As Bi Changxing approached, he sensed a rich aura of life emanating from it. He turned to Emperor Seekong and said, "Hey, this seems to be your offspring." "Nonsense." Emperor Seekong instinctively stepped back, clearly reluctant to accept such a notion. However, logically speaking, you merely engaged in a spiritual exchange, so it shouldn't lead to this situation. Moreover, as I understand from the records of the Nine Tails, at the moment of extinction, they can channel the vitality from their nine tails into a life vessel to nurture the next generation. In other words, this truly isn't your offspring. You have been cuckolded by the nine-tailed celestial fox. Chapter 69. The odor of wretched love. Emperor Seekong's forehead throbbed with veins, his face dark as a pot bottom. Had he not been incapable of defeating this man, he would have made Bi Changxing experience the dire consequences of slandering the reigning deity, subjecting him to myriad tortures. Yet, leaving this creature here was not a viable solution. Bi Changxing stroked his chin and looked at Emperor Seekong. "Are you going to raise it or not?" Emperor Seekong glared at him, his eyes seemingly ready to devour him. "All right, I understand." He waved his hand and bent down to pick it up. The texture was soft and peculiar. He then tossed it into his spatial realm. Although it was a living being, his space was no ordinary storage. It had been enhanced by a system, and could it be treated as an ordinary object? Emperor Seekong stared in astonishment as Bi Changxing casually discarded it inside, opening his mouth but saying nothing. "What about your wife's physical form?" Bi Changxing glanced around at the solidified magma and the ravines on the ground, inwardly pondering whether it might be inadvertently destroyed. Emperor Seekong's expression changed, and he surveyed the surroundings. The divine sovereign. High in the sky, 4 divine lords descended, one of whom was dragging a person with an extreme weapon. It was Nie Qingrong's physical form. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Seekong felt relieved, turning to his 4 weary and battered subordinates, "That you've worked hard. I will reward you later. Go back and recuperate well. Do not exhaust yourselves." "Yes." The 4 figures turned to leave. Bi Changxing gazed at the ruins of the outer city, stating, "Your wife has been saved, but many cultivators within the city have perished. Should I commend you as a good husband or praise you as a capable leader?" Emperor Seekong did not engage, but instead said, "Now, can you return my wife's spirit to me?" Previously, the moon wheel of the nine-tailed fox had been stripped from him and sealed within a coffin. He opened the coffin and retrieved the moon wheel, which, despite its earlier vastness, now resembled the size of a human head, though its internal space likely remained unchanged. "Do you know how to open it?" Bi Changxing observed Emperor Seekong cradling the moon wheel and unexpectedly doused him with cold water. Emperor Seekong's expression froze. "How do I open it?" He genuinely did not know how to activate this object. As he was not specialized in cultivating the spirit, this item was a manifestation of the nine-tailed fox's spiritual realm. Hardly anyone aside from those with formidable spirits could manage it, and since it was the nine-tailed fox's ability, who could unlock it? Emperor Sikong could only place his hopes on Bi Changxing. That's negotiable, but I have a condition. Emperor Sikong's expression tightened. Let us hear it. Take us to Yinyu Tower for a grand feast. He hadn't forgotten about his disciple. Emperor Sikong regarded him with a peculiar expression and then pointed at the ruins. How do we eat? Eat dirt. Bi Changxing suddenly lost the desire to converse with him. You want to be rebuilding, will you? I refuse to believe that even the chefs at Yinyu Tower, who are of supreme caliber, perished in this battle. Fine, I'll agree to it. Emperor Sikong conceded, feeling utterly helpless. Bi Changxing took the moon wheel, twisted it with both hands, and it opened. Emperor Sikong looked at him with a mournful expression. Can I retract what I said? Hey, can you show some integrity? Don't think you can renege because no one is around. Bi Changxing turned to the figure that had just appeared before everyone. Did you hear that? Your husband is trying to back out. Nie Qingrong covered her mouth and chuckled, then turned to her physical form, nodding at the two, transforming into a beam of light that entered her brow. Moments later, the surroundings suddenly erupted with wind and thunder. Boom! A storm of vital energy formed above the crowd, continuously converging towards Nie Qingrong. Before long, Nie Qingrong opened her eyes, first bowing to Bi Changxing. Thank you for your rescue. I shall forever remember this great kindness. She then turned, leaning against Emperor Sikong's shoulder. Kong Kong, after 10,000 years. I can finally see you again. Bi Changxing rolled his eyes in disdain, turning away. Ugh! The nauseating stench of love. He finally understood why Emperor Sikong felt something was amiss with his wife. Such endearments were truly uncalled for. Perhaps the nine-tailed fox was aware and simply avoided using them. That it was just too mushy. Master. Mo Fian's voice sounded in the vicinity as she rushed toward Bi Changxing, her face lighting up with surprise. Master, are you hurt? I'm fine. Let me check. After inspecting, Mo Fian found that her master had at least no visible injuries. Master as well. I am relieved. Speak normally. Who taught you this? Bi Changxing responded, exasperated. Bi Changxing glanced at the still intertwined Emperor Sikong and Nie Qingrong. You two continue. I'll return in a few days to collect my reward. Emperor Sikong nodded. At that time, I shall properly thank you. Bi Changxing nodded, leaving with Mo Fian and Wang Liang. Master, please tell me why the divine capital has become like this. Throughout the journey, Bi Changxing dealt with Mo Fian's peculiar questions. You were in the outer city, so close. Couldn't you see what was happening? Mo Fian replied, but I don't know the details. Please satisfy your disciple's curiosity. Master, she shook Bi Changxing's arm like a child craving sweets. Stop shaking. Just tell me. Well, it was a night of dark winds and a bright moon with scattered stars. Master, was it dark winds or bright moon? No, there was a moon last night. The two masters, accompanied by a certain corpulent Wang, stepped out of the ruins with laughter and chatter, entering the outskirts of the outer city. Soon after, the nine-tailed celestial fox detonated itself, prompting the entity that had occupied the fox's form to flee, at which point my master began to pursue. Just then, Bi Changxing abruptly halted, casting his gaze across that a wave of intensely potent demonic aura captured Bi Changxing's attention. Before him, dozens of figures traversed in unison, each radiating the distinctive energy characteristic of the great demons of Yunmeng. What a sight! Just after the city was breached, a demon sovereign boldly approached, as though they believed that Emperor Sikong was a pushover. Could it be that Yin sensed her master's unusual demeanor? She inquired, Master, what is the matter? As she scrutinized the dozen or so great demons passing by, she discerned nothing unusual. It is nothing. Let us proceed. Bi Changxing replied, shaking his head and heading towards the Fenghe Tavern. His transaction with Emperor Sikong had concluded, and the affairs of these demons were of no concern to him. However, as he intended to leave, the demons had other plans. Upon passing Bi Changxing, they sensed the aura of the nine-tailed celestial fox emanating from him. Point 3 gentlemen, please hold. One of them turned back, obstructing Bi Changxing's path. Chapter 70. There are demons, what is it? Bi Changxing sighed inwardly, wondering if yet another confrontation was imminent, that he had just finished a battle and sought only a moment of respite. Although the fight had not been particularly exhausting, it had weighed heavily on his mind. He hoped these individuals would not seek to create trouble for him. Pray tell, have you encountered a nine-tailed fox? This individual stood 8 feet tall, adorned in a flowing silver garment, wielding a fan. With white hair and brows and blue eyes that sparkled with an otherworldly glow, his demeanor was notably gentler than that of his companions. Bei Chongqing rubbed his temples and responded with feigned indifference. Indeed, I have seen it, deceased. The man was about to unfurl his fan, but abruptly halted, seemingly in disbelief as he repeated Bei Chongqing's words, deceased. Yes, quite dead, soul scattered, utterly annihilated. After stating this, he ignored the group entirely and continued towards the tavern. The man turned to his remaining companions. At that moment, one of the figures shrouded in a black robe interjected, the strength of Emperor Sikong is likely insufficient to vanquish the nine-tailed celestial fox. Although I could not perceive the aura of that individual, it unmistakably bore the essence of the nine-tailed fox. Without considerable prowess, one cannot hope to emanate such an aura. Are you implying? The white-haired man regarded the black-robed figure, and a silent understanding passed among them as they entered the Funga Tavern. Inside the Funga Tavern, Bei Chongqing sought tranquility, requesting a private room insulated from all disturbances. Master, the aura those individuals carried was quite unique. Yet I cannot quite place it. Although Mo Fian had never encountered true great demons, her perceptive senses were keen enough to recognize the distinct energies emanating from them. Indeed, they are not of the human race. Not human. Mo Fian exchanged a glance with Wang Liang, both expressing astonishment. Bei Chongqing sipped his tea and addressed Mo Fian. In this realm, myriad races coexist. We are not alone in this world of humanity. There exist naturally born races, such as the demons. All creatures, be they avian or terrestrial, as well as flora, may awaken to intelligence and transform into demons. For instance, the golden winged Dipeng, while an ancient remnant, is nonetheless classified as a demon. Mo Fian questioned, are they not wild beasts? Wild beasts is merely a term used in the northern territories, Bei Chongqing elucidated. The harsh environment there renders the essence of heaven and earth far thinner than in the divine continent, making survival for demon beasts exceedingly difficult. Thus, transformation is arduous. Hence, you see the golden-winged Dapeng still retaining its avian visage. Over time, the more robust demon races have managed to endure in the north and have passed down their lineage, while others have long since perished. Mo Fian understood. Then, if the golden-winged Dipeng were born in the divine continent, it would have fully transformed long Aegea precisely to this juncture. Wang Liang, who had remained silent, pondered for a moment before speaking. I have heard that the demon race is prohibited from entering the territory of the great Xia divine dynasty. Yet, why do they dare to intrude now? Bei Chongqing chuckled. Desire for wealth leads to death, as does hunger for birds. The demon race is no exception. They seek to claim areas rich in dragon energy to facilitate their cultivation. Wang Liang furrowed his brow. So, they have come to take advantage of the chaos? One could certainly put it that way. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering furniture and muffled sounds echoed through the tavern. Bei Chongqing frowned, extending his consciousness to envelop the entire Funga Tavern. Under his keen observation, all but their group had collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, the earlier group of a dozen or so sovereign-level demons headed straight for his room. How persistent they are, since they are so unwilling to yield. He had no qualms about sending them all to the wishing platform. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the door swung open. The white-clad man stepped over the threshold, poised to speak. But the black-robed figure behind him wore a haughty expression and declared, "We meet again, that do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions, that we merely wish to inquire about a few matters." Mo Fian opened her mouth, glancing at her master, whose expression had soured, ultimately remaining silent. "I ask at you?" Wang Liang discerned the discontent of his master and interjected, "You would do well to leave. We require solitude, and the answers you seek may be found in the inner city." The black-robed figure abruptly turned, fixing his gaze on Wang Liang. "And who are you to speak? We are conversing with him." Wang Liang felt the pressure of their aura and reluctantly turned his attention back to the white-clad man. The white-haired individual frowned, about to speak, yet was once again interrupted by the black-robed figure. He strode to the table, seated himself, poured himself a cup of tea, and fixed his gaze on the composed Bei Chongqing, stating, "We shall not trouble you for long. A few questions and we shall depart, that I trust you will not be ungracious." Bei Chongqing shrugged. "Ask away. Splendid." The black-robed man downed the tea in one gulp, only to sputter it all over the table. Human tea is truly dreadful. After his complaint, he inquired, "Who are you? How is it that you carry the aura of the nine-tailed celestial fox? You must be extraordinary." "This humble one is Bei Changsheng, that I happened to be in the inner city last night, and the sudden appearance of that celestial fox naturally left some traces." The black-robed man nodded, seemingly satisfied with Bei Changsheng's demeanor. "Have you seen Emperor Sikong?" "Indeed, he was engaged in battle with that celestial fox." For the third question, "Do you know why that celestial fox fought with Emperor Sikong?" Bei Changsheng raised an eyebrow. "I apologize, but while I am aware of the reason, I cannot divulge it." He had promised Emperor Sikong not to disclose this matter. Although revealing it now would pose no threat, he still felt compelled to honor his commitment. With a thud, the black-robed man slammed his palm on the table, causing it to splinter instantly. Yet peculiarly, the tea and cup that Bei Changsheng had placed upon it remained suspended in midair. As if the table still existed, the black-robed figure, brimming with demonic energy, glared at Bei Changsheng. "You must consider your position carefully. Otherwise, all within this tavern shall pay the price for your obstinacy." That Ophian rose and approached Bei Changsheng, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Liang. Wang Liang immediately stood behind Bei Changsheng, aware that these individuals were about to face dire consequences. Bei Changsheng remarked, "Have you thought it over? Have you come to a decision?" "What?" The black-robed man was momentarily taken aback as Bei Changsheng stood and declared, "Allow me to enlighten you." He turned to Wang Liang. "This is my subordinate, not some trifling creature as you have implied. The reason I withhold the answer to your third question is that I have made a promise to another. Now, tell me, what are you?" As he spoke the last words, Bei Changsheng's gaze became as tranquil as still water. He fixed his stare on the black-robed figure, saying, "You are wagering your life against my patience." Chapter 71. The bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox. As Bei Changsheng's voice faded, the countenances of the numerous great demons at the entrance shifted dramatically. "Stop!" Just as his words echoed, Bei Changsheng's arm blurred, a streak of darkness slicing through the air before he lowered it once more. Before him, the black-robed demon king had vanished without a trace. A faint haze lingered in the room, dust settling in that instant. The several great demons from Yunming suddenly found themselves enveloped in an overwhelming chill in their perception. The aura of the black-robed demon that had accompanied them had completely vanished, leaving no trace of its existence. The group stood frozen, their scalp tingling, too paralyzed to move, unable to comprehend how their companion had met their demise. They could hardly believe that a sovereign-level powerhouse had simply ceased to exist. In a mere moment, one had fallen without a trace. And who would believe such a tale? What kind of sorcery is this? The demons snapped back to reality, their eyes fixed on Bei Changsheng's figure, their minds consumed with a single thought. Who on earth is this person? When did sovereign-level beings become so fragile? Bei Changsheng slowly seated himself, leisurely observing the group of demons standing idly at the entrance, and inquired, "What further knowledge do you seek? Step forward one by one, for I have always been benevolent towards others and will surely share all that I know without reservation." Ophian blinked, while Wang Pengzi's hands trembled uncontrollably. Despite his efforts to acclimate to the methods of this formidable figure, he remained visibly unsettled. The demons fell silent, grappling with the notion of benevolence. Was it truly so? In a mere moment of disagreement, a saint-level demon had been utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. They now recognized that the force responsible for the demise of the nine-tailed celestial fox was none other than the man before them, rather than any Emperor Sikong or the four divine lords. "Esteemed senior, we have been rash. We implore you to allow us to depart, that we vow that we shall never again encroach upon your domain in this lifetime." A white-clad man mustered his courage, stepping forward to bow with utmost sincerity. Though the twitching of his facial muscles betrayed the terror he struggled to suppress, that it was madness to confront an entity whose actions were beyond comprehension. Bei Changsheng regarded the demons, who appeared dazed and intimidated, and gently shook his head. "That is unnecessary. That my relationship with Emperor Sikong is merely transactional. Now that matters have been resolved, our dealings are but a step away from completion. Attend to your own affairs and do not disturb me." What more could the demons say? With immense relief, they exited from the tower. The moment they stepped outside, they felt the oppressive sense of danger dissipate. "Phew!" The demon kings exhaled in unison. This one's cultivation is likely nearing the realm of immortals. Indeed, otherwise even a fully realized saint would struggle to erase the existence of a late-stage saint. So what shall we do now? As long as we do not provoke him, we shall proceed with our own matters. They hastened their steps towards the ruins of the inner city. Not long after, violent energy fluctuations erupted within the city once more. Some witnessed purple chi rising, dragon energy roaring in the vast sky, while others heard the croaking of frogs amidst the demonic aura enveloping the ruins. In short, the entire divine capital was once again thrown into chaos. Yet, this was of no concern to Bi Changxing. Once Emperor Sikong resolved the matter, he would seek him out to unlock the secret realm of the divine dynasty. Mo Fian, standing behind Bi Changxing, tilted her head and sniffed the air, suddenly exclaiming, "Master, why do you suddenly emanate a faint sweet fragrance?" Bi Changxing furrowed his brow in astonishment. "Did I ask that so?" He turned to sniff himself, discovering that there indeed was a familiar scent. After a moment of reflection, he recalled the pink egg left behind by the nine-tailed celestial fox, which had exuded a peculiar aura at that time. It seemed that this fragrance had clung to him since then. "Master, what exactly is this scent?" Let me see," Bi Changxing mused, retrieving the human head-sized egg from his spatial realm. Thump, thump. The sound of a vigorous heartbeat resonated from within the egg. "What is this?" Mo Fian and Wang Liang gazed at the smooth pink sphere with curiosity, having never encountered such a wondrous object before. Unable to resist, Mo Fian reached out her delicate hand to poke the pink sphere. Thump, thump. The sphere continued to pulsate rhythmically, as if something inside was colliding against its pink barrier. "It actually possesses a life force?" Wang Liang mentally sifted through his knowledge, but could not discern what it was. Bi Changxing, too, felt puzzled. The egg left by the nine-tailed celestial fox likely contained another nine-tailed celestial fox. However, given its current state, it would struggle to be born without the energy from its mother, that it might take centuries to emerge by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Or it could perish midway. Nevertheless, since it had fallen into Bi Changxing's hands, he would ensure its safety. This is the egg of the nine-tailed celestial fox, a remnant of its bloodline after its demise. Mo Fian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The nine-tailed celestial fox? Does this mean that if it is born, we will have a nine-tailed celestial fox as our companion? Mo Fian's eyes narrowed, as if envisioning a delightful prospect. While that is the case, I have never raised such a creature before, and who raises a pet from an egg? Mo Fian suggested, how about we try infusing it with spiritual energy and see what happens? Let us give it a try. Bi Changxing cradled the egg in his arms, a faint glow emanating from his palms as gentle waves of primordial energy rippled throughout the room. As he infused energy into the egg, he discovered that the creature within indeed absorbed his essence. It works. He then increased the flow of energy, continuously pouring primordial essence into the EGG. Mo Fian's eyes lit up as she observed the nine-tailed celestial fox egg glowing. Buzz! The soft light intensified, becoming blinding, and under the gaze of the three, the egg began to swell considerably. Clearly, the nine-tailed celestial fox had prepared this egg long in advance. Bi Changxing surmised the intentions of the nine-tailed celestial fox. The gestation of a mythical beast could require millennia, yet this egg had already formed, merely needing a bit more time to birth. Otherwise, it would not exhibit such vigorous life force, having developed its own consciousness. Chapter 72. I am not your mother, Buzz. The pink sphere suspended in the air suddenly began to tremble, its vibrations fast enough to create a double vision. Was it about to be born? Bi Changxing ceased his energy infusion. Focusing on the quaking celestial fox, EGG Mo Fian and Wang Liang exchanged tense glances, anxious not to miss a moment. This was their first glimpse of the birth of a nine-tailed celestial fox. Before them, the pink egg started to become transparent, allowing them to see inside. There, a small nine-tailed fox was adorably refining the residual energy, and upon noticing the three pairs of eyes fixated upon it, it let out a soft cry. Chirp, bang. The now transparent sphere weakened in energy and suddenly burst open. The white little fox was instantly propelled into the air, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground. It then looked at the three who remained still. Wow. Its wailing sounded akin to that of an infant, leaving Bi Changxing and the others utterly bewildered. Bi Changxing approached, scooping it up and placing it on his shoulder. Comforting, "Do not cry, little fox," he pondered for a moment before retrieving a bead from his spatial realm and tossing it to the creature. Though it had just been born, its intelligence was remarkably high. It immediately ceased its crying, holding the bead in its mouth and playfully chewing it, much like a human baby with a pacifier. "This little one is adorable." Emofian reached out, eager to hold it. But the little fox eyed her warily, adopting a fierce demeanor to intimidate her. Then Emofian's expression stiffened, disappointment washing over her as she withdrew her hand, muttering, "Humph, if you won't let me hold you, then fine. No need to be so fierce." Bi Changxing remarked, "Perhaps it recognizes me since it absorbed my energy. Once it grows a bit, it will be fine." He was not averse to having an additional little follower, even if it might grow quite large in the future. Emofian nodded, though her expression still conveyed her reluctance, as she longed to pet the creature. Unsurprisingly, the little fox, clutching the bead, jumped from Bi Changxing's right shoulder to his left, completely disregarding her, which left her fuming. "You little fox, you are driving me crazy." Emofian gritted her teeth in frustration. That moment, the little white fox nestled the bead in its embrace, leaned toward Bi Changxing's cheek, licked it, and then uttered, "Mama." Bi Changxing froze, dumbfounded. This little creature could speak? But why call him Mama? Emofian and Wang Liang couldn't help but chuckle, their eyes wide with disbelief at the talking celestial fox. "Master, it's calling you Mama." Emofian gazed at the little fox with intense adoration, as if she wished to meld it with her gaze, yet the creature completely ignored her. The little fox called out again, "Mama." It licked Bi Changxing's face once more, looking at him expectantly, as if awaiting his response. Bi Changxing took a deep breath, staring at the high-pitched little fox and internally chuckling. "Call me brother." It tilted its head. "Brother. Yes, that's more like it. How can I be a mother to a fox?" Bi Changxing lightly tapped its pink nose with his finger, saying, "You stay on my shoulder. Without my permission, you are not allowed to come down." The little fox nodded vigorously, then resumed playing with the bead. As Emofian stood by, observing Bi Changxing's troubled expression, unable to contain her laughter. Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor resonated, followed by the ground shaking intensely. Then, several furious shouts erupted. "This is the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Do you intend to tear apart the pact and ignite a war between the demon race and humanity?" Bei Changxing was taken aback. Had Di Sikong not yet dealt with these individuals? That seemed unlikely. Although the wills of the four national guardian beasts had significantly waned, they were still somewhat usable. Why was he not employing them? He opened the window, bearing the small white fox perched on his shoulder, and gazed outside that he beheld Di Sikong, 1,000 meters away, radiating fury as he unleashed lethal strikes upon the demon kings. The four divine marquises also sprang into action, each engaging 2 demon sovereigns. 4 symbols exorcising evil. Indeed, scarcely had Bei Changxing's thoughts formed when the 4 towers within the divine capital revealed ethereal images of the guardian beasts once more, with the exception of the southern Juke. This time, the 3 figures did not weave the net of laws but charged directly toward the demon kings in the inner city. Damn it, the ethereal forms of the national guardian beasts can still be summoned. The white-haired demon king's expression darkened as he glared at Di Sikong, exclaiming, "I never anticipated the national guardian beasts still had the capacity for action." He believed that their ethereal forms had long since exhausted their energy in the battle against the celestial fox. Di Sikong sneered, "If not, how could we lure you in?" After speaking, he turned to the 4 divine marquises, commanding, "Wang Hua, step aside. Since Juke is absent, I shall compensate as the true dragon." Boom! The ethereal dragon behind him manifested, and the 3 divine beast forms that had soared to this location let out piercing roars as they merged into the bodies of the other 3 divine marquises, in an instant. The wind surged and clouds roiled. The 4 symbols exorcising evil formation reformed, ensnaring dozens of demon kings within. Bei Changxing observed all of this, his gaze flickering that Di Sikong indeed possessed formidable prowess. Mo Fei, rolling her eyes in silence, turned to tease the small white fox on Bei Changxing's shoulder, provoking the creature to bare its teeth at her. Though the small white fox's bite lacked significant strength, it inflicted little pain even when it nipped at her finger. The myriad spirit imprint materialized in the air, relentlessly bombarding the demon kings within the formation. Except for the white-clad demon king. The rest evaded, daring not to withstand the blows of the ultimate weapons. Luo Baimei, today I shall utterly suppress you and sever your Yunming legacy. Where was Feng Xinglerin? Why had he not arrived? Di Sikong's eyes brimmed with boundless killing intent as he relentlessly pursued the white-haired Demon King, while simultaneously searching among the Demon Kings. Luo Baimei, visibly aggrieved, cast his gaze toward Fenga Tower, locking eyes with Bei Chongsheng, who was spectating. His pupils constricted, and he immediately withdrew, the silver spear in his hand whistling as it collided with the massive seal. Boom! A terrifying energy engulfed the heavens, the violent force shredding the clouds, rendering the blazing sun less dazzling as the rampant vitality dimmed. Di Sikong, consider yourself fortunate to have strong allies. Otherwise, today, your great Xia would surely be overturned. Following that, a surge of white light emanated from his eyes, and his garments abruptly tore apart. Roar, a tiger, shimmering with silver light, materialized within the grand formation that we must depart. Boom! The remaining demon kings transformed into their true forms, their energies surging as they broke through, soaring toward the southern skies. Thinking of escaping, the four divine Marquis's energies surged. Preparing to pursue, the Di Sikong immediately intervened. Do not pursue a desperate foe. Chapter 73. Journey to the secret realm of the divine dynasty. Di Sikong gazed at the fleeing demon kings, leaping down toward Fenga Tower. Upon seeing the fallen cultivators strewn about, he was momentarily taken aback. Then, he turned his attention to Bei Chongsheng, who stood at the fifth-floor window. These people? Bei Chongsheng shook his head. This is not my doing. Subsequently, he flashed and appeared on the ground outside the building. It seems your position as the great Xia Divine Lord is not an easy one. Di Sikong raised an eyebrow, glancing at the small white fox on Bei Chongsheng's shoulder. Has it emerged so soon? Bei Chongsheng stroked the small white fox's head, replying, It was about to emerge. I merely expedited the process. The Di Sikong was left speechless. Your expedited process likely amounts to centuries. Bei Chongsheng nodded affirmatively, and then said to him, Let us go. Lead me to the secret realm. The Di Sikong nodded and addressed the four divine Marquises. You shall accompany me as well. Yes, Divine Lord. The four evidently grasped the situation, their faces lighting up with excitement. Strictly speaking, the secret realm of the Great Xia was not truly of the Great Xia. It was merely an ancient secret realm discovered by the true body inadvertently. However, the interior had long been depleted, leaving only an empty small space, which I had utilized as a treasury to store various spiritual stones, scriptures, divine weapons, and formation diagrams. Bei Chongsheng casually inquired, Oh, are you not concerned I might deplete your treasury once inside? Di Sikong appraised him, shaking his head. Are you that sort of person? Moreover, the items within the secret realm may not be of use to you. Bei Chongsheng, taken aback, remarked, I am uncertain of what sort of person I am. Yet you perceive me so clearly. Besides, I do have a disciple. You know that Di Sikong glanced at the astonished Mo Fian, jesting, Then I implore you to show mercy. Mo Fian promptly smiled nonchalantly. Divine Lord, you need not worry. In the ruins of the Divine Palace, Di Sikong halted beside a fissure that we have arrived. Although this place is already dilapidated, the spatial coordinates remain intact. Di Sikong surveyed the surroundings and raised his hand. A faint halo suddenly illuminated around his wrist, detaching from his palm, expanding until a circular portal with a 5-meter diameter formed. Through the portal, one could see a profusion of towers within, heavily guarded. Bow before the Divine Lord. Di Sikong and the four divine Marquises entered, followed by Bei Chongsheng and the others. The moment Bei Chongsheng arrived, he began inquiring of the system. System, have you detected any remnants of the De Luo, immortal scripture? Scanning in progress. Very well. In that case, I shall explore in the meantime. What is it that you seek? Di Sikong inquired. Bei Chongsheng observed the rows of towers. Pill Cauldron Pavilion, Divine Weapon Hall, Scripture Repository. Spirit Treasure Building, Spirit Stone Vault. That he examined each in turn, stating, Let us go to the Scripture Repository. I wish to see if your millennial-old Great Xia Divine Dynasty possesses anything of interest to me. Since Di Sikong had brought him, he need not worry about being deceived. After all, would he dare? Bei Chongsheng felt no trepidation at all. That Di Sikong nodded, instructing the guards to open the doors of the Scripture Repository. Saying to Bei Chongsheng, Please, He then turned to the 4 divine marquises, directing, "You go to the Pill Cauldron Pavilion to collect the 4 exceptional resurrection pills." "Thank you, Divine Lord." Inside the scripture repository, hundreds of shelves were neatly lined with nearly 10,000 secret tomes. Moreover, hundreds of metallic boxes on the floor were filled with various jade slips and scrolls. Bei Chongqing casually pulled out a tome. Martial Saint's surprising strategy? He shook his head and returned it. He had perused this tome before, but due to the changes in the laws of heaven and earth, it was no longer suitable for cultivation, that he then retrieved a glossy black scroll from a box on the floor, which depicted a strange tableau of individuals in various postures, resembling a route for cultivating energy. Indestructible celestial diagram. He casually tossed it back into the box, addressing D. Seacombe behind him. These items are no longer suitable for the practitioners in this realm. However, certain concepts could be adapted to create methods tailored to oneself. That D. Seacombe nodded. Indeed, though unsuitable for cultivation, the experiences of predecessors are still worthy of study. After perusing 7 or 8 shelves, Bei Chongqing halted upon discovering another scroll. Human skin scroll? He frowned, glancing at D. Seacombe. "You also collect such items?" D. Seacombe inspected the scroll, stating, "This should also be a map, albeit incomplete. If I am not mistaken, it is likely a treasure map. Do you want it? It's yours." D. Seacombe waved his hand grandly, directly giving the item to Bei Chongqing. The great Xia Divine dynasty lacked nothing. Thus there was no need to send someone to seek this elusive treasure. Bei Chongqing promptly stored the treasure map in a spatial realm. "Let us proceed." Amidst D. Seacombe's astonishment, Bei Chongqing bypassed the scripture repository and headed toward the divine weapon hall that he then instructed the amazed Mo Fian. "Have you found anything that piques your interest?" Mo Fian's eyes sparkled. "Master, please select for me." "Very well. This will save you from revealing your preferences." After saying this, he earnestly began to browse through the diverse array of weapons within the divine weapon hall. This place truly boasted an exhaustive collection of weaponry. And in addition, there were some unconventional weapons present, such as the spear in the corner. This weapon resembles a staff, its head adorned with a fist either giving a thumbs up or raising an index finger, while some even display a middle finger. In essence, they are an eclectic array of designs. However, could it be that Mo Fian's needs are not for weaponry, but rather for armor? With her supreme prowess, her strength truly seems insufficient on this vast land of Shenzhou. Opposite the weapon rack lies the place where armor is stored. Mo Fian. "Come and take a look at this armor," Bei Chongqing remarked, sensing a unique aura flowing through a piece of soft armor that seemed to have undergone half a ritualistic refinement. This soft armor possesses the potential to become an extraordinary weapon. Yet, for reasons unknown, it has been abandoned. That it is quite suitable for use as armor now. And as for Mo Fian's extraordinary weapon, he would find her another once she reaches the pinnacle of the Sage Realm. This soft armor is quite unsightly. Mo Fian cast a glance, beginning to doubt Bei Chongqing's aesthetic sensibilities. Observing the armor that enveloped the body snugly, Bei Chongqing mused to himself, "Is it truly ugly? What matters is its practicality." Under Mo Fian's resentful gaze, Bei Chongqing tossed the soft armor to her. "Thank you, master." Mo Fian received it, realizing that once worn, the notion of beauty is irrelevant. Survival takes precedence. Casually, Bei Chongqing explored each pavilion, particularly the Spirit Stone Pavilion, where he collected a considerable amount of premium spirit stones, much to the chagrin of Emperor Seacombe. "You truly intend to take these?" Bei Chongqing replied nonchalantly. "Without money, one cannot move an inch, you know." Chapter 74. The secret realm within the secret realm. Ding detected another space in this location. The system's notification left Bei Chongqing utterly astonished, having not detected the remnants of the Deluo Immortal Sutra. It instead indicated the presence of another space. He turned and walked away. Not taking them?" Emperor Seacombe asked in surprise, immediately regretting his words. However, seeing Bei Chongqing not linger, he sighed in relief that he turned to find his treasury had lost half of its spirit stones. His eyes twitching involuntarily. "Master, are we not taking them?" Mo Fian chimed in, "That we are not taking them. Your master is not without." Emperor Seacombe could no longer contain himself. "Then why do you still?" Bei Chongqing interrupted. "Because I wish to." Emperor Seacombe found himself at a loss for words. Mo Fian then inquired, "Are we not going into the other temples? After all, there are places like the Pill Pavilion that no." Bei Chongqing suddenly halted. fixing his gaze on Emperor Seikong, who looked utterly perplexed. What? You aren't having second thoughts, are you? No, I am not having second thoughts. I merely wish to ask if there are any other spaces within this great Xia secret realm. Emperor Seikong frowned. Are you jesting? I have thoroughly explored this area. There is no other space. Now that is intriguing, Bei Chongqing declared, heading towards the mountain 50 miles from the secret realm. The mountain stretched majestically, trees towering above. Yet curiously, no living beings were present apart from the flora, that a place where trees thrive, yet devoid of any signs of life. Not even the tiniest insect in the soil. Appeared rather bizarre. Do you think I am concealing anything from you? Emperor Seikong had no choice but to keep pace with Bei Chongqing, his expression a mix of astonishment and suspicion. Not at all. Perhaps with your cultivation, you can discover the secret realm, but you may not unearth the true secret. Within Bei Chongqing's perception, he sensed several fluctuations of spatial laws within the mountain range before him, akin to the mountain's rhythm, resonating at the same frequency. This is the place. At the foot of the mountain, Bei Chongqing's eyes shimmered with a faint glow, as nothing within this mountain could escape his sight. Emperor Seikong also released his divine consciousness, but sensed nothing extraordinary. That Mo Fian and Wang Liang likewise discovered nothing. Bei Chongqing then turned to Emperor Seikong, saying, Do you know why when you discovered this secret realm? There was nothing inside? Emperor Seikong was taken aback. You don't mean to say that all those things are in the other space you mentioned? Bei Chongqing smiled, turning his head to Mo Fian. You two step aside. Boom. The power of the stars converged. An endless surge of energy erupted, forming a massive starry river sword in his grasp, but he wielded the colossal sword, leaping into the air, and struck down towards the mountain. A tremendous wave of air howled, shaking the very fabric of space. Boom! The mountains crumbled, split asunder, and a cascade of colorful light burst forth from the gaping chasm, rushing into the darkness that the brilliance faded. The onlookers gazed into the valley, where a square energy portal hovered, its colorful halo flickering intermittently, allowing them glimpses of the scenes within. Indeed, a hidden paradise. Bei Chongqing looked at the dumbfounded Emperor Seikong. It seems you have guarded this treasure for millennia, yet remain unaware that there is another world within. Truly foolish. There are indeed living beings active inside. Mo Fian's eyes widened as she beheld a massive figure darting past the portal. It was a gigantic white ape covered in white fur, towering several dozen feet high, seemingly oblivious to the portal's existence, before vanishing swiftly. That white ape is enormous. Could this portal have once been the domain of some celestial beast? Or perhaps the land of Great Xia was once a territory of some demon sect? Emperor Seikong's expression grew grave. If that were the case, this could lead to significant trouble. Let us enter and investigate. Bei Chongqing suggested to Emperor Seikong, you first. After all, this was Emperor Seikong's domain. He ought to be the first to enter. Emperor Seikong took a deep breath, saying, very well. He summoned a bronze mirror and leaped into the luminous veil. Buzz! The light curtain blazed with brilliance, and a tremendous force erupted, sending him flying back. Bei Chongqing looked at Emperor Seikong, who resembled a charred figure 100 meters away. It seems this secret realm does not permit your entry. Ha ha ha, to be restricted from entering your own secret realm. Bei Chongqing chuckled. Strolling leisurely towards the portal, he extended his hand toward the energy of the portal, discovering a powerful energy of a great demon within. Alongside an enigmatic force that obstructed Emperor Seikong's entry, he turned to the astonished Emperor Seikong. I am going in. With a sense of resignation, Emperor Seikong watched Bei Chongqing vanish. This shouldn't be. Why can't I enter? As a great Xia deity, to be thwarted by a portal. How could he face anyone if word got out? Reluctantly, he approached the light door once more, mimicking Bei Chongqing's actions, and tentatively extended his palm. Bang! A violent force surged once again, but this time it did not send him flying. However, he still found himself unable to enter. Emperor Seikong turned to Mo Fian. Why don't you give it a try? Mo Fian nodded. Though she held little hope, she wished to attempt it nonetheless, as expected. She too was rebounded. Strange. Why am I not allowed to enter while Bei Chongqing could? This is utterly unjust. Emperor Seikong fumed. Within the portal, upon entering, Bei Chongqing found himself submerged beneath the sea, not in the place where the white ape had been. Various schools of fish swam around, staring at this unexpected intruder. Bei Changsheng harnessed his energy to create a protective barrier, isolating himself from the seawater, and began to survey his surroundings. The ocean floor was blanketed with seaweed, colorful corals bloomed, and numerous shellfish scuttled about, while fish darted playfully, eyeing him warily, releasing his divine sense. Bei Changsheng began to scan the area. This is illogical. He discovered that he was situated 10,000 meters below the ocean surface. It appeared this space was even larger than the outer secret realm. Perhaps this was the true secret. The exterior space was likely a guise to mislead. That as he continued to survey the seabed, his divine sense expanded, revealing an unusual situation. In a cerulean underwater cave. There was indeed a fish. Yes, a fish that possessed a human upper body and a fish lower body. A mermaid. Chapter 75. The mermaid, Bei Changsheng's eyes gleamed with intrigue. After all, mermaids had once existed 30,000 years ago. He now needed to ascertain whether the beings within this secret realm were remnants from that era. Just as he pondered, the system chimed in with a notification. Ding, detected the presence of the Luo Immortal Sutra remnants. Please be cautious, host. It seemed he was correct. The Deluo Immortal Sutra resided within this space. Bei Changsheng manipulated the currents, directing the seawater towards the mermaid's lair. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking, the portal swung open, revealing a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long black hair and large eyes, who flicked her tail as she appeared before Bei Changsheng. She stared wide-eyed at this being with legs distinctly different from her own kind. Before letting out a startled scream, the sound carried enigmatic waves of information, so intricate that even Bei Changsheng could not decipher their essence. After a brief moment, dozens of white lines appeared in the sea, swiftly surrounding Bei Changsheng outside the cave dwelling. What is this peculiar entity? I have no idea. Why does it look different from us? It must be an unknown being that emerged from some ocean trench. Yet it has now appeared outside the elder sister's cave, though we must exercise caution. Although Bei Changsheng could not comprehend their language, he managed to unravel their psychic wave frequencies, thus overhearing their conversation. Esteemed ones, please do not misunderstand. I hail from the outside world. Who among you is in charge here? The merman exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by the term outside world that he mentioned. The female merman referred to as the elder sister was swimming around. Fixated on Bei Changsheng's legs, her gaze traveling from his feet to his hips, as if she had never encountered such a sight. Feeling uncomfortable under her curious stare, Bei Changsheng sensed that the woman's gaze wandered aimlessly. Brother, she has no legs. The small white fox on her shoulder raised its front paw, pointing at the merman's fishtail, its eyes filled with confusion. That I have encountered your kind in ancient texts. You are of the human race, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. That I am of the merman clan, and now that you have entered my territory, you belong to me. However, it is said that even on land, there are no traces of your kind. From whence do you come? What is this outside world? Elder sister, I believe this fellow is not to be trusted. A male merman wielding a trident pointed at Bei Changsheng's legs, exclaiming, his middle part is forked. He looks most unusual. Silence. The female merman shot a glare at him and turned to Bei Changsheng, saying, I am saying you, and you? While speaking, she flicked her long hair, gazing expectantly at Bei Changsheng. I am Bei Changsheng, from the outside world. He replied, glancing around at the others, that I mean no harm. I have come solely because a portal to this place has appeared in the outside world. These words caused Sang Yu's expression to tighten. Outside world? Portal? That does not sound particularly reassuring. Please wait a moment. I shall inform our clan's princess, as this territory falls under her jurisdiction. Do as you wish. The young woman then produced a radiant pearl from her mouth, breaking through the water flow, and it vanished from sight. Wait for me outside the cave. You shall come with me to await her arrival, Sang Yu said, flicking her tail and leading the way into the cave. Bei Changsheng observed the fierce-looking merman around him and remarked, Are you aware that your appearance is rather peculiar? Not as peculiar as yours, retorted the earlier merman, still fixated on Bei Changsheng's legs. Bei Changsheng was at a loss for words. The cave was not large, adorned with colossal shells and other skeletal decorations, illuminated by various luminous pearls, casting a bright glow reminiscent of crystal lights from the outside world. Sang Yu led Bei Changsheng to a seemingly solid jade bed and said, You may lie here and wait. With that, She lay down on it, eagerly watching Bei Changxing that moment. Bei Changxing felt as if he were a fool. Despite having experienced 30,000 years, he had never encountered such bizarre customs. However, observing her swaying fishtail, he realized that these mermen likely found lying down more comfortable than sitting. He rubbed his nose and replied, "I prefer to stand." Noticing Bei Changxing's discomfort, she did not press the matter further but asked, "You claim to come from the outside world. Where is this outside world? If the outside world is what you refer to as your realm, then where are we now?" Bei Changxing was astonished. "You do not know?" Although this woman was a fish, she possessed the strength of a sage. It was hard to believe she was entirely ignorant that I was born and raised here. I have even been to the land. Yet this is the first time I have encountered a being of the human race. Bei Changxing was unsure how to explain to her the nature of his world, but he understood the concept of humans. Was there a historical gap in the merman's knowledge? "Greetings, great princess." Voices echoed from outside. At once, Sangyu stood upright and approached the entrance. Shortly after, a strikingly voluptuous merman appeared before Bei Changxing, clad in only 2 shimmering shells that concealed her modesty, while the rest of her body was adorned with scales. The opulent crown atop her head signified her distinguished status. "Sangyu, I have heard that a new species has arrived here." The woman's voice was languid. And despite standing before Bei Changxing, she still felt the need to inquire, leaving him utterly bewildered. "What do you mean by a new species?" "I am a human." "Human?" The great princess squinted her eyes, scanning Bei Changxing's form. "Humans have been extinct for millennia. How could one appear in the sea?" She regarded Bei Changxing and continued, "You are indeed handsome. But alas, you possess 2 peculiar appendages that belie the way." "What do you mean by the outside world?" Bei Changxing sighed, realizing that the merman had encountered some unforeseen circumstances. "The outside world I refer to is the Songling realm, whether in the Divine Continent, the Northern Territory, or other regions. All exist within the Songling realm, which is vast beyond measure. Even I cannot claim to have visited every corner." Upon hearing Bei Changxing's words, the great princess's pupils constricted, her ample bosom heaving slightly as she exclaimed, "Nonsense! If your world is the Songling realm, then what place do we inhabit?" Bei Changxing discerned the underlying meaning in her words. "Could it be that you believe your world is also the Songling realm?" "Precisely." The great princess nodded, seemingly realizing her previous rigidity. "However, tell me, is there a significant population in this outside world?" "Indeed, there are countless billions. Not only humans but also countless creatures from the demon race and other species." At this, the great princess became visibly unsettled, recognizing the gravity of the situation. That portal's still present. It should still be there, though I cannot sense it at the moment. It likely requires a specific method to activate. With a sigh, the great princess's silver-white pupils darted about before she said, "Esteemed guest, would you accompany me to meet my father?" "Naturally, I am willing." Bei Changxing had already surveyed the area and found no trace of the Deluo Immortal Sutra. It was possible it resided with her father. Moreover, the underwater races likely extended beyond just the mermen. "Sangyu, lead this human to me." Upon exiting the cave, 2 floating palanquins appeared before Bei Changxing, devoid of wheels, drawn by dozens of golden seahorses standing tall. "Please." Sangyu shared one palanquin with him, while the great princess boarded a much more luxurious one. "Let us depart." With a thunderous roar, a series of bubbles erupted in the water as they set off.